Chapter 1, Betrayal by Girlfriend. Baird. Lucian pushed open the door of the second-floor bedroom of the boss's wife. The boss's wife, who was always known for her youthfulness and beauty, was changing her clothes. Seeing him come in, Xiao Yali scrambled to pick up her clothes to cover up her upper body, and her white jade-like legs kicked at Lucian. Brat, get the hell out of here. I didn't see anything. Lucian turned his head towards the door. After 5 minutes, a beauty wearing short sleeves and jeans on her legs stood in front of Lucian. The beauty in front of her did not look like a young woman in the slightest, but was more like a neighboring older sister, fresh and uncluttered. Xiao Yali stood in front of Lucian. Her right hand fiercely pinched Lucian's cheeks. Brat, now the courage to become big. Actually dare to peep at the old lady to change clothes. Boss Xiao Yali is a pure female man, doing things greatly, not petty. Treat Lucian is also like a brother. Lucian just graduated, is a poor boy, so Xiao Yali deliberately arranged a residence for Lucian, usually also tube lunch and dinner, so that Lucian save a lot of money. Lucian is a just graduated undergraduate dog, originally with a bachelor's degree certificate. Lucian to which company can seek a good job, but Lucian favored antique painting and calligraphy this line, so he will find a job in the antique line. Separated from her husband, Xiao Yali has been watching this Ling Yunxian alone, looking at Lucian simple and honest. Xiao Yali also let Lucian stay, but Xiao Yali usually on Lucian also exceptionally care. Sister Lily, I'm as timid as a mouse. I only dare to look at it openly. How dare I peek at it? Lucian compensated with a smile. Good, now you dare to watch me change my clothes in the open, but also want to molest me. Your little girlfriend who looks like a flower will not be jealous when she learns about this news? Xiao Yali still didn't let Lucian off the hook. When Lucian heard Xiao Yali talking about that little girlfriend, a happy look appeared on his face. Don't, then what I told you yesterday? Lucian asked carefully. Do you think that my old lady will back out? Don't be too shabby to go today. You can talk to Lao AI in advance if you need money. Xiao Yali looked at Lucian kindly. Thank you, Sister Lily, but it's just in advance on your paycheck. Xiao Yali covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Lily, then I'll go first. Lucian ran out of Ling Yunxian with a stiff face and ran towards the mall not far away. Today was his girlfriend Zhang Ruxi's birthday. Lucian specially bought Zhang Ruxi's favorite cuddly bear. As a bitter college graduation dog, Lucian had just graduated and found a job in the antique line. He was born with a fervent love for gambling stones. This line of work in the view of Zhang Ruoshi is completely unprofessional. But look at Lucian like. Zhang Ruoshi did not say anything more. In the antique line of work, the salary a month is not high. Accommodation and food are provided by the boss's wife. The monthly salary is enough for Lucian and his girlfriend's daily expenses. Zhang Ruoshi was a student of the art school in Yunhai province. She was amiable and pretty. Lucian's iron friends said that Lucian burned incense in his past life to find such a good girlfriend. Happy birthday, dear. I'm almost at the entrance of your school. Lucian picked up his cell phone, dialed a phone number, took the cuddle bear and walked towards the entrance of Uni. Looking at the various kinds of heavily made-up art school girls, Lucian felt very happy. Zhang Ruxi's requirements for him are not high, and do not worship gold. The pressure from life is going to be much smaller. According to Zhang Ruxi's words, two people are happy together. Those material conditions will not seem so important. Well, I know. You come to the Moonlight Cafe. I'm on the first floor of the Moonlight Cafe. Zhang Ruxi's voice was cold. Zhang Ruxi's voice made Lucian frown straight away. But today was Zhang Ruxi's birthday. He didn't care that much. The consumption level of Yuming Cafe was very high. A meal would be a few $100s. Even Lucian had only passed by Yuming Cafe a few times. But today was Zhang Ruxi's birthday. Fortunately he had enough money with him. Lucian thought and patted the money in his pocket, revealing a satisfied smile. In the afternoon, there were not many customers in the Moonlight Cafe. Lucian glanced over and saw the familiar figure of Zhang Ruoshi, but beside Zhang Ruoshi sat a fat-headed man. Today's Zhang Ruoshi wearing quite sexy and revealing, a deep V-short skirt, short enough to see the career line below. That fat-headed man took advantage of Zhang Ruoshi not pay attention to. Big hand in Zhang Ruoshi white tender thighs touched a hand. Zhang Ruoshi did not avoid suspicion. Instead, her face showed a very enjoyable look. Usually Lucian did not want to touch a finger of Zhang Ruoshi, now in public by other men to touch around. See Lucian heart burning a nameless fire. This is still the pure Zhang Ruoshi? Cough cough. Zhang Ruoshi, he is. Lucian pretended not to see it and walked up and coughed twice. Lucian, we are not suitable. Let's break up. He is my new boyfriend Zhang Ao. Zhang Ruoshi stroked the hair on her ears and said with a sigh. Lucian's arm that was stretched in midair suddenly froze. Ruoshi, I want to know what this means, Lucian said as he quietly looked at Zhang Ruoshi. Every word that Zhang Ruoshi said kept tearing at Lucian's heart. Lucian hoped that this was just a dream woven with lies. Lucian kept biting the tip of his tongue, hoping that this dream would wake up. but the shocking stinging pain coming from the tip of his tongue told him that this was a bloody reality. Zhang Ao can make me the best screenwriter in the whole of China. He can give me a house and a home. What about you? Your promise to me is far away. A woman's most precious thing is these few years. You want me to take these most precious years to accompany you with an uncertain future? Sorry, I can't do it. Originally holding her breath, Zhang Rushi, after all was said and done, the whole person let go of the feeling that her heart was much more clear. Don't give yourself excuses. Say so noble. In the end is not still I don't have money. Not just want money? So many years of feelings. I will send you a sentence. Do not deceive the youth poor. Surprisingly Lucian did not sad. Only a faint feeling of sadness. This feeling always coiled in the heart, lingering. Lucian, after so many years of affection, I ask myself that I have not apologized to you. Lucian eyes red, but the heart dripping blood. As a heart was dug out like a whole 3 years of feelings said breakup on breakup. You are not sorry for me, but what I want, you can't afford to give. You are always so childish. You can't enter my circle. So break up today. Zhang Rushi shook her head and said. The man sitting beside Zhang Rushi with a big belly, greasy hair, and wearing Versace clothes looked up at Lucian and said, why isn't it over yet? What is there to say to this poor guy? Oh, you're the poor guy who likes Zhang Rushi? I advise you not to be delusional. Zhang Rushi is going to be the most famous screenwriter in the whole of China. You can't give him anything. All you can give her is a bull asterisk promise. And all this Jiang Ao, can give her. Jiang Ao looked at Lucian with the same gaze. Lucian fantasized that one day Zhang Rushi left his side, but he did not expect that this day would come so soon, and as a hangman himself, he actually did not have the slightest anger. He thought that when Zhang Rushi left him, he would swallow sleeping pills, and he would fall on his knees and beg for Zhang Rushi, but Lucian suddenly found that he was very calm inside. Lucian threw the cuddly bear in his hand at Zhang Rushi's feet. I have nothing to do with you from now on. Lucian left Moonlight Cafe without looking back. Let's go, wife. Let's go to Green Restaurant for dinner today. Zhang Ao picked up Zhang Rushi's hand and walked into the Audi. Zhang Rushi, however, in a moment, felt empty in her heart, as if she had lost some of the most important things. Then Zhang Rushi shook her head violently. She had nothing more to do with this poor boy from now on. Chapter 2 Magical Perspective. Lucian dragged his tired body and entered the antique house. Looking at Xiao Yali in front of him, Lucian said wearily, Sister Lily, I'm taking a day off to rest. Yo, didn't our Mr. Lucian go to his girlfriend's birthday? Why did he come back so early? The flamboyant Xiao Yali, twisting her water snake-like waist, walked to Lucian. Lucian did not answer. Out of the antique house, came to the small store to buy a beer, catch a cab, let the driver toward the northern suburbs. The northern suburbs are deserted, a rare place. Out of the northern suburbs, Lucian thought of the wine out of the car, paid the fare toward the wilderness. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, Lucian felt dizzy. Through the strength of alcohol cursed, grass mud horse, thief God, is not a woman it? This world is more women and men. Dog's eyes look down on people. Within 3 years, I must be mixed up with a man like a dog. It was the height of summer. The clouds were dense. The sky thunder rolled. The whole world suddenly darkened. An arm-thick thunder straight down. Lucian movement is slow, but the mind is very clear. Scared Lucian back to hide a bit. Then end of the bottle. Still chattering cursed, capable, you split dead me not split dead me. I Lucian looked down on you. Immediately after the 3 thunderbolts coincidentally split toward Lucian. But was Lucian dodged? The 4th thunderbolt directly Lucian live split stunned. Grass. This really has the wrath of heaven. This is Lucian's last instant thought. When Lucian woke up and looked again, found lying in a pink soft bed, looked up. The wall is pasted with a lot of posters. The wall hangs 2 purple curtains. Curtains reflected a lot of fragrant grass lotus. The whole house is permeated with a share of light fragrance. Lucian eyes golden light trembling. Mouth then grew into an O shape. Difficult. Is it possible for my eyes to be able to see through? The boss's wife Xiao Yali black t-shirt below, revealing micro invisible. In his eyes, Xiao Yali full body clothing gradually disappeared. This kind of voluptuous scene almost let Lucian straight nosebleed. Lucian did not dare to continue to look down. Retracted his gaze. Could it be that after he was struck by lightning, he accidentally gained perspective eyes? Lucian asked in a low voice. Sister Lily, why am I lying in your room? It's not that my mother is afraid that something will happen to you. One look at you, that look is lost love. Sure enough, I saw you buy a bunch of beer. I followed you, out of the northern suburbs. I had wanted to call you for a while, but the result was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. Scared to death of my mother, and so on. When my mother went to look at you, you were covered in charcoal gray, like you were struck by lightning. Lucian patted his confused head and looked at Xiao Yali in surprise. Sister Lily, so you still have this hobby? What are you thinking about? If it wasn't to see you get chopped to death, my old lady wouldn't let you sleep in my bed, Xiao Yali said to Lucian as she simmered the ginger soup, but the voice of the boss's wife came from her head. This kid just lost his love. It's time to let him rest more. After all, it's his first love. I can still see people's thoughts? Lucian had only fantasized about a perspective eye, with which he could do no harm in identifying treasures and antiques, but he had not expected to be able to see even other people's thoughts. This made Lucian a little unexpected. As the saying goes, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs. Now that Lucian was able to see through all the thoughts, there would be no more secrets that could be hidden from Lucian in the future. Don't be dumbfounded. Drink this bowl of ginseng soup to remove the cold, Xiao Yali said as she brought over a bowl of ginseng soup. The boss's wife usually looked fierce, but she took the most care of Lucian at critical moments. Lucian brought over the steaming ginger soup and said as he drank it, "Sister Lily, don't be narcissistic. I don't like you." Xiao Yali's face could not help but turn red. Her heart was guessed. Her hands pretended to want to tear towards Lucian's mouth. Nonsense again. Be careful, I will tear your mouth off. Quickly tear my mouth off. Lucian revealed that expression. If it wasn't for the fact that Lucian was seriously injured, she would have gone up and ripped Lucian's mouth off. Xiao Yali grabbed at Lucian's waist with itchy flesh. Lucian's waist has itchy meat. This point is also Xiao Yali in a chance situation. No. Don't. Sister Lily. I was wrong. Ha ha ha. Lucian laughed with his hands. After Lucian's clothes were burnt to a crisp, his whole body had been naked, and now under the hand-waving, the quilt was lifted, and Xiao Yali was unguarded, and was pulled by Lucian, and fell into Lucian's embrace, causing Lucian to get a little tempted. The two looked at each other. Lucian kept quietly sucking the fragrance of Xiao Yali's body. Xiao Yali did not react for a moment. Xiao Yali felt Lucian's rapid breathing sound blowing on Xiao Yali's face. Xiao Yali's cheeks like drinking wine is flushed, tantalizing flushed to see Lucian ruthlessly gulped a breath. The sound in the room was quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin falling to the ground could be heard. You still dare to take advantage of the old lady? Xiao Yali broke the silence between the two with a foul mouth. Puff. Frightened, Lucian's hand loosened, and Xiao Yali's entire body did a freefall movement and fell on the bed. Lucian, you don't want to live, Xiao Yali shouted loudly. Lucian hastily picked up the clothes that Xiao Yali prepared for him around him and hurriedly put them on and ran towards the outside of the house. Seeing Lucian's back as he left, Xiao Yali showed a smile on her face. Sure enough, still a little kid, so shy so soon. Lucian walked on the street depressed. Now took advantage of the beautiful boss is not false, but ask yourself, Xiao Yali has been treating him like a younger brother. To Xiao Yali, but he did not have any other half thoughts. Hey, Lucian shook his head, putting all thoughts behind him, suddenly looking towards the antique street not far away. Remembering the perspective eye he just obtained, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 3 Identifying Jadeite. Curio Street is a quite unique street in Yunhai City. Curio Street has a lot of gambling stonewall, antique paintings and calligraphy. Fish eyes mixed up. Want to find a pair of genuine goods in the Curio Street? It is difficult to go up to the sky, but this still can't stop a steady stream of people to buy. Many of the antique street gambling stonewall is discarded, basically no value. Among them, there is a store that specializes in acquiring scrap gambling stonewall, Tan Yunjai. Lucian took a step into Tan Yunjai. Boss Wang was sitting on the lobby, and the floor was filled with discarded urban wool. Boss Wang was a bald, obese man with a pair of dead-skin goldfish eyes sizing up Lucian. Lucian didn't care and casually looked through the gambling wool. It was true that all the abandoned wool was no good. After flipping through a bunch of wool, Lucian utilized the convenience of his penetrating eyes and found that none of them had emeralds in them. Little Lu, what has Boss Xiao been up to lately? Boss Wang inquired with a leathery smile. Lucian of course knew what Boss Wang had in mind. This Boss Wang had always secretly liked Xiao Yali, except that Xiao Yali had no feelings for this dead fat goldfish. Boss Xiao doesn't have much to be busy with lately. Oh, Xiao Lua, I'm all inferior gambling stone wool. You want to gamble stone wool? Next time to come some good goods. I call you. Wang Boss laughed. Ha, just finished. Lucian flipped out a piece of gambling stone wool. The onlooker looks just a very ordinary piece of gambling stone wool, but Lucian can figure out the situation inside. No need. I'll take this piece of wool. I'll look for it again. Lucian rummaged through the pile of urban wool again. Boss Wang's face turned a little ugly. He had given this kid the word that it was an inferior piece of gambling wool, and he was still picking gambling wool from it? From these discarded gambling stone wool still want to dig out jadeite? I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it. 10 minutes passed. Lucian tumbled out 2 pieces of gambling stone wool. These 2 pieces of gambling stone wool looked no different from the usual gambling stone wool, but Lucian knew there was something fishy inside. It's better to do it next time. Little Lu, you don't have experience with this piece of gambling stone wool. Boss Wang, I want these 2 pieces of gambling stone wool. Lucian said stubbornly. Are you doubting my vision? Boss Wang stared at Lucian with a hint of gloom in his eyes. If it wasn't to curry favor with Lucian and get the news of Xiaoyali, when would Boss Wang ever tolerate such a tiny wage earner in his eyes? After Lucian paid for the wool, he ran back to Ling Yunxian. Sister Lily, I want to cut the wool. Lucian ran back to Ling Yunxian. You're such a loser. These 2 pieces of wool are 2 days of your salary. Xiaoyali looked at the 2 pieces of wool in Lucian's hands and said furiously. Good, good. I'll see if you can cut out the emerald. Fei, you big head. Xiaoyali's mouth pouted. No wonder Xiaoyali will be so angry. Xiaoyali and her husband separated from one of the most important reasons. Is that her husband likes to gamble on the stone? Monthly 80% of the money are used to gamble on the stone. Repeatedly gambling on stones, but repeatedly no good results, resulting in the relationship between husband and wife gradually rupture. And even to the end of the Xiaoyali's husband therefore embarked on the road of gambling. This also made Xiaoyali abhor gambling on stones, not realizing that Lucian was also tainted with the habit of gambling on stones. Sister Lily, bring the cutting blade. I'm going to cut this wool personally. Lucian placed the 2 pieces of wool on the table. There are no cutting blades. I'll go find someone to cut it for you. Xiaoyali got up and said. Not long after, Xiaoyali was followed by an obese figure. Xiaoyali, it turns out that your man likes to gamble on stones so much, and now even the little fellow who recruits also likes to gamble on stones so much. An obese figure appeared in Lucian's eyes. It's you again, Boss Wang? Lucian said as he looked at the obese man. Boss Wang not only acquires discarded gambling stone wool, but is also an expert in cutting gambling stone wool on this street. Unlike himself, Lucian is not an expert in cutting gambling stone wool after all, even though he has obtained the perspective eye. Xiao Lua, this piece of wool is not as easy as you see. You'd better stop while you're ahead, Boss Wang said in a serious tone. Yeah, Lucian, now I'll give you the word to return this gambling wool to Boss Wang, Xiaoyali said anxiously. That's right, you didn't cut it this time. For the sake of Boss Xiao, I can still return it for you. It was rare for Boss Wang to be a good person for Xiaoyali, and when Xiaoyali said so, Boss Wang also hastily chimed in, looking like he was speaking for Lucian. When the time comes and nothing is cut out, I'll see how you're going to stop. No need. Cut it. I'll take responsibility for what I've done. Lucian said firmly. Cut. Boss Wang was worthy of being a connoisseur of cutting gambling stone wool. The first cut was just the right amount of strength, and as the first cut came down, a light green color slowly appeared before the eyes of the 3 of them. Goods. Boss Wang frowned. This kid is also some too much luck. Lingyun Antique Line currently surrounded a lot of people. Watching the cut wool is also a hobby. This hobby is also the crowd after tea, after dinner talk. In addition to Xiaoyali's husband, this piece of street very few people play gambling stone wool. Want a cut from the wool in the jadeite odds of 10,000 less than 1. With the second knife cut down Wang Boss, fist-sized jadeite presented in front of the eyes of the crowd. My god, this is ice-seed jade. Surrounded by neighbors in the neighborhood there are people who know the goods. Handsome man, how much do you want for the ice-seed emerald? Many neighbors in the neighborhood have marveled. There are also like jade connoisseurs stood out and asked. This, Lily sister you see. Lucian turned his head to look at Xiaoyali. Xiaoyali face full of shock to look at the hands of the Wang Boss that a touch of emerald green. Their own men cut more than 10 years, and did not come across a piece of jade. This kid for the first time to buy wool, cut out a piece of emerald. Immediately Xiaoyali slowed down from the surprise, since it is a businessman. Then we go according to the market price. Whoever offers the highest price, this piece of ice-seed emerald will go to whoever owns it. I'll offer 100,000. I'll offer 1100,000. I'll offer 120,000. I'll offer 180,000. An old man with glowing eyes said. 180,000? Lucian looked at Xiaoyali with astonished eyes. This kind of price spike speed. Even Lucian was a bit dumbfounded. The price of the fist-sized ice-seed jadeite in his hand instantly rose to $180,000. 1,800,000 for him, a student just out of school, is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Lucian hard swallowed a mouthful of spittle. So a small piece of jadeite sold 1,800,000. That another piece of wool in the jadeite then this is also big, is not. Thinking of this, Lucian looked into the eyes of the other piece of wool. Has become blazing exceptionally. Cut. You're really lucky. Cutting the first piece of wool can cut out the emerald. Xiaoyali thought that Lucian had been shocked by the price of the emerald. After all, $150,000 is enough to be a year's salary for many middle-class people, especially for a clean college student like Lucian. $180,000 is even more astronomical for him. Don't be anxious, there's still a piece left to unravel. Lucian couldn't help but shake the other piece of wool in his hand. Could it be that the other piece could still open up emerald? You think this jadeite is rotten goods? Xiaoyali asked with a snicker. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyali's snark caused the surrounding neighbors to laugh. That's right, kid, if you ask. I can still take back this piece of wool at the original price. Boss Wang made a gesture as if he was considering for Lu Xun. Lu Xun, on the other hand, didn't care about Boss Wang's bitter persuasion. No one could see clearly as Lu Xun, who had gained the penetrating eyes. So Lu Xun shook the second piece of wool in his hand and asked, Sister Lily, what if I cut out the emerald in the second piece? What do you want to do? What if you don't cut it out? Xiao Yali's competitive mind was also seduced. She didn't believe in evil. In her opinion, Lu Xun was able to cut out the emerald from the first piece of wool. It was already a sign of excellent luck. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it later, but if I don't cut it out, how about running around Antique Street naked? Lu Xun's proposal was recognized by Xiao Yali. Chapter 4. The entire audience was surprised. Does this kid really think that this jadeite is all over the place? I think it's already heaven's great fortune for him to be able to open a piece of ice-seed jadeite from the rough material. This kid is still too greedy, but for a piece of wool to be able to open out such a piece of ice-seed jadeite, it's enough for him to eat for a year. Hey, this kid is still too youthful. Boss Wang, who cut the wool, shook his head with a bitter smile. No wonder Boss Wang would say this. The gods can't cut off an inch of jade. Even the high-tech instruments can't probe open the wool underneath. To be able to open out a piece of ice-seed jadeite, it's already considered a heaven-defying luck. Not to mention that there are other jadeites in this piece of wool. Then let's cut it open and take a look. Lu Xun indifferently pointed at the piece of wool. The crowd looked at the field with bated breath as Boss Wang picked up the knife and stabilized his trembling right hand. The first window determines how much the price will be. So Boss Wang was in the front, and after opening the icy jadeite, this knife carefully, gently scraped along the edge of the wool. A dark green color was revealed, which once again brightened the crowd's eyes. The adamantine knife in Boss Wang's hand also stopped, sizing up this half-cut piece of wool. With one cut, the first glimpse was visible, the dark green emerald, emitting a faint green light. Even a layman can see that this piece of emerald is more valuable than the last piece of ice-seed emerald. This is glass-seed jadeite, more precious than ice-seed jadeite. Such a large glass-seed jadeite, at least can be sold for millions. Boss Wang is not only a connoisseur of cutting wool, but also an old greaseball with a poisonous eye. This, actually really has emerald. Even Boss Wang was stunned in place. His mouth was so long that he could stuff an apple in it. Boss Wang originally wanted to come and watch Lu Xun make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect Lu Xun to be able to cut out emerald from both pieces of gambling wool. The first piece of wool can cut out jade, can still be attributed to luck? Then the second piece of jade cut out more precious than the first piece, by virtue of not only luck, but also experience, has been involved in this line of Xiaoyali. Because of her husband's relationship, Xiaoyali also has a study of the gambling stone. Gambling stone line of experience and luck are crucial things. How to pile up experience in gambling stones? The only way is to buy more wool and exercise the experience. But how can an ordinary family have so much free money to acquire wool? Suddenly, Lu Xun started to become mysterious in Xiaoyali's eyes. I'll offer $1 million for this piece of wool. Boss Wang shouted first. I'll offer $1,200,000. The old man in front of him with glowing eyes shouted. It was also within Lu Xun's expectation that even a fist-sized glassy jadeite could have such a price. This bland behavior, however, caused the crowd to chant. 2 consecutive pieces were able to cut out emerald. This was not Lu Xun's greed, but rather his venomous eyesight. As for the few people who mocked Lu Xun for being greedy, they now quietly shut their mouths. Lu Xun smiled and shook his head. He knew that the big head was still behind. When opening the second window, the distribution of the material's color was decided, and when Boss Wang cut the second window, he was even more careful, as if he was carving a porcelain doll, and started to cut it up by spreading the edges of the knife, the last knife down, with such a size and texture to see the price of jadeite. This is glass seed emerald. I didn't expect this kid's luck to explode. Fist-sized glass seed emerald can be bought for $3 to $4 million just by cutting it out, and after processing, its value increases by several times. Lu Xun took a long breath of relief. Did not expect to open 2 pieces of jadeite so quickly. In the future, to buy wool to open the jadeite, does not it become one of the most important paths to become rich? Thinking of this, Lu Xun thought of Zhang Rushi, a trace of determination in the eyes. Today's me you cannot afford to look down on. The other day you will be unable to climb up. Old Wang, this you are not generous. Such a large glass seed jade. I offer 2 million. A burly man flashed by Boss Wang's side and laughed. Seeing that stout man, Boss Wang frowned, but this moment passed in the blink of an eye, but was clearly seen by Lu Xun. Such a large glass seed jadeite made the crowd excited. $3 million to buy glass seed jadeite? This was something that only a tycoon could afford. 2 million, such a high price. Even Lu Xun's heart thumped a little. Lu Xun's eyes looked toward the hardcover difficult, and a voice came from his mind. Such a large glass seed imperial green jadeite. I can sell it for at least $30 million when I resell it. Lu Xun took a deep breath. It is true that there is no such thing as a crooked businessman. Turning his hand can be sold for $30 million. With these old and cunning guys, he is obviously still a fledgling. If it is not able to see through the minds of others, this time Lucian ate a dark loss. Lucian also heard the reputation of Emperor Green Jadeite, which in the glass seed emerald, is also an excellent existence. 2 million? I think it's more than that. Lucian looked at the stout man with a smile on his face. Lucian picked up the piece of glass seed emerald and measured it. This is a glass seed emerald in the top quality of the Emperor Green Emerald. So fast down. Tens of millions or more than it. The stout man looked at Lucian's eyes, with a touch of surprise. This King's Green Emerald he has only seen a few eyes, with experience, to recognize, but did not expect Lucian such a child, but will know the King's Green Emerald. Now it seemed that this fledgling was still a bit tricky. What? Surprisingly, it's Emperor Green Jadeite? Boss Wang's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the piece of jadeite. Emperor Green Emerald. This piece of tens of millions of dollars is more than that. In front I didn't even see that this is Emperor Green Emerald. Ha ha, I was reckless in the front. Then this piece of glass seed Emperor Green Jadeite. How much are you going to bid? That hardcover man is also old and cunning person. In his eyes, such a large glass seed Emperor Green Jadeite. Make the cost. The price is far more than tens of millions. Not die of heart he pursued up. This piece of glass seeded Imperial Green Jadeite. I'm not selling it for the time being. As for this ice-seeded jadeite, I'm interested in making a bid. Lucian took out that ice-seed jadeite. The ice-seed jadeite had just been offered to 180,000. 180,000 was just a relatively ordinary price for the ice-seed jadeite. That stout man closed his eyes and contemplated for a while, opened his eyes and said, 200,000. 200,000. An ice-seed emerald has been considered a high price, for which others did not continue to fight for the desire to go on. That stout man threw the cell phone transfer at the same time. Will be that ice-seed jadeite received over? Carefully looked at a few eyes, identify the authenticity, and then nodded. He can see. This ice-seed jadeite is a goods. Before leaving, the stout man looked deeply at Lucian. After the stone gambling was done, the surrounding neighbors who were watching dispersed. Boss Xiao, congratulations to your little fellow for gambling 2 pieces of jadeite. Boss Wang smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Where? It's all luck. This bit of meaning please ask Boss Wang to smile. Xiao Yali handed over $200. Boss Wang took the money with a smile, but his heart was aching. If the one who opened this gambling stone wool was him, the chance to become a millionaire, or even a multi-millionaire would be his now. Sister Lily, don't forget, you owe me a bet. Lucian took his cell phone and headed upstairs. Chapter 5 Antique Street Taba. Lucian sat on the bed, eyes smiling at the hands of the glass seed Emperor Green Emerald. Now has a perspective ability. Treasure identification to make money for him as easy as a hand. There is a computer in the room. Now Lucian has a perspective psychic ability. The most missing or treasure knowledge. An afternoon. Lucian looked through a variety of paintings, antiques, ceramics and other things of the books, such as sponges as a constant source of these knowledge. This line of antiques is mainly rely on the eyesight and experience. Even if some of the eyesight of the veteran treasure masters will still have to look away when, but on the body of the perspective ability of Lucian, this thing will never happen to him. After learning these things, the legislative time has reached 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lucian stretched a lazy waist toward the downstairs, walking quickly toward the antique street. Curio Street is a street in the city of Yunhai, a street known specifically for curiosities. Linjiangshuan from the Curio Street is not far, about more than 10 minutes. Lucian came to the Curio Street. Towards the Curio Street in the walk, Lucian first down the target is emerald. The emerald in the wool can be encountered, but Lucian used the effect of the eye of perspective. You can probe inside the emerald. Lucian continuously walked through a few stalls. There is not a piece of wool containing emerald. Lucian was just about to lift his leg and walk towards the next vendor when he suddenly saw a piece of glowing red blood jade below. Although this blood jade was small, it didn't escape Lucian's eyes. Lucian didn't move and peeled away the pile of wool, picking the wool back and forth. Boss, how do you sell this wool? That wool, you want to give you $80 a piece, that vendor said with rice in his mouth. $80? A bit expensive. Right, this kind of wool is only $60 I see. Lucian settled for a surprise, and the bargaining began. Lucian's family was not rich since he was a child, so this also led to Lucian being particularly good at saving money, and now Lucian had a slight understanding of the price of wool. $60? No. This wool will give you 70 fast. The vendor's head shook like a rattle. Lucian slowly peeled off the lowest layer of that piece of wool, took out that fast with blood-colored emerald wool. His eyes glanced at the vendor. The vendor was still eating at his own pace. Lucian took out $100 from his pocket and handed it to the vendor. His mouth let out a sigh of relief. Here's $30 for you. Go well. The vendor nodded with a smile and said, thanks. Lucian took the money, nodded his head, and walked towards the depths of the antique street. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kind of trash will all spend 70 fast money to buy. Really rich people's money is good to cheat. Looking at Lucian's disappearing back, the vendor's mouth turned up. This wool is the inferior wool that he let someone find. Usually the ordinary wool on the street that can be bought with only $30. Now it is $70 when it changes hands. The vendor happily continued to eat up his meal. Lucian turned the wool in his hand upside down. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The blood jade in this wool was definitely worth a lot. The formation of this blood jade and the location of the body is related. When the person is buried, as a jade, will be forced into the mouth. For a long time, for thousands of years, the dead blood stains through the blood straight to the heart of the jade, will form the blood jade price according to the quality of the fixed. Lucian has learned a lot of knowledge about ancient jade, the quality of this blood jade, but he cannot see. But Lucian knows that this blood jade grade will not be too low. Collected the piece of wool. Lucian continued to walk forward, along the way wool paintings and did not cause Lucian too much interest, or that these wool paintings and calligraphy are all mortal. There is nothing valuable in the middle. Mo Bao Xian? Turning the corner, Lucian looked up at the three big golden yellow characters on the eaves. Mo Bao Xian was one of the more famous calligraphy and painting stores in the antique street, and it was said that someone in Mo Bao Xian had once pulled out Huang Gongwang's real handwriting, which had made Mo Bao Xian famous. So from time to time, people would come to Mo Bao Xian to pick up leaks. Lucian took a step into the ink treasure cuisine, and two old men with hairy faces were sipping tea leisurely. Looking around, the walls and cabinets were full of handwriting and ancient paintings, and a faint scent of ink treasures filled in the tip of his nose. Feel free to pick and look around, an old man who appeared to be the shopkeeper said with a smile. Good. Lucian lowered his head and kept turning over the ancient paintings and ink treasures in his hands. Most of these ink treasures and ancient paintings were mainly from the Song and Ming dynasties. Since the Yuan Mingyuan was burned down, most of the ink treasures and ancient paintings left in the country were fakes, and the fakers who made these fakes were very skillful, and many of the ink treasures and ancient paintings were difficult to be identified even by experts. This painting, Lucian picked up a pair of inconspicuous faded oil paintings in his hands. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and he saw that there was still an oil painting hidden in this painting. Lucian was abruptly shocked. He knew from the computer that the painting within a painting is a kind of high skill to hide the real painting. This skill can skillfully stack two kinds of paintings together. To identify a painting within a painting requires rich experience. The appearance of this painting within a painting is just to hide the layer of real painting underneath. It seems that the secret of this painting within a painting hasn't been discovered yet. Otherwise this painting wouldn't have been strayed to this place. Boss, how can I sell this painting? Lucian asked as he raised the painting within a painting in his hand. This painting is $300. The store owner said as he glanced at the painting in Lucian's hand. Lucian took out $300 from his body and handed it to the owner. Young man, this is just an ordinary landscape painting. A crane-haired old man in a tang suit kindly reminded up. Lucian raised his eyes and looked. The crane-haired, childlike old man in tang suit had glowing eyes. He looked very old, but he was red-faced and in good spirits, and he raised his hands and threw his feet, but he had an air of a superior person. Master, you're looking away. This is not an ordinary landscape painting. Lucian shook his head and said stubbornly, looking away? Wu Tianlin frowned. Having entered the treasure appraisal world for decades, there were very few things that made him, Wu Tianlin, look at the wrong thing. Oh, I still have times when I look wrong? Wu Tianlin looked like he had heard the best joke of the day. Young man, why don't you tell me how I was wrong? This landscape painting has rough workmanship and rough painting style. It's obviously just a pair of ground floor goods that can be bought for a few $100s. Elder Wu, since this little customer thinks that there is another mystery in this painting and calligraphy, why are you so bitterly entangled with him? The elder of that calligraphy and painting store was obviously familiar with the old man in front of him, and seeing the two arguing, that store owner smiled bitterly and persuaded him, obviously that Wu old man was a stubborn temper, aggressively said, I, Wu Tianlin, have rarely been out of sight in the treasure appraisal world. I'd like to hear how I'm out of sight. Seeing that this old man was unforgiving, Lucian also came to his temper. He categorically would not say on the spot about the painting and calligraphy. People have lost their hands, horses have lost their hooves. Why should the old gentleman put things in such a desperate way? Chapter 6 The Master Wu Who looked away. The atmosphere between the two people was a little stiff. The face of that old man in tang suit was unusually ugly. He was a renowned treasure connoisseur in the entire treasure connoisseur world of China, and now he would be doubted by a junior who doubted his eyesight? Lucian's hands this ancient painting rough workmanship, seal blurred. A few strokes on the painting can even be said to be the author of graffiti. Such a pair of ancient paintings can be another fishy? This kind of painting can be sold in the market for a few $100s is already a high price. But Bai Lushan questioned his vision. This is the most intolerable point of the old man in tang suit. This little friend. This old man in front of you, he is Wu Tianlin Wu Lao, the president of Yunhai City Treasure Appraisal Association, and a renowned treasure appraiser in China. That shopkeeper old man coughed. Li Muji had naturally heard of Wu Tianlin's reputation in the treasure appraisal world, whether it was in the newspaper, on impurities or on TV. There had been reports of Elder Wu. Every disciple under Wu's seat was a very famous treasure connoisseur in the treasure connoisseur world, and he himself was a treasure connoisseur expert with an international reputation. Wu Tianlin's face was getting darker and darker. As the patriarch of the treasure connoisseur, he had a pivotal position in the treasure connoisseur community of China, but now he was being blamed by a young man who didn't know anything. Wu Tianlin's temper was good, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. On the contrary, he was high-minded and proud in the Chinese treasure appraisal world, and it was hard for him to be convinced. Young man, on what basis did you conclude that I would look away? Wu Tianlin asked with a sullen face, feelings in eyesight. Lushan licked his dry tongue. If it wasn't for the help of his perspective eyes, Lushan wouldn't have dared to speak with such certainty, and even so, his voice trembled a little in the face of Wu Tianlin, the renowned master of the treasure appraisal world. Experience? How old are you? You don't even dare to talk about experience when it comes to my treasure appraisal. Wu Tianlin laughed back in anger. Lushan, a youngster who just entered the treasure appraisal world not long ago, even said experience to him? The experience of treasure appreciation many times comes from identifying more and more items. Really, to the age of 30 can only be said to enter the line of treasure appreciation. To Wu, old age of 50 years old can only be called a master. The younger the age, the less experience, the greater the chance of looking away. The old man in the tang suit carefully and secretly observed Lushan. Lushan's age is just a fresh graduate. There is a sequence of hearing the way. Why don't you cut this painting open and take a look at it? Old Mr. Wu. Lushan's vibrant voice had caused Wu Tianlin's contempt to go a few points. Cut the painting on the spot? This is something you just got your hands on. Why are you planning to cut this painting? Wu Tianlin frowned. Wu Tianlin's chuan-shaped eyebrows were a bit puzzled. Such a painting that had just been bought for a few $100s was just cut by Lushan? It would be a painting within a painting? This idea flashed in Wu Tianlin's mind. The painting within a painting saved are more expensive paintings. This kind of painting in the market value is not less than 6 figures. Wu Tianlin has also cut out the painting within a painting. The value of that painting is even more than 7 figures. Lushan swore to look, but let Wu Tianlin some hesitation. Is this Lushan's eyesight is really so poisonous? He could recognize the painting with a single glance? There is no harm. Sooner or later we will have to cut the painting, Lushan said with a smile. Such a reckless action will destroy the ancient painting, Wu Tianlin said with a frown. Lushan took out the small knife he had with him on the spot and slowly cut the ancient painting along the edges. When he saw the painting, he knew that the painting had a hidden treasure within. Lushan has no experience in cutting paintings, only in accordance with the eyes see. Holding the knife slowly cut to the outside of the painting. As Lushan carefully cut the outer painting, the hand will be torn after the outer painting. Inside the shake revealed a magnificent 4 words, Xiantang Tide. These 4 big words are majestic. How to look at it is the handwriting of a famous artist. This is a painting within a painting. Spare the calm and incomparable Wu Tianlin. Now also not calm. The meaning of painting within a painting is most clear. Ancient paintings that could be preserved as paintings within paintings were by no means mortal. This kid is just a handful of pick. Is a painting within a painting? Lushan's behavior in Wu Tianlin's heart always caused a huge wave. There is such a talented treasure connoisseur in the future will certainly be a new star in the world of treasure connoisseurship. Lushan is more talented than all the treasure connoisseur he has ever seen. There are many talented treasure connoisseurs under his disciples, but they are still quite inferior to Lushan. If he were to take him under his disciples, then his mantle would have a legacy. Wu Tianlin shook his head. He understood that this kind of geniuses were high-minded and proud masters. It was hard to get Lushan to worship him as his teacher, but it was not without a chance. Lushan didn't know that just in this instant, countless thoughts flashed through Wu Tianlin's mind. This is the Qing dynasty calligraphy and painting master Yuan Zhang's Qiantang Tide watching. Geez, hasn't this painting been lost for a long time? I didn't expect this painting to be a painting within a painting. That shopkeeper looked at the Qiantang tidal wave with a face full of surprise and said, "It's really Yuan Zhang's Qiantang tidal wave," Wu Tianlin said as he picked up a magnifying glass and looked at the Qiantang tidal wave. Yuan Zhang, word Wentao, number Zhuwei Yuan, is a famous master of landscape painting in the Qing dynasty, specializing in landscape painting, and his nephew Yuan Yao same name, but also the Qing dynasty is respected to the first sector of the painter. There are only a few paintings left in the country. Wu Tianlin murmured introducing Yuan Zhang. Elder Wu, Then how much can this painting be worth? Lucian asked in surprise. There was nothing Lucian was more concerned about than money right now. His ex-girlfriend's departure had deeply pierced his heart. This painting is worth at least $500,000 at its current value, Wu Tianlin Mayan said as he stretched out 5 fingers. This pair of Qiantang Tide watching could be sold for $500,000? This surprised Lucian. Although Lucian had already been mentally prepared, this kind of price far exceeded the price Lucian had predicted in his heart. Wu Tianlin looked at Lucian's face changes sometimes red, sometimes black, then handed over a piece of Ming. Little friend, today is my 5 days UIs. This is my Yunhai City Treasure Appraisal Association's business card. Interested can come to find my Treasure Appraisal Association to sit down. This Qiantang Guanxiao, if the little friend has the intention to sell out, can also come to find me. Lucian looked at Wu Tianlin's eyes full of respect. This kind of master who had been famous for a long time, viewed his reputation more important than his life. Few masters were able to take the initiative to admit their mistakes even after they knew they were wrong. Wu Tianlin's broad-mindedness was worthy of Lucian's sigh of relief. Wu Lao did have the manners of a treasure appreciation master. Elder Wu, just now, the kid has offended a lot. I hope Elder Wu won't take it to heart, Lucian said with a smile. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. I, Wu Tianlin, have seen it today. Seeing that my little friend has plucked these pieces of wool, they should all be rare, right? Wu Tianlin looked at Lucian's hands, panned a few pieces of wool and said, Elder Wu is overstating things. This is just an unexpected gain for the kid. Lucian nodded his head and smiled. As for whether this wool contains jadeite, the kid isn't too sure anymore. Then can you give me a copy of the phone number? Elder Wu looked at Lucian with a smile. 186. My name is Lucian. Lucian told the phone number to Wu Tianlin, handing over the $300 to the shopkeeper in passing, then looked at his watch. It was already sunset, and it was now the time when Xiao Yali finished cooking dinner. Elder Wu, I'll go back first then. Lucian bid farewell to Elder Wu and the shopkeeper of the Ink Treasure Xian, picked up the Qiantang Tidal Wave watch and walked towards the door. But he didn't know that a big event was happening in front of the Lingyun Xian right now. Chapter 7 Xiao Yali's ex-husband. 10 minutes later, Lucian took the wool and Qiantang Guanxiao walked back to the front of Lingyun Xian. Saw Lingyun Xian front surrounded by a lot of people. Lucian from the crowded pile of people squeezed in. Saw Xiao Yali collapsed on the ground. Lily's sister. Lucian will wool and Qiantang Guanxiao on the ground. Quickly walked to Xiao Yali's side. Looked down Xiao Yali body, some purple and blue hideous in the marks. Lucian helped Xiao Yali up from the ground. This is the little white girl you raised? Yi Hao said in a conspiratorial manner. Lucian is white and clean, and the title of white boy is quite compatible. But Xiao Yali is angry, straight shivering. She is a traditional woman, has always been clean, never rumored to have an affair with any man. Now in front of the crowd of neighbors, was accused by her husband like this, which makes Xiao Yali angry, almost fainted. Sister Lily, what happened? Lucian picked up Xiao Yali and patted the dust on Xiao Yali's body. Lucian looked around. 3 stout men were sitting calmly on the chairs watching the scene. Those 3 men had carved dragons and phoenixes on their bodies, exuding a gangster's aura. And the man accusing Xiao Yali was staring at Lucian in a sinister manner. They want to rob my store. Xiao Yali pointed in front of her eyes and touched Lucian's warm palm. The temperature on Lucian's palm allowed Xiao Yali to fix her breath. What do you mean rob? This store was obviously lost to us by Yi Hao. And the head of this house is Yi Hao. A black and strong man with phoenix and dragon tattoos on his arms laughed. Lily, give them the store quickly, or else my life will be in danger. Yi Hao threatened while begging up. Xiao Yali was ultimately a woman with a soft heart, and when she heard Yi Hao beg for mercy, she couldn't help but lower her head and think, kid, I advise you to stay out of it. This is our 5 tiger gang's private matter. Don't know how to die. Sitting on a chair, a big, strong man, with a hideous scar across his cheek, was not a man to be messed with. In his hand, he kept dancing with a short blade, and the blade flashed with a chilling chill that made people tremble. Onlookers of the neighborhood heard that this Yi Hao was actually owed a debt to the 5 Tigers gang, scared to flee and leave. 5 Tigers gang is one of the top underground dark organizations in Yunhai City, black and white, in charge of 1/3 of the territory of Yunhai City. In other words, this antique house is also under the control of the 5 Tigers gang. Ordinary merchants naturally could not afford to mess with the 5 Tiger gang. I don't care if you 5 Tigers gang or 5 Bugs gang, get the hell out of Lingyun Xian, Lucian said with a lowered head. Lucian, don't say anything, I'll transfer this antique house to them. Xiao Yali gently pulled Lucian with her right hand and spoke with a somewhat trembling voice. One night husband and wife. Xiao Yali had always remembered her old love for Yi Hao. Now Lucian had contradicted the scarred man in front of her. Lucian didn't know how horrible the power of the 5 Tiger gang was, but she had heard about the horror of the 5 Tiger gang. The Five Tiger Gang dealt with them as if they were dealing with a mole cricket. Wanting them to disappear from this world was a matter of minutes. How? It's still your wife who is sensible, but we still have to keep this kid today. The scarred man smiled and licked the blade that emitted a gust of cold light. No, I'll transfer this store to you, but you have to spare my brother. Xiao Yali bowed her head and said, is this your own brother or your godbrother? The scarred man said with a lewd smile. The sound of the scarred man's speech caused a few other little brothers to laugh. Xiao Yali, as a human woman, was naturally able to understand what the scarred man was saying, and awkwardly looked at Lu Xun, while next to him, Yihao's face was suffocating red. To Xiao Yali, he still had deep feelings. Now facing the Five Tigers gang so molested Xiao Yali, but he had no way to do anything. He could only bow his head and bear it silently. This was the most suffocating thing for a man. Xiao Yali secretly sighed. Even she, a woman, couldn't bear it anymore. How? This man could actually bear it. Whether it's dry or pro, you're in charge of too many things. Lu Xun faintly laughed. Xiao Yali pulled Lu Xun as hard as she could and made eyes at him, but Lu Xun pretended not to see. This freshly graduated Lu Xun really has blood, not like her husband. Thinking of this, Xiao Yali looked at Lu Xun with a few moments of praise and a few moments of worry in her eyes. Challenging my bottom line? My bottom line is not something you can afford. The blade flashed in the scarred man's hand, and the blade was like a poisonous snake as it came straight at Lu Xun's neck. Ever since Lu Xun obtained the penetrating eye, not only could he penetrate any object and see through the mind of a person, his reflection was also several times faster than before, and what was originally a fast and swift knife became slow in Lu Xun's eyes. Bang! Lu Xun's 2 fingers accurately clamped the knife of the scarred man. How is this possible? The scarred man looked at Lu Xun in shock, his mouth open wide enough to be able to swallow an apple. His knife skill was also in existence that could be ranked among the top 5 in the Five Tiger Gang, and to clip his fast knife, not only did he need to have practiced poisonous eyesight for many years, but he also needed to have an extraordinary kung fu. Now the Lu Xun in front of him was just a student who seemed to have just graduated. How could he catch his blade with his bare hands? Interesting, it seems that I have underestimated you. Brother Blade quickly slowed down and clapped his hands. The cracking sound of his fist rang out from behind Lu Xun. Lu Xun lowered his head and grabbed the man's neck with his left hand as hard as he could, while his right foot kicked the crotch of the man closest to him. Ah! Miserable screams from the mouth of a gangster shouted out, listening to people's hearts scared. Even the knife brother did not expect Lu Xun will be under this kind of black hand. This knife brother is even more stupid. Also know that encountered a hard point. Together. Buzz. Knife brother words have not finished. A burst of alarm sirens sound from far and near. Before knife brother to help up his fallen brother on the ground, we see a valiant female police flower with 5 police officers will antique line surrounded. At the head of the female police flower, eyes such as autumn water, white skin with a little black, but more added a few points of exotic flavor, fresh and juicy red lips as if it can drip out of the water. Under the long-term training, the whole person's waist is completely in line with the aesthetics of the human body structure. Perhaps it is the reason that the police uniform is too small. The female police flower's body wrapped up the pavilion. Often when I watch domestic movies, the police are the last to arrive. Lu Xun laughed in a low voice. Someone called to report a fight and brawl at Ling Yunxian. Take everyone away. The policewoman did her job in a thunderous manner. With a wave of her right hand, 5 police officers came up and took Lu Xun and the others away one after another. In Yunhai City, in the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau, Lu Xun sat on a chair wearing handcuffs. Name? Lu Xun. Age? 23. Gender? Gender male. Preference female. Especially a woman with material like you is my first choice. You actually dare to molest me. Do you know what kind of place this is? The pretty female police officer slapped the table hard, frightening the male police officer next to her with a shiver in his hand. I know, this is a police station, but I like to tell the truth. How can I lie? Lu Xun looked at the beautiful cop with an innocent face. Say, why did you fight and brawl? The pretty policewoman slapped the table. Chapter 8 The difficulty from the beautiful cop. The beautiful police officer was not angry and powerful, making people not dare to show a hint of disrespect, but it was Lu Xun who was the odd one out. Big boobs, how can someone as kind as me take the initiative to attack someone else? Lu Xun muttered up. In addition to Lu Xun, the entire interrogation room was Wu Yuer and another male police officer, and the entire interrogation room was very short and narrow, so even if Lu Xun muttered in a low voice, it also reached Wu Yuer's ears. When Wu Yuer heard Lu Xun's words, a murderous impulse surged in her heart. Since she had been working, no one had ever molested him, let alone in the middle of a police station during working hours. What did you say? You're saying it again. Wu Yuer was shivering with anger. The 2 big white rabbits in front of her chest, which were B-cups, compared to most of her poor-breasted female compatriots nowadays, this was the capital that she, Wu Yuer, was showing off. And now she was being told by Lucian that her breasts were big and brainless? That male cop kept signaling towards Lucian with his eyes. Lucian treated it as if he didn't see it. I said you have big boobs and no brain, Lucian said indifferently. For this kind of woman, you have to hit her self-esteem hard. First, lock him up in the City East prison for me, so that he knows how powerful Auntie is. Wu Yuer was so angry that her two big white rabbits bobbed up and down. Lucian saw Wu Yuel's angry big white rabbits bouncing up and down, and an unspeakable feeling of pleasure secretly rose in his heart. This, Captain, there are all vicious thugs there, the male police officer said with a difficult face. The entire police department knew that Wu Yuer had extremely deep forces behind her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just graduated from the university and just been assigned to be the captain. Am I the captain, or are you the captain? I'll take the top when things go wrong, Wu Yuer said as her face sank. Yes. Seeing this Auntie fuming, that little cop immediately agreed. This Auntie is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The little policeman can only follow Wu Yuer's temper and say that the day he pisses this little Auntie off, he is afraid that he will be fired. Watching Lucian being taken out, only then did the corner of Wu Yuer's mouth reveal a smile. Kid, if you want to fight with Auntie, you're not even close. Brother Knife's trio is a recidivist in the police department, and has long been able to figure out the routine of the police department. These three veterans left Wu Yuer clueless, and the final result was the same as Lucian, locked up in the City East prison for 2 days. In the view of the Knife brother, into the East City prison is only 2 days sleep and can be released. All the prisoners in City East prison were criminals with previous criminal records or serious crimes, and there were many prisoners on death row, so the prisoners in City East prison were known for their toughness. Brother Blade, why did you come in? One Eye said in surprise when he saw Brother Blade behind Lucian. One Eye and Brother Knife were both characters who hung out on the Yunhai City Road, and the two of them knew each other quite well. It's not because of this kid, he was caught in by that Wu Yuer. What bad luck! Yuck! Brother Knife spat a mouthful of spit towards the ground. It's alright, Brother Knife, this kid is in our number. I can't straighten him out. Chendok Eyes laughed grimly. After Chendok Young-eyed away Brother Knife, he slowly walked towards the direction where Lucian was crouching. Kid, I heard that you messed with Brother Knife? Brother Knife asked us to come and fix you up, Chen Donai said in a low voice. As Chendok Eyes spoke, a few minions beside Chendok Eyes stood up and shook the fists in their hands. Chendok Eyes had been in the underground for many years, and with a glance, he could tell that Lucian was a brat who had just graduated. How could this kind of kid make Brother Blade lose his hand? The only possibility was that the kid had used shady tactics. Actually ignoring me? Wrap him up. Chen One Eye saw that Lucian was unresponsive, which further humiliated his dignity as a big brother. Bang bang bang. These few little brothers were usually very ferocious characters in fights, but in Lucian's eyes, these few little brothers were extremely slow to strike. Lucian was the first to dodge the attack coming from the two people in front of him, and immediately felt a gust of wind sliding past his ears behind him, and this fist wind made Lucian subconsciously lower his head. Ever since he got his perspective eyes, Lucian realized that his whole body's skills were constantly enhancing, and he could even hear the wind of other people's dancing fists. Lucian backhanded the elbows of the two punks in front of him and bent them 180 degrees, causing the two punks to grimace and fall to the ground in pain. The gangster behind him took advantage of the moment to kick Lucian's back. This kick was so powerful that Lucian would definitely fall over if he was kicked. Just when the kick was about to hit Lucian, Lucian suddenly turned around, hugged the gangster's foot and used the momentum to throw the gangster out. Next to him, Chen Dunai, who had been squinting and watching for a long time, looked at Lucian with a bit more scorn in his eyes. This kind of eyesight and hearing was definitely a level that only a practiced fighter could possess. Interesting, worthy of someone who can make Brother Blade suffer. Let me try. Chen Dunai's right fist attacked Lucian's chest. Lucian caught Chendokai's incoming right hand with a palm and kicked his left foot directly at Chendokai's crotch. A succinct and useful move. However, Chen Dunai did not expect Lucian to be so shameless as to kick at his crotch. Ah! Chen One Eye's bird was heard like never before, and Chen One Eye's screams made a few of his juniors sound creepy. Brother One Eye, what's wrong with you? Brother One Eye, is your bottom alright? Brother One Eye, do you want us to clean up that kid? A few juniors helped Chen One Eye to stand up. Chen One Eye's staggering body was ultimately unable to get up under that broken leg. Chen Doi gritted his teeth and looked at the fearless Lucian. He did not expect Lucian to be so ruthless, not leaving him any room for maneuver. This kick also let Chen Duoyen kicked out the psychological shadow. If Lucian knew, he would have asked for Chen Dunai's psychological shadow area. Chen Dui was a ruthless character, but it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. On the contrary, Chen Dokais is more afraid of death than the usual gangsters when he is mixed up with the likes of Chen Dokais, who is one of the most famous gangsters in the world. Chen Dokais was a well-known and ferocious character on the road, and now that he had run into a character who was even more ruthless and shameless than him, It made him have to bow his head and give in. The seemingly kind young man in front of him was actually such a powerful and ruthless character. How's that? This in-raising kick isn't bad, right? Lucian stood up and walked towards Chen Duguang's side. In Chen Duguang's eyes, the Lucian at this moment was comparable to the devil's smile. As Lucian crouched down, Chen Wanai stepped backward. You are a master. I was wrong. Chen Dunai is also a person who examines the situation. This kid in front of him seems to be a brat, and he is old and ruthless, so he can continue to hang around even if he admits that he's a wimp. Wrong, go squat over there. Don't come and mess with me. Lucian closed his eyes and found a place to go rest with his eyes closed. He knew that he didn't need to spend a long time to investigate everything. Yes. Chen Duoyuan cowed out his head like a chicken eating rice and found a corner to squat in. Chapter 9, Elder Wu's Invitation. Wu Yule woke up early in the morning at 7 o'clock. Hurriedly after Wu Yule finished cleaning up, drove the car towards the direction of the prison. During the journey to the prison, the corner of Wu Yule's mouth was always raised in a smile. Let this kid offend me. She hoped to see Lucian with a bruised and swollen face. Wu Yule drove to the prison and the sight inside surprised her. Chen Wanai was sitting breathlessly in another corner, and Lucian, who was sitting on a chair, seemed to be asleep with his eyes closed. What? Wu Yue was shocked to see the scene in front of her. Chen Dokyun was a famous ruthless character in Yunhai province. When she was trying to catch him, 2 of her police colleagues were injured. She had a deep understanding of Chen Dokyun's ferocity. Throw Lucian into this prison. Originally wanted to let Chen Dokai's teach him a lesson. But with this situation now, the one who suffers seems to be Chen Dokai's. What is the origin of this Lucian? Even the historically ferocious Chen Dui is not his opponent. And looking at this situation, it looks like Chen Dui has conceded defeat. With a surprised look, Wu Yue lifted her feet and left the city east prison. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a prison guard sharply opened the prison door bar and said to Lucian inside, Kid, it's time to get out of prison. One Eye, it's time for me to get out of jail. Lucian turned to Chen One Eye, who was nestled in the corner, and said, originally in a daze. One Eye, hearing that Lucian was leaving, immediately stood up. With a vague pain in his crotch he couldn't care less. Send this plague god out earlier and be relieved sooner. Yes. Master, you go well. Welcome to come back next time. Chen Danai nodded his head and said, HM, you still want me to accompany you to squat? Lucian said with a raised eyebrow. Chen Doki said in a low voice while touching the sweat on his head. Don't. Master, you'll come back in next time. HM, you don't want to see me again? Lucian said. Chen Wanai was on the verge of crying. How can I say this is wrong? The prison guard who couldn't watch from the side urged. Hurry up. If you don't want to go out I'll lock the door. Old Chen, next time we have a chance to meet again. Lucian said with a smile as he walked out of the prison. Chen One-Eyed watched Lucian leave. The hanging heart sank. Finally sent this master away. The head stayed in more sweat, but also could not withstand the pain in the crotch. Officer, I don't have any other questions. Right. Lucian still had a cheeky look. Wu Yue looked at Lucian's cheeky look and hated it. But after this matter was investigated clearly, it really had nothing to do with Lucian, which also made Wu Yue helpless against this scoundrel in front of her. Well, go out and be honest. Don't be in here. Lucian went out of the police station, caught a cab and headed towards Antique Row. Xiao Yali such as ants on the hot pot. In the antique line anxious circles. One day passed. She still did not see Lucian's trail. To the police station also testified. Want to find a relationship, but Xiao Yali a plain old people, which has a relationship can be entrusted. Just at this time, Xiao Yali heard a burst of footsteps outside the door. Went out to see Lucian back. Lucian, you finally came back. Really put my sister in a hurry. Have you eaten yet? Xiao Yali said in a hurry. No, Sister Lily, give me a hot meal. Lucian took out his cell phone and found that it was dead. He charged it up and found an unfamiliar phone number. Hello? Lucian dialed the unfamiliar phone number. Little friend, it's me, Wu Tianlin. Wu Tianlin's voice emerged from the other end of the phone. Elder Wu, is there something you're looking for me this early? Lucian said. It's like this. If you didn't sell your pair of Qiantang Tidal Wave watch, you can bring it to my Treasure Appraisal Association, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Wu Tianlin said. Then Wu Tianlin was afraid that Lucian wouldn't be moved, and followed up by saying, come to me today. All of them are well-known treasure appraisers in Yunhai City. In the face of Wu Tianlin's invitation, Lucian did not refuse. Lucian deeply knew that after having perspective eyes, he would definitely make a name for himself in the treasure appraisal world. Now with Wu Tianlin's good intentions, he had the sense to get acquainted with many treasure appraisers. Alright, thank you Elder Wu. Lucian asked Wu Tianlin for the address and drove towards the Treasure Appraisal Association's traveling. After the incident with Zhang Rushi, Wu Tianlin had become mature. Yunhai City's Treasure Appraisal Association had been established for a long time and was in the center of the city, and treasure appraisal experts abounded in the Treasure Appraisal Association. More than that, what pleased Wu Tianlin the most was that several of his disciples had notable achievements in treasure identification. Master, is the person you're talking about really that amazing? A warm and sunny-looking man never looked up at Elder Wu as he spoke. Instead he kept looking at his fingers. Lu Ming, I have a feeling that his ability to identify treasures is not below that of your senior brother. Wu Lao shook his head with a straight face and said, "Oh," a flash of color flashed in the eyes of that warm jade-like man. One had to know that his senior brother was a high achiever who had graduated from Ilston University's treasure appraisal program. Even if he was as arrogant as he was still slightly inadequate, and the fact that Elder Wu would evaluate a person in this way made him unable to help but raise a trace of a competitive mind. Lucian got out of the cab. To his eyes was a splendid house. On top of it inked 7 big words, Yunhai City Treasure Appraisal Association. These big words written with a brush. Out of the sharp brush, the handwriting is just powerful. At a glance it is written by calligraphy experts. Hello, please look for Elder Wu Tianlin Wu. Lucian nodded and said, you need to make an appointment to find Elder Wu. Elder Wu is busy. The receptionist lady glanced at Lucian and said without any humor, continuing to wipe up the lipstick on her mouth. The waitress who can be the front desk lady. Her vision is usually not bad, and those who have the ability to play the treasure appraisal business are at least some small bosses or something. Now Lucian is only a few $100s. This kind of person in the heart of the receptionist has been divided into the ranks of the hangers-on. Reservation? Lucian froze slightly. It was at this moment that a man in a suit walked in through the door, looked at the receptionist lady and asked, Xiao Li, is Elder Wu in the office? Seeing the man in a suit, the receptionist immediately changed her face. Yes, Elder Wu is in the office. Lucian heard that this man in a suit was even looking for Elder Wu as well, and wanted to go up with this man in a suit, but was stopped by the receptionist lady. You can't go up. Who knows if you're a liar or not? Xiao Duan, you're here too. There's one more person. We'll enjoy the Qiantang Tide watching together later, Wu Lao said as he looked at the man in a suit. Buzz. At this time, Wu Lao's cell phone rang. What? You've been stopped? I'll go down and take a look. The man I was talking about is here. He's downstairs. I'll go down and take a look. Wu Tianlin stood up and said to the two men. Really, Wu Lao. The receptionist lady who was applying lipstick saw Wu Lao coming down from the second floor and was surprised. Little Li, what's going on? Why are you stopping the guest from coming into my office? Seeing Lucian standing in the doorway, a flash of embedded color flashed across her face. Xiaoli saw the gaze with a sulking color on Wu Lao's face and knew that Wu Lao was truly angry. Wu Lao was very good-tempered and seldom got angry, which was why they felt that working in the Treasure Appraisal Association was a very easy job. Could it be that this mediocre-looking college student in front of them was really Wu Lao's honored guest? The front desk lady who was touching her lipstick glanced at Lucian in frustration, but fortunately Lucian didn't give her a hard time. Let's go. Follow me upstairs. Elder Wu led Lucian towards the second floor. Chapter 10 Selling Paintings at High Prices. Worthy of being the office of the president of the Treasure Appraisal Association, it was full of antiques, paintings and calligraphy. Lucian took a glance and many of the antiques and paintings were treasures. This is the treasure appraisal genius Lucian I was talking about. These two are my disciples. His name is Lu Ming. His name is Wu Xin. He is my grandson. Wu Tianlin introduced these two men. Hello. Wu Xin was okay. Lu Ming's reputation he had heard of. Not only was he a treasure appraisal expert, but his men had utilized the funds from treasure appraisal to start a company. The company was so large that it involved all aspects. Yunhai City cannot know who the mayor is, cannot know who Lu Ming is. This was a phrase that was widely spread in Yunhai City, enough to see Lu Ming's status in Yunhai City. Hello. Lucian reached out and shook hands with each of them. Lu Ming also sized up Lucian. Was this the treasure appraisal genius that Elder Wu had mentioned? Lu Ming's many years of vision showed that this teenager's childishness had yet to be removed. He was just a college student. How could he be compared to the genius that Elder Wu had said? Lu Ming has been in society for many years, and knows that you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't be polite to him. I heard that you brought that copy of the Qiantang Tide watch? Elder Wu smiled and patted Lucian's shoulder. This is the Qiantang Tidal Wave. Lucian spread out the Qiantang Wanya. Seeing the Qiantang Tidal Wave, Wu Xian and Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Even Wu Lao stroked the white beard on his chin. This Qiantang Tidal Wave was magnificent and majestic. The technique was old-fashioned, and the three big characters of Yuan Wentao mentioned on the picture were thick and powerful. Lu Ming and Wu Xian carefully observed the Qiantang Tide watch. After 5 minutes passed, Elder Wu, this is really Yuan Wentao's Qiantang Tide watch. That's for sure. My Wu Tianlin's vision were not missed. I knew that Lu Ming you kid likes landscape paintings. That's why I asked him to bring it to you. Wu Tianlin said with a smile. Lu Xun, I'll offer you $900,000 for this Chintang Tide viewing, how about it? Lu Ming said with a sincere face. $900,000? This kind of price even Lu Xun smacked his lips a little. The price of the Chintang tidal wave. Lu Xun also checked on the internet. This kind of Qing dynasty landscape painter's work is far less expensive than the Tu Song dynasty. The price of $600,000 has already topped the sky. Lu Ming surprisingly offered $900,000, which also represents the sincerity of Lu Ming. Isn't $900,000 a bit too much? Wu Tianlin frowned and said, not much, $600,000 is the cost price. Remove all kinds of expenses is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. The rest of the money is I make Lu Xun as a friend. Secondly, I do like this work of Chintang Tide watch, Lu Ming said. To Lu Ming's sincerity, Lu Xun could not refuse. $900,000 also exceeded Lu Xun's expected price. Not to mention that he also needs money now. Lu Xun does not admit that he is some kind of saint. The highest bidder gets it. No problem. This painting is $900,000 for you. Lu Xun nodded and said, I'll transfer it to you via Alipay. Lu Ming's cell phone number was the Alipay account number, and through the Alipay wallet, Lu Xun quickly received $900,000. If it's some landscape paintings, you can look for me in the future. The price I give you will definitely not be low. My Alipay account number is my cell phone number. Lu Ming nodded and said, knock knock. While the crowd was chatting happily, a sound of high-heeled shoes stepping came from outside the door. The door was pushed open, and the first thing Lu Xun saw was a pair of white and clean jade-like lotus root arms, followed by a familiar face. Grandpa, brother, you're all here. Ah, brother Lu Ming, you're here too. That young girl was clearly familiar with the few people in the scene. The woman in front of her was none other than that day's valiant female police flower, Wu Yuer, who was without the restriction of her police uniform, and her figure appeared even more tantalizing under the wrapping of her clothes. It's you? Wu Yuel turned her eyes towards Lu Xun. Her tone gradually chilled as she remembered Lu Xun, the rogue who molested him, vividly. You guys know each other? Wu Tianlin pointed at Lu Xun. He couldn't figure out that one was a police officer and the other was a freshly graduated college student. The two would have socialized? Brother, remember that hooligan I told you about the other day? That's him. Wu Yuer pointed at Lu Xun and said, this, sister, brother is not sure. Wu Xian usually spoiled Wu Yuel, but Lu Xun was now a guest of his grandfather. Yuer, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xun is grandpa's guest today. You two must have a misunderstanding. Wu Tianlin said with a frown. Wu Yuer always stared at Lu Xun. Grandpa was a treasure appraisal expert in Yunhai City. A rogue like Lu Xun must have some intentions when he approached Grandpa. Thinking of this, Wu Yuer stared at Lu Xun vigilantly. Lu Xun was made uncomfortable by Wu Yuer's stare. In front of Elder Wu, he wouldn't dare to molest Wu Yuer, a vindictive policewoman. Cough cough. Yuer, aren't you going to show Elder Wu a pair of ancient Tang Dynasty paintings today? It was still Lu Ming who was old-fashioned in dealing with people and broke the deadlock between a few people. Humph. It's this picture. With my many years of experience, I can feel that this pounding refinement picture is authentic. Wu Yuer bristled and spread out that ancient Tang Dynasty painting. On that Tang Dynasty ancient painting, several ladies were lifelike, holding medicine pounding in a rather divine manner. Their every move was full of spirituality. Even people like Wu Yuer who didn't often appraise treasures could tell that this one was genuine. Buzz. A message consisting of a red aura flashed in Lu Xun's eyes. Republican period work. Imitation of the Tang Dynasty Zhangxian pounding and refining picture. The information that appeared made Lu Xun startled. He had gotten the perspective eye in front of him. Could it be that this perspective eye had evolved now? If the information consisting of this red on was correct, then he wouldn't need to study hard in the future. I didn't expect it to be Zhang Xian's pounding refinement diagram. Hasn't this diagram been lost for a long time? Lu Ming licked his lips and said, Brother Lu Ming, could it be that this pounding refinement diagram is the real thing? Wu Yuer's face became even more excited. Xiao Lu, come and take a look at this pounding refinement drawing. As a treasure connoisseur, you have to look and learn more. Wu Lao sniffed and pulled Lu Xun over. Lu Xun shook his head, but Lu Ming and Wu Xian were both well-known figures in the treasure connoisseur world. Even they both felt that this work would not be fake. Would it be a bit too abrupt for Lu Xun to bring it up? After a struggle in his heart, Lu Xun still chose to believe this inexplicable voice. Wu Lao, I do think this work is a fake, but the copying technique is too high. Lu Xun's voice caused the whole room to explode. Not only even Lu Ming and Wu Xian, even Wu Tianlin's face was a bit ugly. After a few of them were firm, they all agreed that this was indeed a work by Zhang Xian from the Tang Dynasty. Lu Xun, don't claptrap here. Who do you think you are? At most, you're just a charlatan. Don't let me catch you with evidence. Wu Yuer said viciously. Grandpa, I think this picture is genuine. It might be Lu Xun who looked away. After studying it carefully for a moment, Wu Xian said, Wu Xin in the antiques is the best at identifying ancient paintings. At that time, Lu Gongxuan's A Pair of a Xian Secret Tower tablet is Wu Xin forcefully identified as a famous painting in the Tang dynasty. At A Pair of Xian Secret Tower tablet so that Wu Xin's voice resounded through the Yunhai City treasure hunting world. Wu Tianlin stroked his beard, nodded his head and looked at Wu Xin. Wu Xin identification of paintings and calligraphy than he is higher. Wu Xin identification of paintings and calligraphy skills. He is very agreeable. Chapter 11 Goodbye Zhang Rushi. But Lucian didn't look like he was joking either. And Wu Tianlin scrutinized this pounding refinement diagram. I'm looking at it. Wu Tianlin looked down at the pounding refining diagram. And after carefully studying it, he looked up at Lucian with an extra wave of shock in his eyes. Years of experience told him that this pounding refining diagram was indeed not genuine. I always feel that there is something wrong with this pounding refining diagram. Wu Tianlin shook his head. This wrongness came from years of experience. The painting strokes used in this one are extremely similar to Zhang Xian, but there are still some places that can't be grasped. You guys look at the charisma of the young girl under this one. It's a bit raw, and it's hard to use Zhang Xian's techniques, Lucian slowly said. The more Wu Tianlin looked at it, the more so, the surprise in his heart can be imagined. After careful observation, he realized what this painting is missing. Charm. Painting style can be imitated. Only the charisma cannot be imitated. This charisma is something formed after many years of painting. This kid actually got it right? No one was more surprised than Wu Yule. No, he must have guessed. Wu Yue grew up living in a family of treasure connoisseurs, and after being exposed to more, she knew that treasure connoisseurship was not easy, and it seemed that this kid's guess was really not simple. Lu Ming's face is much better. Even Wu Lao are looking away from the items. He is not a loss to look away. Just this ordinary looking kid. The vision is really very poisonous. Lucian's ability to identify treasures. If the two of them had doubts about the previous ability to identify treasures, then now Wu Xin and Lu Ming were no longer skeptical. Only Wu Yue stomped her foot. In her eyes, Lucian is a complete and utter liar. But this liar's skill seems to be more superior. Xin, look at this picture almost fooled even your grandpa and brother. If it wasn't for Lucian, your grandpa's reputation would have been ruined. Wu Tianlin stroked his beard and laughed out loud. Elder Wu is joking. With Elder Wu's eyesight, surely he can also see the authenticity of this painting. Lucian Shen smiled humbly. One should know how to be humble, especially when facing these old-timers. Although Lucian had gained perspective eyes, some of the experiences of these old-timers were still incomparable to him. It's almost noon. Let's go out for a meal together. Wu Tianlin laughed. Good. It just so happens that I got the Chentang Tide watch today, so how about it's my treat? Lu Ming laughed. Brother Lu Ming's treat is also good. How about we go to Wind and Moon House today? Wu Yue said with her mouth cocked. Wind and Moon House is also good. Lu Ming nodded his head and laughed. The consumption level of Wind and Moon House was extremely high, and it was also one of the famous high consumption places in Yunhai City, and this Wind and Moon House was one of Lu Ming's famous industries. Several people went downstairs and walked towards the parking lot. Lu Ming drove a black Mercedes-Benz when he came, while Wu Xin drove a private car. The Wind and Moon building was not far from the Treasure Appraisal Association, and after 15 minutes, they arrived in front of the Wind and Moon building. Wind and Moon building is a high-class consumption place in Yunhai City. Usually Lucian passes by Wind and Moon building. He is not qualified to go in, but now he has sold 2 gambling stones. This is the confidence brought by money. The doormen who stood at the door to receive customers were all wonderful young girls. Looking at these wonderful young girls, Lucian immediately felt that his appetite was wide open. Showy is probably what it means. Granddaughter, do you like Lucian? I assert that with Lucian's stature today, he will surely become a new star in the treasure appraisal world in the future. If you like him, Grandpa can help you talk about it. Wu Tianlin laughed for the old man. This remark, on the contrary, caused Wu Yue's face to turn red. Like a ripe peach, a gentle pinch could tenderize the water. Grandpa, I'm ignoring you. The blushing Wu Yue lowered her head and ate her meal, and that Lucian lowered his head and pretended not to hear anything. After the wine was half full, Lucian said he wanted to go to the toilet and walked towards the door. Lucian. Familiar voice pulled Lucian back to reality. Lucian looked at Zhang Rushi and Zhang Ao sitting in front of the dining table, intimately at dinner, all dressed in gold and silver. Even if Lucian is a geek, he can see that this set of clothes and decoration on Zhang Rushi is worth a lot of money. The false and unattractive gaze made Lucian more than a little nauseous. How can a beggar like you enter the Wind and Moon House? Even Zhang Rushi dumped you. Zhang Ao pointed at Lucian and laughed out loud. Lucian he did understand. A poor college student with no money and no power only. This time, he might be following someone to rub his nose in it. Thinking of this, Zhang Ao looked at Lucian with even more disdain. A man who can't even look after his own girlfriend is still worthy of being a man? Hurry home and wash to see how many more hairs are left. With your salary, I'm afraid you'll be poor for a year if you eat a meal here. Do you want me to ask the waiter to move a chair for you and sit here to eat with us? The fat meat on Zhang Ao's face laughed with 4 shakes. This side of the commotion caused a lot of diners' attention. Even the waiter also frequently look at this side. But Zhang Ao is a supreme member in the Wind and Moon building. Every year in the Wind and Moon building have to spend a few million. So they also just look at the joke. Husband, don't be angry. What are you angry with him? Zhang Rushi's pair of slender jade hands kept stroking Zhang Ao's big belly. Zhang Ao was touched by Zhang Rushi. This instead came to temper. I say, you a poor student, talked with Zhang Rushi for such a long time, and still haven't eaten. Zhang Rushi, are you still not a man? Lucian hands fists more and more tightly clenched. Veins such as a green dragon surfaced in the fists. This is his softest place. Even if Zhang Rushi betrayed him, he also knows that this is Zhang Rushi's choice. He wants to stop but cannot stop. But he will not allow someone to insult the two pure and sincere feelings. Pa! Lucian slapped Zhang Ao violently. Zhang Ao was confused by Lucian's slap. He didn't expect Lucian to slap him in public. Who was Zhang Ao? The famous director of Yunhai City. In Yunhai City are resounding celebrities. Who does not respectfully call a director Zhang. Now he was even slapped by a poor kid in public. That seems to be the famous director Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao snatched this college student's girlfriend. It seems like people become bad when they have money. There were quite a few people who recognized Zhang Ao's identity, which made Zhang Ao gnash his teeth at Lucian. Lucian! Zhang Rushi, a pair of eyes worriedly looked toward the Lucian. The heart always has some feelings with Lucian cannot be cut off. But this kind of feelings are not compared to money. Come to people, come to people. Zhang Ao rang the bell on the table. Not long after, a manager mo kind of people rushed out, followed by 3 tiger bodyguards behind him. Little brat, today even if Zhang Rushi gives you a plea, I also let you lie out. Zhang Ao said viciously. Director Jiang, may I ask what's up? The manager-like person ran over and asked. This kid, even slapped me in public. Manager Li, you see to it. Zhang Ao's tone was self-explanatory, making sure to let Lucian come in standing and go out lying down. This poor boy in front of him hit someone at the Wind and Moon House, and the one who hit him was also Mr. Zhang, who has a supreme membership consumption in Wind and Moon House every year. Manager Li waved his right hand and 3 bodyguards surrounded Lucian. The bodyguards recruited by Moonlight House are not the kind of punks who wait for death, but real bodyguards who have hands on their bodies. Chapter 12, The Surprised Zhang Rushi. Bang! One of the bodyguards threw a punch towards Lucian. In his eyes, someone like Lucian was a college student who didn't even have a body. Lucian watched that punch from the bodyguard, but it became slow in his own eyes. Lucian took advantage of the situation and kicked the crotch of that bodyguard. Fighting is not in the face. Kicking is not in the crotch. That bodyguard didn't expect Lucian to be this shameless, and the kick caused that bodyguard to fall to the ground. The commotion on this side alarmed quite a few people. Inside the box, Lu Ming looked down at his watch. 10 minutes had passed and he still hadn't seen Lucian come back. He turned his head to Elder Wu and said, Elder Wu, Lucian hasn't come back yet. I'm going to go and take a look. Good. Wu Lao nodded. Lu Ming pushed open the door of the box and saw that Lucian had clashed with the bodyguards of Wind and Moon House, and immediately walked up. Old Li, what's going on? Lu Ming's arrival made that manager Li fearful. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would personally come to Wind Moon Mansion for dinner. Every time Lu Ming came to Wind Moon Mansion before, he would say hello to him. However, this time it was also Lu Ming's whim, to be able to get the tide of Qiantang, and also make a friend like Lucian. In Lu Ming's opinion, it should be all about friends. Mr. Lu, this kid caused trouble at Wind and Moon House, and beat up one of our supreme members here. I'm not asking my men to clean him up. Manager Li pointed at Lucian and shivered as he explained. Lucian half opened his mouth and looked at Lu Ming, who walked out. He didn't expect this matter to alarm Lu Ming. He is my friend. Lu Ming said a sentence indifferently. After hearing Lu Ming's cold words, Manager Li touched the beads of sweat on his head. He definitely didn't read the yellow calendar at work today, and actually messed with General Manager Lu's friend. Thinking of this, Manager Li, half grudging and half hateful, looked at both Lucian and Zhang Ao. He never thought that Lucian, who seemed to be a poor man, would have a relationship with Mr. Lu. If he had known that, he would not have dared to insult Lucian even if he had been given 100 guts. Manager Li looked at Zhang Ao's eyes with some resentment. Actually, just for a supreme member offended Lu manager's friend. How to see how this matter is not cost effective. Will Mr. Lu dismiss himself because of this matter? Thinking of this, Manager Li's heart was a bit scared. To be able to mix to this position, in addition to the ability, also spent a lot of relationship. This position was full of oil and water. Manager Li didn't want to be kicked down by Lu Ming before he could get his money back. What kind of thing are you? You want to hang out at Wind and Moon House even after beating up my Zhang Ao? Lousy is a supreme member. Zhang Ao laughed rampantly. With Lucian he was definitely here to mingle as well. Zhang Ao's sentence scared Manager Li so much that he almost kneeled down. Zhang Ao didn't know Lu Ming, but he knew Lu Ming. Lu Ming is the boss of their company. Now Zhang Ao even asked him to kick Lu Ming out. Manager Li couldn't wait to smack Zhang Ao 2 mouths. Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted just because he had $2 stinking? I'm the one who owns Wind and Moon House. What do you think I am? Lu Ming looked at Zhang Ao with a cold smile. You are Lu Ming? Zhang Ao looked at Lu Ming with a little more fear in his eyes. Lu Ming could be considered a hot figure in Yunhai City. He, Zhang Ao, was only a director in the red. Compared to Lu Ming's huge energy, he was not a tiny bit worse. How is it possible for Lucian to cross paths with Lu Ming? In an instant, Zhang Ao's heart was filled with huge waves of emotions. If Zhang Ao knew that Lucian knew Lu Ming, he wouldn't have messed with him even if he had 100 guts. When did Lucian climb the tree of Lu Ming? Zhang Ao didn't know. Zhang Ao stared at Lucian with a bit of chagrin and shame. He put the entire account on Lucian's body. Mr. Lu. Manager Li spoke with a little shiver and looked at Lucian with a pleading gaze. He only now realized that this ordinary-looking poor student held the life and death power of his future. Brother Lu. It's alright. This matter Manager Li is also following the statute. All because he encouraged Manager Li. Lucian slowly pointed at Zhang Ao and said. Manager Li looked at Lucian with some gratitude in his eyes. Lucian had spoken beautifully. Not only had he put all the blame on Zhang Ao, but he had also portrayed Manager Li in a very official manner. Old Li, since my friend was able to intercede for you, I'll let you off the hook for now on this matter, Lu Ming said. Hearing that General Manager Lu had relented, Manager Li secretly sent a sigh of relief. With General Manager Lu's past temperament, saying that he wouldn't pursue the matter would really be letting this matter go. I am Lu Ming. Now I have decided to cancel your qualification as a supreme member. In the future, you will not be welcome at my Wind and Moon House, Lu Ming said. On what grounds? I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on eating here. You say cancel it? Zhang Ao said with a reddened face. Manager Li, refund his supreme membership card. Manager Li had long been looking at Zhang Ao with displeasure. Zhang Rushi looked at Lucian not in pity, but extremely shocked. When was Lucian a good friend with Lu Ming? The more time he spent with Zhang Ao, the more he knew about Lu Ming's terrifying energy in Yunhai City. Lu Ming had very few friends, but Lucian was able to call himself a brother with Lu Ming. This is what is called the naked reality. It turns out that the poor student she looked down on was now the one who was the most capable. For a moment Zhang Rushi felt that she had lost something valuable, but she knew that this kind of thing could never be recovered. Stinking female cousin. Do you still want your ex-boyfriend to want you? Zhang Ao lost his face in front of Lucian, but he spilled his anger on Zhang Rushi. His right hand grabbed Zhang Rushi forcefully out of the Wind and Moon House. Zhang Rushi stumbled and followed Zhang Ao out of the Wind and Moon House, but looked back at Lucian. Let's go, brother, let's continue back for dinner. Lu Ming pulled Lucian back to the box. This was just a small episode of eating in the Wind and Moon House. The previous Lucian was still a bit relieved to have Zhang Rushi, but now he completely looked down. Lucian knew that what Zhang Rushi lacked was not love, but money. Ha. As soon as I looked at you, I knew that this kid had drunk too much and went to the toilet for so long before coming back. The soundproof environment of Wind and Moon House was very good. Sitting in the box had no idea what was happening outside. This meal was eaten by Wu Lao, who laughed heartily and also drank a lot of wine under Lu Ming's persuasion. Only after 3 hours did the people leave from the Wind and Moon House one after another. Wu Yuer had something to do and went back to the police force first. Grandson, what do you think of Lucian as a person? Speaking of Lucian, a glint flashed in Wu Tianlin's eyes. Lucian, this person is honest, but there are some things about him that I can't see through. For example, the pounding refinement diagram that Zhang Xian was looking at this morning. Sunner also decided that it was authentic, but Lucian was able to hold on to his opinion. Wu Xian slowly said, I feel that he has a higher talent for treasure appreciation than eldest brother. Is that so? It seems that my Yunhai City has produced another treasure appraisal wizard. You can draw more rapport with him, Wu Tianlin said. The current him is in his formative years, so let's give him room to grow and see how far he can go. Got it, Grandpa. Wu Tianlin drove back towards the location of the Wu family. Chapter 13 The seriously ill Xiao Yali. Lucian hitchhiked back to Ling Yunxian, found Xiao Yali lying on the ground, continuously called a few Lily sister. Xiao Yali did not reflect. Lucian reached out to Xiao Yali's nostrils before, touched Xiao Yali's nostrils have breathing. Low body will Xiao Yali back on the shoulders. Xiao Yali kept rubbing on Lucian's body, and this kind of encounter could make Lucian's blood spurt in normal times. But now the emergency. Lucian does not have that kind of leisure. Out of the Ling Yunxian, the Ling Yunxian door locked. Back up Xiao Yali hitched a cab toward the hospital to run. Lucian busy, for Xiao Yali registered. Took the list. After the doctor's diagnosis, Xiao Yali suffered from brain cancer. leading to this symptom is overworked. To drop 2 bottles of glucose drip. Xiao Yali actually suffered from brain cancer. Lucian never heard Xiao Yali mention this matter. Lucian's feet panicked 2 steps. His heart is in turmoil. Xiao Yali has been to him like a sister to his brother is good. Now suddenly heard of Xiao Yali got this serious disease. Lucian cannot not be annoyed? Lucian carried Xiao Yali toward the 2nd floor. Found an empty ward. Will Xiao Yali in the ward? Lucian, who was gasping for air, looked at Xiao Yali. How could he not expect such a serious illness to befall Xiao Yali? Number 12. 10 minutes later, a younger nurse knocked on the door and said. Lucian looked up. That nurse's face was like the autumn moon. Her beautiful face was hung with 2 curved willow leaf eyebrows slightly frowning. A pair of black and white eyes were looking around and flowing, as if they were 2 bright pearls, constantly sizing up Lucian's side. That little nurse is petite and cute, like a porcelain doll, holding a syringe and 4 in her hand came in, looked at the registration card in Lucian's hand, put the registration card into her pocket, and skillfully hung up the 4. I don't know whether it was because Xiao Yali's blood vessels were too thin to find, or because the needle sticking proficiency was not enough. After 3 consecutive needles, she didn't stick it in the right place. If you don't know how to tie the needle, change a doctor up here. Wasting time. Are the patients your test subjects? Lucian's fire came up. Xiao Yali was nominally his boss. In fact, she had always taken care of him as her younger brother. To this sister, Lucian had always held a respectful attitude. In front of him, this nurse who was very small in age has been inaccurate for 3 injections. And with Lucian's temper, he is usually not angry. But at this moment, he can't help reprimanding him. If it wasn't for the fact that the nurse in front of him was a woman, he would have been slapped twice by Lucian. Mu Shanshan's first internship was divided into the needle. Due to excessive tension, coupled with the thin blood vessels of Xiao Yali, twice it is difficult to find the blood vessels of Xiao Yali's hands. Hearing Lucian's chiding voice again, this made Mu Shanshan feel very aggrieved in her heart. As a graduate of a major medical university, Mu Shanshan has always been the pride of the school. She is also the pearl in the palm of the hand of all the people at home, but also the school flower of the medical university. Usually see her boys, all of them are gentle to her. When has she ever been reprimanded? Full of aggrieved Mu Shanshan, the hands of the needle thrown towards the ward outside ran out. What kind of service attitude is this? Lucian grunted and dialed the emergency intercom. Not long after, an older doctor walked in, squatted down with a cotton ball sticky alcohol constantly wiping Xiao Yali's left hand. Looking for the blood vessels in Xiao Yali's hand, accurately found the blood vessels in Xiao Yali's hand inserted. This gentleman is sorry. Just now that little nurse is a trainee nurse. The needle sticking technique is indeed a bit rusty. That doctor nodded his head and smiled apologetically. Mu Shanshan was smart and cute, deeply liked by many doctors in the hospital. That doctor was instead afraid that Lucian would report this matter and leave a bad impression. If the patient in front of him woke up and followed suit, I'm afraid that Mu Shanshan's internship would be in vain. Lucian is not the kind of man who can't be spared, and only after seeing the doctor help Xiao Yali find the right blood vessel did his face slowly turn back to normal. Lucian sat in front of the hospital bed. A guard is guarded for 3 hours. Pungent smell of disinfectant water filled the tip of Lucian's nose. Xiao Yali slowly woke up, subconsciously touched the head. She remembered fainting with 2 black eyes, and now she woke up in the hospital. And when she saw Lucian beside her, he instantly understood what was going on. Lily's sister, you have a serious illness. Lucian opened his mouth to speak. I know that I am suffering from brain cancer, and I don't have much life left. There is no need to inform me how about this matter. Xiao Yali spoke calmly about this matter, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Cancer is a disease of despair for ordinary people, and the money needed to treat cancer is undoubtedly astronomical for a woman like Xiao Yali. Not to mention that with money, cancer may not even be cured. Sister Lily, I have money here. I'll advance you first. Lucian took out his bank card and said, no need. This money is still for your parents to send back first. Cancer is originally a terminal disease, with money are not necessarily able to cure. Xiao Yali shook her head with a bitter smile. Lucian stood in a daze. He never dared to imagine that this woman who had always been like a big sister would suffer from a terminal disease. Don't be so far away from me. Make it here to chat with me. Do you fear me even if I have cancer? Xiao Yali said with a smile. No, how can I be afraid of my sister when she has cancer? I will cure the cancer in my sister. Lucian said stubbornly. In this way Lucian accompanied Xiao Yali to chat for a day, during which Lucian ran a few trips to the clinic, and Lucian realized later that Xiao Yali's cancer had reached an advanced stage. With this hospital's mechanical equipment and doctor's treatment conditions, simply on Xiao Yali's cancer cannot do anything, only to recuperate first. Lucian had nothing to do in these few days, except for Ling Yunxian, is to run to the hospital. Why are you here? This day Lucian just arrived at the hospital. He saw Mu Shanshan sitting beside Xiao Yali with a somewhat cold tone. Mu Shanshan was pretty, but Lucian was not someone who was easily spermatized, especially since this woman had also given Xiao Yali the wrong needle, which made Lucian's evil towards Mu Shanshan even more evil. Lucian Mu Shanshan has told me that she is also an intern doctor, so there is no need for you to make things difficult for her, Xiao Yali said with a light smile. Right. Looking at your fierce look, I know you don't have a girlfriend. Mu Shanshan made a face, causing Xiao Yali to giggle. Lucian looked at the two women helplessly. The topics that women talked about amongst themselves would always be something that men wouldn't understand, but as long as Xiao Yali was happy, Lucian didn't even care. Watching the two women giggle, Xiao Yali's color has improved a lot, which is also the most pleasant thing for Lucian to see. Chapter 14. The Five Tiger Gang came. A week of treatment made Xiao Yali's condition improve a lot temporarily, but Xiao Yali knew that if she wanted to truly cure cancer, the medical conditions under this equipment were not enough to support it. So when Xiao Yali slowed down, she kept insisting on being discharged from the hospital. Lucian tried 3 times to let Xiao Yali have more rest and relaxation, but was stopped by Xiao Yali for the simple reason that if she was hospitalized again, Xiao Yali would be moldy. In the face of a woman's nonsense, Lucian had a deep understanding. When Xiao Yali was discharged from the hospital, Mu Shanshan also took the time to send Xiao Yali out of the hospital. It was evening. Xiao Yali had just been discharged from the hospital and her body was weak. It was not advisable to walk around for a long time, so Lucian took a car to return to Lingyunxian with Xiao Yali. Be careful, there is a roadblock in front, Lucian kindly reminded up the driver master. Young man, you don't believe in my old Li's skills. This road I can walk, with my eyes closed. The driver master braked violently, and the two people in the car bumped hard. Since Lucian opened his penetrating eyes, in the dark night, his eyes became incomparably penetrating, and the orange-colored roadblock was very blinding in his eyes. At this time a few silhouettes appeared in front of the roadblock. Brother Knife took the lead and brought 3 of his minions out. Looking at Lucian in front of him, the corner of Brother Knife's mouth revealed a cruel smile. Kid, our boss has an invitation. Yes, it's the 5 Tigers gang? Xiao Yali looked at Brother Knife in surprise, a heartbeat of fear. When Yihao brought these people to rob the store, Xiao Yali had seen these people. Xiao Yali inherently had an instinctive aversion to these people. 3 years ago, the underground forces in Yunhai province were chaotic, and 3 forces quickly rose. These 3 forces were the 5 Tigers gang, Phoenix Sky Pavilion and the Green Dragon gang, and the 5 Tigers gang was the strongest of these 3 forces, and these achievements were due to a terrifying young man called Su Xiong. The establishment of the 5 Tigers gang only took half a year, and within half a year, Su Xiong had developed the 5 Tigers gang from an unorthodox force that had just been formed into one of the 3 top-notch forces in Yunhai province. Its ruthless and ferocious means let a lot of old-timers feel like soaking in cold water as cold as the bones. For a while, the underground forces in Yunhai province talked about Xiong, and some people even respectfully called Su Xiong as King Su Yen. Lucian, you can't go. Xiao Yali hurriedly pulled Lucian's hand. These gangs let Lucian get involved. Most likely there is no good result. Xiao Yali was very worried about Lucian's safety. If Lucian was pestered by the 5 Tigers gang because of him, then if something happened to Lucian, she would have a hard time sleeping and eating. Sister Lily, I'll go and come. Don't worry, driver, send her to Ling Yinshen. Lucian handed the driver $20 in his hand. Okay. The driver drove the car in a panic and slipped away in a puff of smoke. Please. Brother Blade looked at Lucian with a respectful expression. Standing in front of Lucian was a small 2-story building. In front of the small building stood 2 big sturdy men dressed in black. Through the dim light, Lucian could see the undulating muscles on the 2 big sturdy men's bodies, and their hands had quite a lot of calluses. The 2 men were practitioners. Under the leadership of Brother Knife, Lucian walked towards the small building step by step. Lucian had no fear. Brother Knife secretly nodded. It seemed that this Lucian was still a character. Gang master, the man has been brought. A young man with a thin figure was lying on a rocking chair, constantly shaking the rocking chair, wearing a pair of glasses, well-mannered, without a trace of killing aura on his body. His face was a bit tanned. The person in front of him is the famous Yunhai's 5 Tigers gang boss Su Xiong. People send nickname Su Yen Wang. When King Su Yen heard Lucian's footsteps coming in, he slowly opened his eyes and sized up Lucian, then closed his eyes again. In that glance, Ling Feng felt a chill rise from his heels. Are you the Lucian? Su Xiong hissed like a weak man. I am Lucian, but I don't know if I am the Lucian you are looking for. Lucian spoke with a strong bottom, and didn't lose the upper hand because the opposite side was the chilling King Su Yen. You are Su Xiong, the leader of the 5 Tigers gang? Su Xiong once again opened his eyes, stared at Lucian for 5 seconds, and laughed. Interesting, I haven't seen such an interesting young man in 3 years. You're also interesting, ruthless Su Yen Wang. I've heard of you too. Lucian seemed to be talking to a friend who had been friends for many years. Lucian, show some respect. Whether you can get out alive today or not is still another matter. Brother Knife laughed coldly. Brother Knife couldn't see what arrogant capital Lucian had. There were many people from the Five Tigers gang ambushed around this house. As long as Su Xiong gave the order, Lucian would die without a burial place. Jiu Tian, this lad is a bit interesting. You try him, within 5 moves. If you win, let him go. Yes. A burly young man walked out from the shadows. This young man had been standing at the corner of the house. Even Brother Blade had not noticed his existence. Lucian, however, had long since seen a robust young man standing under that dark shadow. The young man was dragon walking, and the explosive beauty of his muscles was perfectly embodied in his naked upper body. Looking at Lei Jotian in front of him, a flash of scorn flashed in the eyes of Brother Knife, who had seen Lei Jotian's true stature. With his strength with knives, he had only lasted 3 rounds under Lei Jotian. Letting Lucian bump into Lei Jotian would undoubtedly be a disaster. Thinking of this, Brother Knife couldn't help but gloat in his heart for what happened to Lucian. Big brother, the tiger-backed Lei Jotian looked at Su Xiong with nothing but respect and fervor. 5 moves. If this kid can last through 5 moves, from now on my 5 tiger gang will no longer look for trouble from him. Su Xiong took a long breath. After saying his words, Su Xiong closed his eyes. Thunderous and decisive. This is the famous King Su Yan of Yunhai City. Yes, big brother. Lei Jotian's eyes filled with thick killing intent as he looked at Lucian. 5 moves? Lei Jotian shook his head vigorously. This boyish teenager in front of him, not to mention holding out against him for 5 moves. I'm afraid that it would be a little difficult for him to hold out for even 3 moves. But Lei Jotian still wasn't careless. The lion fights with the rabbit, but also with full strength. Lei Jotian licked his tongue. This is his credo. From the beginning of the fight, Lei Jotian has never let King Su Yan disappointed. Lucian indifferently looked at Lei Jotian. The heavy atmosphere between the two kept soaring up. The dry air made Lucian's mouth a little dry and cracked. He didn't have any method of offense. Through his perspective eyes, he was able to see every move of others, which gave Lucian the capital to defend himself. Trying to defeat someone like Lei Jotian, who was a knife head licker, was simply impossible. The only chance was to wait for a draw to end after 5 moves. Seek death. Lei Jotian let out a bellowing cry. His voice shot up into the sky. His casserole-sized fist attacked towards Lucian's head without any frills. His fist wind gusted, and ear-piercing air-breaking noises erupted from Lei Jotian's fist. For other people, Lei Jotian's punching speed was fast, so fast that the wind was whistling and only a fist shadow could be seen. But for Lucian, who possessed a penetrating eye, Lei Jotian's movements became slow and incomparably slow. Lucian caught Lei Jotian's casserole-sized fist with unerring precision. Chapter 15. One move. One move. Lei Jotian's tremendous force shook Lucian's hands. Having obtained the penetrating eye, Lucian was able to see through everything in the world, but his entire body strength did not change as a result, let alone receiving the full force of Lei Jotian, who was as strong as an ox, and the numbness of his hands made Lucian realize that he could not expose any weaknesses right now. Lei Jotian was very dissatisfied with this result, but the person who could be invited by Su Xiong, Lei Jotian did not underestimate. Lei Jotian sank his heart and lifted his right foot towards Lucian's waist, and while Lucian was defending his right foot, his entire body was actually rising up in the air and his left foot kicked towards Lucian's head. This kick is called the chain of feet, is one of the Lei Jotian's must-kill skills, able to avoid the first foot, want to avoid the second foot, but it is much more difficult to help Su Xiong to fight the kingdom. The chain of feet has made a contribution. Many people only know to guard against Lei Jotian's right foot, but do not know to guard against Lei Jotian's left foot. Su Xiong, who originally opened his eyes, yawned and slowly closed his eyes, and the chain of lies under the chain of feet. Lei Jotian pitifully looked at Lucian, and today another death under the legs will be born. Bang! Lucian grabbed Lei Jotian's left foot and took advantage of the situation to kick his right leg to Lei Jotian's crotch. This kick is nasty but very useful. Now Lucian is thinking about surviving. Which cares about the face or not? Lei Jotian stared at Lucian. He had never seen such a shameless person. He retracted his right leg and retreated backwards. 2 moves. Lucian stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Ha!" The seemingly lazy Su Xiong snapped his eyes open, having some difficulty accepting the result in front of him. Chained legs for chained lives had made Su Xiong enjoy this title of Lei Jotian very much, but now Lei Jotian's chained legs could even be blocked by a small youth. Lucian pressed his breath down gradually, in order not to let Lei Jotian see his shortcomings. He could only try his best to calm down the gasping sound. In the world of martial arts, the only thing that cannot be broken is speed. This is the truth that Lei Jotian believes in. So Lei Jotian brought his speed to the extreme. and his right hand grasped Lucian's pupil with a deadly grip. Lucian gazed at it. Although Lei Jotian's speed was fast, it was still like a slideshow, slowly playing in his own eyeballs. That extreme speed, it didn't work for Lucian in the slightest. Click. Lei Jotian's 2 fingers were actually broken into fractures by Lucian. This kind of result even Lei Jotian was a bit surprised. After the surprise was the pain that tore his heart and lungs. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Not to mention that what was skimmed off now was Lei Jotian's 2 fingers. 3 strokes. Lucian extended 3 fingers. The look that Blade looked at Lucian was not the gloating that he had earlier, but a surprised look that revealed the slightest hint of panic. Brother Knife had a deep understanding of how strong Lei Jotian was, and now in front of Su Xiong, he had even skimmed off both of Lei Jotian's fingers in a raw manner. This kind of ruthlessness and vigor was somewhat unexpected even to him. Su Xiong looked at Lucian and waved his right hand. Jotian, stand down. You are not his opponent. Lei Jotian, a mobster who had been mixed up for many years, just like this, he lost in the hands of a fledgling kid at the cost of 2 fingers. This result was a little hard for Lei Jotian to accept. Big brother, I'm sorry, Lei Jotian obviously didn't believe the facts in front of him. A droplet of sweat emerged from Lucian's palm. Right now his life or death was between Su Xiong's words, defeating Lei Jotian, in the territory of the 5 Tigers gang, not giving enough face to the 5 Tigers gang. Looks like you're nervous. Su Xiong looked at Lucian who was shivering all over his body and said indifferently, nervous? Not really, it's just that I believe that King Su Yan's words won't be empty, so I don't need to be nervous. Lucian shook his head and laughed. Not tense? Then why haven't the muscles relaxed? Su Xiong smiled and said one sentence, but it made Lucian's whole body chill. To be able to achieve the position of 5 Tiger gang leader, Su Xiong was certainly not simple. Lucian had been paying attention to Su Xiong, and Su Xiong was also sizing up Lucian. Su Xiong did not have the slightest impression of such a kid who had the guts and had just come out of nowhere. This kid who came out of nowhere might make the current Yunhai city a little bit more interesting. Interesting kid. It's a pity that I don't have long to live. Otherwise I really want to play with him. A sentence suddenly came out of Lucian's mind. Lucian snapped his head up to look at Su Xiong. Could it be that the famous underground giant in front of him who had shaken Yunhai City had an incurable disease? Following this, a light flashed out of Lucian's eyes. This light flickered. No one else saw this light clearly. The light moved through Su Xiong's chest towards the bottom of his left calf. The injury of Su Xiong's left leg was shown in Lucian's eyes. The extent of the deterioration of the injury surprised Lucian. No wonder. Lucian shook his head and laughed. Your left leg muscles are almost completely necrotic, and you are able to live until now, relying on a lot of medication credits. How do you know that I have internal injuries on my leg? Su Xiong said in surprise. This was the first time in nearly a year that Su Xiong's demeanor fluctuated over a sentence. In order to cure the internal disease on the leg, Su Xiong visited the domestic and foreign big and small famous doctors. The results are self-evident. In the famous doctors, can only relieve Su Xiong leg this injury. Over the years, the appearance of bright and shiny Su Xiong, in fact, suffered a lot of pain. These pain let Su Xiong cherish every day alive. Lucian was able to see the internal injury on his leg at a glance. Was he able to cure the internal disease on his leg? Yes, to cure the internal disease is not impossible. Lucian laughed. Just when Lucian said this, everyone sucked in a breath of air, and the most shocked one was none other than Su Xiong, who at the moment was as if waves had been set off in his heart. Just what? Then you cure or not? Su Xiong suddenly said. Su Xiong realized that he was a bit abrupt in exiting this sentence. The two were still in a hostile relationship earlier. Now he could willingly cure himself? If there are any requests, I can agree. Su Xiong's tone was a bit pleading, but he didn't fall short in his verbal wording. Su Xiong was finally showing softness. As long as you can save Big Brother, I, Lei Jotian, will go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire without hesitation. Lei Jotian, who was watching coldly from the side, suddenly knelt down on both knees, not caring about the 2 fingers that were skimmed off the section, and the whole person actually kowtowed to Lucian. Even the biggest grudge could not compare to the boss's injury. As long as he could save Su Xiong, not to mention asking for his Lei Jotian's 2 fingers, he would even agree to take his Lei Jotian's life. This was Su Xiong's art of managing people. Jotian, get up. How can a good man say? Su Xiong said as he stood up and looked at Lei Jotian with his eyes open. Before the words were finished, the injury on his left leg was vaguely painful. If it wasn't supported by Su Xiong with great perseverance, I'm afraid that the next moment Su Xiong would completely collapse. With Lucian's eyesight, he naturally saw Su Xiong's head dripping with sweat. I don't care, as long as I can save Big Brother, even if it takes my Lei Jotian's life, I am also worth it. Lei Jotian ignored the pain of the injuries on his right hand and both fingers and went forward to help Su Xiong up. Chapter 16, Xiao Yali's Worry. Lei Jiutian and Su Xiong had shared life and death as brothers. The so-called brothers, that is, they had hoarded together, read books together, and served in the army together. Since Su Xiong's debut, Lei Jiutian has always followed Su Xiong's side. The two are not brothers, but the feelings are like brothers. The two are over life friendship. However, every 9 cold days, Su Xiong left leg on the old disease has been attacked. The pain is Su Xiong pain, which makes Lei Jiutian see in the eyes, anxious in the heart. For this Lei Jiutian spent a lot of effort to help Su Xiong run up and down, accompanied by Su Xiong to see a number of famous doctors at home and abroad. Still no effect. In front of this young man out of nowhere, actually have a way to cure Su Xiong's leg injury. The straw of hope immediately appeared in front of Su Xiong's eyes. There is a way. Lucian smiled and looked at Su Xiong. It's a pity that you wanted to kill me earlier. What does your life and death have to do with me? Lucian had just finished speaking when Su Xiong despaired. The saddest thing in the world is nothing more than just seeing hope and then having it destroyed by your own hands. Hope is like a spark that just lit up Su Xiong's life and disappeared. Only those who have experienced despair know how precious hope is. After a moment of silence, Su Xiong opened his mouth and said, "If you can cure my left leg injury, what you want I will give you. Money, beauty, power, and even half of the 5 Tigers gang." The voice was resounding. Half of the 5 Tigers gang. You have to know that half of the 5 Tigers is 1/6 of Yunhai City. This kind of large sum of money makes whoever looks at it all red in the eyes. Next to the knife brother heard Su Xiong unexpectedly open such a large sum of money, almost fainted in fear. In the end they are messing with what kind of characters? The gang master's internal disease could only be cured by Lucian. If Lucian didn't cure Su Xiong, in the end, if Su Xiong died, he himself would not be able to get out of it at all. Even Lei Jiutian had a stunned expression. Half of the 5 Tigers gang was worth at least $1 billion or more. But what could all this be compared to a life? I don't know how many people in Yunhai City coveted the 5 Tiger gang's property right now. Within the 5 Tigers gang, there are countless profitable projects. As long as you can become an elder within the 5 Tigers gang, you can be in charge of a company that earns millions of dollars a year. And there are many projects designed by the 5 Tigers gang. KTV, cabaret, internet cafe, anything that can make a profit. There is definitely a back of meddling. 5 Tiger gang, too heavy. I'm not interested. Lucian shook his head and laughed. This meaning, equivalent to rejecting his own request? Su Xiong shook his head with a bitter smile. Surprisingly even he couldn't see what Lucian needed. Looking dressed, Lucian was just an ordinary teenage boy who wanted money and lacked it. How could such a large sum of money not be moved? Then 2/3 of the 5 Tigers gang. Su Xiong had not finished, but Lucian stopped him. I said no. Listening to Lucian's decisive tone, Su Xiong sighed slightly. After so many years of mixing in Yunhai City, Lucian was the first person he couldn't see through. You mean to say that you don't want to cure my big brother? Lei Jiutian stood up, his eyes staring at Lucian. Why do you want to get rough again? Lucian looked up at Lei Jiutian. Lei Jiutian had the air of kidnapping at the drop of a hat. Jiutian, stand down. Su Xiong pressed Lei Jiutian's arm with his right hand. Lei Jiutian had quite a reluctance in his eyes, but he always listened to Su Xiong's words, and when he said that he was told to step back, he really stepped back. Mr. Lu, feel free to mention any requests you have, as long as I, Su Xiong, can satisfy them, I will try to satisfy them all. Su Xiong finally opened his mouth and said solemnly after deliberating again and again this time. This time Su Xiong spoke without arrogance, without negotiation. There were only words of earnestness. He knew that his little life was now held in Lucian's hands. The injury on his leg would spread to his whole body in half a year's time at most, and by then there would really be no cure. Cure? I can cure you, but you have to be happy for me to do so. Lucian's mouth revealed a smile, and the place where his gaze looked was none other than Knives. Knife. Su Xiong looked up at Knife. Big brother, Knife has followed me for quite a long time and hasn't committed anything. Lei Jiutian immediately pleaded for Knife. Lucian's meaning was very clear. Those who had offended him would never let him live in peace. He, Lucian, was not a soft persimmon. Not a soft persimmon that could be pinched by anyone. Big brother, I know that today's matter is my Knife's fault. Knives gritted his teeth. Knives are also extremely righteous people. Today saw Lucian show this hand. Know that Lucian is not a pool of things. He ran into a tough opponent. The blame lies in his bad fate. Messing with Lucian. Knife knew that the gang had searched for famous doctors at home and abroad in order to solve Su Xiong's disease. And now there was only one person who had the ability to save gang leader Su Xiong's internal disease, and that was not the Lucian in front of him. Brother Lei, the trouble I caused will not bring trouble to the two of you. Knowing that things would not end so easily today, Knife pulled out a 3-inch long short knife from his waist. Looking at the short knife that shone with cold light, Knives gritted his teeth. His hand rose and fell. A blood light appeared. 2 fingers rolled out. Knife pale white face. fingers in two masses of undried bloodstains, the body slightly trembling, neck is full of beads of sweat, obviously bleeding excessively. Brother Lei, I didn't drag you down. Knife turned his head to look at Lei Jiutian, the corner of his mouth revealing a pale smile. Brother. Lei Jiutian caught the staggering knife with one hand, pulled out a pack of paper towels from his pocket, and quickly bandaged Knife's hand. Following that, the Knife turned his head to look at Lucian. If you're not satisfied, my life is yours, but I beg you to save the gang leader. There were clearly more than a few dashes of fear in those eyes. Knives knew that this was already for Lei Jiutian's face, giving him a few leeway. Otherwise, today's matter would not be as simple as just two broken fingers. Mr. Lu, you see this thing. Today, Su Xiong coughed twice. Su Xiong also had an impression of the Knife. From the time Su Xiong had just started to make his way in Yunhai City, the Knife had followed Su Xiong, and it could be said that the Knife was the oldest group of people following Su Xiong. Now Su Xiong is mainly looking at Lucian's attitude. As long as Lucian is satisfied, Su Xiong will not pursue the Knife's responsibility. Lucian examined the situation. He knew that the fact that things could be handled like this today was the biggest concession to him, and Lucian wouldn't get too far ahead of himself. Good, I will cure you of your illness. Lucian nodded and said, Su Xiong. Lei Jiutian and Knife breathed a sigh of relief after watching Lucian nod his head. Such an outcome was the result everyone wanted. Then thank you Mr. Lu. Su Xiong spoke, Jiutian, and I will send Mr. Lu out the door. Su Xiong seldom thanked people. When Su Xiong said these two words, apart from thanks, there was another layer of meaning, that is, treating the other party as a friend. Hearing these two words, even Lei Jiutian was moved by them. As Su Xiong's brother Lei Jiutian, of course he knew what these two words represented. From the time he fought in the Five Tigers gang until now, there was only one person who was worthy of these two words, and that was him Lei Jiutian. Knives saw Lei Jiutian pushing Su Xiong in his wheelchair, accompanied by Lucian. There were countless secret sentries in the villa, and everyone who saw that Su Xiong actually sent this young man out with the two of them, Lei Jiutian, couldn't help but re-evaluate this young man. Chapter 17, Yihao's Entanglement. Xiao Yali stood at the door and waited for more than an hour. An hour that usually feels very fast is now as long as a century. After that driver pulled Xiao Yali back, Xiao Yali didn't worry about Lucian's safety, and asked the driver to come and pull her back again. But so much time had passed, and there was still no movement inside. Let Xiao Yali cannot help but put things in the direction of bad guess a few points. Xiao Yali always do not believe that the worst result. However, when she remembered that Lucian was facing the current underground emperor Su Xiong, she was moved, but Xiao Yali can't do anything about it. A woman's family, her relationship and connections are extremely small. Even to see Lucian one side can't do. Just when Xiao Yali was anxious and burning inside, the door moved. Prickly, the heavy iron door of the villa slowly opened. Xiao Yali was extremely surprised that Lucian, a wage earner with no background, walked out of the villa with a very dignified-looking man, talking and laughing. The majestic man sat in a wheelchair, followed by two little brothers, one of whom was the Knife brother who caused trouble in the store that day. Seeing the Knife brother's figure, Xiao Yali was not calm. Brother Knife's ferocity Xiao Yali was clear. Brother Knife and Lucian came out from the villa at the same time. Surely nothing good happened. Lucian, are you alright? Xiao Yali saw Lucian coming out of the villa and panicked as she ran forward to ask, Sister Xiao, why are you still here? Lucian looked up as Xiao Yali stood alone outside the villa. Lucian instantly understood why Xiao Yali was still here. It looked like Xiao Yali was very worried about herself. Lucian, is this your girlfriend? Su Xiong looked at Xiao Yali with interest. Gang master, Yihao is this woman's boyfriend. Yihao still owes us $100,000. Look, Knife said behind Su Xiong. Hearing the Knife called gangmaster, Xiao Yali immediately thought of a person. A person who can call the shots in Yunhai City. Su Xiong Su Yanwang. Legend had it that Su Xiong was ruthless and no one dared to disobey his orders. Xiao Yali was unsteady on her feet. Could it be because of her own affairs that Lucian was involved? Lucian's quick eyes and hands, Xiao Yali in his arms, soft jade in his arms. A young woman's unique fragrance filled the tip of Lucian's nose. Even Lucian could not help but sneeze. Mr. Lu is here. A mere $100,000. You don't need to ask for it in the future. And you don't need to collect the protection fee for that street. Su Xiong said indifferently. Xiao Yali was stunned. That was $100,000. At least half a year's income for the store. Because Lucian was here, the Five Tigers gang even gave up on recovering the $100,000. What was the origin of Lucian? Who was an ordinary wage earner in front of her? Xiao Yali suddenly realized that she really couldn't see through Lucian. Thank you, Mr. Su, we'll see you again. Lucian picked up Xiao Yali, nodded his head and gestured towards Su Xiong, then took a cab and drove towards the direction of Ling Yinxian. Looking at Lucian's distant back, Lei Jiutian couldn't help but ask, Big brother, Can he really cure your internal disease? No wonder Lei Jiutian was skeptical. It was really because Lucian was too young. So young that he was incredibly surprised that such a young Lucian hadn't heard a single bit of information about him in Yunhai City. No, I don't know. It's just that so many years have passed, one should always still have some hope. Hey, Su Xiong Natsai seemed helpless, seemed relieved, more like letting himself have a few more points of hope. Thank you, Lucian. Xiao Yali sighed quietly. These money, $100,000, in Xiao Yali's eyes, is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. The interest rolled on the road is notoriously high. Xiao Yali still heard of this kind of interest rolled on, unless it can be a one-time to pay off the debt owed. Otherwise the amount of money owed will be more and more. With Xiao Yali's ability to run the store now, wanting to earn $100,000 in a very short period of time was simply impossible. Sister Lily, why are you thanking me? I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by lightning that day, Lucian said with a grateful face. Even after many days, when she thought of hugging the naked Lucian that day, Xiao Yali's cheeks still fluttered with two faint blushes. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it vaguely looked moving and lovely. After Lucian helped Xiao Yali out of the car, he walked straight towards the store. The moonlight shone on the two of them, stretching their silhouettes longer and longer. The moment Xiao Yali opened the door, Lucian's ears heard a rustling sound coming from inside Ling Yunxian. There was someone inside Ling Yunxian? Since acquiring the perspective skill, Lucian realized that his five senses had become very sharp, and in the darkness of the night, he was able to see targets 10 feet away, and his ears could hear sounds 5 feet away as well. Whoosh! Sister Lily, be careful of someone, Lucian whispered to Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali's lips were covered by Lucian's palms, and the masculine body rich in male scent made Xiao Yali's breathing become rapid. Except for Yi Hao, no one was so close to her. After Lucian saw Xiao Yali keep quiet, he slowly leaned towards the black shadow step by step, and the black shadow reflected sensitively. When he saw Lucian, he pounded his fist to Lucian's face, but his speed was too slow. This kind of speed is not even as good as Brother Knife, not to mention Lei Jiutian's stream. Ah! The painful man squealed like a pig. Xiao Yali hurriedly opened the lights. The man standing in front of her made her stare. It was her husband Yi Hao. Xiao Yali, this head of household is mine. Even if you don't give it to me, suing to the court is still my win, Yi Hao said grimly. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Yi Hao's face looked extremely horrible. Yi Hao was almost going to be driven crazy. Without money, he was going to vaporize in this Yunhai city. The deadline given to him by the Five Tigers gang had reached its final days, and he didn't have a chance in taking it off. The Five Tigers want to vaporize a person's means a lot, and do things simply do not leave room for error. In front of the Ling Yunxian waiting for many days of Yi Hao, saw Xiao Yali delayed return, then up to steal the deed of the thief. As long as the deed of the house to the Five Tigers gang, the back of the account can be written off. Who expected to be looking for the deed of the house Yi Hao? Was Lucian took a square. You, Yi Hao one sentence angry Xiao Yali trembled. She did not expect Yi Hao will be so despicable. And you brat, last time you hit Brother Knife, this time I'll let you walk in and lie out. Yi Hao looked at Lucian with more pity and bloodthirsty ferocity in his eyes. Brother Knife's character of being vindictive. Yi Hao understood it clearly. Why don't you scream? I'll wait for you here. Lucian immediately moved a chair and sat in front of Yi Hao, looking at Yi Hao with a playful face as he dialed Brother Knife's cell phone number. Chapter 18 Lucian decided. Yi Hao, a pair of small eyes on one side, guarded Lucian, afraid that he snatched over his cell phone. Lucian's hands he had seen. On the other side he called Brother Knife's phone. Brother Knife, I'm Rat. Yes, or that kid from last time. This time I'll give you all the deeds of the Ling Yunxian house, Yi Hao said with a nod and a bow. Lucian, you'd better go, Xiao Yali said rather worriedly as she looked at Lucian. Xiao Yali still didn't know what relationship Lucian and Brother Knife had, and just before she came back, what Su Xiong had said exempted her from the $100,000 and didn't guarantee that she wouldn't change her hang after a while. That is a full $100,000. Ordinary people may not earn $100,000 a year. Think of this. Xiao Yali's heart again raced in the throat. After about 10 minutes, Knife brought 4 or 5 people to appear at the entrance of Ling Yunxian. Brother Knife, you're here. When Yi Hao saw Brother Knife coming, it was just like as if he saw his own father coming. This kid is bad for us again, said Yi Hao, pointing his finger at Lucian. Brother Knife saw Lucian again at a glance and a shudder flashed in his eyes. Mother her. It doesn't matter if you mess with Lucian, but also want me to help you with the trouble. Brother Knife was not happy at once. For this reason, I also broke 2 fingers. If it is not in front of this kid, since I do not need to break 2 fingers, think of this Knife brother is a belly of evil fire. Mr. Lu, you see this person is too. Knife brother turned to look at Lucian. Now Lucian was the sitting VIP of their 5 tiger gang. Even he had to be respectful to Lucian. Yihao's face became extremely brilliant. Blade, brother Blade, you. Yihao stuttered as he looked at what was in front of him. What about saying that they would clean up Lucian together? Yihao, this Mr. Lu is the guest of honor of our 5 tiger gang. When Yihao heard this news, it was like a thunderbolt. This poor student in front of him was the guest of honor of the 5 tigers gang? In Yihao's eyes, Lucian was just a poor student who was about to graduate. Not to mention being penniless, he wouldn't even have connections. But it was only a few days ago, and even Brother Sword called him so respectfully. With this thought, Yihao felt that things would not develop as he expected. Wanting to escape, he realized that there were people blocking all around where he wanted to escape. Knife, let him go later. Let him sign a contract first, Lucian said. His voice in shadow disappeared on the second floor. Stump. Not a moment later, Lucian ran down from the second floor, holding 2 white pieces of paper in his hands. Sign this before you go. Lucian slapped the pieces of paper in his hand in front of Yihao. Yihao scanned it twice, and his face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. The content of the treaty was very simple. 1. From now on, Ling Yunxian would be headed by Xiao Yali. In other words, Xiao Yali was the head of Ling Yunxian. Secondly, the $100,000 can only be repaid by Yihao, and Xiao Yali has no relationship with half a penny. This is impossible. Yihao flung the contract written by Lucian on the ground and turned to look at Brother Knife beggingly. Brother Knife, with his nature, paying back this money alone would take him until the monkey's age. With Ling Yunxian, it only takes 1 night to pay back the money owed. Nothing is impossible when Mr. Lu says something, pick it up and sign it. The words spoken by Brother Knife were simple. Each sentence was said through clenched teeth. Looking at Brother Knife's regal eyes, Yihao was weak. Yihao read a wave of desire to kill from Brother Knife's eyes. If Xiao Yali and Lucian weren't here, I'm afraid that Yihao would have been chopped into pieces by Brother Knife. Lily, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Yihao knew that right now. All his hopes were on Xiao Yali's body. Xiao Yali was a woman with a soft heart. As long as he begged Xiao Yali, nothing was impossible. Xiao Yali's eyes flashed a trace of intolerance. Seeing Yihao a big man begging her in a lowly manner, she didn't know what to do. Her eyes in panic could only look at Lucian. After so many years of managing Ling Yunxian alone, she is also tired. She needs a dependence. Lucian's appearance makes her heart slowly have a dependence. Sign. An icy voice completely made Yihao despair. Yihao, sweating like rain, shivering, looked at Xiao Yali. Xiao Yali's eyes intolerance flashed. Yihao looked at Lucian again. Lucian gazed chilly. The situation was unforgiving. With the attitude of Brother Knife towards Lucian, Yihao knew that if he didn't sign today, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to get out of this door. Okay, I'll sign. Yihao gritted his teeth and signed unwillingly. Press another handprint. Lucian handed over another red seal, and Yihao could only press the red seal in his hand. Lucian silently watched Yihao do everything and opened his mouth to say in a deep voice, alright, you can get lost. Next time I see you, I'll let you go out lying down. Yihao left Ling Yunxian in a sorry state, staring resentfully at Lucian before leaving. Brother Blade, thank you this time, Lucian said as he looked at Brother Blade. Mr. Lu, just call me Knife from now on. Brother Knife was flattered and said, there's nothing else, so we won't disturb Mr. Lu's rest. Good. After seeing Brother Knife leading a few of his juniors to leave, Xiao Yali, as if her whole body's strength had been drained, collapsed on the ground. Sister Lily. Lucian was quick on his feet and picked up Xiao Yali. Hey, rest. Xiao Yali stood up holding the chair and walked towards her own boudoir with a lost soul. Lucian knew that today's events were too much of a blow to Xiao Yali. Yihao's approach completely pushed the relationship between the two into the abyss. Originally Xiao Yali still had some feelings for Yihao. However now, a sleepless night, Lucian woke up very early. When Lucian woke up, Xiao Yali had already made breakfast. The breakfast was very sumptuous. There were donuts, small vegetables, and corn porridge. You could see that Xiao Yali was in a much better mood. Eat more, Xiao Yali said with a smile. Buzz. Just as Xiao Yali and Lucian were eating breakfast, Lucian's phone rang. Hello, is this Xiao Lu? I'm Elder Wu, Wu Tianlin said with a loud laugh. Elder Wu, good morning. I'm still eating. Is there anything about the Treasure Appraisal Association today? Lucian opened his mouth and said, ha ha, still you kid is smart. Today my big disciple brought a pair of authentic paintings. Want to let you see the authenticity? Do you have time later? Wu Tianlin asked. Lucian's inquiring eyes looked at Xiao Yali, who nodded. There is time, Elder Wu. At what location? Lucian opened his mouth and smiled. It's still at our Treasure Appraisal office in Yunhai City. You'll come after dinner later. Okay, Elder Wu. Saying that, Lucian hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lucian looked at Xiao Yali with a smile on his face. Sister Lily, I have something to do later. I'll go out for a while first. Humph, leaving me alone here again. Xiao Yali skimmed her mouth and said. At this moment, Xiao Yali was grumbling like a little young woman, making Lucian a little embarrassed. The original Xiao Yali had accompanied Lucian as a big sister, but now that Xiao Yali was so grumpy, it made Lucian a bit at a loss for words. Since the breakup with Zhang Rushi, Lucian has more mature, both in terms of people and handling. Last night not only let Yi Hao sign in fingerprints, is to prevent Yi Hao to play bad, but in the face of Xiao Yali's molestation, but let Lucian a little light sadness. It seems that it will not be anti-molestation. Well, you go and get busy, sister teasing you. The corner of Xiao Yali's mouth revealed a smile. Chapter 19 True or False Peacock Ming Wang Statue. After dinner, Lucian directly hitchhiked to the Yunhai City Treasure Appraisal Association, and after entering the Treasure Appraisal Association, Lucian quickly arrived at Elder Wu's office. In addition to Elder Wu and Lu Ming, there was a strange young man in Elder Wu's office. Lucian looked up and saw that the young man was 1.75 m, dressed in a suit, with a handsome face, an arrogant expression on his face, and holding a scroll in his hand. While Lucian was sizing up the young man was also sizing up Lucian. Elder Wu took the lead in breaking the silence of the few people. Little Lu, this is my eldest disciple Du Chong, graduated from the world-famous Elaston University, and is also a renowned treasure connoisseur in China. Du Chong, this is the treasure connoisseur wizard Lucian that I recommended to you, just graduated from Yunhai University. The pair of Qiantang tidal wave viewing that was appraised last time was his handiwork. Du Chong looked at Lucian 2 eyes. He understands the Yunhai University, an ordinary second school only, and then the wizards which can be compared to their own knowledge of treasure appraisal in the University of Elaston to learn. This line of treasure identification not only requires extremely professional knowledge, but also requires very rich experience and treasure identification knowledge. Look at Lucian, this dress, obviously is a turd. Such a person will be treasure identification. Pigs will climb the tree. From this, Du Chong from the bottom of his heart more and more disliked Lucian, so just from the second out of the country bumpkin. Du Chong's contemptuous gaze was clearly seen by Lucian. How can such a bumpkin from Yunhai University compare to someone like me who has been gold-plated abroad? Lucian's mind suddenly resounded with these words. So this kid classified himself as a second-class citizen. Such discrimination was expected by Lucian. Elaston University's treasure appraisal major was a very famous major all over the world, and those who could enter Elaston University to study were either schoolboys or elites. Hello, Du Chong just nodded his head in greeting, and Lucian didn't mind, just nodding his head and returning Du Chang's salute. After all, he didn't have too many encounters with him, and Lucian didn't care too much about Du Chang's opinion of himself. Apprentice, take out the Peacock Ming Wang statue that you are going to send to Master, so that Junior Lucian can have a good look at it. Wu Tianlin spoke. Observe and observe? Du Chong heard Wu Tianlin's tone and said that it was observing, but it was better to say that he was checking out the authenticity of the painting for Wu Tianlin. Master, are you doubting my vision? Du Chong frowned and said. He himself was a senior student who graduated from the treasure hunting department of the hallowed Elaston University, and in his master's eyes, he was still not as discerning as a bumpkin who graduated from a trashy domestic school. I'm not doubting your vision. I'm just letting little friend Lu take a look at the painting, and I also want to listen to little friend Lu's advice. Wu Tianlin said indifferently. Du Chong heard Wu Tianlin say this, so he could not continue to refuse, and spread out the Peacock Ming Wang statue in his hand. A pair of lifelike Peacock Ming King statue was presented in front of the group's eyes. The Peacock Ming King statue was sitting majestically and squarely, with a single stroke of the brush. The end of the painting was majestic and a good painting. A good painting. Eldest brother, it seems like you spent a lot of effort to buy this painting for your master's birthday. Lu Ming smiled. Master Wu Tianlin didn't like drinking and smoking in his life, and he only loved Wu Daozi's paintings. Even Wu Tianlin cracked a smile. I'm afraid this is the best piece of gift among his birthday gifts. That's natural. This painting has been authenticated by me and my teacher together. It's absolutely not false, Du Chong said with conviction. Saying so, with a provocative look towards Lucian, he dared to guarantee with his life that this painting was by no means a forgery. Elder Wu, there is something odd about this painting, Lucian said softly, shaking his head. Little friend Lu, I see that this painting is definitely Wu Daozi's Peacock King statue. Why do you say that there is something odd about this painting? Wu Tianlin said with some displeasure. To Wu Tianlin, insight can judge that this Peacock Ming Wang does not have traces of forgery. Not to mention the Du Chong, this kind of prestigious returnees, of course, will not intentionally drop to send forgeries to their own birthday celebration. Wu Tianlin himself liked Wu Daozi's paintings and had a deep understanding of them, and could clearly recognize the authenticity of the painting. On the other hand, Wu Tianlin understood that Lucian was not the type of person to clamor for attention, and since Lucian dared to speak in front of Du Chong like this, he had a reason for saying so. In his early years, Wu Daozi's brush strokes were finer and his style thicker. In his middle age, his brush style changed to vigorous and his lines were full of movement. We can clearly see that the brush style of this fake artist has been fixed. And the statue of the Peacock King is a work of Wu Daozi in his early years. Ask how could the brush style of Wu Daozi in his early years be so vigorous? Lucian said indifferently. After this reminder from Lucian, Wu Tianlin completely remembered that the statue of the Peacock Ming King, as Wu Daozi's transformational work, represented an immeasurable meaning. Wu Tianlin, who had deeply understood Wu Daozi's works, naturally understood the truth of what Lucian said. Master, don't listen to this kid. This kid is clearly making things up. Du Chang's face was red and he looked anxiously at Wu Tianlin. I naturally have a judgment. I'm taking a look at this statue of Peacock Ming Wang, Wu Tianlin said in a deep voice. After saying that, Wu Tianlin picked up the magnifying glass again and carefully observed this statue of Peacock Ming Wang. This statue of Peacock Ming Wang had thicker strokes and vigorous brushwork. It obviously wouldn't be Wu Daozi's work. Du Chong, this statue of the Peacock Ming King is indeed a fake painting. The forgery technique has reached the point of pure perfection. It makes sense that you didn't recognize it, Wu Tianlin said in a helpful roundabout way. Dang dang dang, Du Chong backward 3 steps? Spend $900,000 to buy the Peacock Ming Wang statue is actually fake. No one could accept this fact, especially when it was coming from the mouth of the so-called bumpkin in his eyes. This was simply naked irony. Du Chong, how about I offer $10,000 to buy back this Peacock Ming Wang statue? Lucian suddenly spoke. Du Chong faced a burst of green, a burst of white. Originally wanted to kindly give this Peacock Ming Wang statue to his master as a birthday gift, and now what was given to his master was actually a fake painting. With Du Chang's identity of course, he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. As you wish. Du Chong waved his hand powerlessly. Today, he wanted to give Wu Lao a surprise. Who knew that such a thing would occur? Du Chong attributed everything to Lucian. It was this Lucian who made himself lose face in front of Elder Wu. Elder Wu, I'll transfer the money to you, and you'll give the cash to Mr. Du in a while. Lucian picked up his cell phone and said, good. Wu Tianlin nodded. When the transfer was done, Lucian smoothly put away the fake Peacock Ming Wang statue, authenticated by Elder Wu and brother Lu Ming. The ownership of this painting is now in my hands, and right away, I will give Elder Wu a big gift. Lucian smiled at Elder Wu and Lu Ming and shook the statue of the Peacock King in his hand. Brother Lu, is it difficult for you to transfer this painting to Mr. Wu? Lu Ming realized that his thinking was completely unable to keep up. Knowing that this painting was a fake, you were still prepared to give it to Mr. Wu. Poor then. Du Chong watched with cold eyes, facing Lucian's gaining power. He was getting more and more annoyed. Chapter 20 The Restaurant Storm. $10,000 in the eyes of a disciple of a worldly family like Du Chong is just money to send off a poor beggar. If not for the fact that Elder Wu is here and it's not good to get angry in front of Elder Wu, Du Chong would have already shrugged off his hand and walked away. Elder Wu, right away I'll send you a real Peacock Ming Wang statue. Lu Ming, please give me a blade. Lucian looked up at Wu Tianlin. Hearing what Lucian said, Wu Tianlin did not hesitate for a second and pulled out a delicate knife from the drawer and handed it to Lucian. Lucian picked up the knife and gesticulated down towards the surroundings of the Peacock King of Brightness statue. You're going to cut the painting? Lu Ming watched as Lucian gesticulated around with the small knife. Although this statue of King Peacock Ming was said to be a fake, the painting also had a high collector's value. Cutting a painting isn't like that. Du Chong had been watching Lucian's movements from the side, and when Du Chong saw Lucian pick up the knife and cut the painting directly, he immediately puffed and laughed. Little friend Lu, be a little careful. This painting. Lu Ming opened his mouth and advised. A bumpkin is a bumpkin in the end. He doesn't even know how to cut a painting. What is he doing cutting a painting? Is it possible that there is a painting in this painting? Du Chong is also a quick-thinking person. Thought of this immediately associated with the actions of Lucian just now. Prick la la. Indeed, as Du Chong expected, this Peacock Ming Wang painting in the painting inside the package or a chapter of Peacock Ming Wang. But this inside the Peacock Ming Wang is the real thing. Spicy chicken. Cutting the painting like this will break it sooner or later. Du Chong shook his head. What Du Chong didn't know was that Lucian had perspective eyes and could see the specifications and size of the painting within the painting. Lucian followed the perimeter of the statue of King Peacock Ming and carefully cut through the outside layer of the fake. Inside, the real Peacock King Ming statue slowly shook off the dust of history and presented itself in front of everyone's eyes. This is really the statue of the Peacock Ming Wang. Wu Tianlin held up the statue of the Peacock Ming Wang with trembling hands. As a fan of Wu Daozi, Wu Tianlin was born with a fervor for Wu Daozi's paintings. In front of him Wu Tianlin suffered a blow. This will be able to get the true copy of the statue of the Peacock King of Brightness again. Du Chang's face was even more ugly. Bouncing around foreign countries for so many years, just to give Wu Tianlin a pair of Wu Daozi's authentic paintings. Who knows that now he is doing the graft for Lucian. In Wu Tianlin's office. At this time, some people were happy and some people were annoyed. Grandpa, I'm coming. A voice as clear as an oriole came in from the doorway. It's Xiao Yu. Hearing this voice, the annoyed look on Du Chong's face flickered away, followed by a look of kindness. Moreover, this kind of kindness was not fake at all, and it very much gave rise to good feelings. If Lucian had not read Du Chang's heart in advance, I am afraid that he would have been deceived by Du Chong's appearance. Brother Du Chong, you're back. Wu Yuer smiled and greeted Du Chong, then turned her gaze to Lucian. Her face became a bit disgusted. Why is it you? The nuisance again? A nuisance? Lucian covered his nose and laughed bitterly. When did he get such a nickname? Yuer, don't be unreasonable, Mr. Lucian is a guest I invited. Wu Tianlin patted Wu Yuer's head. Wu Tianlin looked at Lucian with a thankful gaze. If it wasn't for Lucian's timely discovery of the clues in this painting, it would have had a certain impact on Wu Lao's reputation if it had been circulated in the future. Humph, this kind of relationship with the Five Tigers gang, how could he be a good person? Grandpa, don't be deceived by him, Wu Yuer muttered. He is Grandpa's honored guest. Xiao Yu treat Grandpa's guest with respect. Wu Tianlin stroked his beard and laughed. Little friend Lucian, don't be general with my granddaughter. Grandpa, you, Lucian, I will definitely catch you and the Five Tiger gang colluding with each other. Don't try to fool my grandfather, Wu Yuer said as she looked at Lucian with a puff of anger. Lucian touched his nose and looked at Wu Yuer a little helplessly. The two of them were instead like a pair of little enemies at this moment. Granddaughter, you see that Lucian is talented and has a longer vision in treasure identification than Grandpa. Do you want Grandpa to be a matchmaker and help you too? Wu Tianlin smiled for the sake of old age. To Lucian, Wu Tianlin has long had the intention of pulling in Lucian's treasure appreciation knowledge from some aspects, more powerful than Wu Tianlin. As for the granddaughter, also has been single, no boyfriend. Although Wu Tianlin couldn't see through where Lucian usually learned all his skills, he still trusted Lucian's character very much. Grandpa, what are you babbling about? How could I look at such a person of bad character? Wu Yuer said as she shook her head. Wu Yuer's words caused a flash of joy to appear on the face of Du Chong next to her. For this cute little senior sister, Du Chong had always been secretly in love, but had never made his feelings known. Now Wu Tianlin even wanted to matchmaker his senior sister to Lucian. With this thought, Du Chong had a few more thoughts of getting close to Wu Yuer. Master, you see that it's almost daytime today. Let me sit east. Let's go out for a meal. What do you think? Du Chong said. Good It just so happens that old man my stomach grumbles with hunger. Xiao Lu and Xiao Lu you too. Wu Tianlin turned his head to look at the two. It's not easy for eldest brother to come back from abroad once. Of course I'm not going to do anything about it. Lu Ming said with a smile. I'm fine with both. Elder Wu, Lucian said. Seeing that several people had no objections, under the leadership of Du Chong, Lucian, Wu Yuer, and the other four people fishtailed out of Elder Wu's office. The choice of the restaurant was left up to Du Chong. In Du Chang's eyes, only the class of Infinity was worthy of his status as Du Chong. Infinity is the most upscale hotel in the city of Yunhai, 12-floor high-rise building. Standing at the top of the Infinity, the city of Yunhai can take in the scenery of the bottom. Inside the guests gathered, even a lot of government officials, business tycoons are often gathered here. In the car Du Chong has booked a hotel box. Just off the car, there is a welcoming lady to welcome over. The thoughtfulness of the service so that Lucian are secretly surprised. Not worthy of the city's only 5-star hotel. Followed by the welcome lady, a few people talked and laughed towards the reserved second-floor box. Du Chong glanced at Lucian. Du Chong always thought that he was at a distance from this kind of bumpkin, and turned to focus his target on Wu Yuer, only for Du Chang's accosting. Wu Yuer was a little less interested. After being seated, Du Chong handed the menu to Wu Lao. Wu Lao's couldn't resist, ordered 3 small dishes and asked for 2 bottles of white wine. In addition to Wu Yuer, those who were doing it were all drinkers. Grandpa, you drink less wine. Wu Yuer's words had a sense of anger in them. Got it, good granddaughter. I'll only drink a little bit today. Wu Lao nodded his head and said, happy today. You let Wu Lao drink less. It is indeed not good to drink too much wine. Today I will watch Wu Lao drink. Du Chong opened his mouth and said. Du Chong was the eldest senior brother among several people. Wu Yuer looked at it was the eldest senior brother who said so she could only stop and glared at Du Chong for a few moments. Chapter 21 The Gray-Headed Du Chong. Just as a few people were drinking and having a good time. Wu Lao let out a miserable scream. The wine cup in his hand hit the ground and fainted. Du Chong, I said Grandpa can't drink. Must drink. Grandpa, how are you doing? Wu Yuer gritted her teeth and shook Wu Lao's arm. Du Chong opened his mouth. In the end, this matter was still his own pot. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to show off in front of Wu Lao, he wouldn't have insisted on pulling Wu Lao to drink. Let me take a look at Elder Wu. Du Chong came over and made a gesture to help up Wu Lao, but unfortunately, he was only a treasure connoisseur and had not learned professional medical knowledge at all. As a veteran of love affairs who had been in the rice country for many years, Du Chong understood that he had to maintain his composure in front of Wu Yuer now. This composure might be contagious to Wu Yule, and a miracle might happen to Wu Lao. Quickly call the hospital. Without needing Du Chong to say more, looming over there had already picked up his cell phone and dialed the hospital. Let me take a look at Elder Wu. Lucian was ready to bypass Du Chong and come to Elder Wu's side. No way. Du Chong blocked in front of Lucian. You're a treasure connoisseur who came out of a second-rate school. You'll still look at the doctor? Du Chong now never wanted Lucian to look after Wu Lao, out of selfishness. This time Wu Lao's sudden illness was all caused by him. If Lucian cured Wu Lao's sudden emergency, I'm afraid that his status in Wu Lao's heart can be increased by a large margin. Lucian is a young boy. In Du Chang's eyes, Lucian is full of evil. Then you, a senior student out of Ilston University, also do not know how to see a doctor. In such a delay, if something happens to Wu Lao, you can afford this huge responsibility? Lucian said in a loud voice. Lucian's voice was not loud, but it turned into a thunderbolt in Du Chong's ears. If anything happened to Wu Lao, he, Du Chong, would not be able to get out of it at all. By the time this matter spreads out, perhaps Du Chong has been charged with regicide. At that time, Du Chong is jumping into the Yellow River also can't wash. Next to her, Wu Yuer's beautiful eyes had been looking at Wu Lao, paying attention to the changes in Wu Lao's body. On the other hand, she was also sizing up Du Chong and Lucian. She had thought that eldest senior brother Du Chong would be able to come up with some good ways to help her grandfather out of danger. But now it seems that apart from waiting for the doctor, everything is in vain. Wu Yuer was cynical in nature, and had always regarded this kind of underground gang organization as a tumor. And Lucian was surely unrelated to the conflict with the Five Tiger Gang that day. On one side was her grandfather who loved her the most, and on the other side was the underground gang organization that she regarded as a tumor. If she wanted to accept Lucian's treatment, she would definitely have to get involved with these underground gangs. With Wu Yuer's nature, she hated dealing with these cancerous gangs, especially if she had to bear the favors of these underground gangs. The dilemma of choosing between the two made Wu Yuer rather difficult. Wu Lao spat out another mouthful of water from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and even his breathing was a bit abnormal. Even the little cutie could also tell that right now, Wu Lao was in a critical situation. Alright, come and take a look. If anything happens to my grandfather, I won't be able to spare you, Wu Yuer said, demonstratively waving her right fist. Hearing Wu Yuer opening her mouth for Lucian to come over, Du Chong couldn't afford to continue blocking in front of Elder Wu, and then stepped aside and laughed. I'd like to see what a student like you, who came out of a second-rate hodgepodge school, is capable of? Lucian's eyes slightly sunken, hanging not to clash with Du Chong, right-hand fingertip straight to point to Wu Lao's pulse, while his eyes are watching Wu Lao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, Wu Lao's internal organs and all kinds of meridians. Blood veins all appeared in Lucian's eyes. The cause of this attack was very simple. Wu Lao had a sudden illness caused by drinking too much alcohol. Lucian pressed Wu Lao's solar plexus with both hands. Then Lucian moved towards Wu Lao's Tanjong point, Juk point and Hada point and several other points. As the points were facing downward, the technique was also slowly heavier. An invisible purple energy from Lucian's fingertips surrounded out and around Wu Lao's body. This purple energy is Lucian yesterday accidentally found precipitated in the body of the existence. For the origin of this purple energy, Lucian attributed it to the benefits of being struck by lightning that day. With a mindset of trying, Lucian manipulated this massive energy and found that it was as easy as pie under his control. Perhaps, being able to see through was also related to this massive purple energy. I told you that you're a scum coming out of a trashy second-tier school. How could you possibly cure Elder Wu's symptoms? Less pretending there. Du Chong shook his head and laughed with a knowing look. In Du Chang's opinion, Lucian was a pretender who didn't know what he was doing, and all he did was to tease Wu Yuer. After all, Wu Yuer was a police officer level character. Putting it in the eyes of someone like Du Chong who had read countless women, they were all superb women. Shut up. What if I wake up Wu Lao? Lucian said indifferently. If you save Elder Wu from waking up, I'll live stream eating Xiang and running around Yunhai City in my big pants. Just as Du Chong was about to let loose his voice to ridicule Lucian, there was a slight movement in Wu Lao's arm, which was very light, but was seen by Du Chong and Wu Yuer. Du Chong, who had spoken the first half of his sentence, was stiffly held back the second half of his sentence. Such a feeling was hard to bear. Then Wu Lao violently spat out 2 puddles of wine from his mouth. Lu Ming, who was quick on his feet, took 2 packs of paper towels and helped Wu Lao wipe the dirt from his body. Wu Lao violently coughed a few times and wobbled to open his eyes. At this time, Du Chang's mouth was wide open, like he had really eaten a pile of Xiang, and it was hard to shut up. Grandpa, Grandpa, you finally woke up. Looking at the awakened Wu Lao, Wu Yuer was overjoyed and said in a pleading voice, Lu Xun, thank you. Lu Xun could feel Wu Yuer's goodwill. This kind of goodwill was very sincere, without half a bit of impurity. The more this happened, the more ugly the face of Du Chong next to him was. This kind of pure beggar was also worthy of getting Wu Yuer's favor? Fortunately, Lu Xun did not dwell on the matter of Du Chang's bet just now. Instead, he looked towards Wu Lao, observing Wu Lao's physical condition. Lu Ming, bring Wu Lao a cup of hot water. Plain water, not tea, Lu Xun said in a loud voice. Lu Xun's side had just finished speaking. Over there Lu Ming brought over a cup of warm water. Under the gaze of everyone, the warm water in the cup was drunk by Wu Lao. I say, Lu Xun, you kid is really something. I thought I was going to die in a heartbeat, Wu Lao said as he picked up a towel and wiped the beads of sweat on his head. Humph, Grandpa, what nonsense words are you saying? Your granddaughter hasn't even done her filial piety yet. How could she let you die with your life? Wu Yuer skimmed her lips and said, next time whoever calls Grandpa a drinker, I'll arrest him and take him to jail. As Wu Yuel said these words, her eyes looked at Du Chong, who had to pretend not to hear. Chapter 22, Lustful Fortunes. After coming out of infinity, Wu Lao saw the ambulance that came to rescue him, but unfortunately Wu Lao's illness had already healed to a large extent, and that ambulance that came to rescue him could only return without any success. A few people immediately broke up on the street. Wu Lao said he wanted to drive Lu Xun, but was politely refused by Lu Xun on the grounds that Wu Lao's health was not good. As for the grim-faced Du Chong, he had long been ignored by Lu Xun as if he were air. Lu Xun only wanted to kill Du Chang's arrogance when he made a bet with him. He hated it when people acted like they were above him. After parting with a few people, Lu Xun hitchhiked back to Ling Yunxian, where Xiao Yali was doing nothing to clean up the house. Since He Hao didn't come to look for Xiao Yali's trouble, Xiao Yali's face was getting better and better every day. This point was also the point that Lu Xun was the most happy about. He didn't want Xiao Yali to stay dormant in her failed relationship with He Hao. Only a quick and easy solution was the most correct solution. Sister Lily, I'm back. Hey, do you want to go out for a stroll around the mall today for a break? Lu Xun said as he pushed open the door. Oh, you have time to accompany sister out today? Okay, wait for sister to change the clothes on her body. Xiao Yali looked up and smiled. When Xiao Yali finished cleaning up and came down from upstairs, Xiao Yali's dressing made Lu Xun's eyes light up. A lavender dress revealed Xiao Yali's delicate body to the fullest, and the black handbag on her right hand made Xiao Yali appear as an elegant and mysterious neighboring big sister. Brother, good looking? Xiao Yali bit her lips and threw a wink towards Lu Xun. Ah, ahem, good looking. Lu Xun coughed to hide his embarrassment. Xiao Yali looked at Lu Xun's awkward smile and couldn't help but smile. Being able to make a man embarrassed like this is the most charming and attractive performance of a woman. Come on, help me take my bag. Xiao Yali handed the bag in her hand to Lu Xun and picked up the key to lock the gates of the leading mansion. The leading mansion was one of the top buildings specializing in clothing in Yunhai City. Inside the 5-story building there were all kinds of men's and women's clothes. Even many children's clothes were purchased from here. Today, let's start with the leading mansion. I'm going to shop all the shopping malls in Yunhai City, Xiao Yali said with confidence as she clenched her fists. Lu Xun had often heard others say that a woman's temptation in the face of shopping was in no way inferior to a woman's temptation for a man, and now deeply appreciated the powerlessness of this sentence. Not far from the leading building, a Bentley car. This kid is not shallow. Du Chong, who was wearing sunglasses, sat in the car and gritted his teeth as he looked at the two people, Lu Xun and Xiao Yali. In the distance, during the meeting with his teacher Wu Lao today, Lu Xun had made him lose face twice, and even his little sister Wu Yuer's attitude towards him was a bit cold compared to before. What made Du Chong salivate the most was Xiao Yali, who had a bit more of a mature woman's flavor than Wu Yuel. Especially this woman was still related to Lu Xun. Just thinking about it, Du Chong had a horny urge. Xiao Lu, did you see that man in the plaid shirt? That's the guy I told you to clean up. Du Chong pointed at Lu Xun and said. Xiao Lu's terrifying body skills Du Chong had seen once before, and it couldn't be easier to leave this matter to Xiao Lu. As the strongest fighter in the Green Dragon Gang's Flame Hall, Xiao Lu had hacked out 2 streets alive for the Green Dragon Gang, for which he had earned the title of killing 10 people in one step. The ferocity of his ferocity, even many people on the road are scared to death. Xiao Lu was a person who had really seen blood, unlike ordinary gangsters. Got it, Brother Chong, he's dead. Xiao Lu's ordinary face was always hiding a touch of unspeakable killing aura. Xiao Lu's simple 9 words made Du Chong nod his head in satisfaction. What Xiao Lu promised, never failed to do. In the afternoon, Lu Xun accompanied Xiao Yali to visit 3 shopping malls, and I have to say that women are born stronger than men in this aspect of shopping mall talent. Lu Xun's hands are full of things, legs are fast running broken. Xiao Yali is still interested in pulling up Lu Xun towards the next destination to run. The next destination needs to pass through an alley. which is behind the leading building. The cold alley was sparsely populated, and Lu Xun and Xiao Yali, who were carrying things, were talking and laughing as they walked in the alley, when 7 people flashed out of the darkness of the alley, blocking all the retreats of Lu Xun and Xiao Yali. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yali chortled as she looked at the 7 people. With Xiao Yali's years of experience, she knew that these 7 people in front of her were looking for her, and it was never good. "I can give you guys the money if you want it," Xiao Yali continued. "We don't want money, we want his dog's life." Xiao Lu pointed at Lu Xun and waved his hand arrogantly. Xiao Lu's cry seemed to be an order to lay hands on him, and the other 7 punks lifted their fists and rushed towards the place where Lu Xun and Xiao Yali were standing. However, their target was not Xiao Yali, but the rash Lu Xun in front of them. Lu Xun was originally worried about Xiao Yali's safety, but now that he saw that the target of the opposite people was on himself, he immediately felt relieved. In Lu Xun's eyes, the speed of these people became strangely slow. Whoosh! Lu Xun avoided a punch from behind him and kicked his right foot into the crotch of a rushing gangster, who fell to the ground with a miserable cry. There seemed to be a pair of eyes growing behind Lu Xun. His left hand grabbed the surprise attack from the left gangster with a death grip. Ka-ching! Ever since Lu Xun obtained his perspective eyes, his entire body was immersed in that purple energy mass, and with the help of that purple energy mass, both Lu Xun's reaction speed and strength had undergone an amazing change. Xiao Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, paying attention to Lu Xun's moves. The more he looked at Xiao Lu's face became more and more gloomy. When a connoisseur strikes, there is only nothing. This Lu Xun's strength was only higher than his, and there were several times when his surefire move seemed to be on the verge of succeeding, but they were all narrowly dodged by Lu Xun. Bang! Lu Xun punched the last gangster and sent him flying 3 feet away. The gangster flew backwards. His internal organs couldn't withstand the force of Lu Xun's fist. A mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground and he fainted. Lu Xun looked up at Xiao Lu, killing intent. Xiao Lu unexpectedly had a coldness like his whole body was shackled in a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. That cool air whooshed up from the soles of his feet. "You are strong," Little Six slowly spoke, not being impatient, but instead seriously sizing up Lu Xun. "You're hot," Lu Xun said casually, pinching his nose. "Put, this Nima doesn't follow the rules?" In such a tense atmosphere, Lu Xun's sentence in turn made Xiao Yali laugh. Xiao Yali suddenly realized that this boy who was 2 or 3 years younger than him actually had something called a sense of security in him. This feeling was something that Yi Hao had never given her. Lu Xun, this boy was 2 or 3 years younger than himself. What was he thinking? Xiao Yali smiled as if laughing to herself and shook her head vigorously. Chapter 23, Lu Xun's Fearfulness. Xiao Lu's face was dark. He had never seen such a shameless person. But Lu Xun did have such a skill. With Lu Xun's skill, he was fully qualified to talk to him like this. When did such an ordinary-looking young master appear in Yunhai City? Under the chi pull of the 2 men, under the silence and the chi, Xiao Lu still took the lead. Whoosh! Xiao Lu raised a fist straight toward Lu Xun in front of him. That fist carries the momentum of wind and thunder. This fist contains 70% of Xiao Lu's power. The end is overbearing, incomparable. Xiao Lu's own strength is incomparable. Once Xiao Lu killed a tiger in its prime with 1 punch. This punch was completely capable of sending Lu Xun flying. Lu Xun is weak, in Xiaoyou's opinion. Just now with his own little brother hands, all rely on skill to win. This punch can even kill a tiger, let alone a weak Lu Xun. Xiao Lu's face was hideous and his teeth were clenched, as if he had already seen the scene where Lu Xun was beaten by him until he bled from his 7 orifices. Out of Xiao Lu's expectation, Lu Xun was not sent flying by his own punch. Instead, Lu Xun's left hand was like an iron pincer, firmly clamping Xiao Lu's right hand. Xiao Lu reacted. This Lu Xun's strength was not smaller than his. The battle-experienced Xiao Lu wanted to withdraw his hand, but realized that no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lu Xun's left hand. Xiao Lu's left hand turned into a claw and grabbed Lu Xun's eyes. As long as Lu Xun had a crack, he could withdraw his right hand. Bang! The force of Lu Xun's right hand was even greater, directly skimming off Xiao Lu's middle and index fingers alive. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Xiao Lu's mournful screams echoed in the alley like killing a pig, making people's ears creepy. Lying on the ground, 7 gangsters. A face of astonishment looked toward the right hand. Blood flow like a column of small 6. Even in the Green Dragon Gang, small 6 are ranked in the top 5 super experts. Under 1 move, victory or defeat was immediately decided. Lu Xun's body was filled with a killing machine. This substantial killing machine made Xiao Lu's eyes filled with fear. He had no doubt that Lu Xun had the ability to kill him. What kind of monster did Du Cheng provoke? Usually it was Little Six who made others afraid, but this time when he faced Lu Xun, it was the first time Little Six experienced fear. It seems that this time really kicked an iron plate. Rumble! Lu Xun punched Xiao Lu's chest. Xiao Lu stifled a grunt and flew backwards. Flying backwards on the way also wildly sprayed blood. Blood as if no money to spray out. Xiao Lu curled up his body bones. At this moment Xiao Lu felt that his internal organs suffered a sledgehammer impact. Xiao Lu was filled with horror. He never thought that a person could have so much power. Say, who exactly sent you? Lucian opened his mouth and bellowed. Xiao Lu was also a hardcore person. In this situation, he still didn't say a word, gritting his teeth and covering his left hand that was bleeding like a pillar. Lucian saw that Xiao Lu did not open his mouth and knew that it would be impossible to find out the situation from Xiao Lu's mouth in a moment. Brother, I don't know which power you are an expert of, but I am a person from the Green Dragon Gang Flame Hall. Now let me go. I can pretend that this matter never happened, said Xiao Lu through clenched teeth. Xiao Lu knew that he had kicked a very hard iron plate today. Not to mention completing Du Chang's mission. Being able to retreat in one piece was already a great fortune amongst misfortunes. Since the incident with Zhang Rushi, Lucian had become exceptionally mature. If people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people offend me, I'll exterminate their whole family. If it were anyone else, they would still hesitate when they hear the words Green Dragon Gang. But when faced with a master like Lucian, who is not afraid of the sky or the earth, Xiao Lu has never thought that the reputation of the Green Dragon Gang will not be able to cover him one day. Lucian also found it tricky to deal with this kind of hardcore. At that moment Lucian closed his eyes tightly. I will not say that it is Du Chong, even if I die. A voice suddenly sounded in Lucian's mind. It was silent for half a second. It's Du Chong, right? Lucian looked up at Xiao Lu. When Xiao Lu heard the word Du Chong, he looked at Lucian with a stunned expression. How did Lucian guess that it was Du Chong? Lucian, what about him? Xiao Yali said as she pointed at Xiao Lu. Now Xiao Yali realized that Lucian was completely turning into her backbone. As long as there was Lucian in the place, there seemed to be nothing that could not be solved. Whether it was the encounter with the Five Tigers gang and the Ling Yunxian in the front, or now these few punks from another gang, the Green Dragon Gang, they were all easily cleaned up by Lucian. Wait, let me make a call to a friend, said Lucian as he called Elder Wu, who in turn had him transferred to Wu Yuer. What? Someone committed murder in the street? When Wu Yuel heard this news, the whole person couldn't sit still. In Yunhai City, where the sun is clear and the moon is bright, someone actually dares to commit murder on the street. This is the thing that Wu Yuel, who has an extremely heavy sense of responsibility, can't stand the most. 10 minutes later, a police car drove into the narrow alley. That's them? Wu Yuer turned her head to look at the 8 people lying on the ground. Among these 8 people, only Xiao Lu was a familiar face to Wu Yuer. Xiao Lu had escaped the police several times and had several unaccounted for murders on his person. Wu Yuer had heard about Xiao Lu's ferocity, and had once hacked 3 policemen in order to resist police pursuit. Now actually fell in the hands of Lu Xun. Wu Yuel's beautiful eyes have been measuring Lu Xun. How he subdued small 6. Wu Yuer realized that the longer she contacted Lu Xun, the more and more enigmas he had on him. Such enigmas gradually attracted Wu Yuer, causing Wu Yuer to gradually become interested in Lu Xun. Please go back with us to make a record. Wu Yuel opened her mouth. Previously, Wu Yuel's eyes had been focused on Lu Xun, and she hadn't seen that there was a beautiful Xiao Yali next to her. Now that she saw the beautiful Xiao Yali, hostility immediately rose in her heart. This kind of hostility comes from the most primitive instincts of women for millions of years. A woman cannot tolerate other women than their own beautiful. This is as a woman's nature. A kind of inexplicable hostility filled between Xiao Yali and Wu Yuer. Du Chong sitting in the car, bored, tapping the steering wheel. This Xiao Lu's action is also too slow. If not always trust Xiao Lu, Du Chong has long driven away. The trust in Xiao Lu came from a chance rescue of Xiao Lu before Du Chong left the country. That rescue made Xiao Lu swear that he could do anything for Du Chong. This time when he returned to China, Du Chong, after being hit in the face by Lucian twice in a row in the morning, the first person who thought that he could solve Lucian's problem was not Xiao Lu. Du Chong knew that Xiao Lu had always been ruthless and left no trace. Half an hour has passed. Xiao Lu has not finished. This speed is a little too slow. Du Chong some impatient, but the thought of immediately can taste Lucian beside the flavor of the young woman, will be pressed down that hot heart. Why is there a police car coming? Just when Du Chong imagined to pounce Xiao Yali into the picture, Du Chong violently froze. The police car he saw a familiar person, Wu Yuel. No way. Could it be that Xiao Lu failed in his bid? This is impossible. Xiao Lu on the road to fight so many years. How will fall in the hands of a fresh graduate college students? Holding a fluke, Du Chong out of the Bentley, followed the police car into the alley. The situation in the alley led him surprised, including Xiao Lu, including the 8 punks on the body bruises and swelling, all lying on the ground. Let him gnash his teeth should be lying on the ground. Lucian, at this time is happy in Wujuer chatting day. Chapter 24 Fame shocking Yunhai. With Du Chong watched Xiao Lu was arrested. Du Chong had to flee back to the car in a state of confusion, for fear that Xiao Lu was at the scene to testify out that he was instructed to do so. The big problem is that each fly, small 6 in order to save his life. Hard not to keep him. Du Chong confessed out. Du Chong knows that behind the small six there is a green dragon gang. Even if the small six into the bureau, the green dragon gang want to fish small six, or the same can use the relationship to small six from the bureau to fish out. But Du Chong and Xiaolu is not the same. Du Chang's family is only a little powerful. His father is the chairman of a small company. His mother is a Chinese government official. He is the only son of the family. This power in the eyes of ordinary people is tantamount to the power of the heavens. However, in the eyes of the Green Dragon Gang, is just a grasshopper a little bit bigger than a mole cricket. The Green Dragon Gang's strength in Yunhai City is completely one hand to cover the sky. Du Chong sighed a long sigh and drove his car to escape Gray. Xiao Yali accompanied Lu Shen out of the police station and it was already sunset. The two of them strolled on the road back to Ling Yinxian. The setting sun lengthened the silhouettes of the two of them. Xiao Yali and Lu Shen both carried large and small parcels together. Hand in hand looked quite sweet. I say Lu Shen, this kid of yours, you do have two things. Xiao Yali pursed her lips and smiled. That's, you don't look at who it is. Lu Shen said with his head held high. Sister Lily, do you need to hire me as your personal bodyguard? Or a personalized one? After saying this, Lu Shen ran away as if he was escaping. Brat, let you talk poorly to my mother again. Don't run, Xiao Yali said as she chased after Lu Shen. In the small two-story villa, Su Xiong was sitting in a wheelchair covering his injured left leg, and behind him stood Lei Jiutian. Lu Shen? Su Xiong coughed. Defeated Xiao Lu with just one punch? Su Xiong's face had a strange look. How strong Little Six was, Su Xiong was the most aware of it. In the entire Five Tigers gang, there were only a handful of people who were able to fight against Little Six, not to mention being able to defeat him with a single punch. Such a person simply could not exist in Su Xiong's mind. Big brother, it seems that Mr. Lu even stayed his hand that day, Lei Jiutian said with a palpitating heart. Lei Jiutian was originally still disconcerted after the match that day, but this result of Lu Shen facing Xiao Lu today convinced Lei Jiutian. There was once a time when Lei Jiutian and Xiao Lu fought, and the two of them were 50-50. No, 50-50 was still a bit of a stretch. It should be said that it was a 4-6 count. If it wasn't for Su Xiong stopping it in time, he, Lei Jiutian, would have lost by half a move. Thinking of this, a cold sweat leapt down on Lei Jiutian's forehead. That day if Lu Shen did not keep his hands off, he would have become a corpse, perhaps. It seems that this young Mr. Lu is really a bit different. Su Xiong's eyes flashed with a ray of essence. Jiutian, Mr. Lu should be strictly protected. Not a single mistake should be made. Notify me immediately if there is anything. Yes, Lei Jiutian said obediently. The Green Dragon Gang, to be able to become an underground force in 3 parts of Yunhai City, must have its extraordinary features. Rumor has it that the Green Dragon Gang's gang leader Hu Ling has a deep connection with a certain high-ranking official in China, coupled with the fact that the Green Dragon Gang's gang leader, Hu Ling, usually has a ruthless style and is decisive. He was able to unify a force to fight against the Five Tigers gang in a short span of just 2 months. Green Dragon Group Limited. Usually very few people to the Green Dragon as their company's logo. Only the people who know the inside information know that this building up to 12 floors of the Green Dragon Group Limited is frightening. Yunhai City. The 3 major gangs of the base of the Green Dragon Gang. A man with eyes. The corners of his mouth filled with smiles. His left hand holding a coffee. His right hand holding a newspaper. Looking amiable. Rather like a neighboring uncle. Hu Lord. The chairman of the Green Dragon Group Limited. While another identity was also the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. Chairman. Just now someone saw Six being arrested into the police station. A man with eyes stood appearing in front of Hu Lord. What did you say? Six was taken into jail by the police? What's going on? Hu Lord frowned. This was completely bad news for him. Xiao Lu had always been his Hu Lord's left arm and right-hand man. As the most outstanding combatant in the Green Dragon Gang, Xiao Lu accompanied him to fight half of the Green Dragon Gang. Xiao Lu has at least 5 murders. In order to protect the small Six, Hulian not hesitate to spend a big favor. Big money. For this time Xiao Lu was arrested by the police into the prison. The first thing that Hu Lord suspected is the Five Tigers Gang move foot. In the whole Yunhai City can and the Green Dragon Gang to fight against only Five Tigers Gang. And the mysterious Phoenix Sky Pavilion is all a gang of women. In the eyes of Hu Lord, women cannot become atmosphere. Yes, what happened was that Du family's son Du Chong asked Sixth brother to clean up a graduation college student. For Lu Shen's identity. Naturally, he also investigated everything. After listening to what happened, Hu Lord's expression froze. Xiao Lu's strength he is the most clear. Not to mention the Green Dragon Gang. Is the entire Yunhai City is also can enter the top 5 of the super strong fighting force? Actually was a person of fist abolished? And it sounds like Xiao Lu's injury is not light. What is the origin of this strange young man? Mr. Hu, what do you think we should do now? The man lowered his head and asked. Of course it's to save Xiao Lu first. What's the crime of taking Xiao Lu in? Hu Lord opened his mouth and asked. beating someone on the street. We sent someone to negotiate. But the public security authorities said that there are several murders on Sixth Brother, and they need Sixth Brother to cooperate with the investigation. The man said with his head still lowered. Investigation? Don't worry. Little Six will be released soon. By the way, I want that college student's information. Hu Lord waved his hand and said, if this young college student was really Su Xiong's helper, then there were really very few people in the entire Yunhai city who were his opponent. The young man who had long been familiar with Hu Lord's habits passed over Lucian's information, and Hu Lord nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Lucian's information. The information was very detailed, including when Lucian ate, how many meals he ate every day, and when he ate outside were all recorded in detail on that piece of information. So he was a college student at Yunhai University until he broke up with his ex-girlfriend 10 days ago? This 10 days to defend Jade? Not Wu Lao? Into the Five Tigers gang. Let Lei Jiutian submissive? The more Hu Lords looked, the more alarmed he was. This Lucian nearly 10 days every time to do out of the things are enough to let Hu Lords on Lucian raised a strong interest. If Lucian wasn't a member of the Five Tigers gang, he could have fought Lucian over. Currently the Five Tigers gang and the Green Dragon gang had reached a white-hot stage in their struggle in one way or another. An expert like Lucian, who was even stronger than Lei Jiutian and Xiao Lu, was fully capable of changing the final outcome of the struggle between the two gangs. The long-cherished wish of Hu Lord, who had wanted to unify the underground power organizations in Yunhai City for many years, was finally about to be accomplished. And Hu Lord didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. I want to meet him. Hu Lord closed the information and closed his eyes and said, Chapter 25, Xiao Yali's sister. Phew, the two of them, Xiao Yali and Lu Xin, carried the things they bought back to Ling Yinxian. Walking to Xiao Yali's boudoir, the two of them threw all the big and small things they bought in their hands on the ground. Ease up. So tired. Xiao Yali sat on her butt on the bed, her right hand holding the remote control board and pressing on the electric fan. By the way, my sister is coming to my place for vacation the day after tomorrow. You have a sister when you're so young? Nonsense. It's a sister from the same mother. And my sister looks even prettier than me. Xiao Yali said with a smile. Really? Then I'm relieved. Lucian nodded thoughtfully and said, Shay, why don't you say that men are all perverts? As far as I know, this sister of mine doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Oh. Xiao Yali looked Lucian up and down as if she was sizing up her future brother-in-law. While saying this, Xiao Yali's heart had an empty feeling. It seemed like when she was a child, giving up her most beloved toy to her sister. Don't, Sister Lily, what do you mean by this? Lucian pushed back, knowing Zhang Ru she was love at first sight. Breaking up was only 10 days. Talking about feelings now was a great burden to Lucian's heart. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years of fear of a well rope. Lucian will not believe in love at first sight anymore. 3 days passed by in a flash. These 3 days Lucian, besides helping Xiao Yali to look at the store, is to read books. In the meantime, in the manipulation of that group of purple energy hidden in the depths of the body. 3 days later in the afternoon, Xiao Yali and Lucian arrived at the train station half an hour earlier. Buzz, the train from Tiannan City to Yunhai City has arrived at the end of this station. Please prepare for the passengers getting off. The hot air caused the clustered crowd to become even more crowded. Meng, I'm here. A long way off. Xiao Yali saw her sister. Sis, get off the bus and squeeze me to death. A girl who looked somewhat similar to Xiao Yali came out from inside with a bounce. Lucian raised his eyes to see that the girl's face was white and smooth, just like a freshly peeled egg, and her center-parted hair made Xiao Yameng a complete goddess, with a body that was a few points slimmer than Xiao Yali. Xiao Yameng's side also followed a boy. Looks fat and chubby. Belongs to the kind of put in the crowd can be recognized at a glance. Fat. This is my classmate Hu Bin. Saying that together they want to come to Yunhai City to see their relatives. Xiao Yameng said, Hello, I am Meng's sister, Xiao Yali. This is my friend, Lu Xin. Xiao Yali introduced. Hu Bin's eyes lit up. He didn't realize that Xiao Yameng, who was the school flower, had such a beautiful sister. Hello, my name is Hu Bin. Hu Bin handed over his hand and said in a busy voice, Meng, are you going to eat or? Xiao Yali looked up and asked, Let's eat. I'm starving and those things in the car are dead hard to eat, Xiao Yameng said with a pout. The four of them left the train station. Lucian beckoned for a cab. Not even a decent car. This brother-in-law of yours is really poor. Hu Bin frowned and said rather disdainfully. Lucian was not annoyed. After experiencing what happened to Zhang Rushi, now Lucian's heart was like his name, calm and collected. On the contrary, unlike Xiao Yali, Xiao Yameng was a violent temper. You can go down if you don't want to do it. I didn't force you to do it. Xiao Yameng's violent temper came up. Hu Bin instead lowered his head and quietly didn't dare to speak, for fear that Xiao Yameng really threw him down. Driver, go to Wind and Moon House, Lucian said in a loud voice. The driver glanced at Lu Xin, and a rather disdainful expression appeared in his eyes. What kind of place was Wind Moon House? This kind of sports car driver knew best. Those who were able to dine at Wind and Moon House were either rich or noble, and the young man in front of him didn't look like a wealthy disciple either. However, since the guest has a request, the driver can't not comply. At that moment, the driver drove in the direction of the Moonlight House. Hubin skimmed his mouth. The Wind and Moon House is a place he knows best. Every time he comes to Yunhai City, he goes with his uncle to the Wind and Moon House to dine. Earlier in the heart held a mouthful of sulking Hubin, smiling grimly at the stay Lucian how to make a fool of himself. Yunhai City to buy a large number of people, but the traffic is not blocked. Go to the Wind and Moon building. Driver just spent more than 10 minutes. Get out of the car. Lucian accompanied by Xiao Yali, Xiao Yameng and Hubin 4 people toward the Wind and Moon building. The welcome lady of the Wind and Moon building was of high quality and welcomed Lucian in. Hubin followed behind, ready to watch Lucian's jokes. Under the guidance of a waitress, Lucian chose a place by the window, and Lucian handed the menu to Xiao Yameng. As for Hubin, who had spoken out just now, he was hung out to dry by Lucian. I'm going to order the steamed abalone, and this. Brushing and pulling, Xiao Yameng ordered 5 or 6 dishes in a row. Hubin's pair of small eyes kept staring at the menu. When looking at every dish that Xiao Yameng ordered was above 500, the corner of Hubin's mouth revealed a smile. Hubin was not short of money. What he lacked was an opportunity to court Xiao Yameng. He wanted to see Lucian's embarrassed face when he paid the bill. Xiao Yali was a little anxious. Ordering the dishes together with her sister was naturally able to see the prices of these dishes. Lucian had made a lot of money since recognizing Baoyu, but that couldn't be a reason for him to be a loser. Xiao Yali wanted to persuade Xiao Yameng to order less, but seeing Hubin's pair of small eyes staring straight at the menu in Xiao Yameng's hands, Xiao Yali immediately understood Hubin's thoughts. The dishes soon came up one after another, and Xiao Yameng's foodie nature immediately showed up. The mouth-watering aroma of the rice made Xiao Yameng immediately move her chopsticks. Xiao Yameng couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and eat. Watching Xiao Yameng move her chopsticks, Lucian, Xiao Yali and the 3 of them also moved their chopsticks. The 3 of them ate a very pleasant meal, but only Hubin was harboring a grudge. Sometimes the truth is often so unsatisfactory. When paying the bill, Hubin finally got up the spirit, looking at Lucian's eyes more than a few points of contempt. As long as Lucian's face is a little off, Hubin can immediately stand out. But let Hubin disappointed. Lucian to the checkout time. Eyebrows do not blink. After finishing his meal, Hubin gave Lucian a hateful look and naturally went to find his uncle. Xiao Yameng followed the 2 of them, Xiao Yali and Lucian, towards Ling Yunxian. Sister, is your ex-brother-in-law coming to harass you? Xiao Yameng opened her mouth and asked. Obviously Xiao Yameng knew all about this ex-brother-in-law. No la, how could he come to harass me? Xiao Meng, today you just make do and sleep with me. Tomorrow I'll find a house and we'll move out. Lucian, do you want to come along? Xiao Yali just finished saying that she felt something was wrong. It's just that the words have been said. There's no more possibility of backtracking. Of course, as long as the boss lady invites each other. I can't wait, Lucian said with a smile. Sister, could it be that the 2 of you? Xiao Yameng said incredulously. Xiao Yameng dreamed that the wage earner who managed the store that her sister mentioned a few days ago, could it be the Lucian in front of her? Meng, don't think nonsense, go to sleep. Xiao Yali laughed and scolded. Chapter 26, Hubin's invitation. Hubin hated his teeth. He never dreamed that Lucian, who went out to eat with him yesterday, was actually a wage earner. Hubin was the nephew of the Green Dragon Gang's leader, Lord Hu, and Hubin had a deep affection for Lord Hu, and this deep affection allowed Hubin to recklessly check up on Lucian's background. As the 3 strongest underground power organizations in Yunhai City, the Green Dragon Gang's connections and information is so strong that after only a morning's time, Hubin received information about Lucian. A poor boy. Who is he to compete with me? The corner of Hubin's mouth revealed a smile. Lucian, who was helping Xiao Yali pack up her things at the moment, sneezed coldly. Early in the morning Xiao Yali went out to find a room rented by 3 people. The room is quite large, 75 square meters, 2 rooms and 1 hall, enough for 3 people to live. Unluckily Lucian became the labor drudgery of the 2 people. All the big and small jobs were undertaken by Lucian, which made Lucian very sore. What? Look at your bitter face. Do you know how many people are lining up to work for Auntie? Xiao Yameng said with a hum. He worked until a little afternoon before Lucian cleaned up the house. Xiao Yameng's clothes were fine, while the boss's wife, Xiao Yali's clothes made Lucian make 4 trips before he finished packing them up. Lucian, who had been tired all morning, sat on his butt on the floor. This was when Xiao Yameng's cell phone rang, and Xiao Yameng stared at Lucian as she spoke, looking like she was constantly sizing him up. Lucian was uncomfortable by Xiao Yameng. Since his girlfriend Zhang Rushi betrayed him, Lucian already did not believe in beautiful women. The boss's wife, Xiao Yali, was an exception. In Lucian's most painful days, he was accompanied by Xiao Yali. What Lucian believed in most was the feelings of being together in times of trouble. Alright, I'll think about it. Xiao Yameng hung up the phone with a somewhat difficult look and stared at Lucian. Lucian was tickled by Xiao Yameng's stare and was not comfortable at all, as if Xiao Yameng's gaze was like a scientist staring at a mouse at the moment. Before she came back yesterday, Xiao Yameng hadn't taken a close look at Lucian, but after taking a closer look at him today, Xiao Yameng had to admit that Lucian was quite handsome. The whole man looks gentle, white skin, not right, how to look more and more like a white boy. Look at groping Lucian's age and self-similar, at most is a just graduated from the university monk. Is it sister now this kind of taste of boys? Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng are not only sisters, but also the best girlfriends. Xiao Yameng knows that her sister has not had an easy time over the years, and also advises her sister to find another boyfriend, believing that with her sister's good looks, there will definitely be a lot of men who like her. Don't stare at me, have a talk, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Lucian made a gesture to walk towards the outside. Does that have time to accompany me out? Xiao Yameng opened her mouth and said, where to go? I'm not going. Lucian shook his head vigorously and said, am I pretty? Xiao Yameng seduced up close. The aroma was slightly exhaled and the fragrant wind gusted, making Lucian a little tempted. Although Lucian didn't have a good feeling about pretty women, it didn't mean that he didn't like pretty women. All people love beauty, and Lucian was no exception. Xiao Yameng, who was the school flower, was naturally prettier than most women. Pretty. Lucian nodded and said, if you promise me this thing, I'll consider letting you be my boyfriend, okay? Xiao Yameng said, half begging, half tempting. Xiao Yameng looked at Lucian with a smile on her face. If it was in the school, I don't know how many people would be attracted to her. But how come Lucian had a difficult expression on his face? This made Xiao Yameng very angry. Not good. Lucian shook his head after further consideration. What? You actually think it's not good? Xiao Yameng was so angry that she almost wanted to pull Lucian's ears up. Lucian looked at Xiao Yameng's appearance and was shocked. Could it be that this younger sister, like her older sister, had followed the genes of the femme fatale? You have to go even if you go today, and you have to go even if you don't. Xiao Yameng's brutal temper surged up. Lucian didn't need Xiao Yameng's set of words and walked out towards the door without saying anything. He didn't like to spoil Xiao Yameng. Xiao Yameng froze. Lucian walked very decisively, without any delay at all. When Lucian walked to the door, he saw Xiao Yali coming up. Xiao Yali looked at Lucian with some bewilderment. It was only after walking for a while that Lucian and Xiao Yameng had an argument. Sister, you are with Lucian? Xiao Yali asked. Humph, sister, he bullied me. The story was said euphemistically in Xiao Yameng's mouth, and Xiao Yali immediately understood what happened. Forget it, I'll call him back. Xiao Yali dialed Lucian's phone. Lucian saw that it was Xiao Yali's call up the stairs, and to be frank, Lucian wasn't angry. He was just a little displeased with Xiao Yameng's approach. Lucian, my sister has a reception in the afternoon and needs you to go with her. For the sake of my sister, just accompany Meng, Xiao Yali said. Lucian took a look at even Xiao Yali said so. It was not good to refute Xiao Yali's face, and immediately agreed. During the noontime, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, Lucian and the three of them cleaned up the room. With the habit of napping, Xiao Yameng slept asleep up, called on Lucian toward the door to go, who'd been anxiously walking around. Beside him also stood a few men. If Lucian arrived, we'll certainly find Duchong also inside. Hubin often came to Yunhai City, and many of the rich second generation in Yunhai City had some friendships. The reason Hubin called Xiao Yameng out today was simple. It was to pick up Xiao Yameng. In the school, Hubin has been pursuing Xiao Yameng. Just Xiao Yameng has not given Hubin good face. After coming to Yunhai City, Xiao Yameng even and Lucian this beggar pulling and tugging. This is the most upsetting place for Hubin. As long as Lucian dares to appear, Hubin guarantees to let Lucian leave with a very ugly face. I say Hubin, we brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. Why do you still call a woman? Duchong said. Duchong, you don't know. At that moment, Hubin told Duchong all about meeting him yesterday. Damn, there are still people who are not open-minded. Robbing a woman from you, who shall? Ducheng's right hand slapped and his eyes glared. Don't worry, as long as you, who shall, give the word, I, Duchong, will make him suffer. Duchong patted his chest and guaranteed up. Coming, Hubin said as he pointed at a cab that was approaching from afar. When Duchong saw Xiao Yameng for the first time, he was also stunned by Xiao Yameng's beauty. Then Duchong looked at Lucian behind him with a touch of unbelief in his eyes. How could Lucian be here? Could it be that the man Hubin said was him? Lucian accompanied Xiao Yameng off the car, looked to Hubin and his friends behind the fox. A sweep, naturally also saw standing beside Hubin Duchong. Old scores had not yet been settled, and then came new ones. Lucian's mouth revealed a smile that was hard to describe. Let's go. Xiao Yaming pulled Lucian beside her. Oh, Lucian, who had slowed down, walked towards Hu Bin under Xiao Yaming's pull. Chapter 27, Treasure Auction. Hu Bin's heart was very uncomfortable, since investigating Lucian's background. In Hu Bin's eyes, Lucian was a beggar. How could such a beggar be with the school goddess Xiao Yaming? But Hu Bin could only greet with a smile on his face. Xiao Yaming, this is my friend, Du Chong. After Hu Bin introduced the fox friends beside him, he said to Xiao Yaming, there is a treasure appreciation conference in Yunhai province today. I've gotten a few tickets here. Hu Bin pulled out a few tickets. Xiao Yaming pouted and said, really? Then are there any tickets for Lucian? Yes, there are. Hu Bin sweated profusely as he pulled out another ticket. That's good. Let's go together. Xiao Yaming opened her mouth and said. Xiao Yaming had a different favorite for these ancient paintings and calligraphy. Hu Bin knew to throw his hat in the ring. It was just this Lucian beside Xiao Yaming. How did Hu Bin look at him? Meng, you see which car you do? Hu Bin said curtly. Behind Hu Bin, Sinsen vacated a piece of position. Behind him appeared two sports cars, a red Mercedes-Benz, a black Land Rover. Lucian and I will sit on the red Mercedes. Xiao Yaming pulled up Lucian's small hand and drilled into that red Mercedes. Lucian didn't even expect Xiao Yaming to pull up his hand so directly. Hu Bin's pair of cold eyes seemed as if he wanted to kill Lucian, who grinned and laughed. Looking at Lucian grinning, Du Chong almost fled. Others didn't know Lucian's strength, but Du Chong could be quite clear. If the person who was able to abolish Xiao Lu was still a waste, then he, Du Chong, would never be able to find anyone useful again. But look at this, Lucian seems to not know what happened that day. Du Chong forehead with cold sweat, as if he did not know, drilled into another Land Rover. Now Du Chong only begged Lucian not to know about this matter. Unfortunately, the more you don't want others to know, the faster it spreads. This point is Du Chong far from expected. This thing in the same day was known by Lucian. With Lucian and Xiao Yaming diamond red Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz car slowly started. Hu Bin looked at Lucian behind him and hated his teeth. After more than 10 minutes of driving, the car arrived in front of Infinity. This treasure appreciation will be held in Infinity. Infinity is also Du Chang's favorite hotel. Hu Bin walked towards the inside with high spirits. Hu Bin walked towards the inside with a high degree of vigor. Infinity Huang has been filled with a lot of guests. These guests are all for the treasure appreciation meeting and come. Hu Bin got out of the car, followed one after another by Lucian, Xiao Yaming and other people. The people present are mostly people who know Du Chong. Since it is a treasure appraisal meeting, this time Du Chong absolutely want to let Lucian suffer on the spot. In order to avenge the revenge of the day, Hu Bin and the others were stuck in the point. Just after Hu Bin and the others came in, the host on the stage walked up. Hello everyone. In the face of the host of some verbose words, listening to Lucian almost fell asleep. Finally came to the main topic. Began to treasure items. The first is the handwriting of the great poet of the Tang dynasty, Lu Zongyuan. Seeing this handwriting, Lucian transported the purple light in his eyes, and this purple light flashed away. This painting is undoubtedly authentic. In order to curry favor with Xiao Yaming, Hu Bin helped Xiao Yaming to photograph this piece of handwriting. Lucian smiled. He didn't care since Lucian himself didn't like Xiao Yaming, and he didn't need to be angry for Xiao Yaming. The second is the real handwriting of Ouyang Xiu, one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties. After Du Chong bought a fake real handwriting for Wu Lao last time, Du Chong has always wanted to find a chance to re-gift Wu Lao a real handwriting. This is not. The opportunity has come. In the face of Ouyang Xiu's authentic handwriting, the reserve price from 800,000. Du Chong did not mince words and quoted a price of 800,000. To Ouyang Xiu, this kind of authentic handwriting, naturally it is Wu Lao's favorite thing. Du Chong is 800,000. There are many people behind the sparse increase in price, but the speed of this increase is quite slow. After some price cajoling, it was only raised to 900,000, and was finally auctioned off by Du Chong at a price of 950,000. Lucian sked and shook his head. A tycoon is a tycoon, and all his shots are different. But when the purple light in Lucian's eyes jumped, Lucian found a small fatal problem. It seems that this Ouyang Xiu's real handwriting is fake. Usually only when you encountered a fake ancient artifact would the purple light in your eyes jump. This was what Lucian had learned from experience over several times. It was nothing that this painting was fake, but it was different when it came out of Lucian's mouth. Du Chong, this authentic painting of Ouyang Xiu of yours seems to be a fake. Lucian narrowed his eyes and spoke up. The kind reminder was tearing him down in Du Chang's eyes. Du Chong realized that this Lucian was simply his own natural nemesis. It seemed that after encountering Lucian, there was not a single thing that was comfortable. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I can still buy it if it's fake? Du Chong gritted his teeth in hatred. If he could beat Lucian, he would have gone up and ripped him apart long ago. This genuine painting of Ouyang Xiu was a birthday gift that Du Chong was going to offer to his teacher Wu Tianlin. Remembering the process of giving Wu Tianlin a gift last time made Du Chong burst into a knot of anger. That's right, do you know where our brother Chong graduated from? He's a college student from Elaston University. Brother Chong majored in treasure appreciation in college. I don't think you even know what treasure appreciation is. The surrounding males who came with Du Chong laughed out loud. In their eyes, Lu Xun was a clown who wanted to get their attention. Lu Xun pawed his ears, not realizing that telling the truth was despised. Lu Xun, this is the birthday gift I'm going to buy for my teacher. What do you mean by blocking it again and again? Du Chong roared loudly. Du Chong couldn't admit defeat. At least not in front of these friends. Du Chong couldn't admit that he was wrong. Even if he was wrong, Du Chong had to say that he was right. Otherwise, Du Chang's reputation in Yunhai City would be ruined. Lu Xun frowned. He didn't expect Du Chong's reaction to be so big, but it made sense. The first time he bought a gift for his teacher was a fake, and the second time he bought a gift that was still a fake. No one could stand it. The eunuchs surrounding Du Chong laughed when they saw that Lu Xun didn't retort. That's right, a bumpkin is still competing with a professional like us. Brother Chong, in treasure appraisal? Simply brain dead. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. It's really disgusting. Still really takes himself as an individual. What a strange man. A few people's comments traveled into the ears of Lu Xun, Xiao Yimeng and Hu Bin. A few people looked different after hearing this. Lu Xun looked indifferent. Xiao Yimeng felt a bit humiliated, and Hu Bin was overjoyed. Worthy of being a rushing brother, a shot to make this kid obedient. Seems to be quite satisfied with this effect. Du Chong nodded. Treasure auction continues to be held smoothly. In addition to Xiao Yimeng and Du Chong, two people. Other people are not interested in this treasure auction. Come here purely to see the fun. The last auction item, King of Zhou GFA's Jade Pendant. As the host spoke out, the scene was in an uproar. Chapter 28, a Jade Pendant worth $10 million. The Jade Pendant of King GFA of the Zhou dynasty. This item had more value than all the items auctioned earlier. After the host ordered someone to bring up the crystal clear Jade Pendant, the atmosphere of the entire room was violently propelled to a climax. GFA's Jade Pendant was lying quietly in the box, the crystalline jade body glistening from time to time, and under the neon lights, the Jade Pendant looked exceptionally white. With the Jade Pendant inspired by the King of Zhou taken on, the host silently looked at the bombardment of the scene. This is the desired atmosphere. After firm, this is the Jade Pendant of the King of Zhou GFA. Take it has the effect of warding off evil spirits, said the host beauty with a smile. Offer 8 million. What GFA's Jade Pendant? It's getting more and more bull asterisk. I don't believe there's any cutie stupid enough to buy this Jade Pendant. Du Chong said mockingly, if it was really a Jade Pendant inspired by the King of Zhou, it would be thousands of years old. How could it be sold by the small Yunhai City Treasure Appraisal Society? That's right, this will just fool the cutie. It can. Whoever buys this Jade Pendant is out of their mind. A few of the rich daughters who came with Du Chong shook their heads and said, regarding this King Zhou's Jade Pendant with a base price of $8 million, the crowd scoffed. Not to mention that this was really a King Zhou Jade Pendant. Even if it was $8 million, it wasn't something that they, the disciples of these worldly families, could just take out with their hands. 8.5 million. Lu Xun, who was beside the crowd, suddenly quoted. As soon as this so-called King of Zhou GFA Jade Pendant came out, Lu Xun felt his whole body's purple energy trembling, as if he was extremely eager to integrate with this King of Zhou GFA Jade Pendant with each other. This purple energy was able to help one identify treasures and recognize people's hearts. And perhaps the current purple energy was just the most elementary stage. If it could evolve, it would be by virtue of this Zhou King GFA's Jade Pendant. Lu Xun had a keen feeling that after obtaining this so-called Jade Pendant of King GFA of Zhou, his own purple energy would see a qualitative improvement. Ignoring the crowd's surprise, Lu Xun reported a high price of $5 million. For this piece of Jade Pendant, Lu Xun was determined to win. After Lu Xun called the price, the surrounding rich second generation, including Du Chong, all looked at Lu Xun with a kind of eyes. Not to mention whether this Jade Pendant is useful or not, just to buy this unrelated Jade Pendant at a high price of $8 million. Unless a super tycoon would not do such a thing. It was these rich second generation people around Du Chong who wanted to come up with $8 million at a moment's notice. Now looking at Lu Xun in this outfit, they really didn't believe that Lu Xun could have $8.5 million, $8,700,000, $8,900,000, as Du Chong expected. The people who reported the price were sparse. This piece of Jade Pendant of Zhou King GFA, not many people can arouse interest. $10 million. Lu Xun bite the price at $10 million. In the face of a piece of Jade Pendant sold for $10 million sky price, is Du Chong also dare not do? I say Lu Xun, don't you press us here, Xiao Yimeng whispered. It wasn't that Xiao Yimeng looked down on Lu Xun, but the $10 million amount was really huge. If Lucian had the ability to shell out $10 million, why would he still need to work for his sister? Lucian didn't pay any attention after hearing Xiao Yimeng's persuasion. $10 million once, $10 million twice, $10 million twice. After the host saw that no one had called for a bid, he focused all the neon lights in the room on Lucian. Good. The jade pendant of King Gfa of Zhou has been auctioned off by this gentleman at number 43. This gentleman really has a good eye. Lucian did not look flattered in the face of the unending stream of compliments. After the auction ended, Lucian, Xiao Yimeng, Hu Bin and Du Chong walked towards the backstage. Du Chong didn't seem very enthusiastic about Lucian going backstage to pick up the goods. Du Chong didn't believe that Lucian would be able to pull out $10 million until now. As for Hu Bin next to Du Chong, he didn't think so. He didn't worry about Xiao Yimeng following Lucian alone. Du Chong smiled and followed the three of them into the backstage. Let's see how Lucian will make a fool of himself. The order of trading money was according to the order of auction goods before and after. After Du Chong paid out the money, he and Hu Bin stood next to each other, ready to watch how Lucian would make a fool of himself. Du Chong didn't believe that Lucian would be able to pull out the $10 million at all. Sorry, I don't have as much cash as $10 million. After it was Lucian's turn, Lucian spoke up. Lucian's words caused Du Chong and Hu Bin to burst out laughing. Waiting for Lucian to make a fool of himself for once was not easy. Instead, Du Chong wanted to see how Lucian would end up. Disturbing the auction sale and wanting to end it easily was simply impossible. The backstage of this auction is the Phoenix Sky Pavilion, which only Hu Bin and Du Chong know. Phoenix Heavenly Pavilion is usually inconspicuous, but it can be listed as one of the top 3 underground organizations in Yunhai City along with the Green Dragon Gang and the Five Tigers Gang, so it definitely has its own strengths. I don't have $10 million in cash, Lucian said honestly. Ha ha, did you hear what this kid said? He doesn't have $10 million in cash, doesn't have it and still dares to auction it off. He's an old man eating arsenic and living a lone idle life. Du Chong and Hu Bin laughed out loud. Sir, you can't fool people like this. A dazzling, manager-like man said with a somewhat ugly face. Can you sell things here? Lucian asked without answering. Yes. The young man's face looked slightly better, but he didn't believe that anything could be worth $10 million. Go show your boss this thing. Lucian pulled out an object and placed it in that young man's hand. The young man didn't dare to be slow and walked into the backstage room with the thing Lucian handed over. Du Chong and Hu Bin's faces were filled with smiles. They wanted to see how long the calm Lucian could hold out. In their opinion, Lucian was completely just holding on to his face. I say Lucian, if it's really not possible, as long as you beg me once, I'll help you with this $10 million of friendship. How about it? Du Chong realized that he hadn't been this comfortable in a long time. Next to him, Hu Bin also chimed in and said, that's right, as long as you beg Brother Chong and I once, Brother Chong and I will help you fork over $5 million each. But after listening to Hu Bin and Du Chong, Lucian looked out of the window with a calm demeanor. Du Chong and Hu Bin, both of whom were worthy of being Fox friends, saw that Lucian didn't take care of himself and immediately flipped up. What a cheeky face. Before a while, a gray-haired old man walked out from the backstage, holding something in his hand and asked impatiently, whose jade is this? This is mine. Lucian walked up and smiled. This is a pure-seeded glass seed imperial green jadeite? Boy, how about you sell it to me? The white-haired old man said impatiently. How much are you bidding? Lucian said respectfully. 15 million. The old man's words surprised all the people present. I say old man Chow, you only bid 15 million. Too shameless. This color. I bid 20 million. Just when the crowd was surprised, there was another price from outside that almost made the crowd scare their souls out. Chapter 29, shocked Du Chong. Holy, what kind of treasure is this Lucian holding in his hands? It actually costs $20 million. This is the most surprised Du Chong and Hu Bin heart. It was only an ordinary piece of jade. A higher market price of 20 to 30,000 would be able to take it down. And the two old men in front of them were actually arguing over a piece of jade. I say Zhao Minghui, it's obvious that the old man found it first. You actually raised the price. Too shameless. Chao Yun, this emerald has a virtue. Such a thick imperial green emerald. You only offered $15 million. Who the hell is shameless? I don't care. Anyway, I found it first. You can't grab it from me. I'm offering $20 million. I'll take this piece of emerald. Elder Zhao, Elder Chao, this piece of jadeite belongs to this little brother in front of you. How can you also ask this little brother's opinion? The young man looked at the two old men arguing and immediately put all the blame on Lucian. The two old men's green eyes looked at Lucian as if they were seeing a treasure trove that had not been mined. I say little brother, you sell me this emerald. I'll offer 18 million, and I have a granddaughter. The old man sees that you definitely don't have a girlfriend, said the old man named Xiao Yun. Asterisk 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 you still use the beauty trick. So shameless. Zhao Minghui obviously does not have a granddaughter. In this regard disadvantage immediately reflected. This This, or you two elders look at it. Lucian touched the sweat on his head and said, if I say one person $10 million, this piece of jadeite smashed into two halves. Xiao Yameng said, who knew that just as soon as Xiao Yameng opened her mouth, she was opposed by the two old men. Such a good emerald, how can it be given to Chao Yun? This loser? If we give it to old Zhao, this jadeite will be ruined. Let's do it this way. I'll give it to whoever offers the highest price. Lucian said helplessly, I'll offer $20 million. Zhao Minghui said, I'll offer 21 million. A piece of glass seed imperial green jadeite was opened by two old men, calling out $25 million in one gulp. Count on you being ruthless. Chao Yun glared fiercely at Zhao Minghui and walked away resentfully. Zhao Minghui's face was beaming with joy, looking at everyone with a sunny look. Good boy, count on you to have vision. Like this, if you buy this jade pendant, I'll give you another 10% discount. How about 9 million? Zhao Minghui patted Lucian's shoulder and said. Next to them, Du Chong and Hu Bin both had their lips slightly open. An unbelievable expression appeared on their faces. Lucian became a multi-millionaire in less than 5 minutes? Even Xiao Yameng was dumbfounded. This nifty 5 minutes to birth a multi-millionaire. Then thanks to this senior, Lucian said with a smile. Manager Zhang, go take out the jade pendant and give it to this friend. The bill is on my head. Zhao Minghui spoke. Yes, that manager Zhang nodded and retreated. I say, senior, are you mistaken? How could such a piece of jade be worth so much money? After looking at it for half a day, Du Chong couldn't see a clue. Du Chang's research on jadeite is not much, just know some usual ordinary jadeite. On the good point of the emerald, more than 200,000 price is already the top of the sky. Suddenly appeared a value of tens of millions of emerald, which Let Du Chong cannot accept. More Let Du Chong cannot accept is, obviously is a poor Lucian. Now a turn into a not bad money. Oh, you are doubting my vision? Zhao Minghui's tone gradually turned cold. What a treasure appreciation master like Zhao Minghui couldn't stand was the other party's judgment of his vision. Obviously, it was a fine piece of glass seed jadeite, but it was said to be a useless piece of jadeite. Lucian looked at Du Chong with a smile, but sighed in his heart, not afraid of comparing people to people, but afraid of comparing goods to goods. Only those who truly know the glass seed imperial green jadeite can understand his value. No, I just hope that senior won't be cheated. Du Chong stammered. Lucian didn't recognize Zhao Minghui, but that didn't mean Du Chong didn't. As a patriarch of Yunhai City's counted treasure appraisal, Zhao Minghui was on par with his own master, Wu Tianlin. Regarding his own eyesight, Zhao Minghui was extremely confident. Hearing Zhao Minghui's icy down tone, Du Chong was oblivious. Old me has been in the treasure appreciation world for more than 30 years. What haven't I seen before? Do you mean you know more about treasure appreciation than the old man? Zhao Minghui said proudly. No, I'm just afraid that you've been cheated, senior. Du Chong nodded his head and stepped back towards the back. Zhao Minghui frowned straight with both eyebrows and looked even more annoyed with Du Chong. Not long after, the manager-like man walked out with the account book. The $10 million king of Zhou GFA jade pendant was $9 million at a discount of 9%, excluding some handling fees, and taking the zeros for a total of $9,200,000. The other $16 million was written as an invoice by manager Zhang and handed it to Lucian. When Lucian received the invoice, he also received the jade pendant. As the jade pendant was handed over, it was as if the purple energy in Lucian's body had found a resonance point and resonated with the spiritual energy in Lucian's body. A feeling of blood and flesh connection appeared in Lucian's heart. Lucian! Xiao Yameng shook Lucian's arm. Oh, thank you, Elder Zhao. Lucian slowed down and nodded his head to look down at Zhao Minghui. After the four of them, Lucian, Xiao Yameng, Du Chong and Hu Bin, came out. The few rich family disciples looked at the jade pendant in Lucian's hand and snorted. It's 80% that Brother Chong helped you pay for it. I think so. Even if you sell this outfit, you won't be able to buy a single corner of that jade pendant. A few people scoffed. Shut up and go. Du Chong shouted angrily and sat inside the Mercedes-Benz despite the surprise of those few people. Only a few people in the back saw that Du Chong and Hu Bin's faces were not right. They didn't dare to say anything at that moment, and each of them sat in the car. Along the way, Du Chong and Hu Bin's faces were quite ugly. Lucian, this kind of character who has always been poor in their eyes, turned out to be rich. This is the most unacceptable thing to them. As for Xiao Yameng, she was looking at Lucian with a smile on her face. Now Xiao Yameng, how to look at Lucian, how to be smooth. She loved to see Hu Bin's face when he was defeated the most. Ahem, Brother Chong and I will go get some change, Hu Bin said as he drove next to the bank. Xiao Yameng nodded. Lucian had been grasping the jade pendant in his hand. Taking advantage of this time, Lucian's whole body's purple energy merged with the jade pendant. If there wasn't Xiao Yameng beside him, Lucian really wanted to expel that massive lavender energy on the spot and combine it with the jade pendant to see what kind of consequences could happen. Da-da-day. The sound of machine gun fire awakened Lucian. there are gunshots inside, Xiao Yaming said in alarm. Usually only in TV dramas and movies could Xiao Yaming hear gunshots, but now she heard gunshots in front of the bank. How could Xiao Yaming not be alarmed? Her face turned a little white as she looked inside the bank. Du Chong and Hu Bin were still inside the bank. They wouldn't have been poisoned, right? Holding a worried mind, Xiao Yaming looked toward the bank inside, but unfortunately the fog rolled. To Xiao Yaming 5.0 eyesight cannot see what happened inside. Chapter 30 Bank Robbers. Lucian looked up inside. The smoke was so thick that he could vaguely see a few robbers wearing stockings on their heads inside. These robbers didn't bring the kind of stockings for robbers like in TV dramas, but stockings for women. Just how poor were these robbers? Don't move. I'll go take a look. Lucian comforted Xiao Yaming and said. Since being struck by lightning, Lucian realized that his own guts had become bigger. Okay, you be careful, Xiao Yaming said in a touched voice. In the front, Du Chong and Hu Bin had suppressed Lucian like that, but Lucian still disregarded the past and risked his life to save them. If Lucian knew what Xiao Yaming had in mind, he would definitely burst out laughing. In fact, Lucian just wanted to see how Du Chong and Hu Bin fell into the water. Lucian was not able to save Du Chong and Hu Bin. After Lucian got out of the car, he tiptoed towards the bank. Inside the bank, Du Chong and Hu Bin were trembling with fear and hugged each other. Damn it, withdrawing money can run into this kind of bad luck. Du Chong spat a mouthful of spit towards the ground. Quickly release me home. My father is the police chief. Du Chong opened his mouth and said, Yo, police chief, big official. I'm so scared. The masked man kicked at Du Chang's waistline. Du Chong, who was impacted by the huge force, directly fell over, lying on the ground and kept vomiting. Grass, how unplayable. That masked man grunted. Who Bin? Save me. Du Chong felt the huge impact of the abdomen, said intermittently. Hu Bin next to him had long fainted in fear. This result was rather unanticipated by Du Chong. Grass, waste. Du Chong looked at Hu Bin and cursed angrily. However, Du Chong did not look any better, his legs trembling. Even after traveling abroad, Du Chong had never encountered a robbery. All ing squat down. A man in black raised the submachine gun in his hand and fired a few shots into the sky. This wasn't the first time that shots were fired, causing a ripping cry from the crowd to echo in the air. Lucian narrowed his eyes and surveyed the situation inside. There were a total of 7 black-clothed men inside, each with submachine guns in their hands. Right now, Lucian didn't intend to act as a hero, not to mention that heroes didn't look like him. Just then, a siren sounded from outside. The police had arrived. Lucian was still quite satisfied with the speed of the police in Yunhai City. He had thought that the police would show up after the robbers had left, but he didn't expect them to show up after this had only happened for more than 10 minutes. Listen up, robbers inside. Quickly put down your weapons and surrender. I can ensure your survival. A police officer with a somewhat obese body shouted. This obese policeman was none other than Du Chong's father. Do you had just heard Du Chang's friend say that Du Chong was being held hostage in the bank? So he rushed over with the police in a hurry. Du Chong is the Du family's 3-generation single biography, was held in the palm of Du Yu, belonging to the greenhouse flower seedlings. A little bit of force are afraid of melting away. Du Chong stupid. Du Yu is not stupid. Do you hope that his son Du Chong will not do something stupid to expose themselves? If you let the robbers inside know that Du Chong is his son, I'm afraid that they will take Du Chong as a shield, and then Du Yu will be afraid to use it. If Du Yu knew that Du Chong had exposed his identity, do you really had a mood to strangle Du Chong? Cut the crap. I want to rob a bank. I don't even want to leave alive. A robber with black stockings at the head roared. With that, Du Chong was lifted out beside him, and it would be better to say that he was lifted, but it would be better to say that he was pushed and shoved out. Du Yu, your son Du Chong is in our hands. Quickly withdraw or I can't protect your son's safety. Damn it. Du Yu frowned. Truly what you fear comes to you. Suddenly Lucian sensed someone behind him. Since being struck by lightning, Lucian's entire ear hearing became exceptionally sensitive. The sound of a rat climbing within 10 feet could be heard clearly. Lucian looked towards the back and saw a small team of camouflage-clad police officers climbing in order towards the secret passage behind the bank. The police officer leading the team was Wu Yule, Wu Lao's precious granddaughter. This time, Wu Yue took the initiative to ask for help. In the era of peace, where there are so many wars, in this situation, the chances of being able to use a pistol were very small. Today, she suddenly heard the news that a robber had appeared in the bank. Wu Yue was extremely excited to ask Director Du Yu for help to eliminate the robbers from the bank's secret passage. Lucian could not care about both Du Chong and Hu Bin, but he could not care about Wu Yue. Elder Wu was extremely appreciative of himself, and with this in mind, Lucian followed behind Wu Yule towards the secret passageway. Du Yu looked at the robbers in front of him. His heart was very anxious. His son was in the hands of the other robbers. The commando team had already begun to move, and wanted to stop the operation. It was impossible. Do you can only wish that his son Duchong can return safely and peacefully? Wu Yule looked slightly nervous and excited as she looked at the passageway of the Yoho-ho. This passageway led directly to the back door of the bank, which was what Wu Yule saw from the map. As the leader of the assault team, Wu Yule had an unforgettable memory. She could memorize the corners of the map. Wu Yule gestured with his hand, and the 4 people who came in with him separated and ran towards the front. Wu! A man in black fell in a pool of blood before he could react. Wu Yue nodded with considerable satisfaction and continued towards the exit of the secret passage. Fortunately, Wu Yule and her commando team did not encounter any other trouble along the way. Lucian also followed closely behind Wu Yule. Lucian's footsteps were quite light, so much so that Wu Yule in front of her didn't even hear them. The commando team led by Wu Yule quickly reached a door, and Wu Yule was just about to signal the remaining 4 to open the door when a silhouette flashed by. Before Wu Yule could react, she was grabbed by the man in black. "All of you put down your guns and step back," that man in black said in a gloomy voice. Those 4 commandos looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to do, with their own captain falling into the hands of the enemy. "Hurry up, or I will kill this chick. I can still be a flirt if I can have this chick to bury me before I die." The man in black realized that none of the 4 commandos had even lowered their guns. "Pick up your guns. He's going to kill me, so you guys kill her." Wu Yuer's voice trembled slightly. Originally, Wu Yuer thought that this mission could be completed easily, only now she actually fell into the hands of others as a hostage. This made Wu Yule so close to death for the first time. Hearing Wu Yuer speak up, those 4 commandos slowly lowered the guns in their hands. "Good job. I like such obedient team members." With a flash of that black shadow, the commando at the front immediately fell to the ground after enduring a kick from the black shadow. Immediately that black shadow moved quickly and grabbed Wu Yuer's only pistol from her hand. His left palm turned into a knife and sliced at the neck of the second commando. When the remaining 2 commandos saw the situation, their first reaction was to grab the guns on the ground. But would that black shadow give them both a chance? Not at all. The speed of the black shadow was so fast that only Lucian, who was not far away, saw every move of the black shadow. Whoosh! The black shadow's left hand came towards the 3rd commando, and his right hand kicked towards the 4th commando. The whole action was flowing without any delay. In an instant, all 4 commandos were lying on the ground, wailing and screaming. Wu Yuer looked incredulously at the out-of-control scene. Originally thought that this was a very simple operation to eliminate bandits, but now, this made Wu Yuer deeply feel a feeling called powerlessness. Go to hell. Wu Yuer could hear that piercing killing intent even through the cold and dark light. Wu Yuer looked at the black shadow in despair. She never wanted to die. The current situation could only allow her to lead her neck to be killed. Bang! Just when Wu Yuer thought she was just about to die, she heard a playful laugh. "Killing such a beautiful girl, don't you feel pity?" Wu Yuer felt familiar listening to this voice, so familiar that it annoyed her. However, Wu Yuer could never recall who this voice came from. "It's you!" When Wu Yuer saw Lucian's face, a feeling of love and hate rose in her heart. The love was that she had finally survived a life, and the hate was how the person who saved her could be this rascal. Chapter 31. The bandit leader escaped. The black shadow felt a pressure if any from Lucian. "Seek death." The black shadow bellowed. His right hand clenched into a claw and grabbed towards Lucian's head, a claw that came with ferocious force. However, in Lucian's eyes, the black shadow's movements slowed down. Every movement of the black shadow was clearly reflected in Lucian's pupils. Wu Yuer's beautiful eyes rippled as she looked towards Lucian in the darkness, her heart filled with questions. "Lucian, what exactly are you?" "These 4 commandos are the city elected a number of good hands." "Is that these good hands in this black shadow cannot last a move?" But Lucian can battle to the present, but also vaguely have a kind of feeling of the upper hand. I don't know that the black shadow's heart is not less than Wu Yuer's surprise. He used to be a number of experts in the special forces, quite confident in their own hands, facing Lucian such a young kid, but it is increasingly tricky. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind him, and Lucian took advantage of the situation to hide. Asterisk 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 don't shoot. Lucian couldn't help but roar. Humph! Wu Yuer coldly hummed and put the gun in her hand down. Wu Yuer just wanted to help Lucian to kill the tricky black shadow earlier, but she didn't expect the bullet to almost hit Lucian's body. Bang! Lucian and that silhouette exchanged blows again. That silhouette's stance, its moves seemed to be engraved in Lucian's mind, and that silhouette felt that Lucian was getting trickier and trickier. At the beginning, Lucian was only able to defend, but now Lucian was not only able to defend, but also able to strike at his weak points. The timing and opportunity was just right. Puff! Lucian punched the black silhouette without any defense. This punch Lucian used 80% of his strength, and the black silhouette spat out a mouthful of blood directly from his punch. Don't move! Wu Yuer took a step ahead and pointed the gun in her hand at the black silhouette. Through the light, Wu Yuer could see that the silhouette in front of her was a burly man in his 30s. No wonder her neck was strangling raw after being held by him just now. Got to find someone to watch him. Wu Yuer looked around. Wu Yuer felt that Lucian was very suitable for this task, and his hands were stronger than this burly big man in front of her. After saying that, Wu Yuer led the men to continue walking towards the back of the bank. Lucian looked at Wu Yuer and then at the burly big man. Still worried about Wu Yuer, he slapped his palm hard on the neck of the burly big man. Ever since the thunder and lightning had been transformed into his body, the force in Lucian's body had become extraordinarily large. This palm caused the burly man to directly pass out from the pain. Following behind Wu Yuer, Lucian walked towards the back door of the bank step by step. At the moment, Du Chong in front of him was crying without tears, and had inexplicably become a hostage of the kidnappers. Outside, Du's negotiations with the kidnappers broke down, and now Du could only rely on the commandos to save his precious son. 3, 2, 1. Wu Yuer finished her hand signals and rushed in with the 4 commandos. Perhaps the soundproofing was quite good, resulting in those gunshots in the secret passage just now not being heard by the robbers. After Wu Yuer and the 4 commandos rushed in, they saw one of the robbers face to face and directly greeted him with a volley of gunfire. The remaining 6 robbers reacted and one of the commandos was brutally killed. Wu Yuer and the remaining 3 commandos find cover. Outside, Du keeps an eye on the situation inside the bank, and when he sees Wu Yuer raiding in, he immediately orders the police to surround it from the outside. After a gun battle, the police and the robbers damaged each other. Only the police's damage was much greater than the robbers. Don't move. The leader of the robbers saw that his brothers were getting fewer and fewer, and immediately grabbed Du Chong by the hand. Du Chong was so scared that he pissed himself, and beside him, Hu Bin slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Du Chong being held hostage by the kidnappers, he immediately pretended to have fainted. None of the people noticed Hu Bin's awakening. Lucian estimated that the situation inside was almost over, and quietly lifted the door up a phone. Don't shoot, Du roared with his loudspeaker. Put down the hostages and I can guarantee to let you live. Du was most worried about this baby son. He didn't want to see anything happen to this baby. 3 generations of single transmission. Inside, Wu Yuer was also starting to be in a dilemma left and right. The robbers in front of them are the next 3 people, but unfortunately there are hostages in their hands. Wu Yuel did not dare to do it easily. In front of Du Chong, Crotchier and are scared out. Wu Yuel frowned. She never thought that Du Chang's courage will be so small. After knowing Du Chong for so many years, Wu Yuel had always thought that Du Chong was a gentleman. How about exchanging me for a hostage? I am the commando leader of the Yunhai City Public Security Bureau. Wu Yuer opened her mouth and said. Wu Yuer's speech caught the attention of the robber leader over there, who frowned, thinking about the feasibility of Wu Yuer's speech. Immediately another robber got down on the ear of the robber investment and muttered. The head robber kept nodding his head. Suddenly that head robber's eyes lit up. Yes, you come here first. That head robber beckoned to Wu Yuel and said. Wu Yuer put down the robbery and walked over towards the head robber. Lucian had been observing this situation from a distance, and it was too late to stop Wu Yuel's actions. From the hearts of those 2 robbers, Lucian read that was not willing to kidnap a Du Chong. Du Yu's face was overjoyed. He didn't expect Wu Yuer to come so close to switching back his precious only son Du Chong. But just as Wu Yuel walked up to the robbers, the 2 robbers had no intention of releasing Du Chong back. In Wu Yuer's stunned gaze, she immediately turned into a hostage of those 2 robbers. Release the hostage. Wu Yuer opened her mouth and shouted. Little, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly release the chief's son? The leader of the robbers laughed out loud. Lucian shook his head. Shadowed in the shadows, Lucian could only wait and see what would happen. Surname Du. We want a pickup truck. When the people arrive, we will naturally release back your son and this nationalized policewoman. Otherwise, the tone of that head robber threatened. Du Chong panicked. Do you also panicked? Helpless, Du can only follow the robber's request to do so. Lucian took advantage of the fact that the crowd was not paying attention and immediately left through the secret passage. And when he left, he also threw that big burly man in his 30s to the police. Where are Du Chong and Hu Bin? Xiao Yameng asked anxiously as she looked at Lucian, who did not have Du Chong and Hu Bin beside him. Although Xiao Yameng didn't like both Du Chong and Hu Bin, she was ultimately worried about the safety of the 2. Du Chong in the hands of the robbers as a hostage. Hu Bin fell to the ground. Temporarily no danger. Lucian started up the car and said. What Lucian had to do now was to follow the big pickup truck and prevent the robbers from escaping. He could care less about Du Chong's life and death, but he couldn't care less about Wu Yuer's life and death. As long as there was a chance of survival, Lucian would not give up on rescuing Wu Yuer. Chapter 32 Outlaw Bandits. Wu Tianlin huffed and hammered the sofa. As a famous treasure expert in Yunhai City, money and wealth are naturally not lacking. What is lacking is a person who can protect his granddaughter's safety. Wu Tianlin never thought that Wu Yuer would be willing to be a hostage of the robbers. This is the reason why Wu Tianlin has been against Wu Yuer becoming a police officer. The family didn't lack money and didn't need Wu Yuer to go out to work. But unfortunately Wu Yuer just wouldn't listen. If Wu Yuer had a shortcoming, Wu Tianlin could be angry and spit out blood. Wu Tianlin really hoped that there was someone who could save Wu Yuer right now. Even if it was to dedicate all of the Wu family's property, Wu Tianlin would not mind. Master, little sister will surely be blessed with good fortune. Lu Ming's phone call came in. The Yunhai City TV station was broadcasting the bank robbery live. Lu Ming had also seen the robbery, and he knew that what Master cared about the most was this little sister. Little Ming, if Yuer is able to escape safely this time, I will definitely not let her work in such a high-risk job. Wu Tianlin grunted. Yes, the robbers will definitely release her as soon as they reach a safe place. Lu Ming said respectfully on the side of the phone. Do you called for someone to drive here very quickly? 15 minutes later, the big pickup truck was driven over by Du Yu's men. The leader of the robbers ordered his men to bring the two hostages, Wu Yuer and Du Chong, to the car. Now do you only beg the robbers to release Du Chong? As long as we retreat to a safe place, we will release this policewoman and your son. Otherwise, the robbers' threatening intent was self-evident. Dad, save me, save me. Du Chong opened his mouth and yelled. Wu Yuer looked down on this male son more and more. So little guts? Don't send anyone to follow us? If we find out, both hostages will be lifeless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the only three remaining robbers loaded the two hostages and a large bag of money onto the large pickup truck. Let's follow. Lucian saw the big pickup truck driven by the robbers move, and drove his own Mercedes-Benz to move as well. Inside the big pickup truck, the head robber laughed out loud as he looked at the two people in front of him, Wu Yuer and Du Chong. Boss, where are we going to do away with these two tired people? One of the robbers said with a smile. Don't kill us. Du Chong directly knelt down and begged. Wu Yuer looked at Du Chong this kind of bear-like. Are a little regret just now for him to come to do the exchange? A man wimpy like this is simply a disgrace. Thinking about it, Wu Yuer thought of Lu Shun. Wu Yuer thought of the scene just now in the secret passage. Lucian saved her and her assault team in the moment of crisis. If only Lucian had appeared again. Wu Yuer was looking forward to Lucian's arrival. Now it seemed like Lucian, this nuisance, wasn't so annoying anymore. Letting you guys go? One of the robbers looked at Du Chong with interest and said, Yeah, as long as you let me go, the money is all good. Du Chong was like a pug, nodding his head non-stop. Money? Do you think we lack money? The robber smiled and grabbed a handful of banknotes from inside the bag. This handful of bills made Du Chang's face ugly. Then give you this chick. This chick is pretty. Du Chong looked at Wu Yuer with a bit more of a lustful blow. Wu Yuer never thought that being a man could be as shameless as Du Chong to this extent. Yo, dog bites dog. Fun. The leader of the robbers looked at Wu Yuer with the mood of watching the fun. Wu Yuer's face was red with anger. Really? Then I'd like to take a good look at this chick. The head robber grabbed Wu Yuer's white neck with his right hand and attempted to molest Wu Yuer, only to be viciously bitten by Wu Yuer. The force was so strong that it almost bit off the head robber's index finger. His grandmother, you actually dare to bite me. The head robber was enraged and slapped Wu Yuer's face. 5 red palm prints emerged on Wu Yuer's face. It was a little heartbreaking to watch, but Du Chong saw that Wu Yuer's gaze looking at her was filled with hatred. A hatred that almost caused Du Chong to be annihilated by Wu Yuer's sanity. Du did not dare to joke with his son's life, and could only choose to let the police stop the pursuit. Lucian in the back, however, did not let go of this opportunity. He knew that with the ferocious character of the kidnappers, if no one rescued Wu Yuer would definitely be in a bad way. Will we drive too obviously? Xiao Yameng asked from the side. There's no way. This street is narrow and can only accommodate a few cars to pass through. Even if it's obvious, we have to chase. Lucian gritted his teeth and said. Lucian couldn't figure out at all that a chick as beautiful as Wu Yuer would actually choose such a high-risk job. The robbers who were driving in front of them soon realized the abnormality behind them. There was a Mercedes-Benz always following them. Big brother, there is a Mercedes behind us that keeps following us. A robber's voice came from the front. These words, however, lit a bright light of hope in Wu Yuer's heart. The violent and ferocious robbers not honoring their promises had already made Wu Yuer feel that the odds were stacked against her. And Wu Yuer was even somewhat looking forward to the fact that it was Lucian who was doing the work in that Mercedes-Benz. Get rid of them. Follow the original plan. Go out from the west of the city. When we get to the west of the city, we will be able to escape, the head robber said. After hearing the robber leader's order, the robbers driving in front steeply raised the speed of the car. I'll keep up. Sit tight. Lucian immediately brought up the speed. It had to be said that Lucian's driving talent was like he was born to fill up. The gas pedal was pressed to 102, and he kept following the robber's vehicle in hot pursuit. Xiao Yameng, can you drive? Lucian turned his head and asked. Yes, a little bit. You want me to drive? Xiao Yaming looked at Lucian incredulously. Well, you're bringing up the speed a little bit. I'll jump into that car. Lucian pointed at the big pickup truck and said. No, you'll be killed if you don't jump well. Xiao Yaming immediately shook her head and refused up. Jumping from a car at 103 miles per hour was undoubtedly a death wish. Xiao Yaming hated Lucian, but he didn't want Lucian to die. You also know that those 3 robbers are heartless. If you don't go to save them, they will all die under the robbers' hands. Lucian said indifferently. Lucian's image immediately loomed large in Xiao Yaming's eyes. What a noble person this was. Disregarding the former suspicion, he even put his life on the line to help Du Chong. A person with such a noble character. How come he didn't realize it himself? Okay, I get it. Xiao Yaming and Lucian switched seats. Xiao Yaming's driving skills were not as ethereal as Lucian's, so she could only steadily increase her speed to 130. The Mercedes gradually caught up with the big pickup truck and even vaguely surpassed it somewhat. Grandma, ram this Mercedes through. The head robber heckled the order. Without the need for the robber leader to say much, the robber who was driving the car vigorously stepped on the brakes, and the big pickup truck immediately swung a dragon, and the rear end of the car fiercely crashed into the top of the Mercedes-Benz. Lucian looked at the rear end of the big pickup truck, and immediately knew that the situation was not good. If he crashed into the Mercedes, he would probably crash the Mercedes into a residential area, which would be damn embarrassing. Lucian immediately pressed his hands on Xiao Yaming's hands. Xiao Yaming's hands subconsciously dodged a bit, but was tightly pressed by Lucian on the steering wheel. Whoosh! Lucian tightly stepped on the brake and then stepped on the gas. After this step, the Mercedes unexpectedly rose up in the air. Taking advantage of this gap, Lucian directly stepped on the roof of the big pickup truck. Accompanied by a shriek, the Mercedes that Xiao Yaming was riding on landed safely. Unfortunately, the Mercedes-Benz was stuck in front of the big pickup truck, and the big pickup truck wanted to continue to move in the direction of the west side of the city, which was impossible, and could only turn around and drive back. Chapter 33, Bravely Fighting the Humans. Lucian jumped onto the roof of the big pickup truck. Both robbers reacted and unanimously looked towards the sky. A few of them looked different. While the 2 robbers who were watching over Wu Yuer and Du Chong had a look of ruthlessness on their faces, a look of hope surfaced on Wu Yuer's and Du Chong's faces. Being able to live was certainly the best option. Help me, I'm here, Du Chong called out. Du Chang's shouting caused the other 2 robbers killing intent. Damn it, killing both of you if you scream. Du Chong was intimidated and immediately didn't dare to speak loudly. Lucian found a position, grabbed the doorframe of the big pickup truck with both hands, grabbed it with his left hand, and supported his body with his right hand as he tumbled towards the door of the big pickup truck. If you come over again, I'll kill him first. The robber leader looked at the godly Lucian and immediately grabbed Du Chong and threatened him. Kill him, it doesn't matter. Lucian took one step towards the 2 robbers. Wu Liang was killed by you guys? The leader of the robbers said as if he thought of something. That's the burly man with great skill? It was given to the police by me, Lucian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise flashed through the robber leader's eyes. He was most aware of how strong Wu Liang's hands were, and he couldn't even beat this guy in front of him. Lucian said as he walked forward. The originally small carriage, with Lucian's entry, causing the environment inside to become more and more narrow. Looking at Lucian who was getting closer and closer, the head robber waved his thick knife and cut a small slit on Du Chong's body. Blood flowed out, causing Du Chong to scream in pain. Don't come over, come again and I'll kill him, the leader of the robbers said as if he was threatening. Lucian, you and don't come over, I beg you, Du Chong cried out directly from the pain. I said Du Chong, you don't want to let the robbers escape, right? You're about to succeed, so make a small sacrifice. Lucian opened his mouth and said with a smile. At this moment, Du Chong looked at Lucian's smiling face. Really want to kneel down and beg Lucian? Don't, Lucian, I still want to live. The leader of the robbers couldn't make sense of what the 2 were up to. Just then another robber had long since secretly picked up a pistol. Be careful, Wu Yuer exclaimed. Bang bang bang, the muzzle of the gun with the smell of smoke burst out 3 bullets. 3 bullets hit Lucian's brow with precision and accuracy. Ha ha ha. The head robber burst out laughing as if he had already seen Lucian die on the ground when he was shot. Suddenly the smile on the head robber's face looked as if it had been fixed on his face by the hands of death. What? Not only the head robber, even the 3 robbers, Du Chong and Wu Yuer were stunned by the scene before them. 3 bullets like meteors flew past Lucian's face. Lucian's eyes were fully able to see the flight paths of the 3 bullets. Staring at the flight trajectory of the 3 bullets, Lucian tilted his head back and dodged them, and the 3 bullets were surprisingly within a hair's breadth of Lucian's eyebrows. The robber who had shot at Lucian, the pistol in his right hand, fell to the ground in shock. What is this? The head robber opened his mouth slightly, Taking advantage of the robber leader's daze, Lucian grabbed Wu Yuer with his left hand, and there was a different kind of excitement as the soft jade entered his arms. With his right hand, he threw Du Chong out of the car, and his left foot kicked the head robber's crotch with precision. It was too late. In an instant Lucian made many reactions. By the time the robber leader reacted, the hostage in his hand was long gone. "Let go of me," Wu Yuer chided in a low voice, whispering in Lucian's ears but with a different flavor. Lucian couldn't blame Wu Yuer, who was a soft jade, and grabbed the leader of the robbers with his right hand, and threw the leader of the robbers towards the place where the other robber was standing. The two of them were stacked up like Jengluahan. Wu Yuer picked up the pistol from the ground and held it against the two robbers' heads. The two robbers saw Wu Yuer holding the pistol in her hand and looked at each other, not daring to move. Outside, Du Chong was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His eyes looked at Lucian with resentment. He knew that Lucian must have other ways to save him, but he just didn't expect that Lucian would choose this method in the end. At this moment, Du Chong not only had no gratitude, but instead resented Lucian. "Lucian, are you alright?" Inside the car, Wu Yuer turned her head to ask about Lucian. "Be careful." Just as Wu Yuer turned her head, the robber unwillingly pulled out a knife from his waist and slid it towards Wu Yuer's neck. Wu Yuer's attention was on Lucian and did not see the dangerous situation that was about to come. Lucian hugged Wu Yuer and kicked the robber's abdomen with his right foot. The robber with the knife was jolted out, but the knife still cut out. Lucian used his abdomen to help Wu Yuer block the incoming knife. Fortunately, Lucian's skin was thick and the knife did not cause him too much damage. "Are you alright?" Wu Yuer was afraid of regenerating right and wrong and knocked the robber leader out with a kick. Lucian shook his head. He felt that the knife came viciously but didn't cause him more damage. Wu Yuer helped Lucian bandage the wound on his chest. Neither Lucian nor Wu Yuer saw that the jade tablet that they had just bought from the Treasure Appraisal Society exerted a milky white glow under the intermingling of Lucian's blood. Unfortunately, this milky white glow was very faint. The robber in front saw that the momentum was gone, so he had to obediently follow Wu Yuer's orders and crouch with the other two robbers with their heads in their hands. Wu, the police car in the back, under Du Yu's signal, has been following this big pickup truck not far away. What happened in the big pickup truck they don't know, but what happened outside where Wu Yuer restrained the three kidnappers was watched by them. Freeze! The heavily armed police in the back surrounded the several people. Do you slowly walk down from the police car? Seeing his son Du Chong who was unharmed, a touch of surprise appeared in his eyes. As long as his son was unharmed, Du Yu could agree to any conditions. Reporting to the director, a total of 6 robbers were killed and 4 were captured alive. A police officer in police uniform runs to Du Yu's side and reports up. Got it. Bring them down for strict interrogation, Du Yu said with a wave of his hand. Du Yu first looked at his son to make sure that his son was safe and sound, then looked at Wu Yuer in front of him and said with a smile, "Many thanks to Officer Wu for rescuing my son. Director Du, it was this youth in front of us who helped us catch the fleeing robbers." Wu Yuer pointed at Lucian and said. Du Yu frowned and sized up Lucian, then extended his hand and said, "Thanks to this hero for rescuing my son. Director Du is polite." Lucian shook his head and said, "Do you touch the beads of sweat on his head?" Not only was he worried about Du Chang's safety, he was also worried about Wu Yuer's safety. Wu Yuer's origin. Du Yu knew best. If something happened to Wu Yuer on his side, Wu Tianlin's side would not be easy for Du Yu to explain. As a senior treasure appraiser in Yunhai City, Wu Tianlin had deep connections throughout Yunhai City. Lucian had wanted to instruct Wu Yuer not to involve him. Who knew that before he could persuade him? The police behind him surrounded him. "Lucian, where is Lucian?" Xiao Yameng hurriedly observed the scene outside the police encirclement. Ever since Lucian jumped out of the car, Xiao Yameng had been concerned about whether Lucian had saved the robbers safely. Xiao Yameng ignored the police encirclement and squeezed her way in. Seeing Du Chong mashed on the ground, her mouth let out a sigh of relief. Du Chong is in danger, but what about Lucian? Xiao Yameng's hanging breath came up again. Chapter 34, Wu Yuer's invitation. "No need to thank you. It's natural for 3 good citizens like me to see justice done," Lucian said with a smile. When Xiao Yameng saw that Lucian was also unharmed, she slowly sighed in relief. It had to be said that the TV stations nowadays were quite desperate for ratings, following the police cars along the way and broadcasting the progress of the bank robbery case live. As the political and economic center of Yunhai province, Yunhai City has good law and order on weekdays, and there hasn't been a single bank robbery in more than a decade. As a selling point for major newspapers, almost all the media in Yunhai City focused their attention on this sudden robbery. Elder Wu Tianlin Wu was no exception, and the only remaining robber in this robbery case had his precious granddaughter in his hands. Wu Tianlin sighed and sat down disheveledly on the ground. "Master, junior sister and eldest brother will definitely both be fine." Lu Ming helped Elder Wu up, worried about Wu Lao's health. Lu Ming put down the work in his hands and came straight to see Wu Lao. The 60-something-year-old man with a strong spirit, After this incident, the whole person seemed to have suddenly aged more than 10 years. Master, look, someone has rescued little sister and eldest brother out. Lu Ming pointed at the figure in the picture and said, that one seems to be Lu Xun. AI. Little Lu Ah, don't comfort me either. Wu Tianlin shook his right hand and said, really, Elder Wu, look at those kidnappers who hijacked little sister and eldest brother have all been arrested. Lu Ming said with a smile. Wu Tianlin sighed and raised his head. A look of disbelief passed through his eyes. It really was Lu Xun. Quick, let's go see them, Wu Tianlin said as he patted Lu Ming with his right hand. Without Wu Tianlin having to say much, Lu Ming helped Wu Tianlin towards the stairs. Lu Xun, thank you for disregarding your past suspicions. Xiao Yaming thanked up. Ah, Lu Xun touched his head with his right hand and looked at Xiao Yaming blankly. Hello, I'm Lu Xun's friend. He did it to save me, not to save Du Chong. Wu Yuer said as she stretched out her white right hand. Mentioning Du Chong, Wu Yuer was just full of anger. She had never seen such a shameless man. Perhaps in Wu Yuer's eyes, Du Chong was not even a man. Ah, hello, I am his employer. Xiao Yameng, being a woman, naturally understood Wu Yuel's jealousy. A hint of battle inexplicably surged between the two women, and Lu Xun, who was standing next to them, didn't know what to do. With the arrival of Elder Wu, the battle between the two women sort of subsided. Yuer, it's good that you're alright. When Wu Tianlin was actually standing beside Wu Yuer, he was convinced that Wu Yuer was safe and sound. Grandpa, why are you here? When Wu Yuer saw Wu Tianlin, a rare look of panic appeared on her face. Looking at her grandfather's concern, Wu Yuer knew that her grandfather most likely knew about this matter. Otherwise he wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. I told you a long time ago not to do such a dangerous profession. What's a woman doing that's not good? If it wasn't for Lu Xun this time, I'm afraid that Grandpa would never see you again. Wu Tianlin huffed. It's fine, nothing serious. Grandpa, I'll go and call Lu Xun for you. Wu Yuer skillfully sidetracked the topic and called Lu Xun over from a distance. Lu Xun nah, this time I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you I'm afraid that my granddaughter said here. Wu Tianlin's eyes darkened. Wu Lao, Wu Yuer's good fortune will come from heaven. Even without me it will turn out well. Lu Xun spoke modestly. You don't have to be modest. This matter really relies on you. Right, the day after tomorrow is my 60th birthday. Are you free to come over? Wu Tianlin formally issued an invitation to Lu Xun. In the face of Wu Lao's invitation, Lu Ming behind him stared wide-eyed, said it was the 60th birthday, but it was actually Wu Lao's private banquet. The banquet was for friends who had extremely good relations with Wu Lao. Wu Lao was a famous senior in the Yunhai City Treasure Appraisal Society, and his connections in all walks of life were obvious to all. The purpose of having Lu Xun attend the 60th birthday was self-evident, and it also had the meaning of letting Lu Xun show his face in front of all the seniors. I'm free, since it's Elder Wu's 60th birthday. Of course I'll be there. Lu Xun nodded and said. Elder Wu nodded with satisfaction. This birthday banquet not only had the meaning of calling Lu Xun, but also had the meaning of promoting Lu Xun in it. Granddaughter, let's go home. Ignoring Wu Yuer's objections, Wu Tianlin told Lu Ming to pull Wu Yuer back into the car. Under Lu Xun's watchful eye, Wu Yuer was taken away by Wu Lao, and at this time, a police officer also came over to make a statement. It was already more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Lu Xun made his statement, and the gray-haired Du Chong over there came over and glared fiercely at Lu Xun. Without mind reading, Lu Xun also knows what Du Chong is thinking. When Lu Xun drove the Mercedes-Benz pulling two people to the bank in front of the time, Hu Bin has long been with the people slipped away. The time is too late. Xiao Yamang and Du Chong is not familiar with, and Lu Xun ride home. Xiao Yali anxious in the home scurrying, TV things she saw in the eyes, but as a woman, Xiao Yali in addition to dry anxious what else can be done? Xiao Yali is panicking when the knock on the door sounded. Xiao Yali looked through the cat's eye. Who else could be outside the door but Lu Xun and her sister? Sister, we're back. Xiao Yamang left her bag still on the sofa and sat on her butt. I say you guys are really, hey today. Xiao Yali let out a long sigh. I'll go cook, you guys wait. Lu Xun sat on the sofa in boredom. He was completely unaware of how much of an impact this matter today had caused in Yunhai City. Du Chong was furious, and the consequences were severe. Hu Bin was furious, and the consequences were serious. Both of them, compared to Lu Xun, had lost face in front of the woman they liked. The two brothers sat together and drank mulled wine. Lu Xun really got lucky today, Du Chong said viciously. Who knew going to the bank was so unlucky? There are actually robbers. Hu Bin shook his head and said, the most infuriating thing is that these robbers scared the two people into fainting. And that's not all. Du Chong directly threw Wu Yuer to the robbers, not to mention that the two of them would meet in the future. It was still a question of whether or not they would be able to see each other. Du Chong completely put this account on Lu Xun's head. Hu Bin fainted in fear, to the point where it was still a small matter. After all, it was human nature. I say, don't you think this Lucian kid is a bit arrogant? Du Chong knocked peanuts and narrowed his eyes and said, then you mean? Hubin said as he looked at Du Chong with both eyes. Just Xiao Yameng and Lucian so intimate action. Hubin has long been unable to endure, just in the way of Xiao Yameng's face. Hubin delayed to burst out. As far as I know, there are people behind this group of robbers. When the time comes, we reveal this news through the media, said Du Chong with a smile. He, worthy of being Brother Chong, really is a high person. Hubin bragged. Where? A pair of foxy friends came up with a very damaging plan in their heads. Chapter 35 Body Changes. Knock. Early in the morning, Lucian was awakened by a knock on the door. Come in, Lucian said. Lucian saw Xia Yali walk in with a bowl of porridge in her hands. Sister Lily, why are you here in person? Get up later. I'll just go eat by myself, Lucian said as he carried the porridge. Lucian, today the city media is going to do a hero interview about you. It's for yesterday's robbers, Xiao Yali said with a smiling face. Xiao Yali's words caused Lucian to sigh a short sigh. The current Lucian was no longer the brat he was back then. Being a hero was good, but being a hero was destined to be noticed by more people. And by that time, if the weird changes in his body were known by others, Lucian doesn't want to be a guinea pig. Think of being treated as a guinea pig by the National Research Institute. Lucian felt a burst of egg pain. What? You're not happy about it? Brother, this is a good thing. Xiao Yali persuaded up. Xiao Yali had thought that Lucian would happily agree to go over there. And seeing Lucian like this, Xiao Yali, even if she was stupid, knew that Lucian was not willing to be interviewed. By then, even if you don't want to work at Lingyun Xian anymore, you can still get a good job when you go out. Xiao Yali persuaded up bitterly. Of course, if you really don't like it, I'll go and excuse you. Xiao Yali was waiting for Lucian to take note. Lucian's mind was filled with thoughts. After obtaining his psychic ability, Lucian's life in the future would definitely have different waves. Or rather, from the moment he obtained his psychic ability, Lucian's life had already begun to change. Attend, Lucian said as he raised his head, his eyes blossoming with a brilliant light. After Lucian packed up and exited the bathroom, he realized that the media had come to his door early in the morning. When Lucian walked to the living room, he saw quite a few media outlets, including many famous Yunhai City media outlets. Yunhai Evening News, Yunhai Daily. May I ask Mr. Lucian, how did you save the 2 hostages from those 3 robbers? May I ask Mr. Lucian, were you afraid at the time? May I ask Mr. Lucian? Question after question dried up Lucian's mouth. After more than an hour, Lucian escaped in a sorry state. Xiao Yali was busy dealing with these media. There were still some media who didn't even ask the prepared questions. Of course they were not willing to withdraw like this, but under Xiao Yali's persuasion, they still left without doing anything. How about it? It's not good to be a hero, right? Xiao Yameng said with a smile. Lucian rolled his eyes and accustomed white water in his mouth. I really can't stand it. This group of reporters just about asked me what color my pants are. It turned out that being a hero was so bad. Being at this time, Lucian's cell phone rang. Lucian picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Elder Wu's call and immediately connected. Elder Wu. Brat. It's good to be the hero of Yunhai City, isn't it? Wu Lao's voice asked in a half-flirtatious manner, sounding quite relaxed. Wu Yuer's untimely death had also filled Wu Lao's heart with gratitude towards Lucian. No way. If I had known that it was so hard to be a hero, I wouldn't have accepted the interview, Lucian said with a bitter smile. By the way, we're holding a birthday banquet at our house tomorrow. Just get up early in the morning and come over. Elder Wu smiled kindly. Okay, Elder Wu. Lucian nodded and smiled. Lucian, who hung up the phone, thought about it. He is at least a multi-millionaire. How can I say that I am embarrassed to go to Wu Lao's house empty-handed? Thinking like this, Lucian dialed Lu Ming's phone number. Hey, Brother Lu. This is Lucian. It's Lucian. I was just about to give you a call, Lu Ming said politely. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Lu Ming could know the weight of Lucian in Lu Lao's eyes. Even if Lu Ming saw Lucian and spoke, he had to be polite. It's like this, Brother Lu. Tomorrow is Elder Wu's birthday banquet. I want to buy him a gift. You see, Lucian solicited up Lu Ming's experience. Lu Ming had been with Elder Wu for the longest time, so he naturally knew what Elder Wu liked. You just saved little sister yesterday. I'm afraid it's the best gift for Elder Wu's birthday banquet, Lu Ming said. It's better to buy a gift. Brother Lu, what do you think Elder Wu likes? Lu Ming saw that Lucian couldn't insist, so he had to say, generally as long as it's genuine. Wu Lao is quite fond of it. By the way, I have a pair of genuine paintings that I plucked a few days ago. Do you want to come and see the authenticity? Giving a gift to Wu Lao. Naturally it was impossible to send a fake. Lu Ming happened to have plucked a pair of genuine handwriting, and let Lucian come over to palm his eyes. Okay, Brother Lu, tell me your address. I'll be right there. Lucian opened his mouth and said, over there. Lu Ming told Lucian his address, and over here. Lucian recorded the addresses one after another. After Lucian hung up the phone, he turned his head to Xiao Yali and smiled. Sister Lily, I'm going out. Good, be safe on the road. Xiao Yali nodded and smiled. Sister, I'm going too. Without knowing when, Xiao Yameng also rubbed over, and after seeing Lucian going out, Xiao Yameng shouted anxiously. Ever since she went out with Lucian yesterday and encountered robbers, Xiao Yameng liked the excitement. I'm going to meet a friend today. What are you going for? Lucian said without any good humor. That's right, Meng, you'd better stay home. Just like that, in Xiao Yameng's angry eyes, Lucian snickered and left. Lucian took a taxi and came to the address Lu Ming told him. After Lucian got off the bus, he realized that the place Lu Ming told him about was a tea house. Walking into the main hall, a fragrance of tea hit his nose. Lucian looked at the waiter and said, I'm looking for Lu Ming. Looking for General Manager Lu. Upstairs please, the waiter said with a respectful demeanor. Lucian arrived upstairs under the waiter's guidance, and at a glance, Lu Ming was sitting on a bamboo chair reading a book. Lu Ming heard a commotion and raised his head to see Lucian. You came so soon. Have a seat. I'll make you a cup of authentic Westlake Longjing. After Lucian took his seat, he saw Lu Ming brewing tea, skillful and old-fashioned, completely an old man who had been immersed in the tea ceremony for many years. You taste it. After Lu Ming finished brewing the tea, he brought it over to Lucian. Lucian did not know much about this aspect of the tea ceremony. After receiving Lu Ming's tea, the entrance was silky sweet and refreshing. Good tea. Even Lucian, who did not know much about the tea ceremony, could taste the unusual flavor of this tea. Well, this real handwriting. You look at the authenticity. Lu Ming handed over a pair of handwriting. Wang Shiji's real handwriting? Lucian swept a glance and saw the owner of this handwriting at once. At that moment, he was shocked. It seems that Lu Ming had wasted a lot of effort. Brother Lu, you spent a lot of money on this genuine handwriting, right? Lucian said in a quiet voice. This pair of Wang Shiji's authentic paintings could not come down without $3 to $4 million. Lucian was secretly surprised at the extent of Lu Ming's generosity. Well, this painting was $3,900,000 when I bought it. I just don't know if it's real or fake. Please help me make an identification for me. Lu Ming opened his mouth and smiled. Lu Ming had seen Lucian's skill in identifying antiques with his own eyes, and of course, he was convinced of Lucian's strength in identifying treasures. Good. Lucian's eyes stared at this handwriting of Wang Shiji. Congratulations Brother Lu. This is Wang Shiji's real handwriting. Chapter 36 The Birthday Banquet Storm. Lucian laughed and smiled broadly. It seemed that his own penetrating eyes had evolved again. At a glance, there was no sign of forgery. Really? That would be great. Lu Ming gasped. Even he didn't know the authenticity of this Wang Shiji's handwriting, and Lucian's identification made Lu Ming completely let go of his heart. This Wang Shiji's handwriting is yours. Lu Ming opened his mouth and said. Lu Ming had no doubt about Lucian's words, and Lu Ming's giving this handwriting to Lucian also had the implication of currying favor. With Lu Ming's businessman's vision, he was able to see that Lucian would not be a pool animal in the future. Instead of adding flowers to the brocade, it would be better to send charcoal in the snow. Brother Lu, this isn't good. I'll give it to you at $3,900,000, Lucian said hesitantly. Lucian knew that this kind of favor was the most difficult to return, so Lucian would not easily owe others a favor unless he had no choice. Consider this painting as a gift from me to you. Just accept it, Lu Ming said. Lucian saw that Lu Ming insisted again and again, so he had no choice but to accept this authentic painting by Wang Shiji. Lu Ming is a big brother, and Lucian chatted about family life, chatting for more than an hour. Lu Ming looked at the watch. Time is almost noon. Want to call Lucian to eat lunch, but was Lucian excused? Lu Ming saw that he could not stay, so he had to let Lucian go back first. Lucian returned home holding Wang Shiji's real handwriting in his right hand, and Xiao Yali was the only one at home. Sister Lily, you're alone? Lucian asked snidely. Where's Xiao Yameng? Didn't she go out to look for you? Speaking of this, Xiao Yali reacted. This little ninny didn't go out to look for you. 80% went somewhere crazy again. Xiao Yali sat on the sofa and looked at Lucian in front of her. In Xiao Yali's eyes, Lucian's changes were getting bigger and bigger. Will the Lucian in the future still be his brother? Xiao Yali shook her head with a bitter smile on her face. Dingling bell. Xiao Yali opened the door. Xiao Yameng stood outside the door. Lucian welcomed Xiao Yameng in. Wow, what is this? Xiao Yameng said in amazement as she looked at what was on the sofa. When she opened the scroll, she took a look at it and realized that it was Wang Shiji's real handwriting. And now Xiao Yameng was not calm anymore. Wang Shiji's real handwriting could be completely described as having a price. Is this real or fake? Xiao Yameng said as she looked. Xiao Yameng was fully aware of how difficult it was to find Wang Shiji's real handwriting. What kind of person was this Lucian? Even Wang Shiji's real handwriting could be gotten. Thinking of this, Xiao Yimeng couldn't help but look at Lucian twice more. Of course it's true. Come and eat. I'm starving. Lucian pouted and said. Lucian slept early this night. He had to go to Elder Wu's birthday banquet in good spirits. Early in the morning of the second day, Lucian got up from his bed, talked to Wu Lao on the phone, asked for Wu Lao's address, and hitchhiked alone towards the address Wu Lao provided. Wu Lao's home is a two-story villa. Outside the villa grassy, flower garden flowers are in full bloom. It seems that Wu Lao did not put a lot of effort on these flowers. Lucian faithfully stepped into Wu Lao's villa. Little friend, you're here. This is my closest friend Zhao Minghui, Elder Zhao. Wu Lao introduced this old man beside him. It's you? Zhao Minghui looked at Lucian with some surprise in his eyes. This old man was the same buyer who had bought the piece of Emperor Green Jadeite in Lucian's hand in the treasure appraisal fair yesterday. Elder Zhao, the kid is here to salute you. Lucian smiled and paid his respects. Ha, you two know each other? Wu Tianlin said as he looked at the two. I didn't realize that he is actually your disciple. The piece of Imperial Green Jadeite that I told you about yesterday was bought from him. Zhao Minghui slapped his head and said. Wu Lao nodded his head thoughtfully, then laughed and scolded. So you're taking advantage of my disciple. Disciple, that piece of Imperial Green Jadeite of yours can still raise its price. I'll give you that. This old thing likes to press the price the most. Zhao Minghui didn't have the slightest bit of shyness, and had obviously adapted to other people's opinions. Lucian was also spontaneous. There was no reason to regret what he had sold. Elder Zhao, please. Lucian smiled. Afterwards, Wu Tianlin brought in 3 or 4 more old men one after another, and all of these old men gave Lucian a peculiar look. To say it was peculiar would be better to say it was contempt. In previous years, in addition to Wu Tianlin's 2 disciples, it was a few experts from the Treasure Appraisal Society who came to participate in Wu's birthday banquet, and now there is one more Lucian. After all, those who were able to attend Wu Lao's birthday banquet were all friends who were extremely close to him. Today, my granddaughter Wu Yuer will personally cook. You guys are blessed. Wu Lao said with a smile. AI. It's been a long time since I've had a meal cooked by this girl Yuer. One of the old men shook his head and laughed. Yeah, I remember the last time I ate this girl Yuer's cooking was during the New Year. Zhao Minghui said with a smile. Before a while, Lu Ming and Du Cheng both arrived one after another. Du Cheng swept a glance and saw that there was no anger on Master Wu Tianlin's face. Then he eased his breath. Ever since the day he sold Wu Yuer, he was on edge, afraid that one day Master would rush to his door to look for trouble. Du Cheng saw the Master's face did not have a bit of anger, which put down the heart. Du Cheng took out a pair of authentic handwriting and said, Master, this is the authentic handwriting of Ouyang Xiu, the disciple of the 8 great masters of the Northern Song dynasty, so I ask all seniors to palm their eyes. This is indeed Ouyang Xiu's genuine handwriting. Let me see. He, Old Wu, you are really lucky. Old Wu, I didn't expect your disciple to find out all of Ouyang Xiu's true masterpieces for you. I really envy you. Several treasure connoisseur experts opened their mouths to praise. As soon as he heard the compliments from the experts of the treasure connoisseurs, Du Cheng looked at Lucian proudly. It's not right. How is this one a bit like a fake? Zhao Minghui stroked his chin and said, Old Zhao, you're looking at it wrong. This one is definitely Ouyang Xiu's authentic painting. I've been immersed in Ouyang Xiu's authentic paintings for more than 20 years. How could I possibly recognize it wrong? Another treasure appraisal expert of a higher generation said, Old Wu, can you see if this Ouyang Xiu's authentic handwriting is true or false? The gazes of the crowd all looked at Wu Tianlin. As a titan of Yunhai City, Wu Lao had studied antiques, calligraphy and paintings. The crowd was still based on Wu Lao's vision, and while the crowd was waiting for Wu Lao to identify the painting, they saw Wu Lao turn his head to look at Lucian. Lucian, do you think this painting is real or fake? The crowd did not expect that Wu Lao, who was always known as the titan of the treasure appraisal world, actually asked Lucian who was beside him, and this kind of change was not expected by the crowd. They originally thought that Lucian was just one of Wu's juniors, able to participate in this Wu's birthday banquet because of his status, but now it seems that it does not stop there. Even Elder Wu used the tone of asking for advice to talk to this junior in front of him who was about 20 years old, so it seemed that the identity of this junior in front of him was not simple. Several treasure connoisseur seniors were all human savants. Once they thought of this, they immediately thought of the key to the problem, and looked at Lucian with a few points less contempt. I see, this Ouyang shows real handwriting, rather like a fake. Lucian shook his head and said, Chapter 37, True and False Character Paintings. Wow! Lucian's words were like cold water being channeled into boiling water. Arise! Zhao Minghui was fine. After getting along for a long time, everyone knew what kind of nature Zhao Minghui had. However, Lucian denied their conclusions as soon as he came up. This was a complete slap in their face. Du Cheng smiled grimly. What could be met was that Lucian would be reprimanded by these old-timers. Kid, the old man has been studying Ouyang Xiu's handwriting for more than 10 years. Are you responsible for talking like this without any reason? One of the old men shouted angrily. I say old do, after so many years, you're still in this wimpy temper. And the other person is still just a kid in his 20s, Zhao Minghui said with a smile. Zhao Minghui, even a youngster in his 20s dares to deny up my conclusions. How will you let us old undead live in the future? The old man surnamed Du said with a displeased face. Lu Xun, then tell me, how is this Ouyang Xiu's handwriting a fake? Zhao Minghui spoke up. First of all, look at this handwriting. Although it largely looks like the flavor of Ouyang Xiu's handwriting, but it's still mixed with some of the flavor of the yen style. Secondly, this paper is very usual rice paper. Look at it, it's obviously just forged. Lucian said word by word. With every word Lucian said, the crowd is convinced a little. Lucian just finished. A few old people still have objections, but look at Wu Lao stood up and said with a smile. This is indeed a forgery of the handwriting. Wu said. The old man turned his eyes and looked at Du Chong. Du Chong face covered with sweat stains? He did not expect the handwriting to buy the two handwriting is all fake. Du Chong will be this account all the way to Lucian? If not have Lucian, he Du Chong will become so embarrassing? With this thought, Du Chang's face was filled with gloomy clouds rolling in. Lucian, I think you will give a gift to Elder Wu today as well, right? Of course I will. This Wang Shixi's handwriting is my gift to Elder Wu. Lucian opened a piece of handwriting as he spoke. This handwriting was exactly Wang Shixi's handwriting, and the several treasure experts clapped their hands when they heard what old Wu said without the slightest question. I say old Wu this is really a good disciple of yours. Even Wang Shixi's handwriting got you here. Compared to the price won't be cheap. That old man surnamed Du opened his mouth and laughed. Which is not true. This is not my disciple. I shall treat it as a peer. Old man Wu laughed openly. This Wang Shixi's handwriting was sent at just the right time. It just so happened that Wu Lao lacked a pair of Wang Shixi's handwriting. Next to him, Lu Ming also nodded. He didn't say anything about this, but Lu Ming knew that he had already made this good karma of Lucian. Lucian threw a beam of goodwill towards Lu Ming. Next, Lu Ming gave Wu a pair of landscapes by the Qing dynasty painter Wu Hong, and several other old men also gave Wu gifts, during which only Du Chong hated Lucian. 3 times he destroyed his shrug for Wu Lao. Even Du Chong felt that Lucian was his nemesis. Dishes come up la. Wu Yuer smiled as she carried a plate of cabbage and vermicelli meat. Wu Yule was wearing a white dress today, looking rather like a chef in a hotel, and the scent of cabbage and vermicelli meat filled the room. Wu Yule looked at Lu Xin and revealed a look of gratitude. Turning around to actually spot Du Chang's trail, her eyes glared fiercely at Du Chong. Du Chong clenched his teeth hard and nodded his head towards Wu Yule with a shy hard face. Immediately after that, Wu Yuer brought out 5 plates of dishes. Each dish was full of color and flavor. Lucian smelled the food, and his appetite was already wide open. He picked up his chopsticks and kept picking up each dish, and he had to say that Wu Yuer's level of cooking was good. Eat, just like a rice bucket that hasn't eaten for a week. How Du Chong looked at Lucian was angry. Du Chong, is Wu Yuer's cooking not good? Elder Wu beside him asked. Yummy. Du Chong nodded his head repeatedly, but the cell phone in his hand didn't know who he was messaging. Lucian glanced at Du Chong and continued to eat with his head down, and in this way, Lucian chatted with a few seniors and gradually became acquainted with these seniors of the Treasure Appraisal Society. For Lucian's treasure appraisal technique, several treasure appraisal seniors also quite admired, dared to oppose their authority. Lucian is considered the first person in Yunhai City, which requires a person to have great courage. Of course, they are not the kind of stubborn old man who won't admit his mistakes. Du Chong watched the popularity beside Lucian grow thicker and thicker, and stared at Lucian dead in the face, as if he was looking at his father's murderer. After Lucian had a full meal and wine, he and Wu Lao sent away several other Treasure Appraisal Society elders one after another, and then turned to stare at Lucian with a smile on his face. Lucian, what do you think of my granddaughter Wu Yuer? This was a question that Elder Wu had mentioned more than once, yet this time it was in front of Lu Ming and Du Chong. If vision could kill, Du Chong's vision could kill Lucian 10,000 times. Yuer is fine, except for her temper, which is a little. When she said this, Wu Yuer happened to be by Lucian's side. As soon as she heard the words, she immediately pinched Lucian fiercely, which caused Lucian to suck in a mouthful of cold air, and her face turned red. Outside of being good, the others don't have any major advantages. Lucian immediately finished the latter words like pouring beans. Wu Yuer immediately let go of his hand upon hearing this. Since Wu Yuer was blocking Lucian, Elder Wu did not see Wu Yuer's move. The two of them, Lu Ming and Du Chong, were different and saw it clearly. Lu Ming's expression was a bit unable to hold back his laughter, and Du Chong completely wanted Hu Bin to kill Lucian at this moment. What kind of people are these? Seeing this situation, Du Chong couldn't help but feel wise for the move of sending a text message just now. Well, say yes. How about letting Wu Yuer be your girlfriend? Wu Lao stroked his beard and said, Yuer has never talked about her first love, so she's clean. Wu Lao immediately said. The current Wu Lao was quite satisfied with Lu Xun. No, I disagree. Du Chong, who was sitting next to him, immediately stood up and said, anyone who married Wu Yuer could not be Lu Xun. In Du Chang's eyes, Wu Yuer could only be his woman. This was the nature of his heart that had been cultivated through his years of playing with women. Wu Lao frowned slightly. I find a boyfriend for my granddaughter. What does it matter to you? The atmosphere in the scene immediately froze. Even Lu Ming was a bit unable to look at it. His left hand gently pulled Du Chong. But Du Chong is obviously a master who doesn't listen to persuasion. And how can he care about Lu Ming? I say, Du De Xiao. Wu Lao's search for his granddaughter-in-law has half a cent to do with you, right? Lu Xun said in a slightly provocative manner. You. Du Chong was furious as his face turned a shade of red and white. Wu Lao frowned. What kind of temperament Du Chong had? He was most aware of it. He was underhanded and narrow-minded. If it wasn't for Du Yu's face, Wu Lao would never have accepted Du Chong as his disciple. Fortunately, Wu Yuer did not have the slightest good feelings towards Du Chong at all. What? What me? Stuttered? I haven't said it yet. You sent forgeries to Elder Wu twice. What exactly are your intentions? Is it because you don't have money to send it or you won't honor your teacher? If you don't have money I can lend you some money. If you won't honor your teacher then I'll teach you a good lesson on your father's behalf. Chapter 38, Hu Bin's Revenge. Lu Xun's words completely dumbfounded Du Chong. He did not expect the always calm Lu Xun. His mouth would be so harsh. Du Chong is a rich second generation. Will lack Lu Xun this money? Du Chong didn't expect that on the part of giving his teacher the real thing. He actually sent fakes twice in a row. Good. Lu Xun, I'll make a note of it. When the time comes, we'll ride the donkey and see. Du Chong blared at Lu Xun. Without even saying goodbye to Elder Wu, he fled. Du Chong had never hated a person as much as he did right now, especially if this person was a love rival. Except that the love rival was an imaginary one that Du Chong had made up. Wu Lao looked at Lu Xun with some concern. Hey, Du Chong is very vindictive, and he is this vindictive and narrow-minded. Wu Tianling shook his head inside. As Du Chang's teacher, Elder Wu knew Du Chong quite well. It's okay Wu Lao. Actually, the matter of falling in love. I don't think Wu Yuer will agree. Lu Xun rubbed the back of his head and laughed. That's also true. Let nature take its course. Wu Lao nodded and said. After Du Chong made such a mess, Wu Lao didn't have the heart to seek Lu Xun as his boyfriend for his granddaughter. I'll go back first then. Lu Xun laughed. When Elder Wu saw Lu Xun leaving, he sighed softly. Lu Ming, if you find out that Du Chong and Lu Xun are in conflict, help Lu Xun more. I know you have a wide network of people in Yunhai City. Yes, teacher. Lu Ming nodded his head and said respectfully. Lu Xun, who came out from Wu Lao's house, wandered over towards his home step by step. Today's matter, Du Chong had already formed a deadly enmity with him, and with Du Chang's character of being vindictive, there was no way he could mitigate with it. If I had known this, I would not have saved him yesterday. Lu Xun sighed a little, and in turn missed an opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Lu Xun was not the kind of person who was vindictive, but in the face of other people wanting to play him to death, he didn't mind all the extra fun. Just between Lu Xun walking towards the front, he saw a woman with a mask. This woman was wearing a trench coat that covered her figure, and with Lu Xun's many years of experience with women, the woman in the trench coat in front of him would never be worse than Xiao Yameng. The woman in front of him who wore a mask at the drop of a hat was filled with an ice-cold murderous aura. Since that fast jade pendant had transformed Lu Xun's body, Lu Xun's eyes were able to see the wings of a fly 10 feet away, and he was even more sensitive to the murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura seems to be the bloodthirsty aura that has been brewing for several years, and the rich blood aura makes Lu Xun keep frowning. Lu Xun didn't have a hobby of minding his own business, so naturally, he just looked at the woman in the trench coat for a couple of more moments, not realizing that it was these 2 moments that had caused Lu Xun to be attacked by the killer's surprise attack. Lu Xun whistled towards the Ling Yunxian walk. A long time did not go to Ling Yunxian. Let Lu Xun a little miss Ling Yunxian. After all, Ling Yunxian was where Lu Xun made his fortune. Lu Xun, who had sharp vision, his sense of hearing also became extremely sharp. When he came out from Wu Lao's house, Lu Xun had realized that someone was following him. Only that Lu Xun had been unsure until just now. When Lu Xun was sure that someone was indeed following him, the corner of Lu Xun's mouth revealed a smile. He wanted to see who dared to follow him. With this in mind, Lu Xun revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and walked towards a corner. Hey, Hu Shao. Lu Xun has already turned around. He walked through the path from Happiness Road, said the Green Dragon Gang kid who was following behind Lu Xun. Hu Bin has long been unable to resist the desire to beat up Lu Xun's mind, which has been in Hu Bin's mind for a long time, and today is just the right opportunity. Lu Xun walked through the path and at the exit, he saw a gang of punks standing at the exit. looking like they had been waiting for a long time. Yo, isn't this Hu Xiao? Lucian looked Hu Bin up and down and laughed. A look at Hu Bin. Lucian understood the beginning and end of the matter, but looking at Hu Bin beside the killing spirit of more than 10 gangsters, Lucian knew that today's matter is not easy to do. Hu Bin is very proud. The Lucian in front of him is weak. He cannot figure out what method Lucian can escape from his hands. When Lucian called up Hu Xiao a sentence, Hu Bin thought Lucian conceded. This time, Hu Bin had brought all the good men from the Green Dragon Gang, which led Hu Bin to believe from the bottom of his heart that Lucian could only be bullied one-sidedly. What? Now you know to call this young man? Hu Bin said arrogantly. How can I not know it? Hu Xiao, stupid as a pig's head and scared out of his wits. Lucian laughed out loud. What did you say? Hu Bin said word for word. Furious. If Lucian served a soft or something, Hu Bin could still think about it. In front of everyone, he even directly said the ugly thing about Hu Bin that day. Get him for me, Hu Bin said as he pointed his right hand at Lucian. Those 10 or so punks had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and more than 10 of them attacked Lucian with their bare hands and fists. In the eyes of these punks, Lucian was a soft and weak student. How powerful was he? Soon, these punks found out that the handwriting was wrongly recognized, although the talk was not only powerful, but also outrageously powerful. Boom! Lucian grabbed the punk who rushed at the front with the palm of his right hand and pounded his fist on the punk's stomach. The punk fell out more than 10 meters like he was being thrown by Lucian. Hu Bin's eyes almost fell off. Lucian's strength is so big? Things are not over yet. The gangsters are obviously a group of rogues. One of the gangsters violently hugged Lucian. The other 2 gangsters raised their fists towards Lucian's face and abdomen hammer. Lucian turned around and hit his head hard on the forehead of the gangster. The huge force made the gangster dizzy for a moment. Then his hands fell down limply. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lucian lifted the gangster with his right hand and kicked out. The gangster flew out backwards and directly leaned on another gangster behind him. After Lucian broke free of his restraints, his left fist and that fist blasted each other up, and a hint of triumph appeared in that punk's eyes. How could such a weak person be compared to someone like him who had been on the road for years? But soon the punk realized that he was wrong. A shocking cracking sound came from his fists, causing the punk to be in pain. Lucian realized that after his own transformation through the jade pendant, his entire physical quality had a qualitative change. The original him did not have this much power on his body. The remaining 3 punks saw their heads turn from the ground and swarmed towards Lucian. Lucian's quick wit dodged a punk's turning head to attack, and his left hand intertwined with that brick. Boom! A fist cracked that brick alive. It was a brick. Looking at Lucian's unconcerned appearance, the other 2 punks were a bit weak. What are you afraid of? Beat him up and I'll give him another $5,000. Any who been in the stupid can also see that Lucian is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Once several punks heard that Hu Bin offered money to buy Lucian's life, their eyes were red, and they all rushed towards Lucian. Lucian slammed his foot on the body of a gangster who was leaning on Hu Bin's side, and the gangster, along with Hu Bin, flew out backwards. Lucian stood up and looked at the rest of the 3 people. The 3 gangsters looked at Lucian in fear. If they knew that Lucian even Xiaolu had cleaned up, they would not dare to fight with Lucian. Chapter 39 The seriously ill Xiao Yali. Hu Bin glanced at Lucian and didn't dare to linger any longer, and was helped to escape by a few punks. To the fleeing Hu Bin, Lucian did not choose to continue to pursue, which is considered to give Xiao Yameng a face. The fleeing Hu Bin's obese body did not stay with beads of sweat, deeply afraid of Lucian chasing over. What kind of monster is this Nima? Hu Bin roughly gasped. Then Hu Bin viciously said, this thing will not be so easy to finish. Originally today wanted to give Lucian a downward spiral, did not expect to go down to the end of the Hu Bin. Thought here, Hu Bin dialed Du Chong's phone. Hello, Brother Chong? Hu Bin opened his mouth and said, Hey, Bin Z, will Lucian that boy cleaned up? Don't worry, I'll help you pick up this matter, Du Chong said with conviction. Not only was Hu Bin looking at Lucian with displeasure, even Du Chong was looking at Lucian with displeasure. No, hey, Brother Chong, things failed today. At that moment, Hu Bin told Du Chong all about the original story. The more Du Chong listened to the more stunned. A small Lucian, Hu Bin cannot clean up. Think of this, Du Chong a little despised Hu Bin beside this group of punks. Hu Bin heard over there Du Chong did not speak, raised his breath and said, Brother Chong, this thing also rely on you. Du Chong frowned. It's not good to have a fit. Both of them are targeting Lucian. Well, I know. I'll take care of this matter. Thank you Brother Chong. Thank you Brother Chong. Hu Bin nodded and said. In the case of Hu Bin's gloomy face, more than 10 punks followed behind Hu Bin fearful of going back. Hu Bin's identity is naturally clear to them. If Hu Bin said a few bad words in front of the gang leader, the dozen or so punks wouldn't dare to think about the consequences. Lucian walked on the road to Lingyun Xian, always felt a not so good feeling. This feeling is like a dark cloud, coiled in Lucian's head. Lucian had just walked into Ling Yanxian when he received a call from Xiaoyali. As soon as he saw that it was Xiaoyali's call, Lucian immediately picked it up. Lucian, something happened to my sister. Lucian had just picked up the phone when Xiao Yameng's slightly crying voice came over from the other side of the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. Without saying a word, Lucian hitched a ride and rushed in the direction of the hospital. There was only one hospital here, which happened to be where Xiaoyali was hospitalized last time. Just as he got off the bus, Lucian saw Xiao Yameng waving at him from the hospital entrance, and in a hurry, Lucian followed behind Xiao Yameng towards the third-floor inpatient department. After hearing Xiao Yameng's words, Lucian immediately understood that Xiaoyali's old disease, brain cancer, had reoccurred. Lucian stepped into the hospital room. Xiaoyali was lying quietly on the hospital bed. Beside her, there was a small nurse taking care of Xiaoyali. This small nurse was a bit familiar, but Lucian couldn't figure out where he had seen this small nurse. Lucian, it's you again. Mu Shanshan was furious and clenched her silver teeth. Last time it was Lucian, which almost caused her to lose her job. Now it's good that it's not an enemy that doesn't get together. Doctor, how is my sister? Lucian asked a white coat next to him in a hurry. The white lab coat shook his head vigorously and said with some guilt on his face, this patient is already in the advanced stage of brain cancer. The cancer cells have spread and there is no way to return to heaven. Boom! This news hit Lucian and Xiaoyali's hearts like a sledgehammer. This can't be possible. My sister is such a kind person. How can she have terminal cancer? Xiao Yameng hugged Xiaoyali and cried. Xiao Yameng looked a little sad, with tears mixed in the corners of her eyes. Since childhood, the two sisters' feelings have been very good. There are any good things and bad things that the two of them bear together. Suddenly hearing this bad news, Xiao Yameng could not accept it for a while. Meng, don't cry. Xiaoyali's eyes slowly opened, looking at Lucian and Xiaoyali in front of her. Comforting up Xiaoyali said, Sister, you are in the terminal stage of cancer. You know how terrible this disease is. Xiao Yameng said as she kept shaking Xiaoyali's hands. Even Lucian's face didn't look too good. Lucian didn't want to give up hope. He always felt that there was hope in the underworld that he could cure Xiaoyali's terminal brain cancer. Right, that purple energy. A brilliant light blossomed in Lucian's eyes. He was able to manipulate this energy. And last time it was what saved old man Wu. Just can it save Xiaoyali this time? Lucian's heart had been harboring apprehension. Could he save Xiaoyali or not? Meng, don't cry. Ever since I realized that I had brain cancer, I knew that this day would eventually come. Xiao Yameng said in a flat tone, as if she was talking about a trivial matter that was none of her business. Sister, you will definitely survive. Xiao Yameng comforted up. Xiaoyali knew that her sister was just comforting her, but it was comforting her, and it also let Xiaoyali know that her sister had always cared about her. Xiaoyali looked at Lucian, then at Xiao Yameng, and said with a determined look, help me open a discharge certificate. What? Sister, you're in the terminal stage of cancer and you're still thinking of being discharged. Xiao Yameng shook her head violently and said, no, cancer is originally a terminal disease. I just want to live through the last few months quietly. Xiaoyali opened her mouth and laughed. At this moment, Xiaoyali spoke in a light tone. But then again, Lucian had to admire Xiaoyali's courage. A woman was able to speak so frankly about life and death. Xiao Yameng, let's follow your sister's opinion. Lucian opened his mouth and said, what the heck? Lucian, is it that you want to wish for my sister to leave earlier? Xiao Yameng said eloquently. Meng, this is my opinion. Go out and do my discharge formalities. Xiaoyali handed over her ID card. Under the note of Xiaoyali's eyes, Xiao Yameng could only helplessly pick up Xiaoyali's ID card and help Xiaoyali with her discharge formalities. I'm a bit tired. Xiaoyali opened her mouth and said. That white coat and Mu Shanshan immediately exited the hospital room as soon as they heard Xiaoyali speak like this. Sister Lily, maybe I can cure the brain cancer. Lucian said as he looked around at the lack of people. Xiaoyali let out a giggle. Could it be that you are even better than these doctors? That's not necessarily true. It's just that I have some partial methods. I just don't know if they will work. Lucian shook his head and said, after all is said and done, you still want me to be your guinea pig? Xiaoyali glared at Lucian and puffed out a laugh. Maybe, probably, it seems like that. Lucian nodded and said, that's fine. I'll take a look at your offbeat methods. Xiaoyali said, Sister Lily, you sit up first. Hearing Lucian speak, Xiaoyali did so uncertainly. Alright, you close your eyes and wait for me to say open your eyes before you open them. Xiaoyali slowly closed her eyes out of her belief in Lucian. A stream of purple air surrounded Xiaoyali's body. Lucian's pair of palms made Xiaoyali feel warm. This feeling lasted not long before it started to become painful. Chapter 40 Miracle. With that heart-rending feeling, Xiaoyali wanted to scream out, but thinking that this was a hospital, she immediately held back. Lucian utilized the purple energy in his body to wrap Xiaoyali's entire body. Even Lucian didn't expect that the cancer would easily recede under that purple aura. At this time, in Lucian's eyes, it was as if the cancer cells in Xiao Yali's body appeared. These cancer cells were like moths, constantly devouring the life force in Xiao Yali's body. Lucian gritted his teeth. The purple energy was getting denser and denser. The cancer cells in Xiao Yali's body seemed to have met their natural enemy, and the group slowly ate up those cancer cells. Lucian also didn't expect that this purple energy was like a heavenly gram of cancer cells, which made it very exciting. Xiao Yali only felt a pain in her body and fainted. Looking at Xiao Yali who fainted, Lucian was tired and panting. Touching the big sweat on his head, Lucian laid Xiao Yali flat on the hospital bed. Helping Xiao Yali to remove the cancer cells in her body this time had cost Lucian a lot of effort, but it also allowed Lucian to grasp the purple energy more easily. Puffing, the door to the hospital room was opened and Xiao Yameng walked in with the discharge certificate, glaring at Lucian in a very angry manner. Sometimes being missed by a woman was really a curse. Ka-ching! Xiao Yameng stepped on Lucian's foot. Ah! Lucian roared out, which made Lucian very sore. Doing a good deed, but instead he was missed. Sister slept over again. Wait for my sister to get up. We are out of the hospital. And, you are not allowed to scourge my sister. Xiao Yameng looked at Lucian with a warning look and said. Lucian was a bit tearless. What do you mean by whoa? But in the face of such an unreasonable woman, Lucian didn't dare to refute at all. Remembering that night's icy cold hot water bath, it made Lucian whole. Xiao Yameng saw Lucian's well-behaved appearance before she nodded and sat on the sickbed with a satisfied face. Sister, you're awake? Xiao Yameng said happily when she saw Xiao Yali waking up shakily. Xiao Yali opened her mouth. Ever since Lucian removed the cancer from her own body, Xiao Yali felt a refreshing sensation all over her body. A refreshing sensation that Xiao Yali hadn't experienced in a long time. Could it be that Lucian had really gotten rid of the cancer in his own body? Thinking of this, Xiao Yali immediately rolled up from the bed. Meng, I'm going to take a movie. Sister, you. Xiao Yameng originally wanted to persuade her sister not to be so pessimistic, but seeing Xiao Yali's resolute demeanor, Xiao Yameng agreed to this request of her sister. Lucian quietly sat beside the bed. He also wanted to see if his purple energy could completely remove the cancer cells in Xiao Yali's body. Half an hour later, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng walked in ecstatically. Lucian, my cancer has really been removed, Xiao Yali said happily. Who wouldn't cherish the chance to survive? Anyone who doesn't cherish it is a cutie. This was Xiao Yali's first reaction. Ever since she knew that Lucian was able to remove her own cancer cells, Xiao Yali had always had a skeptical attitude. It was important to realize that cancer cells were an important problem in the history of human medicine. Lucian said to crack it? But now it was indeed as Lucian said. The cancer cells were removed by him. Knock knock knock. At this time, the door of the hospital room was knocked open, headed by a gray-haired old man with a white beard, and the aura of a superior emanated from his entire body. This white-haired old man was followed by quite a few people, each of whom seemed to have a low status. You are Ms. Xiao Yali? The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Yali and asked. Yes, may I ask who you are? I am the director of this hospital. I heard that the cancer cells in your body were removed. The gray-haired old man said with a smile. My name is Lin Min. Xiao Yali knew at a glance why the hospital's director had come in person. Brain cancer. As a type of cancer, being able to overcome cancer had a huge historicity in the history of mankind. So how could she, a patient suffering from brain cancer, have been cured so easily? Once she thought of this, Xiao Yali's gaze turned to Lucian. What means did this kid use in the end, so that the cancer she was suffering from had been overcome so easily? Lucian smiled and did not reply. He believed that Xiao Yali should know how to speak. Ahem, I heard that your brain cancer was cured? Lin Min spoke up. At this news, Lin Min was a bit disbelieving. He had just been diagnosed as a brain cancer patient in the morning, and was cured in the afternoon. This was a joke. However, several medical directors had sworn to guarantee it, and with the corroboration of the film, it had to make Lin Min believe in the authenticity of this matter. Lin Min's heart was alive to know that cancer is a number of difficult problems in human history. If this problem in Yunhai City was broken, then the Nobel Prize in Medicine. It had to be said that Lin Min's heart was gradually coming alive as he got older, and as long as he conquered the brain cancer problem, his reputation would be as good as new. I don't know. I just slept for a while, and when I got up, I felt that my body was much more relaxed, Xiao Yali said with a smile. Xiao Yali knew that Lucian definitely had this secret, and now was obviously not the right time to spill this secret out. Lucian nodded and smiled. To be able to cure brain cancer with a single sleep. This matter would not be believed by anyone with a bit of intelligence. Then Lin Min would even less believe in this matter. Ms. Xiao you have to know that the brain cancer attack has a major breakthrough in our domestic medical history. Lin Min took a bite and directly linked Xiao Yali to the happiness of all mankind. We just want to know how your brain cancer went? Dean Lin, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother and sister. After I slept and got up, my body felt a lot more relaxed, Xiao Yali said righteously. Lin Min saw Xiao Yali bite the bullet. There was nothing he could do about it. It seemed that what this woman said was 80% true. Lin Min was also difficult to come down. Seeing that he couldn't ask a question anymore, he could only resentfully rate the doctors of the outpatient department to leave. Let's go. Meng, let's go home. Xiao Yali packed up all the things she brought. Well, sister, I'll go downstairs to pick up the medicine. The doctor also prescribed some medicine for you. Seeing Xiao Yameng's departure, Xiao Yali turned back to Lu Xun and said with a smile, Lu Xun, thank you. I don't know how you cured my brain cancer, but I won't disclose this matter. Sister Lily, let's go. Go back today and give me steamed fish head. Lu Xun snorted and laughed. Xiao Yali nodded, and Lu Xun packed up his things and walked towards the downstairs. Lin Min had always been a good public servant who dedicated himself to the people, and after actually seeing Xiao Yali's brain cancer being cleared today, thinking about it, this Xiao Yali had no reason to lie to him. Lin Min could only attribute everything to the word miracle. In the history of medicine, there are not many miracles, but on the contrary, many times the patient's will is the main. Unbeknownst to him, this had saved Lu Xun a lot of trouble. Chapter 41, Nightfall Female Killers. After a bit of cleaning up, the happiest people today were none other than the two sisters, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng. Xiao Yameng originally thought that her sister was suffering from cancer and her days were numbered, but she didn't expect the peaks to turn around and her sister's cancer magically disappeared. Sister, I say it's good luck. Brain cancer are magically disappeared. Xiao Yameng smiled cheekily. You little girl, you know how to taunt me. Quickly go buy fish. Today I want to make steamed fish head. Xiao Yali knocked Xiao Yameng's brain. Good. A sumptuous dinner appeared in Lu Xun's eyes. After using a large amount of purple energy, Lu Xun felt famished and weak, and if he hadn't strongly supported his body along the way, he would have fallen down long ago. In Xiao Yameng's astonished gaze, Lu Xun swept away all the food in a windy manner. I'm full. Thank you, Sister Lily. Lu Xun said with a smile. Asterisk, don't you wash the pot after eating? Xiao Yameng had a rare outburst. Meng, you wash it. Lu Xun is a bit tired today. After hearing her sister's words, Xiao Yameng could only clean up. Under Xiao Yameng's murderous eyes, Lu Xun fled back to his room. After using the purple energy today, Lu Xun had some feelings. This purple energy was not only able to identify treasures, but it was also able to cure diseases, and the more one used purple energy, the weaker one's body became. Lu Xun returned to his room and sat on his knees. Under the mending of the purple energy, the scars on his body that day had long since dissolved into nothingness. Surrounded by purple energy, Lu Xun's entire body looked like it was built of golden light. Just at this time, there was a sound coming from outside the window. After being transformed by the jade pendant, Lu Xun was very sensitive to external sounds, and of course, the sound outside the window could not escape Lu Xun's ears. To other people, the sound sounded like the wind blowing, but only Lu Xun knew that there were footsteps outside. The light footsteps were mixed in with the sound of the wind, and the sound seemed extremely light. Lu Xun did not move, hold his breath. Instead, let the person outside the window to move first. So late to climb the windowsill, Lu Xun does not believe that it is what a decent man. Rumble, accompanied by the sound of the window should be broken. Lu Xun saw a man in black wearing night clothes break through the window. The man in black was holding a short and sharp dagger in his right hand, which appeared to shine in the night light. Whoosh! The dagger in the black-clothed man's hand poked Lu Xun's chest straight at the first time. Going fast, accurate and ruthless, deep in the three flavors of murder. Lu Xun did not dare to slow down. From the black-clothed man in front of him, he experienced for the first time what is called the breath of murder. Lu Xun's back leaned back, dodging the glittering dagger, his left hand straight to the neck of the man in black. This hand made the man in black caught off guard. The man in black held the dagger in his left hand. His right hand fended off Lu Xun's attack, and a second dagger with a cold glint appeared violently on the tip of his left foot. Lu Xun was taken aback. If he hadn't been paying attention to the black-clothed man's stance, Lu Xun would have suffered a stifling defeat this time. Whoosh! The knife on the tip of the black-clothed man's left foot came down from the top, and straight away it kicked off the cabinet in front of Lu Xun. The loud ringing sound woke up Xiao Yali outside. Xiao Yali happened to go to the toilet and came to the side of Lu Xun's room, and heard the commotion that happened in Lu Xun's room inside. Lu Xun, what happened to you? Ah, Sister Lily, I'm doing exercise. Xiao Yali spat. Her face showed a smile with a reddish color. Lu Xun heard Xiao Yali outside without any more movement and let out a breath of air. Just now Xiao Yali categorically passed by chance. Lu Xun retracted his gaze. The black-clothed man's right toe also appeared a small knife, directly toward Lu Xun's abdomen. In Lu Xun's eyes, the speed of the man in black became extremely slow. and with the moment the man in black's right foot was raised, Lucian's left foot stepped hard on the man in black's right foot. Su Ting had never thought that a man fighting would be so shameless. This was the most shameless person she had ever stumbled upon in more than 10 years of killing. Shameless. Both of Su Ting's feet were stepped on by Lucian and she was only able to move her hands. Lucian froze, not realizing that the assassin was still a woman, which was embarrassing. At that moment, Lucian remembered meeting the woman wearing a trench coat with a murderous aura at noon. Could this woman in front of him be her? It's you? Su Ting exclaimed in shock, obviously not expecting that the person she met at noon was the target of the assassination at night. Yeah, it's me. I didn't expect it either. Lucian's hands were like a vice, ruthlessly grabbing Su Ting's hands. Su Ting had never thought that a man's hands would be so powerful. Su Ting had done numerous physical training since she was a child, and her strength was greater than that of the average strong man. Su Ting had never thought that a skinny man would have so much strength. Thinking about it, Su Ting realized that Lucian had already pinched her. Through the masked scarf, Su Ting looked at Lucian with a red face, and she realized that Lucian was looking at her without any fear. You're pinching me! Su Ting screamed. The voice was as clear and crisp as a mountain oriole, and even Lucian was momentarily attracted by Su Ting's voice. Oh, scratching hurts you? Who made you want to assassinate me? As he spoke, the strength in Lucian's hand grew. Humph! Su Ting let out a cold snort, and a remnant of light flashed from Su Ting's mouth. Lucian saw the 3 cold lights and wanted to withdraw his hand when it was already too late. Even Lucian didn't expect Su Ting to have a hidden weapon in her mouth. Su Ting looked at the 3 cold lights and laughed. No one could avoid these 3 cold lights. First attracted by her voice. In the death in these 3 cold lights are no longer a few people. These 3 silver needles were refined by Su Ting with 774.99 kinds of venom, highly poisonous and incomparable. Even Su Ting was careful with it. The fishy smell filled Lucian's nostrils. Seeing the 3 silver needles, Lucian felt a wave of badness, wanting to let go, but instead, he was gripped tightly by Su Ting. With no choice, Lucian could only put his approach on Su Ting. Plop! Lucian held Su Ting beside him at once. 2 of those 3 silver needles rubbed through Su Ting's skin, and there was another one that directly pierced into Lucian's skin, and immediately Lucian felt a sour and numb sensation. This silver needle was poisonous. This was Lucian's first reaction. Quickly hand over the antidote, Lucian said in a fierce voice. There is no antidote. Die together, Su Ting said with a miserable smile. Su Ting also didn't expect Lucian to utilize her so quickly to dodge the 2 silver needles. Fortunately, there was still a silver needle inserted into Lucian's body. As long as he was poked by the 9 gallbladder and soul loss needle, there was no antidote for medicine. Lucian said that it was very painful. He didn't recognize Su Ting at all, and he still looked like he was fighting for his life. Chapter 42 Angry Su Ting. I say, I don't have any deep hatred with you. Do you have the wrong person? Lucian expressed his egghead pain. Is your name Lucian? Su Ting's words also increased. Yes. Then that's right. The person I killed is you. Su Ting was calm. Don't struggle. I don't have an antidote for the 9 gallows soul loss needle. Lucian kept mobilizing that purple energy in his body as he chatted with Su Ting. Lucian found that this purple energy seemed to be the nemesis of the world's viruses. As the 9 gallows soul loss needle stabbed into his body, Lucian's face was purple and black as if he had been poisoned. But that purple energy was instead the toxicity on the 9 gallows soul loss needle put out one by one. You, how come you're still alive? Su Ting said with some stuttering. Look at the time. This is the past 3 minutes. According to the past 9 gallbladder morning soul needle's efficacy, it should have poisoned Lucian in the low, so that Lucian poisoned to death. I'm alive and well, but it's you, full of black gas, a look of death. Let me save you? Lucian looked up and laughed. Not, Su Ting said in a very hard-headed manner. Su Ting was tough on the surface, but in fact, her heart was soft. Whoever desires to survive. Su Ting is no exception, especially a woman like Su Ting who walks on the tip of the knife daily. Do you want it or not? As he spoke, Lucian stood up, walked to Su Ting's side and removed Su Ting's masked scarf. Presented in front of Lucian's eyes was a stunningly beautiful face, and even Lucian was slightly shocked by this stunningly beautiful face. Su Ting felt her body lose consciousness. She knew that this was the precursor to the onset of toxicity. The 9-ball death needle was mixed with 49 kinds of poisons and condensed. When it was first introduced into the body, it felt like 10,000 ants devouring the body all over the body, and after half a minute, it started to turn red and swollen, and finally exploded into death. Save me. Su Ting didn't dare to say much. She knew what the consequences of this poison attacking would be. Of course Su Ting refused to willingly die in this place, but would Lucian really save her? Su Ting didn't know, so Su Ting could only gamble. At this moment, Lucian's whole body was wrapped up by the purple energy, and the 9 gallbladder soul-destroying needle's toxicity was so intense that even with that mysterious purple energy, It took a lot of effort to eliminate the toxicity. Su Ting looked at Lucian's whole body, a burst of purple, a burst of white. The end is weird. Su Ting gritted her teeth and looked at Lucian, half begging and half complicated. As the boss of the assassin organization Dark Shadow, Su Ting inherited Dark Shadow at the age of 12, and has always been true to his word on missions. Thinking of this, a steel needle appeared in Su Ting's hand. In Su Ting's eyes, there was every chance to kill Lucian now, but she hesitated, and one of the steel needles that gushed out of her hand retreated. Su Ting wanted to live. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Lucian later. Not making a move? Lucian opened his mouth and said with a smiling tone. Su Ting's every move was in Lucian's eyes. If Su Ting really dared to make a move just now, Lucian also had a way to restrain Su Ting. Only Lucian was confused about whether to save Su Ting or not. In the face of a woman like Su Ting, it would be a lie to say that Lucian was not moved. That was why Lucian was observing Su Ting's moves. Oomph, Su Ting said as she looked at Lucian rather haughtily. Lucian touched a snub and grabbed Su Ting's right hand with his right hand. Even Su Ting didn't react. At the entry point, Lucian felt Su Ting's small hand was icy cold and a bit silky. The force on Lucian's hand couldn't help but grip it a few more points tighter. Rascal, are you going to save me or not? Su Ting grunted and looked at Lucian and said. Lucian touched his nose in embarrassment, and a ball of purple energy traveled from Lucian's right hand all over Su Ting's limbs and bones. When this purple energy first entered Su Ting's body, Su Ting felt a burst of warmth, as if sunlight was concentrated on her. After a long time, a heartbreaking pain poured out from Su Ting's body, and it was as if the pain was trying to scrape down all the organs and bowels in Su Ting's body. This drilling pain did not last long before it disappeared, and when Su Ting looked up at Lucian again, she realized that the pain in her body had disappeared. Almost there, Lucian saw through the moonlight that Su Ting's face was not as dark and purple as before, and knew that after the detoxification of the purple energy, most of the toxins in Su Ting's body had been removed, only that her body was weaker now. Sleep here for a while. Lucian picked up Su Ting, and with one hand, he stilled Su Ting on the bed. What are you doing? Su Ting said with anger and rage. At the thought of this, Su Ting didn't dare to continue thinking about it. No matter what, Su Ting was an innocent body. Lucian, a man who was invulnerable to all poisons and had immense strength, threw himself on the bed. What else could he do other than that one thing? Su Ting wanted to struggle, but a feeling of weakness came from her limbs. Finished. This is Su Ting's first feeling, but the next thing that happened was out of Su Ting's expectation. Lucian was alone in front of the table. Su Ting looked at Lucian. A feeling of anger and hatred was born in her heart. Could it be that he is not pretty slash? Lucian did not know that Su Ting thought so much. Tossed in the middle of the night, Lucian is already tired enough. Just lie down on the table, Lucian. Then huffed and puffed to sleep. Su Ting tossed and turned. How can not sleep? Su Ting can see. Lucian is not like ordinary people. At least is also a practitioner. But Lucian, why willing to save a person who wants to kill her? Su Ting lay on Lucian's bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Has been thinking hard about this question. After thinking about it for half the night, Su Ting blamed the problem on the fact that Lucian was too strong and didn't care to lay his hands on her. A weak woman. Su Ting didn't realize that going around and around had turned her into a weak woman. If she let others know that the head of the world-famous shadow assassin organization actually called herself a weak woman, she really didn't know how they would feel. By the time Su Ting woke up again, it was already 3 rods in the morning. Su Ting subconsciously rolled up, clenched her right hand into a fist. The rest of her eyes noticed the scene inside the house. There was no one in the house. Could it be that last night was all an illusion? Su Ting got up and looked around. This was exactly Lucian's room. It seems that last night was not an illusion. It seems that last night was not a hallucination. Su Ting has long been accustomed to this kind of heart-stopping life. Hearing someone's footsteps, Su Ting immediately hid behind the door. As long as the visitor dares to open the door, it will be inevitably exposed to Su Ting's perspective. Click, click, click. The door of the room was opened. Su Ting did not care about the whole body aches. Left foot kicked to the person. This kick went extremely fast. If you are an ordinary person in this broken foot, would have flown out. Fortunately this time the person who opened the door is Lucian. Lucian heard the movement behind the door. His right hand blocked the incoming left foot, and the rice bowl he was holding in his left hand remained smoothly under the table. In the next moment, Lucian directly grabbed Su Ting's right foot, and the two of them unexpectedly came into close contact with each other in a zero-distance position. Chapter 43, Lei Jiutian Calls. Su Ting never thought that her first kiss could be offered at such a time, especially when facing a rogue like Lucian. The one who took the most advantage of the close distance was Lucian. Lucian kissed on Su Ting's lips. Cool. Not knowing enough, Lucian kissed on Su Ting's lips again. The furious Su Ting bit on Lucian's mouth, directly biting off a piece of meat on Su Ting's lips. Damn, what are you doing? Lucian looked at Su Ting without tears. when facing a beautiful woman like Su Ting, whoever would take advantage of her. Lucian was no exception. When Lucian grabbed Su Ting's left foot just now, he knew that the opportunity had come. Sheep was taken advantage of, but the price paid was also extremely heavy. A piece of meat was bitten off directly by Su Ting on her mouth. The pain Lucian wailed. This is very embarrassing. Originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of a cheap. Who knows that now the loss is more than worth it? What for? A pervert like you should be punished like this. Su Ting glared at Lucian. At this moment, how did Su Ting look like a female assassin? It was completely like a naughty little neighbor girl. Over there is breakfast for you. Go eat breakfast quickly. My lips. Lucian cried as he screamed and touched his own lips. Su Ting glared at Lucian again, sat on the bed and sniffed the millet porridge that Lucian brought, took a silver needle from her head and stabbed it into the millet porridge. Oh my god, do you need to be so cautious? Lucian rolled his eyes and said. Su Ting didn't pay attention to Lucian's words and tested it without error before gushing the bowl of millet porridge. Someone. Su Ting took a step forward and grabbed a tiny arm with her right hand. Xiao Yameng, why are you here? Lucian looked at Xiao Yamen with quite a headache. Every time there was something going on, there was this ninny, which gave Lucian a headache, and the two were like natural enemies. Of course I came, otherwise I wouldn't have known that you were hiding such a big beauty here. Xiao Yameng smiled cheekily and kept sizing up Su Ting as she spoke. When women were together, the first thing they had to compare was their posture. Xiao Yameng was no exception. Originally Xiao Yameng, who was very satisfied with her own posture, would be worse than Su Ting by more than half a star. Say, when did you hide in the woman? Xiao Yameng said aggressively. What do you mean hide? It's obviously people who walked in, Lucian said as he looked at Xiao Yameng with a headache. As soon as Lucian saw Xiao Yameng, he knew that something was going to happen. This ninny had a look of chaos everywhere she went. In fact, the two have been very hidden. Only after Lucian ate breakfast, he had to bring up a bowl of porridge to say that it was good upstairs. Xiao Yameng felt that there was an oddity, so she followed. Who knew that he would actually see a Su Ting whose posture was not less than his own? Do you want me to help you kill? Su Ting said coldly. In Su Ting's worldview, there were only two kinds of people, the first being dead and the second being alive. Since Lucian had helped her and hated the woman in front of her, she might as well kill her and also relieve Lucian of a scourge. Xiao Yameng felt her whole body go cold, as if her neck was gripped by a hideous big hand and she couldn't catch her breath. Don't, she is my friend, Lucian said in a hurry. Only when Su Ting heard Lucian's explanation did she slowly loosen her right hand. Xiao Yameng sucked in a mouthful of air violently, and only then did she realize the preciousness of the air. Her little mouth pouted, her eyes burst into a haze of tears, and she ran out right inside the door. Lucian awkwardly glanced at Su Ting. Originally Lucian wanted to send Su Ting away quietly, did not expect to be Xiao Yameng bumped into. He knew that with Xiao Yameng's temperament, will immediately tell this matter to Xiao Yali. As expected, not a moment later, Xiao Yali walked in kicking and screaming. Sister, look at him actually harboring a woman at home. Xiao Yameng pointed at Su Ting and said. Xiao Yali glanced at Su Ting in surprise. She was also surprised at Su Ting's poise. Hello, I am Xiao Yali, the owner of this house. Xiao Yali nodded and smiled. Hello, my name is Su Ting. Su Ting nodded her head and did not continue to talk to Xiao Yali. Sister, look, people are bullying us. Why don't you hurry up and drive Lucian away? Xiao Yameng saw that her sister was just talking to Lucian in a salty manner, and immediately her anger came up. It's fine, since it's Lucian's friend. It doesn't matter if she stays here for a few days. Xiao Yali opened her mouth and said. The one who was most surprised by this outcome was none other than Xiao Yameng. She knew that her sister didn't like outsiders to enter her home. Why did she suddenly change her temper? Sister. Xiao Yameng still wanted to be petulant, but she was stopped by Xiao Yali. Don't say it, Meng, let's go out. Although Xiao Yameng was a bit unconvinced, she still followed behind Xiao Yali and walked out. Lucian, did I bring you trouble? Then I'll leave. As soon as Su Ting stood up, a feeling of weakness filled her entire body. Su Ting fainted and Lucian was quick to hold Su Ting. I advise you to stay still. Your body needs a period of rest after being poisoned. Lucian shook his head and laughed. If it wasn't for the transformation of that mysterious jade pendant, Lucian's body would be just like Su Ting's, which was still the result of Su Ting's years of exercise. For this kind of result, Su Ting in turn was a bit surprised. Looking at the age, Lucian was not much older than herself. Why was the physical quality so much better than her? You have to know that Su Ting is undergoing devilish training every day to have such a strong physique. Lucian was just an ordinary person at first glance. Alright, although Su Ting had the intention to leave, her body did not allow Lucian to do so. But you can't do anything else to me. Otherwise, this girl won't be able to spare you, Su Ting said with a hum. My god. Lucian's whole body was confused. Like this rose with thorns? It was not Lucian's favorite variety at all. Looking at Su Ting's promise, Lucian helped Su Ting to vacate her place. After helping Su Ting clean up, Lucian walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Yaming's figure disappeared, leaving only Xiao Yali. Sister Lily. Lucian nodded and smiled. Lucian, I see that friend of yours is not a simple person, so pay a little attention to the distance, Xiao Yali advised. No wonder it was said that women's sixth sense was sensitive. Lucian somewhat admired women's sixth sense. Got it. Sister Lily. She's just staying for a few days temporarily. Just make do and get over it, Lucian said. Xiao Yali didn't know why Lucian retained Su Ting so much, but Lucian definitely had his own reasons. Ever since Lucian finished helping him with his cancer treatment, Xiao Yali knew that Lucian had his own secret, and this secret being exposed was enough to shock the heavens and the earth. And for this reason Xiao Yali didn't crossly interfere with Lucian's private life. Ding bell. Lucian's cell phone rang. Lucian looked down. The caller ID on his cell phone was an unfamiliar number, except that it was a local number in Yunhai City. Lucian thought for a moment, but he still answered the call. Hello, is it Mr. Lu? Our gangmaster fainted, Lei Jiutian said anxiously on the other end of the phone. Chapter 44 Healing. Lei Jiutian's voice was urgent. No wonder Lei Jiutian was so attached to Su Xiong. Su Xiong's every move was related to the future of the Five Tiger Gang. This time Su Xiong's sickness was stronger than any other time in the past. In his coma, Su Xiong kept calling Lucian's name. Without hesitation, Lei Jiutian directly dialed Lucian's phone. Mr. Lu, the car is parked downstairs. Please move. Lucian looked through the windowsill and saw three people standing beside Lei Jiutian, each in a black suit attire. Okay, you wait, Lucian said rather helplessly. After packing up, Lucian walked down the stairs. Hello, Mr. Lu, Lei Jiutian said with a nod. The remaining three men in black clothes greeted him with a stern aura. Lucian nodded his head and followed Lei Jiutian into the car. Ever since Mr. Lu left that day, Gangmaster Su's body is as bad as the day before. Lei Jiutian sighed. Su Xiong, who was originally powerful and honorable as the leader of the Five Tigers gang, did not end up collapsing in the hands of his enemies, but instead collapsed on his internal disease. Lei Jiutian drove very fast, not afraid of running red lights. There were 2 times that Lucian was also a little afraid. The 3 men who followed Lei Jiutian seemed to be accustomed to Lei Jiutian's biking and were not surprised by it. In about 20 minutes, Lucian followed Lei Jiutian to Su Xiong's villa. Even in the daytime, Lucian felt that the villa revealed an eerie feeling, a feeling that was like a cold aura on his back, making Lucian frown straight away. Please, led by Lei Jiutian, Lucian followed behind Lei Jiutian and walked into the villa. The 2 of them walked up to the 2nd floor. Lucian raised his eyes and saw not far away Su Xiong lying on the eunuch's bamboo chair. The whole person was as if he had passed out. Mr. Lu, take a look at how Su Gangmaster's condition is, Lei Jiutian said hurriedly. In Lei Jiutian's eyes, everything about Su Xiong was greater than heaven. Lucian stepped past Lei Jiutian's body, and with a glance Su Xiong's face was red with a wisp of miserable white. This miserable white was hidden under the skin. If it wasn't for Lucian's sharp eyes, he would have never seen this wisp of miserable white. The injuries in Su Xiong's body are deteriorating at a speed like the eye of the beholder, and this speed is one of the main reasons why Su Xiong is lying ill. It seemed that Su Xiong was already terminally ill. Just don't know if that massive purple energy could cure Su Xiong's malady? Mr. Lu, how is our Su Gangmaster's illness? Lei Jiutian opened his mouth and hurriedly asked. Mr. Su's disease is already terminally ill. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to save, Lucian said with a skewered mouth. As soon as Lei Jiutian heard that Lucian didn't reject it directly, he knew that this matter had a chance. I know that Mr. Lu is a person with great ability. I hope that Mr. Lu will disregard the past suspicion and save the gangmaster. Jiutian is willing to sacrifice his liver and brain, Lei Jiutian said. Go out and close the door, Lucian said lightly. Ha, Lei Jiutian didn't reflect for a moment. I said go out, close the door, and don't come in without my order. Lucian droned in a low voice. Yes, Lei Jiutian didn't dare to disobey Lucian. Now Lucian was the man who held the life of the gang leader in his hands. Lucian saw Lei Jiutian leave. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his left hand rested on Su Xiong's shoulder. Su Xiong's condition was much more serious than Lucian expected. There were more than a dozen dark injuries on his body alone, which were suppressed by Su Xiong with medication. It was just that this method could only get rid of the disease, but not the root. The purple energy in Lucian's body spread to Su Xiong's whole body along with Lucian's fingers, and he unconsciously groaned. Outside Lei Jiutian as a child perhaps had the habit of putting the corner of the wall, and after coming out, he had been stepping in front of the door, perked up his ears and listened to the sound inside, for fear that Lucian would escape. When Lei Jiutian heard Su Xiong's screams inside, he instinctively wanted to open the door to see Su Xiong's situation inside, but thinking of what Lucian said just now, Lei Jiutian didn't dare to move. Inside the house, The beads of sweat on Lucian's forehead are getting more and more dense as soybeans. At this moment, how Lucian hopes that there is a person with a popsicle, holding the air conditioner to blow him. Unfortunately, Lucian knew that this was delusional. Under the repair of Lucian's purple energy, Su Xiong's body's dark disease and bright injuries recovered at a fairly fast speed. But of course the price to pay was that Lucian's body consumed more and more purple energy. Lucian panted and looked at Su Xiong in front of him. Su Xiong slowly opened his eyelids and wanted to move his body, but he saw Lucian shaking his head. Su Xiong obediently lay down on the eunuch's bamboo chair. After about 10 more minutes, Lucian felt that the purple energy in his body had been depleted by 70 to 80% before he slowly stopped. Mr. Lu, can I get up and try? Su Xiong asked. After Lucian nodded, he sat on his butt on the ground. He was too tired. After Lucian's permission, Su Xiong stood up and stretched, realizing that the dark disease that originally existed on his body had disappeared into thin air. Under the happiness Su Xiong kept moving his body. The more Su Xiong moved, the more happy he was. He didn't know what means Lucian had used to deal with all the dark diseases up and down his body. These dark diseases had been bothering Su Xiong for many years. Originally Su Xiong thought that he would definitely die under the dark diseases this time, but he didn't expect that the road would turn around. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Su Xiong said respectfully. This was the first time Su Xiong called a person younger than himself as Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, please come and take a rest, said Su Xiong as he helped Lucian up and sat on his eunuch bamboo chair. Your men are still outside. I'll take a rest. Lucian waved his right hand and said feebly, yes, Mr. Lu. Su Xiong nodded respectfully, not showing any impatience. Lei Jiutian had already waited outside for a quarter of an hour, and if he didn't have Lucian's admonition, he would have already rushed in. If it wasn't for Lucian's warning, he would have rushed in long ago. Was Master Su's internal disease cured by Lucian? Did Lucian help Master Su inside to cure his internal disease or not? Lei Jiutian, who was walking back and forth in the corridor, was like a headless fly, not knowing what was going on inside. Lei Jiutian made up his mind, that is, at the risk of being scolded by the vice master, also want to break in, as long as the master is safe and sound. Just when Lei Jiutian was ready to break in, the door of the room opened, and in Lei Jiutian's surprised eyes, Su Xiong walked out unharmed. Gang master, your internal disease is healed? Lei Jiutian said in surprise. Earlier when Lei Jiutian brought Lucian back, Su Xiong had fainted on the eunuch's bamboo chair. Well, thanks to Mr. Lu, Jiutian. Be careful not to let anyone disturb Mr. Lu's rest. Violators will be dealt with by the gang rules. Su Xiong's tone was morose. Yes. Through the doorway, Lei Jiutian saw inside Lucian lying straight on Su Xiong's eunuch bamboo chair. Lei Jiutian's mouth grew wide. He didn't expect Lucian to be treated here by Su Xiong. This eunuch bamboo chair is compiled by Su Xiong himself with Hainan bamboo at the time of the spring equinox, and has the function of condensing the spirit and quieting the qi. Looking at the entire Five Tiger Gang, no one dares to sit on this eunuch bamboo chair. In addition to Su Xiong a personeer, the entire room and the most valuable than this master bamboo chair. Chapter 45 Purple Energy Rising. Lucian was lying on the eunuch's bamboo chair. After helping Su Xiong remove the dark disease in his body just now, that purple energy in his own body was drained to the bone. Lucian, who was reclining on the eunuch's bamboo chair, the purple energy in his body was rising very slowly. Lucian suspected that this purple energy was able to cure all kinds of diseases, no matter if it was the cancer in Xiao Yali's body earlier, or the various dark diseases in Su Xiong's body now. Only every time the consumption of purple energy is too huge. Last time Lucian whole night slow, that purple energy only gradually recovered. This time, the purple energy on his body recovered much faster than before. Only then did Lucian realize that a purple endodin had formed in his dantian, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lucian had condensed his purple energy today, he wouldn't have known that there was a purple endodin here. This purple inner dan was about the size of a dragon's eye, and a huge purple wave rose from the purple inner dan, instantly wrapping Lucian's entire body. Luckily, there were no outsiders right now, or else others would definitely be surprised by Lucian's change. Lucian, whose entire body was wrapped in purple qi, gradually slowed down his breathing, and the tendons and veins on his body bulged up like small green snakes. At this moment, Lucian was like entering a particularly magical realm. The whole person was ethereal in body and mind, and his whole body was rushing with violet qi, which surrounded the whole room with a stream of violet qi. Surrounded by this purple qi, the flowers that were growing in the room began to grow at an extremely fast speed, a change that even Lucian was somewhat surprised by. Lucian only felt warmth all over his body, and then the purple qi that surrounded Lucian exploded, which was better said to be exploded than dispersed. Lucian opened his eyes. If someone was by Lucian's side, they would definitely realize that Lucian's eyes were as bright as stars at this moment. feeling the majestic power in his body. Lucian smiled and gently waved a pair of fists, and there was a sound of breaking air. Phew! Lucian gently exhaled, feeling himself become one with the heaven and earth. It seemed that his body had also made a breakthrough for a while. Thinking of this, Lucian walked towards the outside. Lu, hello Mr. Lu, Lei Jotian said respectfully. Mr. Lu, our gang master has an invitation. Under Lei Jotian's lead, Lucian came to the poolside of this villa. Su Xiong laughed openly. He had never been so happy today. Once the dark disease in his whole body was gone, the big problem in his heart for many years had been solved in this way. Mr. Lu, sit. May I ask what Mr. Lu would like to drink? Su Xiong even said in a polite tone. Just any orange juice, Lucian said. Su Xiong signaled with his eyes. Lei Jotian next to him immediately went down, and in a short while, the orange juice was brought up. When Su Xiong saw Lucian, he associated it with the time when Lucian saved himself earlier and his body created an illusion. He was even more determined that Lucian was someone from there. May I ask if Mr. Lu is someone from there? Su Xiong said in a low voice. Seeing Su Xiong's low voice, Lucian frowned. He didn't understand what Su Xiong meant. Could it be that Lucian is a cultivator true? Lucian's ears echoed with what Su Xiong had in mind. The word cultivator true made Lucian's head hurt. It seemed that this world was not as simple as Lucian seemed. Lucian kept frowning, but in Su Xiong's eyes it was Lucian considering a response to answer him. At the thought of this, Su Xiong was even more certain that Lucian was from there. What Su Xiong didn't know was that everything was his conjecture, and as for whether or not he was someone from there, Lucian wasn't even in a position to answer. I'm not a cultivator of any kind. Gangmaster Su, there are still really such people in this world? Lucian asked with wide eyes. Lucian's action like this was more like a cover-up in Su Xiong's eyes. Su Xiong secretly sighed. It seems that Lucian is really a cultivator. Otherwise what kind of person can treat all the old diseases and traumas on his body cleanly in half a day? Seeing that Lucian was unwilling to admit it, Su Xiong didn't force it. There are some things that only everyone understands. I understand. Mr. Lu, I will keep this matter a secret, Su Xiong said in a secretive manner. From this, Su Xiong realized even more that he was wise and smart. If he didn't make good relations with Lucian early on, I'm afraid that this time he really couldn't escape this hurdle. Lucian touched all the hair. He really did not understand what Su Xiong said again, but it is rare to see Su Xiong entertain himself. Let him entertain himself. After a moment of pleasantries, Su Xiong is completely Lucian as a guest of honor, just short of burning incense to worship. Since Master Su's internal disease has been resolved, I'll leave first. Lucian laughed. Seeing that he could not retain Lucian, Su Xiong had no choice but to let Lucian go. As Lucian went away, Lei Jotian stood out. He never knew why his big brother would be so respectful to a scholar. Of course Su Xiong had his own thoughts. Walking on the road, Lucian felt his whole body was much more relaxed. Walking on the road was like floating. Lucian knew that this consequence was all the benefit of that purple chi, and he even vaguely felt that this purple chi was of considerable help in prolonging his life. If you can wholesale this kind of purple chi in bulk, then it is foreseeable that the price of this purple chi will increase exponentially. At that time, he would not be short of money at all. Lucian walked on the side of the road and giggled while fantasizing. Many people saw Lucian giggling and made way. No one wants to bump into a little cutie. Body. Watch out. While Lucian was masturbating, Lucian saw a 15 or 16-year-old child in front of him who was almost hit by a Mercedes-Benz. Lucian was thinking in his head, but it didn't mean he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. On the contrary, he took in the situation around him. Watch out for the car. A gorgeously dressed noblewoman screamed as she watched her son almost get buried in the car. Her son, as the single heir of the Xing family for 3 generations, was naturally regarded as the jewel in the crown by everyone. Xingyu swore that if anything happened to her son, she would definitely not let the 2 people in the Mercedes in front of her eat their words. If there was a reason why Xingyu dared to speak like this, it was because this was in Yunhai City. Her husband had unquestionable influence in Yunhai. Du Chong was also a bit of a backstabber, and had just finished drinking with Hu Bin before strutting down the street in his car. Du Chong realized that as long as there was Lucian, he was not smooth, as if Lucian was born to be his nemesis. Drunken Du Chong did not see the child crossing the street in front of him, until Du Chong saw it. Want to break already, too late. Du Chong corner of the mouth, some crazy hit on the hit it. These days in Lucian body has had enough gas. Anyway, with his father's identity as the director of the Yunhai City Police Department, he can handle this kind of small matter easily. Whoosh! Du Chong found a silhouette flashing in front of him, a silhouette that made him gnash his teeth in hatred. It was Lu Xin. Chapter 46, Messing with the Mayor's Wife. Du Chang's lungs exploded with anger. Of course, if lungs could really explode with anger and eyes could kill, the current Lucian would be dead in the water. Lucian was at the treasure appraisal. Lucian was at the gift delivery to Wu Lao. and Lucian was still there when he bumped into someone. Du Chong realized that Lucian seems to be his nemesis, omnipresent. Lucian just saw the situation is not good. Will be the small child in the arms. If not react quickly, would have been run over by the car. Lu Chong saw more and more people gathered in front of the car, and he was too embarrassed to come down. But Lu Chong believed that even in Yunhai City, no one could take him yet. The noblewoman was filled with gratitude when she saw Lucian saved her son. Son, are you alright? The noblewoman said as she hugged the child. That child was still in a dazed state when he was just saved by Lucian, and this was comforted by the young woman, but he cried out instead. Don't cry, don't cry, your air is good, the noblewoman coaxed. The noblewoman turned to look at the car to Du Chong. Du Chong saw had to come down to look at the noblewoman indifferently. What do you want to do? Have you been drinking? The young woman stared at Du Chong and said with a frown. Even she, who didn't drive often, knew that she couldn't drink and drive. Thinking about the fact that if it wasn't for Lucian, maybe her son would have been in pieces. That noblewoman looked even angrier when she thought about it. She picked up her cell phone and dialed the traffic police. Hey, there's a drunk driver here. It was no small matter for someone to have a DUI, especially in this clear blue sky of Yunhai City. The traffic police in Yunhai City, perhaps infected by Wu Yuer, came out quite fast, and in just 10 minutes, they arrived at the place of the incident. Du Chong looked at the noblewoman with a disdainful face. He believed that these traffic police wouldn't take him, just because he had a father who was a director. This was the reason why Du Chong was rampant. You are Du Gongzi? When the traffic police came, the first thing they saw was Du Chong. For the traffic police, the police chief is their big brother, the kind that says nothing. For Du Chong they naturally recognize, for fear of offending this master one day. Counting your eyes are not blind. This child broke the traffic light, which led me to almost drive into someone, Du Chong said in an old-fashioned manner. A look of confidence made that noblewoman hate her teeth. If there's nothing, we'll withdraw first, that traffic cop said fawningly. For this tailed dog, Du Chong was still quite fond of it. Du Chong pointed his finger at the mother and son who were still standing there. His son didn't look at the traffic light just now. You guys watch out. The traffic police immediately understood Du Chang's meaning, and loudly scolded. What are you looking at? Nothing is fine. All give me a roll. Be careful that I am not comfortable one day to arrest you all. Hearing that traffic policeman's threat, many people who had nothing to do with the matter dispersed for fear of getting into this layer of trouble. Lucian watched with cold eyes. Seeing that Lucian didn't have anything to say, Du Chong became even more arrogant. The pressure in Du Chong's heart had been long enough, leading to the fact that now Du Chong was a bit nervous when he saw Lucian. You guys don't arrest him for DUI? The noblewoman frowned, obviously not expecting the traffic police office in Yunhai City to be in such a mess. He's the son of our police chief. How could he possibly drink and drive? On the contrary, it's you. Keep your son under control, or you won't be able to guarantee what will happen next time, the traffic police said in a half-threatening tone. It's fine, I'll leave, Du Chong said lazily. Originally he wanted to drag Lucian in. Who knows Lucian, old god? In addition to saving people and did not interfere in other things. This made Du Chong a bit spoiled. Who said you can? The beautiful woman's eyes were spitting dry fire. You haven't apologized to my son yet. No matter what Du Chang's status was, today's matter was obviously what Du Chong did wrong. Hearing the noblewoman speak, Du Chong heatedly sneered. He would like to see what this noblewoman in front of him wants to do. Du Xiao, you go first. Let her find me if there is anything, the traffic cop said playfully. No, I really want to see what she is going to do. Du Chong opened his mouth and said, if it can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? That young woman dialed a phone, and not a moment later, a man with a somewhat stout figure hurriedly ran this way. I said Mimi, what's going on? You called me? I'm still in a meeting. Du Chong looked at the burly man in front of him. He always felt some familiarity, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen this man. Mayor Li. It didn't matter that Du Chong didn't recognize it. He had only just come back a few days ago, but the traffic cop couldn't help but recognize it, and directly called out the identity of the visitor. The traffic policeman was trembling. How could he not expect to provoke this big Buddha out? Today went out really did not read the yellow calendar. Otherwise he would definitely take leave to rest. On one side was the son of the police chief, and on the other side was the mayor. Whichever side one stood on, one could easily get himself into trouble both inside and outside. Lucian naturally heard the low cry of the traffic policeman. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile that was hard to describe. He didn't expect to save the mayor's baby son. Now there is a good show to watch. The noblewoman with a snot and a tear to their own encounter to the mayor of Li finished. The mayor of Li rage. Mayor Li has always prided himself on his clear rule. Did not expect his wife to come back to the first day. This kind of thing. When Mayor Li finished listening to that noblewoman, he looked at Lucian with more gratitude. If not for Lucian, the only seedling of the Li family would have been broken. Why didn't you impound that young man's car when he was drinking? Mayor Lee's national face was not angry and authoritative. How could that traffic cop stand this kind of momentum? Immediately on the soft half, also do not care to help Du Chong conceal. Immediately all out. That is to say, as Du Yu's son can be so unscrupulous? Mayor Lee was completely enraged and immediately ordered his men to call Du Yu. Du Yu was in his office squinting his little eyes, humming a little song, leisurely listening to the Beijing opera, and was hearing the high. At the high tide, a phone ringing disturbed his excitement. Hello, who is it? Hearing that voice coming out from over there, Du Yu, who was not in high spirits, changed his face violently. Yes, I know. Du Yu did not dare to slow down, got up and drove towards the side alone. On the way Du Yu hated his son. This indisputable son just returned to the country. He was looking for things for him everywhere. Almost hit Mayor Lee's son. This news is like a thunderbolt. Du Yu of course knows how much the mayor of Lee loves this son. If it really hit the mayor of Lee's son, not to mention his official when the end, that is, his son may also be buried with him. Rushing out of the police station, Du Yu to 120 yards of speed toward the place of the incident rushed. Along the way, Du Yu also ignored the red light. Usually it takes 20 minutes to drive the distance, so Du Yu use 12 minutes to arrive? Very far away, Du Yu saw the mayor of Lee and the noblewoman standing there, a few meters away from each other. There was also that indisputable son. Du Yu took a deep breath and walked towards the front. Director Du, you gave birth to a good son. Mayor Lee snorted coldly, his slightly imposing country face grimacing down. Cold sweat ran down Du Yu's face. Father, just when Du Chong was still ready to say something, Du Yu slapped Du Chong's face. Rebellious son. Du Yu roared angrily. Du Chong froze. Since childhood Du Yu had never hit Du Chong. This time Du Chong was completely confused. Father, you actually hit me. Du Chong looked at Du Yu incredulously. Chapter 47, scared to piss his pants. Since childhood, Du Chong was pampered by Du Yu, just like most only children. Except that Du Chong was even more pampered, causing Du Chong to be a bully. The most unbearable thing for Du Chong was that Lucian was still beside him. Shut up. Du Yu looked at Du Chong with round eyes. It seems that Du Chong has been spoiled by himself. He even knows a good and bad. In front of him stood a hand in Yunhai City, bumping into his baby son. His own future is worried. Mayor Lee, this matter is my fault. I will personally discipline my son. Du Yu lowered his head and said. Mayor Lee's face then looked better. Also, Du Director, he is a drunk driver. This matter, said Mayor Lee, the seriousness of this matter. Du Yu is in the understanding? Du Yu had been under Mayor Lee's leadership? Of course he knew Mayor Lee's policy. In the face of this kind of drunk driving driver, he must be heavily punished. I will definitely punish heavily. Heavily. In Mayor Lee's gaze, Du Yu left with Du Chong in a sorry state? Watching Du Yu leave, Mayor Lee's gaze only gradually got better as he turned to look at Lu Shun. Many thanks to little brother for risking his life to save me, Mayor Lee said in a pleasant manner. After further investigating the menacing situation just now, Mayor Lee became more and more grateful to Lu Shun. No, as long as someone sees it, they will save each other. Lu Shun spoke politely. Just as Lu Shun and Mayor Lee were rambling on, the noblewoman walked over holding her child. Call Brother Good. The noblewoman pointed down at Lu Shun and said, Brother Good. The 15 or 16-year-old shouted sweetly. Well, hello. Lu Shun's right hand touched the child's mind, but he realized that a dead chi was hovering in the child's body. But Lu Shun was not in a good position to say it. After all, the first time they met, Lu Shun had already helped that child save a life. If Lu Shun said that the child had some kind of disease again, he would most likely not be able to get away with it. Therefore, Lu Shun nodded his head in an appropriate manner. This is my business card. If there are any difficulties in Yunhai City, I can still help. The noblewoman handed over a piece of her business card. Lu Shun took the business card and was shocked to see the name on it. Xing Mei, chairman of the board of directors of Zhengyu Limited Company. Xing Mei's name was not clear to Lu Shun, but he knew about the Positive Moon Limited Company. It was a famous top 500 enterprise in China, which also destined Xing Mei's extraordinary identity. In addition to having Mayor Li as a backer, Lu Shun knew that this time out, he did the right thing. Lu Shun nodded his thanks and took Xing Mei's business card. The movement was calm and steady, causing Xing Mei to exude a satisfied look. Du Chong was furious, and the consequences were severe. This time, Du Chong was dragged home by his old son, Du Yu, which was embarrassing, and Lu Shun's actions infuriated Du Chong even more. Lu Shun saved this child, but is the mayor's baby son. If the identity of the person in front of this to hit in advance, give Du Chong 10 guts. He will not go to hit. This is a major event that affects the future of the old man. But now not only hit, just did not hit, but let Lu Shun took advantage of a cheap, will save the child down. Lu Shun again. Du Chong gritted his teeth in hatred and dialed Hu Bin's phone. Bin Z, what are you doing? Brother Chong, I'm playing pool. What's wrong? I want to clean up Lucian. Du Chong took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner urges. This murderous move was infinitely amplified at this moment. When a person suffered a lot of losses, his sanity would gradually be annihilated. And this was the case with Du Chong right now. My god, Brother Chong, you still want to clean up Lucian? That day, Du Chang's packing up Hu Bin's men had been deeply reflected in Hu Bin's mind. And Lucian was like a nightmare that lingered in Hu Bin's mind. This time, Du Chong re-advanced the matter again? Let Hu Bin think of that terrible man. Nonsense. Today I suffered a big loss at his hands. Bin Z, bring a few more people who can fight. I'll follow Lucian. He's going to head towards the commerce building later. Du Chong said. Got it. Brother Chong, I'm coming. Hu Bin said fiercely. Being scared half to death by Lucian last time made Hu Bin hate Lucian a little when he thought about it. With Hu Bin's character, he would definitely not let Lucian off easily. As soon as he thought of this, Hu Bin immediately called on the 5 good men within the Green Dragon Gang, all of which were people who had repeatedly made meritorious achievements in the Green Dragon Gang. Lucian glanced towards Du Chang's side, and Du Chong was so scared that he directly hid down. Du Chong followed Lucian along the way. Lucian knew it already. He wanted to see what Du Chong wanted to do. Brother Chong, we are here. Du Chang's cell phone rang, and Hu Bin's arrogant voice came from over there. Good, right away you will see Lucian. Du Chong said. Hu Bin with 5 men looked at Lucian in front of him and hemmed and sneered. Lucian touched the back of his head and looked at the stupid Hu Bin. Was this kid scared silly by himself? Are you stupid? Lucian looked at Hu Bin strangely. You're the one who's stupid. Brothers, clean him up for me. Hu Bin beckoned with his right hand and the 5 punks surrounded him. These 5 punks were the 5 masters of the Green Dragon Gang, collectively known as the 5 Dragons, and they also had considerable power in the Green Dragon Gang, except that they seldom made a move in normal times. Yes. Several people lunged towards Lucian. Hu Bin was very relieved that these 5 people were several times more powerful than the punks from that day, which was embarrassing. Hu Bin thought that Lucian would be easily cleaned up, but it was obvious that Hu Bin had underestimated Lucian's fighting ability. Whoosh! 2 punks drew out 2 sharp knives and stabbed directly at Lucian. After being dodged by Lucian, he turned around and snatched the sharp knife from the hands of one of the punks, and the remaining 1 punk who saw Lucian snatch the punk's sharp knife didn't dare to be careless. A knife towards Lucian's chest. This knife came ferociously. The angle is tricky. Directly want to cut Lucian's chest. Lucian's 2 fingers accurately grabbed the incoming blade, which was broken by Lucian's fingertips and the crowd's astonished eyes. Even the punk was surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone so fierce. While the punk was stunned, Lucian was not, and his left fist came at him with 10% force. A fist pounded in the chest of the gangster. A muffled sound came out, the gangster to fly out. At the same time, there is another gangster standing behind him. The 2 people like sugar plums, flew out more than 10 meters away. Lucian did not stay. He wanted to try the body after the jade pendant had changed. Rumble. Lucian attacked with a punch, and in the punk's stunned look, his body went soft. This punch actually hammered the punk into unconsciousness, a change that Hu Bin was not expecting. I didn't expect the 5 dragons of the gang's good hands, but in Lucian's hands can't last more than 3 strokes. Lucian raised his eyes to look at Hu Bin, and a scene that surprised him appeared. Tick-tock. Hu Bin actually peed his pants in public. Chapter 48, Lord Hu. Hu Bin's emotions were unstable right now, especially after being pitted by Du Chong. Hu Bin totally wanted to curse his mother, and when he put his eyes on it, Du Chong had already fled in his car. Du Chong didn't want to provoke Lucian, who was in a rage. Du Chong was quite aware of how terrifying Lucian was. The corners of Lucian's mouth revealed a devilish smile as he looked at Hu Bin like a big bad wolf seeing a white rabbit. At this time, of course, Hu Bin didn't dare to choose to run away. Even 5 dragons had lost in Lucian's hands. What qualifications did he have to deal with Lucian? You can't mess around. This is in Yunhai City. This is a society of rule of law. Every time Lucian took a step forward, Hu Bin took a step back. Hu Bin was so scared that his legs and stomach were shivering. Lucian was so not to be messed with. He had known that he would not come to mess with Lucian. It's too late now. Lucian punched Hu Bin's face. Hu Bin's entire body flew out and fell to the ground. Lucian craned his neck and walked towards Hu Bin step by step. What are you doing? Hu Bin asked as his legs and stomach shivered and trembled. Of course it's to be nice to you. Lucian squeezed the knuckles on his hands, the threatening color speaking for itself. Hu Bin had never thought that his men would be so unbearable. Now that he saw Lucian with this look, Hu Bin's heart was half cold. Du Chong did not go far away, has been hiding in the car, watching from afar. The situation in the field let Du Chong greatly disappointed. But Du Chong next, but there is a more sinister plan. In the mind arose, hiding in the car. Du Chong dialed a phone. Hello, is it Mr. Hu? Hu Bin was beaten up, right near the commerce building. the strength is relatively strong. The 5 dragons are not his opponent, Du Chong said nervously. In the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, Hu Lord was busy with the matter of meeting. As soon as he heard that Hu Bin was beaten, he immediately stopped the meeting. Hu Lord was his favorite nephew. Beating him up in Yunhai City was like actually slapping him. Hu Lord, Xiao Wu, you bring some people with me. Choose the ones with the best hands, Hu Lord instructed. Outside the Commerce Building, Hu Bin was beaten by Lu Xin. Hu Bin was Xiao Yameng's classmate. Lu Xin was not good at beating him too much. He could only give Hu Bin a little lesson. Well, that's about right. Find less trouble with me in the future. Do you hear me? Otherwise, they are your downfall. The them that Lu Xin was talking about was the 5 dragons that had been cleaned up earlier. Hu Bin was busy nodding his head. He wanted to leave Lu Xin far away now. This bogeyman. He never wanted to mess with it again. Unless he found an opportunity to ask his uncle to transfer the powerful people in the gang to him. With the uncle-nephew bond between him and Hu Lord, it wouldn't be hard to do that. Scram! Lu Xin lightly roared. Hu Bin got up from the ground with a gray head and glared resentfully at Lu Xun. When I gather the good men within the gang, I will definitely clean you up. Lu Xun suddenly heard what Hu Bin said in his heart. You still want to clean me up? Looks like today's punishment for you isn't enough. Lu Xun blocked in front of Hu Bin. Immediately startled Hu Bin. How did Lu Xun know what he was thinking inside? Hu Bin quickly denied. No, I won't dare to find you trouble again. Until Lu Xun sure Hu Bin. No more that kind of thought. Which is ready to let Hu Bin leave. Beating up my lord whose nephew. How can I let a murderer like you get away with it? 3 black artists came down with a dozen men in black suits. These dozen men in black suits all exuded a strong aura of blood. A strong aura of blood that only those who had truly killed someone could possess. The one who stood at the forefront of the dozen or so men in black suits was clearly Hu Lord, closely followed by Xiao Lu. Uncle, you're finally here. This kind of villain beat me, Hu Bin said as he stood in front of Hu Lord in tears. Immediately after that, Hu Bin added all the things to the story, arriving one by one in front of Hu Lord. Listening to Hu Lord's heart was furious. Little brother, you beat my nephew to such a state. Without a statement, it is impossible to say. Hu Lord frowned and said. Between Hu Lord's words, a dozen or so black-clothed big men behind him gradually drew closer towards Lu Xun. Lu Xun clapped his hands, and there was no fear on his face. Instead, there were a few more unspeakable looks. What kind of argument do you want? I can give it to you. Lu Xun was leisurely, looking at Hu Bin beside him. When Hu Bin saw his uncle coming, the bottom of his heart slowly became full. Brat, you hit me here. There is no king's law anymore. Not just a few moves of martial arts. Really think you are invincible? Hu Bin screamed. Hu Lord waved his hand, which stopped Hu Bin's clamoring. Little brother, I'm not difficult for you, as long as you give my nephew kneel down to apologize. In the compensation of 100,000, this matter is settled. You see how? Hu Lord said in a rather consultative tone. Hu Lord's tone is very natural, completely not half-forced, but it is this kind of not half-forced tone. But more people have a kind of can't resist the momentum. It's a bit difficult. I think you all kneel down, apologize to me, and give me $1 million in compensation. I think this matter is settled, Lu Xun said in a tit-for-tat manner. Even if Hu Lord's cultivation was good, when he heard Lu Xun speak like this, that face couldn't help but be gloomy. Awesome. Hu Lord clapped his hands and said, not knowing whether that was praise or mockery, there are definitely no more than 3 people who can talk to me like this in Yunhai City. But Mr. Lu is definitely one of them. A voice came from the distance. However, Lei Jiutian was seen following behind Su Xiong, walking towards this side. Although there were only 2 people, Su Xiong and Lei Jiutian, but Hu Lord did not dare to be careless at all. This person in front of him was a famous old fox. Where he left his backhand, it was not certain. Su Gangmaster, your leg injury is healed? Hu Lord surveyed some. Immediately saw Su Xiong that leg on the leg injury. Has been well, able to walk alone. This kind of change surprised Hu Lord, to know that Su Xiong's leg injury that was an old injury. I don't know how many famous doctors I have seen. All of them were unable to treat Su Xiong's leg injury well. Lord who has never seen Su Xiong to whom to speak so politely. That kind of politeness is from the bottom of the heart, not to make out. This point Hu Lord can feel very clearly. Could it be that Su Xiong's leg injury can be good, and this kid in front of him has a great connection? Thanks to Mr. Lu's blessing, my leg injury is no longer a big problem. Su Xiong smiled and said, from now on, Mr. Lu is the master of my 5 Tigers gang, and all of my 5 Tigers gang will listen to Mr. Lu. For this admission from Su Xiong, Lu Xun did not excuse himself and nodded slightly. Chapter 49, 3 Gangs Meeting. In the face of this scene, Hu Lord was riding a tiger. Moving Lu Xun was equal to going to war with the 5 Tigers gang. What kind of relationship is there between Lucian and the Five Tiger Gang? With Su Xiong's tone, it was as if he had decided that Lucian was the other leader of the Five Tigers Gang, and moreover, he was not the deputy leader. Uncle, why haven't you cleaned up the kid yet? Hu Bin said anxiously. This Mr. Lu is the VIP of my Five Tigers Gang. If you want to move Mr. Lu, you have to ask if my Five Tigers Gang agrees, Su Xiong said with sunken eyes. Hu Lord pondered for half a second. He was also not willing to just retreat like this. This kind of thing spreads out. It also damages the prestige of the Green Dragon Gang, but he also can't just stay here. Just as Hu Lord was in a dilemma, a laughter came from the distance, so lively, so the two great gang masters gathered here. A woman wearing a white robe walked head-on. Seeing Sun Xiniang, the two of them, Hu Lord and Su Xiong, glanced at each other. They didn't expect that even Sun Xiniang had intervened. Sun Xiniang was the lord of the Phoenix Sky Pavilion, and another major force that was able to oppose the Five Tigers Gang and the Green Dragon Gang. It could be said that the entire underground power of Yunhai City was divided by these three families. Sun Xiniang, as a woman, was able to create such a large force that echoed the Five Tigers Gang and the Green Dragon Gang. The cost, naturally, is not something that ordinary men can afford, and about Sun Xiniang's origin, very few people know. Seeing Sun Xiniang stepping forward, the two men, Hu Lord and Su Xiong, had a flash of scorn on their faces. Sun Xiniang was dressed in white. Her beautiful long hair was draped over her shoulders. A golden-colored gold hairpin was tied on her head, and she was wearing a veil that covered most of her face. However, in Lucian's eyes, this veil became dispensable. Through the veil, Lucian saw Sun Xiniang's peerless face, a pair of dexterous and moving eyes with a hint of spirituality, and a face like fat jade, as if it was carefully carved, was completely a reward from God for her arrogance. With that pretty body as if the banished fairy into the world, simply for the countless geeks of the great killer. What a beautiful face. Lucian sighed lightly. Lucian's light sigh caught Sun Xiniang's attention. Your Excellency is, however, the one who caused the gathering of the two major gangs today? Sun Xiniang sighed quietly. Her voice was like an orchid in an empty valley, resonating through the heavens and earth. It was very beautiful. I'm not that capable. This is something between you guys. Lucian smiled and waved his hand. Hu Bin had been impatient for a long time. Uncle, hurry up and send someone to clean up this kid. He's too rampant. After thinking for a while, Lord Hu decided that it would be better to let his men step in and teach Lucian a lesson. After all, if he just retreated like this, it wouldn't be good to spread the word. Mr. Lu, Jiu Tian, protect Mr. Lu, Su Xiong said as he moved his muscles. Since I recovered from my leg injury, I haven't moved yet. Let me try with you. No need, Gangmaster Su. Just let me handle it myself. Lucian laughed. Say, should I beat up a bunch of you or one by one? Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang, stunned, looked at Lucian. The dozen or so people brought by Lord who were the most powerful elites under his hand. It was the two of them who didn't dare to easily say that they could deal with these dozen of elites. Humph, my Green Dragon Gang never bullies the small with the big. Little Six, Hu Lord burst out, and that little Six behind him, seeing Lucian, was like seeing a ghost, and kept shrinking towards the back. Xiao Lu hoped that Hu Lords have not seen themselves. Who knows that the more you don't want to do anything, the more you have to be pointed out. Who knew that the first person would be named by Hu Lords? Xiao Lu, go up and clean him up, and I'll give you a $50,000 bonus. Hu Lord said. This, Xiao Lu could only stand out when he saw that he couldn't push back. Hu Lord was also a little surprised. How did Xiao Lu see Lu Xin and have this kind of attitude? Xiao Lu was also one of the top fighters under him. How could he have this kind of expression? Loser, replace him. If I cripple you again, I won't be able to explain. Lucian sighed. Xiao Lu was still a little bit afraid of Lucian, but after hearing these words, Xiao Lu was a little bit annoyed. No matter what, he was also a good hand in the gang. Xiao Lu gritted his teeth and looked at Lucian. This time, I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, Xiao Lu stepped on his right foot and his entire figure rushed towards Lucian. The crowd's eyes widened as they looked into the field. In Lucian's eyes, Xiao Lu's speed was getting slower and slower, as if he was forbidden, fixed in place. Lucian grabbed Xiao Lu's fist with one hand, and with the other hand, he threw a punch at Xiao Lu's chest. A huge force spread out in Xiao Lu's chest, hitting Xiao Lu, who directly fell out and landed dead on the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood from his mouth before passing out. The crowd was shocked by this scene. Although the crowd had just confirmed from Xiao Lu's mouth that Lucian had once defeated Xiao Lu, but when it really happened in front of their eyes, it was still so unbelievable that Little Six couldn't even last a single round in Lucian's hands. 9 days, this is Mr. Lu's real strength, right? Su Xiong was somewhat glad that he finally chose to support Lucian. In Su Xiong's eyes, Lucian was like a bottomless abyss, never knowing Lucian's strength, just how strong it was. Yes, gang master, I'm completely convinced. Even if I could defeat Little Six, it wouldn't be that easy for me, Lei Jiutian said in a low voice. After Sun Xiniang and Hu Lord saw the scene, their reactions were similar to Su Xiong's. It's somewhat interesting, I just don't know. Thinking of this, Sun Xiniang's eyes flashed with a glint. There was no one more furious than Hu Lord. The juniors under his command, one after another, were beaten by Lu Xun, and moreover, the defeat was so miserable, it really made Hu Lord lose face in front of the crowd. Uncle, this, Hu Bin looked at Lu Xun with some trembling. Lu Xun's strength, more terrible than he imagined. Humph, let's go. Hu Lord snorted coldly, turned around and left with a dozen black-clothed men and Hu Bin. Wait, I haven't let you guys go yet. Lu Xun took one step at a time and walked up to Hu Bin and Hu Lord. What do you want? Hu Lord snorted coldly. Compensation of 1 million is a bit insufficient. Then 2 million. Compensation of 2 million. I'll let you guys leave. Lu Xun grinned and said. Lu Xun, I'm telling you, don't bully people too much. Hu Bin shouted. I'm just bullying you. What can you do to me? Without $2 million, no one can leave today. Lu Xun's face steepened as he drank. Lu Xun let out an explosive shout, causing the dozen or so martial artists in black suits to look at Lu Xun as if they were enemies. Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang stood by the side and watched. Su Xiong was very clear that this matter wasn't over. According to Lu Xun's temperament, it wouldn't be called a matter without a bottom. Don't go too far. Don't think that with Su Xiong backing you up, I won't dare to beat you up. Lord Hu drank. Rabbits will still bite when they are pushed. When Hu Lord is pushed, I am afraid that he will have to eat people. This was the first time that Hu Lord had seen that someone dared to ask for a lion's share of money towards him in Yunhai City. I also said that no one can leave without paying the money. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lu Xun clapped his hands and laughed. Chapter 50 Strong Lu Xun. Hu Lord's face became very cold, under the watchful eyes of Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang. If not properly dealt with, I am afraid that his Green Dragon Gang, in the future in Yunhai City, there will be no foothold. Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong looked at Lu Xun with interest. Now it was not Hu Lord's looking for Lu Xun's trouble, but Lu Xun looking for Hu Lord's trouble. In this Yunhai City acreage, no one has dared to talk to me in this tone. It's Su Xiong. Who wouldn't dare to talk to me in this tone? Hu Lord said coldly. Su Xiong is Su Xiong. I'm me. It's not the same thing. Pay up and get out. If you don't pay up, I'll stay here for me. Lu Xun said as he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Hu Lord gritted his teeth. This Lu Xun was really arrogant and over the top. No matter what background you have. Today, the person who dares to talk to me like this hasn't lived until now. With a wave of Hu Lord's right hand, the dozen or so big men in black suits pounced on Lu Xun. The corners of Lu Xun's mouth raised into a smile as he pulled his hands out of his pants pockets and punched the three black-suited big men in the lead. After being transformed by that purple energy, in Lu Xun's eyes, the movements of these dozen or so big men in black suits became quite sluggish, even more so than Xiao Lu's movements. Boom boom boom. Each of Lu Xun's punches was powerful, hitting the bodies of these black-suited big men like a millstone smashing up, releasing unrivaled power, accompanied by a scream of ouch. These black-suited men flew out one by one. None of them were Lu Xun's 1-2 punch foe. This kind of scene fell in the eyes of the Hu Lord. Let the Hu Lord's face gradually blacken down. His own men will be so unbearable? These people are all good in good hands. Each one of them is the elite left behind by the Hu Lords after careful selection. It can be said that everyone's hands are more or less stained with blood, but also the elite around the Hu Lords. It was this group of elite good hands. Under Lu Xun's hands, it was just so unbearable. Hu Lord quickly felt that things had gone beyond his imagination. The Lu Xun in front of him was not something he could hold with these dozen or so of his men. Gang leader Su, it looks like you have good eyesight and found a capable person with such extraordinary skills. Sun Xiniang cackled. Su Xiong's eyes were also trembling. This group of elites under Hu Lord, it was him who was a bit tricky to deal with. Xiniang, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. In my Five Tigers gang, Mr. Lu has a higher status than me. Su Xiong had a hint of admiration in his eyes. Oh, Su Xiniang's mouth typed a question and did not continue. Instead, she continued to look at the field. This Mr. Lu and Su Xiong's mouth looked rather uncomplicated. Lu Xun clapped his hands, looked at the dozen or so black-clothed men lying on the ground, rubbed his hands together, and turned to look at Lord Hu. It seems that these people under you are all drunkards. With such a body, they dare to come out and compete with me. Go back and practice for another 2 years. Lu Xun looked at Hu Lord with a smile on his face. The beads of sweat on Hu Lang's head. One drop slipped from the corner of his forehead. Lu Xun's fearfulness was beyond Hu Lang's imagination. Beside him, Hu Bin's legs also trembled. This group of good men under Hu Lord's command had been wiped out by Lu Xun. It's Mr. Hu who has the eyes to not recognize him. Tai. Offended Mr. Lu, I hope Mr. Lu will let me off the hook. Saying that, Hu Lord took out a check. He quickly wrote 2 million on the check and handed it to Lucian. Mr. Lu, this is 2 million. What happened earlier? It was us who had gone too far. We make amends to you. Hu Lord was worthy of being the Green Dragon Gang's gang leader. He knew what was right, and immediately gave Lucian a check for 2 million. Not bad. It's not easy for Hu gang leader. Let's do it this way. Hu gang leader, go and leave all these losers behind. Lucian pointed to those black-clothed big men lying on the ground beside Hu Lord. Mr. Lu, this is not too good. 2 million has already been given to you. Hu Lord frowned, but Hu Lord still felt that this matter was not finished. I've changed my mind. You alone are worth $2 million. They count separately, $1 million each. Lucian whistled and sat on a chair. Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang looked at each other. Both saw the shock in each other's pupils. Lucian's move was too ruthless. Hard more than $20 million. It was with Hu Lord's company. If he wanted to come up with this 20 million plus, it wasn't that easy. As for this kid beside you, Lucian stroked his chin, a pair of eyes sizing up Hu Bin, scaring him so much that he almost fell over. Uncle, save me, uncle, I don't want to stay here. Hu Bin opened his mouth and begged for mercy. That wimpy look was something that even Lord Hu could not stand to look at. Oh yeah, that kid beside you, he's also worth 2 million. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 14 million, add another 2 million, 16 million. It's settled. 16 million, Lucian said with a clap of his palm. Hu Lord looked at Lucian. The situation was stronger than the people. He knew very well that if he didn't take out this 16 million today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bring these brothers back. This power was vital to Hu Lord. Moreover, if he didn't contribute the money, this matter would be spread to Yunhai City, and anyone would say that he, Hu Lord, was not righteous. For this reason, Hu Lord could only bite his teeth. Okay, I'll give. Hu Lord took out another check, wrote 16 million, and handed it to Lucian. After Lucian checked that it was correct, he nodded and smiled. Hu Lord just understands things. Take this group of people under you away. Hu Lord took in a cold breath. Get going. Don't embarrass me here. The dozen or so big men in black, rolling and crawling towards the car, left in a mess, not daring to look at Lucian again. Mr. Lu, good tactics, so casually, letting the Hu Lord's hemorrhage. My daughter admires it. Sun Xiniang said in praise. Small matter, gang leader Su. Sun Xiniang, there is no matter. I will leave first. Lucian took the check in his hand and left humming a little song. Only Su Xiong, Lei Jiutian and Sun Xiniang were still standing at the same spot. Gangmaster Su, this Mr. Lu, is truly a strange man. Sun Xiniang covered her mouth and giggled. Can't see through, I can't see through. Xiniang, this Hu Lord, is a petty person. He planted such a big heel today. I'm afraid he won't rest easily. Su Xiong looked at Lucian's back and laughed. Young people, there should always be some fire. Since he made such a fool of Hu Lord today, then his future days. Su Xiniang sighed. I see. Thanks to Hu Lord has 10 guts, also dare not take action against Mr. Lu, otherwise, the Green Dragon Gang is afraid to disappear forever. A thoughtful smile surfaced on Su Xiong's face. What do you mean? He's from there? Su Xiniang wasn't stupid and immediately guessed something. Unspeakable, unspeakable, a good show is over. It's time to go back. Su Xiong left with Lei Jiutian, leaving Su Xiniang standing alone, not knowing what she was thinking about. Chapter 51, Changes in the Purple Energy Cluster. Du Chong didn't leave and had been watching everything from afar. Originally, Du Chong thought that with the power of the Hu Lords, he would be able to eliminate Lu Xun, but everything was a great disappointment to Du Chong. Not only did he not get rid of Lu Xun, but he also fled in a mess. This result was out of Du Chang's expectation. Damn it, counting the time. It should be in these few days. That female assassin will make her move. Du Chong muttered. With Hu Lord's character, he won't spare Lu Xun lightly. After saying that, Du Chong then drove away. Along the way, Hu Lord's face was as gloomy as if it could drip water. Without guessing, everyone knew what Hu Lord was thinking. It is Hu Bin, but also do not dare to disturb the Hu Lords without authorization. After a while, wait until the car to the garage. After Hu Lord down, straight toward the top floor of the company to go, and instructed the secretary, do not let anyone to disturb him. After turning on his computer, Hu Langshan boarded a mysterious website. This website, are some killers as well as the mission? Hu quickly logged into an account, slowly entered all of Lucian's personal information into this website, and raised the price to $10 million. At this time, the Hu Lords, for Lucian can be described as hateful. In front of Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang lost face, he will definitely find this face back. As expected, not a moment later, someone took over this task. The one who took over this mission was the most mysterious Scarlet Legion in the assassin world, and the Scarlet Legion had never missed a record. $10 million to kill a freshly graduated college student. The simplicity of this kind of mission. All killers would be willing to take it on. Lucian returned to the house and saw that the toxin on Su Ting's body was already healed to the point of being able to do some exercise, and after a few more days of recovery, he would be cured. Thanks for saving your life. This time I will give up this mission. I accepted his mission to assassinate you, Su Ting said as she sat in front of the computer. Even without me, others will come to kill you. Lucian looked down. The person who issued the mission. Someone he was more than familiar with. Duchong. I didn't expect it to be this guy. A narrow road between enemies. There's still a chance of running into him next time. Lucian sneered. All along, Lucian only thought that Duchong treated him as a love rival. He didn't realize that Duchang's grudge against him was so deep that he would even send an assassin to assassinate him. Here's someone who has released another mission to assassinate you, Su Ting said in shock. What kind of person was this brat in front of her? It actually caused two people to release a mission to assassinate him. Those who were able to enter this URL were all non-rich or noble people from all over the world. They either held important positions or were rich as hell. And the amount of money it cost to ask them to take action was quite expensive. Let's see. Who wants to assassinate me? Lucian looked down. That mission was posted not long ago, 10 minutes ago. This person did it very stealthily, without revealing his life or address. Su Ting shook her head and said, "Can you help me find out who it is? I'll pay you $100,000, Lucian said in a low voice. Lucian didn't want to cause trouble for the people around him. He wanted to know who had assassinated him 3 times. I'll check. Don't forget to give me the money later. Su Ting smiled playfully. Su Ting's hands were working fast on the keyboard. It had to be said that Su Ting's computer skills were quite brilliant. In just 5 minutes, Su Ting had checked the address. Wait a minute. Let's see about following this address over to. Su Ting searched. It's Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. Green Dragon Limited Liability Company? Wasn't this the company under Lord Hu? Lucian touched his chin and contemplated. This Hu Lord still doesn't die, actually hiring assassins to kill him. This is somewhat out of Lucian's expectation. This time it's the Scarlet Legions who came to assassinate you, Su Ting exclaimed. The Scarlet Legion is a small assassination legion consisting of 5 people. They plan meticulously and move rigorously. Now you're in trouble. The Scarlet Legion's people have always been ruthless in their actions. They're godlike. Su Ting sighed as she looked at Lucian. In her eyes, Lucian was already half dead. The people of the Scarlet Legion struck and never left a living soul behind. Even the other killers? They didn't even know the appearance of these 5 people from the Scarlet Legion. They only knew that there were 5 people who made up the group. Scarlet Legion, well, it can be played with. A smile flowed from the corner of Lucian's mouth. At this moment, for Lucian, the most important thing was the purple energy in his body. This purple energy group has an extraordinary role. Lucian has a feeling that the more powerful this purple energy group is, the more powerful his own strength will be. Seeing through the mind, seeing through obstacles, are the lowest level of this purple energy cluster. But how to develop the role of this purple energy cluster was the biggest problem Lucian was facing right now. Lucian has a kind of intuition. If he can refine this purple energy cluster, not to mention the Scarlet Legion, even in this world, there are very few people who can be its enemy. This purple energy cluster, while changing his body, is also changing his fate. The house that Xiao Yali rented was not too small. Lucian found an empty room, closed the door and sat on the bed with his knees crossed. Lucian used all kinds of methods to run that purple energy group, but found that no matter what, the purple energy group did not have a single movement, which made Lucian very anxious. Just when Lucian was very anxious, the body emitted a roaring sound. The purple energy group, as if it heard Lucian speak, lightning appeared and washed Lucian's body over and over again. This made Lucian feel a little excited while being surprised. During the process of the purple energy cluster washing Lucian's body, an acidic and numb sensation filled Lucian's limbs and bones. It seemed that every piece of flesh and blood was filled with an incredible amount of energy. Suddenly, Lucian felt that the power of his own body was greater than before. The purple energy mass didn't end because it finished washing Lucian's body. On the contrary, the lightning overflowed outside Lucian's body. This made Lucian very surprised. From a distance, Lucian looked like a thunderman full of lightning. Fortunately, Lucian closed the door of the room. Otherwise, this phenomenon would definitely scare Su Ting and the others half to death. The purple energy in his body, after washing Lucian's body, shrunk from the size of a fist to the size of a dragon's eye. Lucian saw this change in his eyes and was happy in his heart. However, the change wasn't over yet. The purple energy that was the size of a dragon's eye was constantly in Lucian's body, transforming into a lightning-like energy that invaded every inch of Lucian's skin. It hurts. There's a tearing feeling. Lucian clenched his teeth. until that massive purple energy was absorbed by all the limbs and bones of Lucian's body. Lucian opened his eyes, and a lightning-like vision floated on the surface of Lucian's body. Chapter 52 Scarlet Legion. Those various terrifying visions passed by briefly on the surface of Lucian's body, until finally, the inner Dan formed by that purple energy within his body was also integrated into Lucian's body. When the visions disappeared, Lucian felt a slight change in his body, but it was a change that Lucian couldn't tell and couldn't explain. It seemed that every muscle, with the help of this purple energy mass, was given a great stretch. At this time, Lucian felt that his body was full of power, the kind of power that could easily kill a cow, and the purple energy mass in his body had disappeared. Perhaps, this purple energy mass just melted into my body, Lucian muttered. Lucian swung his fist and there was a slight cracking sound. "Who Lord, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless," Lucian said in a low voice. Who Lord wanted to hire a murderer to kill him. There was no way Lucian could pretend to be blind. Lucian walked off the bed and headed straight downstairs. Xiao Yali looked better and better every day since the cancer in her body was cured by Lucian. When Lucian met Xiao Yali was cleaning up the house. "Bastard, you haven't been seen for a day. That girl is quite pretty. Is she really not your girlfriend?" Xiao Yali opened her mouth and teased. "Which is not? Lily's sister. She is really not my girlfriend." "Right, the disease on your body. Do you want to go for a review?" Lucian said after half a second. "No need, I believe you kid. Go and busy yourself," Xiao Yali said. Lucian went out of the house, caught a cab and rushed towards the place of Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. When he arrived at the entrance of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, a flash of murderous aura appeared in Lucian's eyes. The murderous aura flickered, and after getting out of the car, Lucian walked towards the inside of the company. When the two security guards saw the raging Lucian, they wanted to intercept Lucian, but they were punched out by Lucian one by one. Lucian's momentum naturally alarmed the security teams in Green Dragon LLC. These security teams, ostensibly security guards, were actually punks in the Green Dragon gang, and these punks were of average skill. In Lucian's eyes, the hands of these punks were undoubtedly the average of a 3-year-old child. Boom boom boom. Every punch that Lucian threw was powerful and heavy, and it was simply not something that these punks could catch. Soon, the so-called security team, under Lucian's punches and kicks, each of them fell to the ground and wailed. Lucian didn't even look at them. He got on the elevator and directly headed towards the top floor of Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. The top floor of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company is the office of Hu Lang, and in this top floor, there is only one office of Hu Lang. Lucian walked straight towards Hu Lang's office, kicked open the door of Hu Lang's office, and frowned when he saw that there was no figure of Hu Lang riding the elevator. He went down to the first floor again, and the purple energy in his mind read the thoughts of these receptionist ladies. These front desk ladies of the company also didn't know where Hu Lord had gone. It seems like there's only next time to find Hu Lords. Lucian exited the Green Dragon LLC and hitchhiked away. Lucian was most afraid of these killers, taking Xiao Yali and the others as hostages, which would constrain Lucian's hands and feet. Just as he sat in the car, Lucian felt a cold aura. This aura was clearly a killing aura. Since being invaded by this mass of purple energy, Lucian was very sensitive to this killing aura. The driver of the car was a kindly middle-aged man who smiled and didn't look hostile at all, but that killing intent that had been hidden around the driver kept Lucian on his guard. "Young man, where are you going?" the kindly middle-aged man said. "Go to Ling Yunxian." Lucian prepared to walk back to the houses from Ling Yunxian. That kindly driver drove and traveled in the direction of Ling Yunxian. Along the way, that driver hummed a little song and chattered to Lucian about his family. "Your name is Lucian, right?" that driver asked in a half-questioning manner. "How do you know? Are you the Scarlet Legion?" Lucian whispered. "Not bad. You would actually know about the Scarlet Legion. It seems like you should be prepared." The driver's face was not nervous at all. The Scarlet Legion had arrived faster than Lucian had imagined. Lucian took a glance around and didn't find any backstops in the car, which made Lucian rather strange. "Don't worry, we'll let you die silently." Saying that, that driver slammed his right foot on the brake and the cab cut a shadow from midair. 100 meters to the right, there is a sniper. 2 people? I remember you. Scarlet Legion is 5 people, Lucian said with a calm demeanor. "A college student like you still need us to use the power of 5 people? Go to hell." The kindly driver's face was filled with a hideous color. His right hand directly grabbed towards Lucian, and Lucian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, stamped his left foot on that driver's hand. That driver was extremely powerful, able to push 100 kilograms of weight horizontally, but under Lucian's hands, he was like a child, unable to lift a single bit of strength. Bang! That driver's head was pressed by Lucian's hand onto the glass window, just in time to block the gaze from the sniper on the right. "How did you get so much strength?" That driver was horrified. That driver was like a helpless chicken. completely unable to break free from Lucian's grip. Let's see, where are your 3 other accomplices? Lucian emitted a purple thunderbolt around his body, and this kind of thunderbolt looked quite terrifying to that driver. Are you a human or a ghost? That driver shouted. Of course it's a human, said Lucian. Lucian began to read the memories of this driver. After half a second Lucian's face turned cold. Still want to catch Xiaoyali and the others. You guys are really unforgiving. From this driver's memory, Lucian read a lot of things. Not only him, but Xiaoyali and the others who were with him were also in danger. While the Scarlet Legion was going after him, they were also going after Xiaoyali and the others. Lucian's arm used a little bit of force and that driver rolled up his eyes, followed by a strong force that went from Lucian's arm and pinched towards this driver's neck. Click! The driver rolled his eyes and fell over. A female sniper 100 meters away was caught in Lucian's eyes. This point was also in Lucian, after being quenched by that purple energy. Damn! How could he subdue the boss? The one who spoke was a woman sniper. And from the lens, this sniper saw the situation in the car clearly. Then I'll kill you first. The woman sniper raised the delicate sniper rifle in her hand and shot a bullet towards Lucian's head, chest, and abdomen, each of the 3 places. But what happened next left the woman sniper dumbfounded. 3 rounds of bullets, not as the woman sniper expected. Will Lucian shot, but were all received by Lucian all the hands. How is this possible? The woman sniper exclaimed. Chapter 53, The Great Killing Game. The woman sniper, in shock, quickly transmitted out on her walkie-talkie. Knight, there's been a change in plans. We're in trouble. Come help us. Roger. A rough male voice came from inside. The speed of Lucian's feet accelerated. After being quenched by the purple energy mass, Lucian's speed, too, was more than several times faster than usual. The woman sniper, in her eyepiece, saw Lucian's horrifying movement speed, and was so scared that her whole body broke out in a cold sweat. However, as a professional killer, the woman sniper had been aiming at Lucian, and shot out bullets from her sniper rifle. Strangely enough, when the bullets reached Lucian's vicinity, their speed would slowly decrease, and in the end, they were actually grasped in Lucian's hand. How is this possible? This woman sniper saw this scene and didn't dare to be shooting bullets towards Lucian. This is your ability to come and assassinate me? Nothing more than that. Lucian turned his eyes and arrived near the woman sniper, grabbing at the woman sniper. In addition to serving as a sniper in the Scarlet Legion, the woman sniper did not have weak fighting skills in her hands, but this kind of fighting skills became a joke in Lucian's eyes. Your hands are too poor. Let me teach you how to fight. Lucian threw a punch at the woman sniper. The woman sniper was blown back by Lucian's punch. Her right hand was tackled by Lucian, and she didn't have the slightest room to resist. This much skill and you dare to come and assassinate me? Lucian shook his head disdainfully. The woman sniper's face was red with anger. At least the Scarlet Legion was also in the world of killers, a famous big organization. It had never missed a shot, and the Lucian they encountered this time was a freak, which was what caused them to fail. In the distance, a big man with a tall and sturdy figure flew up in a motorcycle. Put him down. The big man with a tall and sturdy figure walked up to Lucian and said in a muffled voice, "Fine." With a twist of Lucian's right hand, the woman sniper perished in Lucian's hands and was thrown by Lucian to the tall and strong big man. For those who laid hands on Lucian, Lucian would never easily bypass them. Holding the body of the woman sniper in his hands, the tall strong man was so angry that his body was trembling. "Don't be afraid. Soon you will be going to meet with your big brother as well." Lucian clapped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, we are also just following orders. We are not taking this mission anymore. Can you let us live?" This tall and strong Dahan said. This tall and strong Dahan was not a reckless person. Seeing that his elder brother and this woman died, he instantly knew that this Lucian was tricky. "Of course not. It's better for you to be obediently killed by me so that you don't have to waste time." Lucian yawned and said, "Don't get carried away. I'll kill you right here." This tall and strong Dahan pulled out a short knife from his body and stabbed towards Lucian. What this tall strong Dahan was most proficient in was the art of stabbing at close range, especially at such a short distance. He was certain that he could kill Lucian. However, the next scene, let high-strong Big Han How can not figure out that invincible short knife. Was Lucian a pair of fingers dead clamp? No matter how hard this tall strong man tried, he could not break free from Lucian's fingers. Click! To the high and mighty man's surprise, the short sword in his hand was broken by Lucian's 2 fingers. This short sword was made from a mixture of dozens of materials, and he had never seen anyone able to break it. Lucian was really far beyond his expectations. Boom! Right in the middle of that tall strong man's days, Lucian's right hand punched that tall strong man's body, causing that tall strong man to fall out. Lucian turned around and stomped on the chest of that tall strong man, who violently puffed out a mouthful of thick blood and finally fainted. In order not to leave any aftermath, Lucian followed up with another kick. stomping that tall strong big man to death alive. There's still a Su Ting on Xiao Yali's side. She should be able to withstand it for a while. Lucian quickly walked up to the cab and threw Gao Zhuangdehan out of the cab. He drove the cab towards the house side in a hurry. Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng were kidnapped by two tall and thin young men early in the morning. Xiao Yali could tell that these two men were definitely not simple, and her eyes revealed a wave of worry. Only Xiao Yameng, a kind of leaping impulse in her eyes, was constantly threatened by the two men. "Don't move, or I'll take your lives," one of the men said. These two men didn't know what techniques they used, and Su Ting was unconscious next to them. When Su Ting woke up again and saw these two men, she gritted her teeth, not realizing that these two men had directly placed ecstasy towards the inside of the house. When Su Ting wanted to make a move, it was already too late. She was tied up and bound to the sofa. "Ask the boss to see if Lucian over there has resolved it yet, and when he has, release these three women," one of the shorter men said. "Yes, military master," another man with a taller figure said, dialing the phone but never dialed through, causing some panic in the hearts of these two men. "How come Big Brother's phone hasn't been dialed? Did something go wrong?" the taller man said. "Don't talk nonsense. How could there be a mistake on Big Brother's side? Keep a good eye on these three women. I'll go upstairs to take a look," the man with a short stature said. "Yes, military division." Lucian finally drove that cab and arrived outside the house. The inside of the house was quiet. There was no movement at all, which caused Lucian's suspicion. From the memory of the Scarlet Legion boss, Lucian knew that amongst the characters of this Scarlet Legion, there were two others who would lay their hands on Xiao Yali and the others. It seemed that these two still had their hands on them before themselves, and moreover, they had their hands on them. Lucian thought of this, softly walked towards the remote balcony, looked around and found that no one paid attention. Lucian jumped up to the second floor from the balcony with one foot. If someone is here, they will be surprised by Lucian's superhuman jumping power. Lucian carefully opened the window, tumbled in through the window, walked to Su Ting's house, and found that Su Ting had also disappeared. Lucian immediately determined that they had been kidnapped, and if not unexpected, it should be on the first floor. Hearing someone coming towards the second floor, Lucian immediately rolled over and hid in a corner in case he was spotted. The short man, after inspecting the second floor and realizing that there was nothing more to be found, shook his head and prepared to leave. However, a strong force came from behind him. That strong force made the short man breathless. The man reacted quickly, and in the heat of the moment, his left elbow hammered Lucian's abdomen, and with his other hand, he tried to finish Lucian with an over-the-shoulder slam. Ka-ching! Lucian had to strike first, and with the strength on his elbow, he strangled the short man to death. The short man in his arms gradually fell limply, and only then did Lucian let go. Just as Lucian was about to go down, bang bang, crisp gunshots rang out behind Lucian, and the speed of the bullet became extremely slow as it reached Lucian's side. The short man was still alive. Oh no! The gunshot had also alerted the killers below. Chapter 54 Rescuing Xiao Yali. The sound of the gunshot on the second floor naturally startled the tall man on the first floor. Who is it? Lucian did not expect that short man to fake his death. Lucian turned around and stepped on the body of that short man, and the short man, who was spraying blood from his mouth, shook his head twice and then did not move, until he was sure that the short man was really dead. Lucian looked down from the second floor. The last man left, in the Scarlet Legion, was the man who should be called a warrior. The warrior was holding an AK-47 in his hand, and kept shaking it above the heads of the three Xiao Yali. Frightened Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, their bodies trembled a little. When had they ever seen such a scene? At this time, Su Ting, also woke up from the effects of the ecstasy, has been thinking how to break free from this rope binding. The killers of the Scarlet Legion, when tying up their targets, all had fixed knots. Therefore, it was someone like Su Ting, who was also in the assassin world, who wanted to untie this special knot, but it would also take a while. Army Master, Army Master. Although the warrior kept shouting like this, his footsteps never stepped up. Years of bloodthirsty experience in the sandfield let the warrior know that perhaps that warlord killer of the Scarlet Legion had already met with misfortune, and the object that had met with misfortune was none other than Lucian. That one upstairs who can do away with the rest of my Scarlet Legion. Is it Lucian? The warrior said hesitantly. Not bad, it's me. Lucian walked down from the second floor step by step. Upon seeing Lucian's appearance, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng were overjoyed, especially Xiao Yali, who realized that every time she was in a moment of distress, it was always Lucian who appeared by her side. Xiao Yali's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Unlike Xiao Yali, Xiao Yameng was like a violent person. Lucian, there's a bandit here who kidnapped us. Hurry up in him. Xiao Yameng spat across the room, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she felt a gush of excitement. Lucian skimmed his mouth, knowing that this was a restless master. Cut the crap and get your ass down here. Otherwise, I'll kill this triple. the warrior spat and said. Lucian walked towards the warrior step by step. He wasn't afraid that this warrior would shoot him. He was afraid that the warrior would hurt Xiaoyali and the other three. So Lucian could only follow what the warrior said and walk down from the second floor. Don't move. If you dare to move, I will kill you. The warrior's eyes flashed with excitement. Lucian, don't come. It's dangerous, Xiaoyali said, and was almost fainted to death when the warrior hammered a hard punch on her neck. Alright, you can let them go now, Lucian said as he walked up to the warrior. The warrior pointed his gun at Lucian's head, and his eyes looked at the three Xiaoyalis. Xiaoyali, these three big beauties like flowers. How could the warrior let them go easily? Use the rope to tie up your hands and feet. The warrior threw over a piece of rope. Seeing this, Lucian had no choice but to follow the warrior's instructions and tied the rope all the way from his hands to his feet, until Lucian tied up completely. The warrior then nodded with satisfaction. In the warrior's opinion, it was hard for this Lucian to escape him. Lucian, who was burdened with rope knots, had already become his bag of tricks. After confirmation, the warrior kicked Lucian to the side. Not bad, very obedient. After I finish pampering these three women, I will release them. The warrior licked his lips. These three big beauties in front of him, like flowers and jade, as long as they were a man, they would all move, and the warrior was no exception. The moment the warrior saw Xiaoyali and the other three, he already had this kind of mind, but the military division has been beside. The warrior does not dare to make a difference. Now the situation on the field, are controlled by the warrior in the hands, warrior heart that desire, have gradually rise up, then put the hand of the AK-47 on the ground. You dare! Lucian saw that the warrior still wanted to move Xiaoyali and the other three, and said with fury, in Lucian's heart, Xiaoyali is his scales. No one can touch this piece of scales, even if it is the king of heaven cannot. You say I dare, said the warrior who was preparing to commit atrocities against Xiaoyali and the other three. Steeply turning back, he realized that Lucian had already broken free from the rope. That rope had been checked by the warrior. It shouldn't have been broken free so easily. Frightened, the warrior reached out to grab the AK-47 that was placed far away on the ground. Lucian's right foot kicked the warrior's face, and the corner of the warrior's mouth cut through a trail of blood. The warrior who had just fallen next to the AK-47 directly picked up the AK-47 from the side. The warrior who wanted to aim at Lucian realized that Lucian's figure was so fast that he couldn't even catch it. You don't care about these three women. I'll kill them first. The warrior picked up the AK-47 in his hand and couldn't find Lucian, so he could only aim at Xiaoyali and the other three. Ka-ching! Lucian's figure appeared in front of the warrior and kicked the warrior's hand. The AK-47 in the warrior's hand fell to the ground and his right foot kicked the warrior's chest. The power of the two kicks in a row made the warrior a bit overwhelmed. The warrior slapped his palm at Lucian. Lucian backhanded the warrior's palm and held it to death. Go to hell! Lucian's right foot kicked the warrior, kicking the warrior's body, and the warrior's entire body fell out. This kick used 80% of Lucian's strength. A big tree that was as thick as a range waist could be broken. The warrior was covered with injuries. Lucian could see that the warrior could not live for long. Immediately ran to Su Ting's side, and helped Su Ting to untie the rope on her body. Just when the crowd thought that the warrior was bound to die, the warrior's right hand fished out a small pistol from his pocket. Don't! The first to see the scene was Xiao Yameng. The change rose suddenly. Lucian, who was untangling Su Ting's rope, heard Xiao Yameng scream and immediately saw the scene. Lucian was too late to stop the warrior's shot, and the rope binding Su Ting's body hadn't been completely untied. Xiao Yameng saw the warrior's shot at her sister, Xiaoyali, and immediately screamed. Although it was exciting, Xiao Yameng was scared out of her wits when she saw that black hole of a gun, aimed at herself. Xiaoyali ignored the pain in her body and immediately blocked in front of Xiao Yameng. I'm going to pull a bunk. The warrior raised his gun with his right hand and shot Xiao Yameng in the heart area. Every assassin of the Scarlet Legion had extremely accurate marksmanship, and it was at this time when he was seriously injured that the warrior still aimed a shot at Xiao Yameng's heart area. Not good. Lucian pounced on the bullet, which was shot at Xiaoyali with an extremely sharp cracking sound. Lucian turned around and dropped the rope in his hand and immediately pounced on Xiao Yameng. Lucian, who was pouncing in mid-air, wanted to catch the bullet. It was already impossible. The only way to block the bullet was to use his body. Otherwise, this bullet would shoot towards Xiaoyali's heart. Chapter 55, Flying to block a bullet. Bang! Surprisingly, after the gunshot, Xiaoyali did not feel a burst of pain all over her body. Whoosh! A figure swayed in front of Xiaoyali's eyes. Sister, it's Lucian, Xiao Yameng said with her mouth half open. Before the warrior's gun went off, Lucian moved, and he was only able to block the bullet's flight path with his physical body. Otherwise, Xiaoyali would definitely be seriously injured on the ground. Lucian was like a mountain, blocking in front of Xiaoyali, blocking the bullet with his flesh. The warrior's eyes glazed over and he fainted at once. Lu Xun, who had been shot, felt a fiery pain that emanated from the front of his chest. Lu Xun, how are you doing? Xiao Yali flew to Lu Xun's side and hugged him tightly. Clusters of blood fell down from Lu Xun's chest, and under the wrapping of that magical purple energy, the bullet didn't cause too much damage to Lu Xun at this moment. It was only the appearance that looked rather bloody. Sister, call the police first. Sooner or later the police will know about this. Lu Xun gasped and said. Xiao Yaming immediately picked up her cell phone and made a call to the police station. On the other hand, the rope that was bound on Su Ting's body was also untied. Or else I'll send you to the hospital, Xiao Yali said anxiously. Lu Xun looked at his chest, the place that was wounded by the bullet. The blood flow gradually slowed down. A faintly invisible purple energy healed the gunshot wound on his chest. No need. This is a small injury. I can handle it myself. Help me up first, Lu Xun slowly said. Xiao Yali, who was very anxious, saw that Lu Xun was so adamant about his views, and slowly helped Lu Xun up to the second floor. At Lu Xun's request, Xiao Yali found tweezers, gauze and alcohol for Lu Xun, in order not to let Xiao Yali see the abnormality of his own body. After Xiao Yali found these things, Lu Xun let Xiao Yali exit the room. Lu Xun, who was silent for half a second, operated a trace of purple energy to heal the injuries caused by the bullet as quickly as possible. Under the full-speed healing of the purple energy, Lu Xun's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bullet that was shot into his body was slowly ejected by the purple energy. Alas, it's a pity that I can't use this purple energy as I wish. Lu Xun shook his head and said. Under the recovery of this purple energy, Lu Xun's wound that was shot by the bullet was slowly reduced to the size of a fingertip. Luckily, Xiao Yali wasn't here, watching Lu Xun recover his own injuries, or else she would definitely be shocked by Lu Xun's situation. The blood soon stopped flowing and a scar was formed at the chest. Lu Xun felt that this purple energy was incredibly powerful. If he could skillfully use this purple energy, he would definitely be able to stop bullets. Lu Xun looked at the tweezers, alcohol and other items on the table again, so he picked up a roll of gauze and wrapped it around the flesh scar. After cleaning up everything, Lu Xun went downstairs, and a happy couple appeared in Lu Xun's line of sight again. Upon learning that a small-scale shooting had occurred inside Yunhai City, Wu Yu were quickly brought towards this address to rush over. Seeing the large and small traces of some bullet wounds, Wu Yuer had some doubts in her mind. That warrior is also just unconscious. The other man died. Wu Yuer immediately called for people to carry the warrior away and send it to the hospital for treatment. It's you? Wu Yuer's pair of eyebrows were wrinkled tightly as she looked dead at Lu Xun, who walked down from the second floor. It was as if there was Lu Xun's figure everywhere. Team, Captain, we found the ID from him. He's from the killer organization Scarlet Legion, a police officer said in astonishment. It's the infamous International Scarlet Legion killer. I didn't think he would plant himself here. We can call Interpol, another policeman said. Wu Yuer's pair of beautiful eyebrows were frowning more and more tightly. This infamous Scarlet Legion was known for its cunning and ruthlessness. How could he be planted here? Lu Xun, say, what's going on for a while? Wu Yuer questioned. Little girl, I don't know how it happened for a while. They were planted here. It must be because the heavens are not looking at them favorably, Lu Xun said in a teasing manner. Hearing Lu Xun's tone, Wu Yuel sneered twice. The Scarlet Legion had always been ruthless. How could they be planted here? As a result, Wu Yuer was becoming more and more curious about Lu Xun. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Come with us and go to the police station to finish your statement. Wu Yuel grunted. Under Wu Yuel's leadership, Lu Xun, Xiao Yali and the other three rode in a police car and drove towards the police station. The two of them, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, naturally told what Lu Xun had done and were also recorded. The more Wu Yuer read the transcript, the more alarmed she became. Although what the people said was plain and simple, when Wu Yuer thought about it, it was quite sinister. Lu Xun for this matter. The tone of the statement is also lightly said this matter. With a woman's sixth sense, Wu Yuel was able to read out how life and death this Lu Xun actually experienced before subduing the two Scarlet Legion killers. As for Lu Xun, the doubts in Wu Yuer's mind were getting heavier and heavier. I'd like to see what kind of person you really are, Wu Yuer muttered. Only after an afternoon of recording the statements did Wu Yuer release Lu Xun and the other four. I said your kid's hands are good. How could I not see before? You have such strong hands. Xiao Yali laughed, and then said rather worriedly, your body. Do we need to go to the hospital to see? No need. Sister Lily, you have to trust me. Let's go. I can eat fish head when we go back today. Lu Xun heatedly laughed. Eat you to death. Xiao Yali pinched one hand towards Lu Xun's ear. Xiao Yameng, who had been silent at the side, suddenly said, Sister, I want to learn martial arts from Lu Xun. He's so powerful. I can protect you too after learning. You niece, are you going to protect people or bully them? Xiao Yali grabbed Xiao Yameng's face and laughed. Along the way, the three of them returned home with laughter. Only Su Ting kept silent, not knowing what she was thinking. After arriving home, Xiao Yali hurriedly went to cook. Xiao Yaming sat in the living room to watch TV, and Su Ting found Lu Xun. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'm leaving," Su Ting said in a low voice. "Leaving here?" Lu Xun rubbed his head and said, "Aha," Su Ting said as she packed up her things and immediately walked towards the door. Lu Xun didn't say much to stay. He knew that his and Su Ting's lives were two straight lines that could never intersect. The acquaintance with Su Ting, let's just consider it as an unexpected blessing. He, Lu Xun, you let such a beautiful girlfriend of yours go. Xiao Yameng immediately ran to Lu Xun's room when she saw Su Ting leaving. "Don't talk nonsense, she's not my girlfriend yet. Wash up and go to sleep, little ninny." Lu Xun tapped a finger on Xiao Yameng's forehead. "Humph, don't think I don't know. You men are all horny. Want to?" Xiao Yameng had a playful smile on her face. Chapter 56 Reactions from All Sides. When Lord Hu learned that the Scarlet Legion had been completely wiped out from the killer website, the shock on his face was overwhelming. Of course, he knew the status of the Scarlet Legion in the killer world, and thus thought of Su Xiong, who had treated Lu Xun with respect. Su Xiong was the king of Su Yen, and he was able to treat Lu Xun with such respect, so he obviously knew about it beforehand. At the thought of this, the Hu Lord spat viciously. Su Xiong obviously pitched him. Lu Xun was able to have the strength to kill the Scarlet Legion. That meant that in the entire Yunhai city, there were not many people who could fight against Lu Xun against each other. The current Hu Lord only hoped that Lu Xun would not know that he had done it, so that his future days would be better. With such a powerful expert, it was hard for him to rest in peace. "Nephew, when you see Lu Xun in the future, don't be reckless." Hu Lord's phone call quickly called his nephew Hu Bin, who was dumbfounded after receiving the call. Hu Bin also wanted to take this opportunity to properly humiliate Lu Xun, but listening to his uncle's tone, he seemed to be very scornful of Lu Xun. This is only a poor boy. How can let uncle so scrupulous? His uncle cannot help him? Hu Bin gritted his teeth and could only agree. Yes, uncle. Lord Hu even gave an order to the entire Green Dragon Gang to make sure not to mess with Lu Xun. Such a decision was undoubtedly wise. But this decision, if it was put before the matter of the killer, it was still a good backhand. It was just that Lu Xun had already been provoked, and Hu Lords only expected not to be discovered by Lu Xun. As for the one killer who was caught in the police station, Hu Lord immediately sent someone to order to execute him, so that the killer would not invite Hu Lord out. After doing all this, Hu Lord took a breath, lay down on the recliner and rubbed his temples. There were too many things going on these past few hours, giving him a headache. At the same time, the matter of the Scarlet Legion appearing in Yunhai City was gradually known by the Five Tigers gang in Phoenix Sky Pavilion. After all, an assassin organization like the Scarlet Legion was considered infamous among the many underground organizations. When there were things that were inconvenient to do, they would look for these killer organizations to do it for them. What? You said that Mr. Lu wiped out the Scarlet Legion all by himself? Su Xiong was holding a teacup in his hand and immediately placed it on the table after hearing this news. Yes, the news has been confirmed without error. After 5 people, 4 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. Lei Jiutian said with a slight shock. To know, Lei Jiutian had also heard of the reputation of the Scarlet Legion. The 5 people of the Scarlet Legion, who were well coordinated and rarely had any survivors under their hands. Unexpectedly, the 5 people came to assassinate Lu Xun, but instead, they were killed by Lu Xun. Based on the traces at the scene, and Lei Jiutian's deduction, there was only one person at the scene who had struck Lu Xun. These 5 killers, each of them is very skillful, not to mention being assassinated, or even face-to-face. Lei Jiutian is not sure to win one of them, but it was these 5 assassins that had all lost in Lu Xun's hands, which was enough to show that Lu Xun's strength was already deep and far from what they had imagined. Interesting, I told you that Mr. Lu's strength is unfathomable. Su Xiong shook his head and laughed. After being stunned, the expression on Su Xiong's face returned to normal. Lei Jiutian was also somewhat secretly glad that Su Xiong had made this correct decision. Gang Master, do you want to? Lei Jiutian asked. Lei Jiutian's meaning was quickly understood by Su Xiong. There's no need to rush to make a move against the Green Dragon Gang first. When Mr. Lu has a need, we'll make a move against the Green Dragon Gang. In the situation where the Green Dragon Gang had caused a strong enemy, it was true that making a move against the Green Dragon Gang would appear to be slightly more favorable. But in comparison, the weight of the 5 Tigers Gang would not seem so important, and the only way to highlight the weight of the 5 Tigers Gang was to wait until Lu Xun came to the door. Yes, big brother. Lei Jiutian nodded and retreated. Lu Xun, what exactly are you? Could you be someone from over there? I'm really getting curious, Su Xiong said, drinking the tea in his hand. In Feng Tian Pavilion, that Sun Xiniang also looked at the secret letter in her hand. which was written by an extremely reliable close friend. When Sun Xiniang finished reading it, she let out a long sigh of relief. Being targeted by the Scarlet Legion's people and still being able to survive. It was rather interesting. I would like to see what kind of interesting person you are. The corner of Sun Xiniang's mouth revealed an arc. Then she commanded, in 3 days, invite Mr. Lu Xun to our Phoenix Sky Pavilion, and say that my Phoenix Sky Pavilion has a collection of calligraphy and paintings, and bring this letter to Mr. Lu. Sun Xiniang spoke. Yes, a close associate standing at the door said. Lu Xun, who was resting in the house, also slowly began to operate the purple energy in his body, but this purple energy was rather strange in that it did not move. This also gave Lu Xun a bit of a headache, as if every time the purple energy in his body moved, he was in danger. Otherwise, this purple energy had been lurking in his body. How strange. How should I utilize this purple energy? Lu Xun said with a slight frown. Right at this moment, a white Audi stopped outside the door and a burly man came down from the car. The man walked to Lu Xun's house and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Lu Xun opened the door and saw an unfamiliar man, standing in the doorway. I'm Sun Xiniang's close friend. Xiniang asked me to bring you a message that 3 days later, there will be a banquet for you at Phoenix Sky Pavilion. Saying this, the man handed the invitation to Lu Xun, who took it and saw the small, elegant characters written above it. Immediately, Lu Xun's mouth raised into a smile. Or Sun Xiniang, this great beauty is inviting me to a banquet. It would be a waste of time not to go then. So I'll go. After sending the man away, Lu Xun continued to start his cultivation. Knock knock knock. When that man hadn't been gone for a while, Wu Yuer approached the door again. Why are you here again? Seeing the visitor, Lu Xun pulled down his face. Wu Yuer had picked on him 3 or 4 times. Even if Lu Xun's cultivation was good, he couldn't help it. Why can't I come? I still have a few questions about you killing those 4 assassins of the Scarlet Legion. How did you manage to kill those 4 assassins without any defense? And take a look at the testimonies Xiao Yali and the others gave. Here, and here. Wu Yuel pulled out the testimonies and said, with you alone, being able to kill 4 assassins with your bare hands, these assassins wouldn't have to live until now. Wu Yuel looked at Lu Xun with a sneer, wanting to find a trace of panic on Lu Xun's face, but to Wu Yuel's disappointment, Lu Xun did not have a trace of panic on his face at all. Who told them to be stupid? I can't be blamed for being too powerful. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll go and get busy, Lu Xun said as if nothing had happened. You, the furious Wu Yuer, seeing that she couldn't ask anything, had to leave in a huff. Chapter 57 Feast. After sending Wu Yuer away, Lu Xun whistled. Lu Xun realized that to deal with Wu Yuer, it was only necessary to be a little bit more shameless than Wu Yuer was in so. Whistling Lu Xun, continued to start the body of the purple energy, but let Lu Xun greatly disappointed is that the purple energy is simply indifferent. This result, has continued for 3 days, until 3 days of noon, by the Phoenix Heavenly Pavilion. Sun Xiniang, personally sent a car, to pick up Lu Xun. Lu Xun, such a grandiose car. Say, which girl have you picked up again? I want to go too, Xiao Yameng said curiously. Facing a curious baby like Xiao Yameng naturally caused Lu Xun a headache. When he went to see Sun Xiniang, he definitely couldn't bring her. I'm just going out to have some fun. I'll be back in a while, Lu Xun said perfunctorily. After saying that, Lu Xun drilled into the car at once, letting Xiao Yameng call the door. Lu Xun did not open it. Xiao Yameng looked at Lu Xun in the distance with a puff of anger. Brat, if you want to escape from the hands of Auntie so easily, Auntie won't agree. This little ninny, still playing this trick with me? Driver, drive faster. Lu Xun spotted Xiao Yameng who was chasing after him. Okay le. The driver put the gas pedal up and ran off in a puff of smoke. Xiao Yameng rode her bike and wanted to follow Lu Xun all the way, but she saw the scene and was so angry that Xiao Yameng stomped her feet. How could she ride faster than driving a car? Dead Lu Xun. Bad Lu Xun. When you come back, I'll see how to clean you up, Xiao Yameng said with a puff of anger. This Audi quickly drove to Phoenix Sky Pavilion. Phoenix Sky Pavilion was brilliant. Under Sun Xiniang's leadership, Phoenix Sky Pavilion was able to become a big gang that was in opposition to Green Dragon Gang and 5 Tiger Gang against each other. It was not without reason. Our pavilion master Xiniang is up there, please. The man who drove Lu Xun here pointed to the very top of Phoenix Sky Pavilion and said. Lu Xun glanced at the top floor of the Phoenix Sky Pavilion and took a step towards the top floor of the Phoenix Sky Pavilion. The top floor of the Phoenix Sky Pavilion had long been covered in purple-red drapery by Sun Xiniang, and with the purple carpet and dim lighting, it made people feel hot at first glance, especially Sun Xiniang, who was also wearing a long purple dress. With this Phoenix Sky Pavilion in the top floor, it was as if she was blending in with the environment here. Mr. Lu, you're finally here. This way please. Under Sun Xiniang's lead, Lu Xun was quickly seated. Today, my daughter is a guest here. So Mr. Lu can order whatever he wants to eat. Sun Xiniang nodded and smiled. Lucian stroked his chin, a pair of eyes sizing up Sun Xiniang without any scruples. In the face of this naked look from Lucian, Su Xiniang did not hold back, and had been stared at by Lucian just like this. After a while, Lucian said, "What if I don't want to eat today and want to eat you?" Lucian smiled slightly. Sun Xiniang dressed like this was, without a doubt, the most tantalizing, not to mention in front of a man with hormones in full swing like Lucian. It was even more attractive to Lucian. Compared to Xiao Yali, Sun Xiniang was a bit more mysterious. Compared to Xiao Yameng, Sun Xiniang was a bit more noble and elegant. And compared to Wu Yule, Xiao Yali was a bit more seductive. Who could not like such a woman? Eat my words, if Mr. Lu has that skill, Xiniang won't object. Sun Xiniang looked up at Lucian. Lucian skimmed his mouth and saw that Sun Xiniang did not get cranky because of his molestation. Instead, she was a bit shy. Ahem, let's just order some random food then. I heard that you asked me to come and appreciate the calligraphy and paintings today. I don't know whose calligraphy and paintings they are, Lucian asked. Speaking of calligraphy and paintings, Sun Xiniang took out a pair of calligraphy and paintings from the side, and in Lucian's eyes, Sun Xiniang kept opening this calligraphy and paintings. What was presented in front of Lucian's eyes was a painting of a scene with birds and flowers. This is Wang Shiji's spring singing picture, and I still want Mr. Lu to help me see if this spring singing picture is real or fake. Sun Xiniang laughed. Lucian walked to the side of this pair of spring-sounding pictures. Who knew that the purple energy did not prompt at all? Obviously this pair of spring-sounding pictures is indeed true undoubtedly. This pair of spring Ming diagrams is indeed real. I just don't know. Today, Sun Xiniang, you called me to come here, not only to see this spring Ming diagram, right? Lucian laughed. Lucian had an intuition that today's matter was not just as simple as looking at the spring-sounding diagram. If it was that simple, he wouldn't have to go through so much effort. Indeed it is Mr. Lu, my daughter called Mr. Lu today, and also wanted Mr. Lu to help me analyze the situation in Yunhai City. Sun Xiniang immediately picked out her intention. Lucian's eyes narrowed. This woman with quite a big ambition. What exactly did she want to do? I know that Mr. Lu is by no means a pond. This district of Yunhai City's territory can't trap Mr. Lu. I just want to know. This Qingluan gang that has messed with Mr. Lu, in the end, what will be the end of it? Sun Xiniang asked as she opened the door. Knock knock knock. Lucian kept tapping the table with his fingers while looking at Sun Xiniang, who had a pair of eyes that were also staring at Lucian. If Xiniang has asked so directly, I won't beat around the bush. I will destroy this green dragon gang. Lucian faintly laughed. Faced with Lucian's arrogant tone, Sun Xiniang was not surprised, nor did she despise it. She knew that Lucian had the strength. The assassins of the Scarlet Legion, who were the strongest people Sun Xiniang had ever seen, did not lack this kind of strong hands. If you want to destroy the Green Dragon Gang, do you need our Phoenix Sky Pavilion to help? Sun Xiniang was lying on the table with a pair of bright eyes, looking at Lucian and said, Is your Phoenix Sky Pavilion, this a sign of favor to me? Lucian plopped down in front of Sun Xiniang and looked at this face to face with Sun Xiniang. A faint fragrance emanated from Sun Xiniang's body, and Lucian greedily sucked on it. With such a beauty in front of him, anyone would enjoy it. Only Sun Xiniang that blunt words, let Lucian slightly froze. After all, this kind of thing, Sun Xiniang even did not inquire about the details, dare to so blatantly promised him. It was also somewhat out of Lucian's expectation. Aren't you afraid that the Green Dragon Gang and I will destroy this Phoenix Sky Pavilion of yours? Lucian snapped one hand while Sun Xiniang in the arms, beauty into the arms. Is Sun Xiniang also a moment of surprise did not slow down the spirit. Waiting until Sun Xiniang slowed down, has sat on Lucian's lap, the two extremely ambiguous posture, gasping rough sound, really let a person want to get into the wrong. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have invited you to Phoenix Sky Pavilion today. Sun Xiniang slightly relieved her breath and looked at Lucian. Not bad, a little bit interesting, but I need all the information of the Green Dragon Gang. It's the information about bribery. I want to make the Green Dragon Gang completely disappear in Yunhai City, Lucian said in a cold voice. That ice-cold voice was like a 10,000-year-old ice that never melted, making Sun Xiniang's body tremble. Chapter 58, Sun Xiniang's Purpose. Sun Xiniang, why would it be so easy to show her favor towards herself? Lucian looked at Sun Xiniang suspiciously. Sun Xiniang was dressed in a long purple dress, slowly sitting on her lap, which also made Lucian a little puzzled as to what this woman in front of him was up to. The beauty that was close at hand, but it made Lucian unable to do anything about it. Between you and the Green Dragon Gang, there may not be this deep hatred. When the time comes, you are not afraid that I will take your Phoenix Sky Pavilion. Lucian's mouth revealed a smile. This is not so bad. You are not the kind of ungrateful villain. I, Sun Xiniang, believe in my eyes. Sun Xiniang narrowed her eyes and smiled. After half a second of silence, Lucian stroked his chin. After talking for so long, isn't it time to eat? Good. I'll immediately order someone to serve all the good dishes here. Sun Xiniang clapped her hands and in came a black-robed man, who nodded frequently. I'm on the same side as you when it comes to facing the Green Dragon Gang. Sister, I'm finally going to avenge you. And the day of this Green Dragon Gang's destruction is just around the corner. Sun Xiniang's voice echoed in Lucian's mind. It turned out that this Sun Xiniang and the Green Dragon Gang had a deep hatred. Are you happy to be avenging your sister so soon? Lucian asked coldly. That Sun Xiniang, who was asked, abruptly looked at Lucian with a surprised and defensive look. How did you know? Sun Xiniang looked at Lucian rather warily. Lucian was becoming more and more mysterious in his eyes. This matter had been buried in Sun Xiniang's heart, and it was Sun Xiniang's closest people who did not know about this matter. How could Lucian know about this matter? Thinking about this, Sun Xiniang's eyes, the meaning of vigilance is getting thicker and thicker. Seemingly sensing Sun Xiniang's vigilance, Lucian waved his hand and laughed. There's no need to be so wary of me. No one has been able to stop me from knowing what I want to know, but I won't tell anyone else either. Only after Lucian said this did Sun Xiniang gradually relax her vigilance. He believed that a man like Lucian, who possessed terrifying strength, would not deceive her. On the contrary, Sun Xiniang, however, felt more and more that approaching Lucian first so soon. Instead, it would be beneficial to Phoenix Sky Pavilion. In a different way, the dishes are coming up. A waiter, carrying a dish, entered the room and carefully set aside each dish. On the table. These are my Phoenix Sky Pavilion's unique dishes. It's not something you can easily eat outside. Sun Xiniang skimmed her eyes and laughed. Lucian took a bite of the dish and ate it in, nodded and smiled. Well, the flavor is just good. I'm very satisfied. The colors and flavors were all perfect, worthy of the Phoenix Sky Pavilion's chef's handiwork. After a windy meal, Lucian then touched his stomach. Not bad, the flavor is good. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Lucian got up and left. Sun Xiniang had been standing by Lucian's side and watched Lucian leave before she murmured. What kind of person are you? How did you know about that matter? Sun Xiniang's face was a little sad. In order to be able to avenge her sister's death, she had prepared for many years before she had the strength to be able to fight against the Green Dragon Gang. Forget it, just think of it as believing in your own choices for once. This man is also getting more and more interesting. Sun Xiniang's cheeks revealed two charming dimples. Lucian, who was out of Phoenix Sky Pavilion, did not rush home, but wandered around outside walking around. The meal was eaten into the evening, and the night scenery of Yunhai City was also beautiful. Lucian wandered around, looking at the beautiful night scenery around him, while walking in the direction of the house. Help! Help me! A loud cry for help came from the distance. The people around them looked sideways. Lucian felt that the voice was somewhat familiar and immediately ran towards that side. Since Lucian took a car and left, Xiao Yameng, who was furious, swore that she must find Lucian. But this Yunhai City is so big, where to find Lucian? Coincidentally, in this street, Xiao Yameng ran into Hu Bin and a few rich young people. For Lucian, Hu Bin has always had a very deep resentment. This resentment comes from Lucian for his humiliation. Saw Xiao Yameng alone on the street. Hu Bin, who had been holding a grudge in his heart, immediately used his crooked brain. Let's go. Our Hu Xiao wants to see you. A few rich young men pulled and tugged, pulling Xiao Yameng to Hu Bin's side. You can After finding a big backer, you ignore your old classmates. Tonight I'll take you out to have some fun. Hu Bin waved his right hand. Several rich young men brought Xiao Yameng into the car. A girl Xiao Yameng, how could she be a match for a few men? In a moment, Xiao Yameng was loaded into the car by the several rich young men. Hu Bin, what are you doing? Let me out! Let me out! Xiao Yameng screamed, but Xiao Yameng's screaming only managed to cause bystanders to stare. None of them dared to come up and help Xiao Yameng. These few rich young men all drove luxury cars, and anyone could see that the identity of these few rich young men was not simple. Not good. Xiao Yameng. As soon as Lucian saw Hu Bin bringing Xiao Yameng into the car, he immediately ran this way. It's Lucian. Hu Bin spotted Lucian, and like a scared bird, he immediately opened the gas and ran wildly towards the outside. Lucian saw that scene. His eyes gradually turned cold. This Hu Bin repeatedly touched his bottom line, and this time he was capturing Xiao Yameng. Hu Bin, this time you want to find death. I can't stop you. After saying that, Lucian dialed Su Xiong's phone. Su Xiong, help me check a few license plate numbers. Right now in the middle of Yunhai City. I want the place where they are. After being quenched by that purple energy, Lucian's memory had completely reached the point of unforgettable, and he immediately spoke out the license plate numbers of those few cars. Good, good. I know, Mr. Lu, Su Xiong said as he memorized it, and after doing this, Lucian hung up the phone, and Sun Xiniang, over there, also sent all of Hu Lord's criminal records to Lucian. Good, good, good. With all this it's good. Lucian weighed in and said, the magnitude of the Five Tigers gang's underground power in Yunhai City was terrifying to the extreme, and it only took half an hour to find out all of this. One of the cars was still related to an official who was close to Lord Hu, the kind of thing that made Su Xiong perceive the prelude to a storm. It seems that Mr. Lu was trying to accept the Green Dragon Gang. Alas, Su Xiong said, telling Lucian the location of where these cars were. When Lucian heard this, he immediately rushed quickly towards this place. He was afraid that if he went one step late, Xiao Yameng would be met with misfortune. Lucian could see that this Hubin dared to move Xiao Yameng, and was already determined to tear his face off. Chapter 59, Heatwave KTV. Hubin heart panic is panic, but everything is still according to his plan in the go, although the uncle Hu Lords, so that Hubin is not messing with Lucian, but Hubin heart is still uncomfortable. After all, was such a poor boy accusations, in exchange for Hu is also uncomfortable. It just so happens that Hubin knows a few officials and rich kids in Yunhai City, and he doesn't believe that Lucian is able to show off in front of these officials. Plus, Hubin had been secretly in love with Xiao Yameng, and when he saw Xiao Yameng today, walking alone on the street, he was moved by evil thoughts. Hubin, hurry up and put me down, otherwise Lucian will definitely not be able to release you when he comes. Xiao Yameng said furiously, Lucian is coming? I'm still looking forward to him coming earlier. If he doesn't come, I'll still look down on him. Hubin said with a laugh. Let's go and get off. Under the pull of Hubin and a few rich second generation, Xiao Yameng was pulled under the car, and was pulled into the KTV in the process. Heatwave KTV was a famous KTV in Yunhai City. Inside there were quite a few other services besides just singing. Hubin directly opened a large package, and under the pull of several people, Xiao Yameng was brought into that large package. Hubin, what are you doing? Quickly release me. No matter how much Xiao Yameng struggled, she was unable to break free from the pull of these few men. Brother Bin, this is the woman you have your eye on. So pure, one of the men said. A lecherous smile flashed in this man's eyes from time to time, watching Xiao Yameng back away, but the door of the KTV box was locked by them, and there were several men standing at the door, guarding the exit of this door. Rao Xiao Yameng dreamed of escaping from this big bag, but it was also an impossible thing. Bin, I'm telling you, if you do anything to me, Auntie will definitely not be able to spare you. Xiao Yameng said angrily. Xiao Yameng's hateful voice and color, on the contrary, aroused Bin's desire. Today is what I do to you. No one will be able to save you. If you beg me now, I may still be able to spare you. Bin laughed grimly. Delusional. Yuck. With you also want to be my boyfriend. Simply impossible. Xiao Yameng insulted Bin in public. It made Bin a little embarrassed in front of the crowd. Brother Bin, I see that this little nymph is quite hot. I didn't think you liked this flavor. Another man laughed. That's right, Brother Bin. It's hard to take in such a spicy woman. For a woman with such a spirited personality, it had aroused the interest of those men. Today it's the king's way out. I'm going to her too. Brothers, give me a drink. Bin laughed out loud. At that moment, some people opened their bottles of wine and took a big gulp. Bin was no exception, picking up a bottle of wine and started drinking. Don't pretend to be pure in front of me. Hurry up and drink this wine for me. The drunken Bin picked up a bottle of wine, walked over to Xiao Yameng's side, and placed this wine next to Xiao Yameng. Xiao Yameng never drank, and faced with this situation, that great sense of fear within Xiao Yameng gradually climbed. Although her character had always been very cheerful, it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Xiao Yameng stared at the bottle of wine with a deadpan stare and did not make any movements. Don't drink it, right? If you don't drink it, I'll teach you to drink it. Perhaps it was because these days, in front of Lucian had been repressed for too long. Bin tonight, to vent all the grievances, on Xiao Yameng's body. Bin was directly in front of Xiao Yameng, removing the cap of the bottle of wine, holding the bottle of wine in his left hand, and with his right hand, placing the bottle of wine he was drinking from, on the table, and pulling over Xiao Yameng with one hand. Hey, I won't let you go back until you drink today. After saying that, Bin prepared to pour the spirits into Xiao Yameng's mouth with one hand. While looking at Xiao Yameng's struggling appearance, he only felt full of joy. Whoosh! Seeing that Bin had been forcing himself, Xiao Yameng kicked Bin's lifeblood, and the bottle of wine in Bin's hand shattered in response. The defenseless Bin, the whole person loosened his right hand that was gripping on Xiao Yameng because of the severe pain. Grass! How dare you kick me? Bin said in annoyance. Xiao Yameng saw Bin release his hand, and immediately ran towards the door, but the door of the box had already been deadlocked. No matter how Xiao Yameng pushed and shoved, she was unable to open the door of the box. Desperate look. A little bit surfaced on Xiao Yameng's face. Xiao Yameng did not expect that she was still not able to escape from this box. Tonight's result, Xiao Yameng also gradually expected. Run. I see you, this little female cousin run. Can run to what place? Hu Bin laughed ghastly. Brother Bin, you can't clean up such a fiery woman. Let me do it. He. I'm going to let her know what it means to be powerful. One of the rich second generation said. No need. Today I don't believe that I can't clean up a woman. Hu Bin grabbed Xiao Yameng over with one hand, and with his other hand, he directly began to tear the clothes on Xiao Yameng's body. After drinking, Hu Bin's eyes were red, just like an ancient beast, which was frightening. No, don't. Xiao Yameng tried her best to protect herself, but Hu Bin's strength is large, beyond Xiao Yameng's expectations. Xiao Yameng's body clothes was soon torn to pieces. Naked white skin appeared in Hu Bin's eyes. This skin seems to be the devil in general, has been beckoning towards Hu Bin, tempting Hu Bin. Tempted, Hu Bin almost wanted to commit a crime. Hu Bin swallowed his saliva and directly pounced towards Xiao Yameng. Hey, aren't you the goddess in school? Tonight I'll let you know that no goddess is a goddess in my eyes. Hu Bin's eyes flashed with a wolf-like light. Xiao Yameng clenched her mouth tightly, her eyes misting up as if she was about to cry out in the next moment. The more Xiao Yameng was like this, the more it inspired the latent desire in Hu Bin's heart. I'll take you tonight. Xiao Yameng saw Hu Bin pouncing over and immediately dodged and ran in another direction. Seeing Xiao Yameng hiding around, Hu Bin didn't care, like a cat playing with a rat, constantly teasing Xiao Yameng, until finally, Hu Bin's patience was gone, and grabbed Xiao Yameng with one hand. Smells good. Hu Bin's nose smelled the fragrance of Xiao Yameng's body. Xiao Yameng closed her eyes in despair. She wanted to kill herself, but she didn't have the courage. Sister, what should I do? Tears gradually flowed out of Xiao Yameng's eyes. Xiao Yameng thought of Lu Xun again, that plain-looking man, but he gave her a great sense of security. No matter what time of the day, he could always appear in front of her. Yet again, Lu Xun didn't know she was here. Just then, a bellowing sound came from outside. Hu Bin, hurry up and release Xiao Yameng, and by the way, get out of the box. Chapter 60, Hu Bin's plot. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yameng's face flashed with a hint of surprise. On the contrary, Hu Bin looked at Xiao Yameng with a bit of a grimace. Damn, I'm going to eat you today. Hu Bin's hands viciously tore at Xiao Yameng's clothes. Xiao Yameng was shocked. Not expecting that, Hu Bin didn't stop. Instead, he intensified his efforts. For the sake of her innocence, Xiao Yameng yelled, Lu Xun, I'm here. When Lu Xun arrived at the KTV, he searched for Xiao Yameng, and had no choice but to yell Xiao Yameng's name. Lu Xun, who had a sensitive sense of hearing, heard Xiao Yameng's hissing in the noisy environment of sound. Following Xiao Yameng's hissing sound, Lu Xun came to this box. Stinking female cousin, I'll let you roar. The strength of Hu Bin's hand was getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Yameng, who had no way to make Hu Bin stop, could only bite Hu Bin's arm with her teeth. Furious Hu Bin, a slap on Xiao Yameng's face. Pain. Xiao Yameng cried out. Don't you want him to come and save you? The door of this box can't be opened without a key. Xiao Sanzi, call your father's men. That kid came in quasi no good. Hu Bin panted and said, yes, brother Bin. The man behind him, named Xiao Sanzi, immediately dialed the phone. Lu Xun, who was standing outside the door, saw that Hu Bin hadn't opened the door, and Lu Xun, who was furious, stomped his foot towards the door of that box. A KTV attendant came over to stop Lu Xun's action, but was slapped out by Lu Xun. How many other young people could not kick open the door of this box? But Lu Xun was different. After the purple energy quenching Lu Xun, his body strength was surprisingly large. How could a small compartment door stop Lu Xun's footsteps? Boom! With the next kick, the entire door of the box shook. The boss of Heatwave KTV immediately brought his men and surrounded Lu Xun. This old boss of Heatwave KTV was a bald man and was also a subordinate of the Green Dragon Gang, which made the old boss of Heatwave KTV a bit unscrupulous. Brat, kicked this door. Are you going to come and pay for it? That bald old boss said. This bald old boss brought more than a dozen thugs and stood next to Lu Xun leaping into action. Compensate? I haven't thought about it. Let me tell you, whoever stops me today, I'll beat him to death, Lu Xun said ferociously. Xiao Yameng's situation inside was uncertain. Lu Xun was quite worried that Xiao Yameng would have some kind of accident. After all, the door of the box had been locked tightly. No one knew the situation inside. Mr. Du, I remember it's Hu Xiao and the others inside. A hitman said in the ear of the bald old boss. It was Hu Xiao. That was gang leader Hu's own nephew. Damn, dare to mess with Hu Xiao's elegance. Drive this little brat out for me, and count me in if he's killed, the bald old boss said arrogantly. More than 10 black-clothed thugs beside that bald old boss could not wait to surround Lu Xun. Lu Xun was furious in his heart. He had been anxious for a long time, When he saw these 10 or so black-clothed fighters surrounding him, how could he not be angry? At that moment, Lucian's fists and kicks were unleashed, and he punched and kicked at these 10 or so fighters around him. These 10 or so fighters were the characters of Heatwave KTV's Town Hall, and they usually did not have many fights with people. In particular, they had done a lot of bloodshed, but when they met Lucian, they were undoubtedly as vulnerable as a chicken. Boom boom boom. These more than 10 fighters were beaten by Lucian without the ability to fight back. The bald boss saw that the situation was not good and immediately withdrew, not daring to have the slightest pause. Lucian did not care about the bald boss. Followed by a kick to the door of the box. The door of the box was kicked open by Lucian. Lucian glanced over. Xiao Yameng was pressed underneath Hu Bin's body. Her clothes were ragged. Almost all of them were stripped off. Lucian, save me, Xiao Yameng gasped and said. Lucian, I didn't expect you to find this place. Very good, very good. Hu Bin laughed grimly. Lucian couldn't care less. He kicked Hu Bin away and helped Xiao Yameng up from the sofa. Are you alright? Lucian asked softly. Lucian's gentle tone made Xiao Yameng feel warm inside, and she couldn't stop her tears from bubbling up. They bullied me and wanted to. Xiao Yameng didn't continue. This was a rather shameful thing for a girl. Lucian patted Xiao Yameng's shoulder and comforted Xiao Yameng. It's alright, everything has passed. After saying that, Lucian looked at Hu Bin and the others with a pair of sharp eyes. Hu Bin, I think you are getting less and less memorable. Quickly kneel down and apologize to Xiao Yameng. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to get out of the door of this KTV. Lucian snapped. Who knew that Hu Bin didn't panic? Instead, he smiled faintly. Long memory? Don't forget, this is a society with the rule of law, and perhaps, right away, you're going to be taken away. Just at this time, one after another, 3 policemen walked in from outside. These 3 policemen took a glance at the KTV's box, and then glanced at a man standing behind Lucian. Immediately, they fawned and responded. Mr. Duan, you're here. Didn't you say that a thug broke into this KTV? This man wantonly trespassed into our KTV and injured many staff members. He deserves to be imprisoned. That Duan Duke pointed at Lucian and said. The 3 policemen walked directly towards Lucian without asking. I heard that you injured quite a few staff members in the KTV? Lucian. Xiao Yameng was beside her, gently shaking Lucian's arm, looking at Lucian in some panic. These 3 police officers were coming in aggressively. At first glance it was not a good sign, or they were rushing towards Lucian. It's okay, I'll just deal with it. Lucian pacified Xiao Yameng. Injured? Of course I'm not that violent. That was them bumping into it. Lucian shook his head and laughed. We all saw it clearly. You still want to deny it? Hu Bin shouted. We all saw it clearly when you beat up the staff in public. If you don't believe me, you have to ask the KTV's old boss. The bald old boss, who didn't know when he drilled out, stood next to Hu Bin and nodded his head. Since that's the case, then please ask little brother to come with us. In a public place, easily assaulting others, is not a good behavior. Oh, a sly look appeared on a policeman's face. Go with you guys? You guys promised, but I won't. Lucian shook his head and said, Little brother, you're resisting arrest. If you go on like this, it will make things difficult for us. Come with us. Another policeman said rather politely. To go or forget it. You guys go back by yourselves. I have other things. Xiao Yameng, let's go. Lucian said in a low voice. No one can leave today. Bring them all back to the bureau. That Duan Gongzi stood out and said. Chapter 61 Take back to the police station. Under the command of Duan Gongzi, the 3 policemen, in turn, examined towards Lucian's side. Seeing the 3 policemen, Xiao Yameng was trembling with fear. She had never messed with policemen before. As if sensing Xiao Yameng's fear, Lucian patted Xiao Yameng's shoulder. It's okay, I'm here. Lucian's heavy voice, which reached Xiao Yameng's ears, made Xiao Yameng's heart seem to have a feeling of being able to rely on it like a backbone. Xiao Yameng looked at Lucian and saw that Lucian was not flustered in the slightest, and immediately understood that Lucian must have a way to deal with it. This matter? You guys didn't even ask about it. How do you know I'm wrong? Lucian transmigrated and questioned. Mr. Duan said that you are in the wrong. Can you not be in the wrong? Let's go. Little brother, go back to the police station and we'll talk slowly. A policeman looked at Lucian with a smile. Lucian, this is in Yunhai City. You're not allowed to turn the tables yet. That Duan Duke said aggressively. Lucian saw that these 3 people had to bring themselves back to the police station, so he didn't force himself. Instead he turned around and said, then this little girl should be able to go back. Of course not. She is an important witness. Take her along. Another police officer spoke up. Lucian looked back at Xiao Yameng and then at that Duan Gongzi. It's fine to accompany you guys. I need to make a phone call. Lucian said. Good. Let this little girl stay here to prevent you from escaping. That Duan Gongzi said. Lucian walked out of the box outside and called Xing Mei's phone. Hello? Xing Mei picked up the phone and said, Chairman Xing Mei, this is Lu Shun. At that moment, Lu Shun told Xing Mei all about the matter. As soon as Xing Mei heard it, she became furious. She didn't expect that in Yunhai City, which was controlled by her husband, there would be this kind of police officers who used their power for personal gain. Good I know. Xiao Lu, I will tell my husband immediately. Xing Mei nodded her head repeatedly and said, then I'll go to the police station with them first. Lu Shun laughed. Lu Shun, who finished this call, turned around and walked into the box. That Duan Gongzi looked at Lu Shun and smiled grimly. As long as he walked to the police station, it was his Duan Gongzi's world. Can you come with us now? One of the policemen said. It's okay, let's go. Lu Shun held Xiao Yameng's small hand and was led by the three policemen to the Heatwave KTV. Seeing Lu Shun being taken away, the somewhat intoxicated Hu Bin, alcohol immediately sobered up quite a bit. Hu Bin, who had suffered frequent losses in Lu Shun's hands, knew that his chance for revenge had come. Brother Bin, this time there is something to play for. How to punish him at that time, it's still your call. That Duan Gongzi heatedly laughed. Hu Bin nodded. This tricky scourge that his uncle couldn't clean up. He had to think of ways to clean up Lu Shun. Otherwise, he couldn't solve his heartache. Duan Lin, thanks to you good brother this time. This Lu Shun can't even help my uncle. Hu Bin laughed out loud. Since the last time he experienced that, Du Chong was like a scared bird. No matter how much Hu Bin called Du Chong didn't come out. Under no circumstances, Hu Bin could only pay attention to the police department's second-in-command, Deputy Director Sun Duan Lin's body. This time the plan, surprisingly smooth. Everything is in accordance with Hu Bin's plan in the go. A mere Lu Shun. I didn't expect Big Brother Du to be so afraid of him. I don't think he's much of a big deal. Duan Lin shook his head and said, ha ha, this is not or you are strong. This Du Chong has been scared out of his wits by Lu Shun. Or you are great. There is a way to fit this Lu Shun in. Hu Bin patted Duan Lin's shoulder and said with a smile, let's go. Then let's go and take a look together. The corner of Duan Lin's mouth revealed a smile. This time, when Lu Shun entered the police station, it wouldn't be an easy thing for him to come out in. Under Lu Shun's pacification, the three policemen took Lu Shun and Xiao Yaming to the police car. This was the first time Xiao Yaming had ever been in a police car, especially when the place they were going to was still a police station, a place Xiao Yaming had never been to before. Are we going to the police station this time? I'm so scared, Xiao Yaming said rather helplessly. That helplessness made Xiao Yaming have a great sense of dependence on Lu Shun. It was as if for Xiao Yaming, Lu Shun was her backbone. And even sometimes, Xiao Yaming wanted Lu Shun to be her boyfriend. Xiao Yaming shook her head and shook this thought out of her mind. When we go to the police station, just tell the truth. Don't be afraid. Lu Shun comforted. The police car soon traveled into the police station. Lu Shun and Xiao Yaming were taken out of the police car by three police officers and brought into the interrogation room of the police station. By the way, Hu Bin and Duan Lin also came to the police station by car. In Hu Bin's eyes, this Lu Shun was a big problem. It's not easy to have a chance to get a big problem into the prison. How can Hu Bin give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Hu Bin will watch Lu Shun enter the prison. Lu Shun and Xiao Yaming were separated into two interrogation rooms. Two of the police officers led Lu Shun to an interrogation room. Tell me, age, name, why did you beat up someone in the bar? The policeman said. Beat someone? I clearly resisted in self-defense. They tried to hit me and happened to be knocked to the ground by me. As for hitting them, you can go and ask Hu Bin what they wanted to do with this weak woman. If it wasn't for me arriving in time, I'm afraid that things would not be so easy to solve. Lu Shun said faintly. Nonsense, Lu Shun. In the interrogation room, you still dare to talk such nonsense. The furious Hu Bin jumped up. It's like this. We were drinking with this girl, but this person barged in from outside, didn't talk, and even hit someone. It's simply abominable. That Duan Lin said with a cynical expression. Alright, Mr. Duan, we already know about this matter. Just leave the rest to us, another police officer said. Hu Bin and the other three sat outside the door of the interrogation room, quietly waiting for news from Lu Shun. Brother Bin, don't worry, a few of them are veterans. They have a knack for coercing confessions. When the time comes, Lu Shun will naturally confess at their hands. Duan Lin comforted. Well, as long as Lu Shun can confess, I don't believe that this kid can still make big waves, Hu Bin said viciously. In the interrogation room, an older policeman asked Lu Shun nothing. After writing all the testimonies according to Duan Lin's narration, he brought them to Lu Shun. Take a look. There's nothing wrong with it. Just sign it and we'll save ourselves some trouble, the older policeman said. Of course there's something wrong. You guys don't even interrogate me before forcing me to sign the confession. This, Lu Shun, can't do yet. Chapter 62, Forcing a Confession and Drawing a Seizure. In the interrogation room, The two policemen interrogating Lushin were both good at forcing confessions and pledges. They had done a lot of coerced confessions for Duan Lin's father, and these coerced confessions were easy for them to do. Lushin didn't open his mouth to admit it, which was also expected by the two. This is a blessing for you, refusing to admit it. I'll tell you, when you enter this interrogation room, you have to draw a confession for me. If you don't, you'll go out lying down for me. This policeman held the confession in one hand and grabbed towards Lushin's hand with the other, wanting to force Lushin to draw a pledge. But this kind of trick would not be able to make Lushin give in. Bang! Lushin swung his right hand, and the policeman who was holding the confession directly fell out, falling into a dusty mess. Extremely wretched. Brat! You dare to assault a police officer? The crime is aggravated. The policeman holding the confession, infuriated, pulled out an electric baton from his side. At this moment, Lushin, who was pressed into the interrogation room, lowered his head and stroked his chin, turning to look at the policeman holding the confession. Assaulting a police officer? This is just self-defense on my part, Lushin said as he waved his hand. The infuriated policeman, placing the confession in his hand on the table, took out an electric baton from the wall and smashed it towards Lushin's body. Normally, this electric baton was the weapon that these police officers used to interrogate some suspects, and under this electric baton, anyone with a hard mouth would open their mouth, especially the feeling that life is worse than death. It makes the suspect have to talk. Outside there is still Mr. Duan watching. This murderer is Mr. Duan has spoken out to take down the prisoner. Surely and Mr. Duan has some grudges. As long as this kid was allowed to force a confession and draw a confession, he would definitely be rewarded by Duan Gongzi. Let's see how tough your mouth is today. The policeman with the electric baton in his hand smashed it towards Lushin. Outside, Duan Lin and Hu Bin and the others, with a look of watching a good show, looked into the interrogation room. Seeing that Lushin was going to be forced to make a confession and draw a pledge, Hu Bin's heart felt a sense of joy. Entered the prison. Then want to how to play Lushin. How to play Lushin. Brother Bin, when this kid enters the prison, I will make his life worse than death, Duan Lin said in a pleasing manner from the side. Whoosh! The policeman with the electric baton in his hand smashed the baton towards Lushin's neck. After using the electric baton for a long time, he had a good control over certain parts of the human body and knew which parts could be smashed and which parts couldn't be smashed. With a little bit of force at the neck, you can make someone pass out. At that point, Lushin would just let them punish them. Bang! Lushin grabbed the electric stick with one hand, and the sublala current from the electric stick surged into Lushin's hand. That didn't have the slightest sign of electrocuting Lushin. How is this possible? He didn't faint? That policeman said in shock. Not only that policeman with the electric baton in his hand, it was the other policeman who accompanied the interrogation with him, and Hu Bin and the others who were standing outside, who were also quite surprised. How is this possible? He wasn't stunned by the electric baton? Could it be that this electric baton is broken? Another policeman was surprised to see. This policeman casually picked up another electric baton that was placed by the corner, and an electric baton came towards Lushin's back. This policeman specifically turned up the current on top of the electric baton to the maximum. He thought that this kind of sneak attack would kill Lushin silently. Who knew that Lushin smiled instead of being angry, grabbed the arm of the previous policeman with his right hand, and kicked the policeman behind him who was coming towards him with his right foot. Boom! The policeman at the back, who couldn't withstand the force of Lushin's kick, was kicked towards the wall by Lushin with a great force. How is this possible? Two policemen didn't take down this kid? Duan Lin and Hu Bin and the others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that even in the interrogation room, Lushin could deal with the police in such a reckless manner. This is considered assaulting a police officer. This kid dares to do this. He is completely an enemy of the public security system. Hu Bin shouted. This thought that Lushin, in the interrogation room, was going to be forced by the two policemen to draw a pledge. Who knew that this would happen? What's wrong? Why don't you guys dare to continue forcing confessions and drawings? Lushin raised his head and looked at the two policemen. Lushin then flung his right hand and snatched the policeman's electric baton from his hand. This scene was in the eyes of Hu Bin and Duan Lin and shocked in their hearts. Duan Lin, hurry up and call someone. Lushin assaulted a police officer. Now Lushin's crime will be big. The more Hu Bin thought about it, the happier he became. Lushin's approach like this was purely drawing fire. Next, the entire public security system would target murderers like Lushin. Hu Bin was getting more and more excited. A hairy kid like Lushin was really still inexperienced. Wait until tomorrow. Duan Lin and let these present police testify. Police beaten. Lushin's suspicion is to jump into the Yellow River cannot wash. In the police station, many police officers stayed behind. Under Duan Lin's call, they all came outside the interrogation room. Seeing the two policemen beaten to the ground in the interrogation room, they were quite angry. Inside the police station, beating up the police officers, completely not giving the public security system any face. Where did this murderer come from? Dare to beat up the police in the interrogation room? Is there any law left? Such a murderer, I think he should be severely punished. Regardless of whether this murderer has broken the law or not, I think he should be locked up in the detention center for 2 days first. There were also some police officers who were even ready to rush into the interrogation room and take down Lushin. Who knew that Lushin, after beating up the 2 policemen, leisurely opened the door of the interrogation room and sat on the chair? Anyone else, who wants to force a confession and draw a confession, can come in and talk, Lushin said leisurely. Facing this scene, it made the many police officers look at each other, not at all sure what this Lushin actually meant. Normally speaking, it would have resisted to the end. In the middle, there was still an older qualified police officer who stood out. Young man, you have already broken the law by assaulting a police officer in the police station. I advise you to obediently tie your hands, the older qualified police officer said, girding my loins. It's not impossible. It's just that this forcing a confession and drawing a pledge, isn't it a bit too much? Lushin had a pair of eyes that stared towards Duan Lin, who was standing over there, in front of so many police officers. Duan Lin didn't directly admit it, but instead, he falsely accused Lushin. Lushin, it was clearly you who hit these 2 police personnel, and now you still dare to argue? In front of many police officers, you still don't tie your hands. Do you still want to resist? Duan Lin questioned furiously. Next to him, Hu Bin also added fuel to the fire and said, that's right, beating up a police officer in an interrogation room. You're pretty good at it too. Completely disregarding these police personnel, Hu Bin's words immediately pushed Lushin to the opposite side of all the police officers. As expected, Lushin took a glance. Many police officers were looking at him with rather hostile eyes, to which Lushin did not mind. Chapter 63, Mayor Li's arrival. In the middle of the police station, Lushin and that many police officers were confronting each other. Lushin, don't tie your hands yet, Duan Lin bellowed. Lushin sat on the stool without a care in the world and swept a glance over and said, aren't I already sitting on the chair? It's you guys who are lynching me. Does your chief know about this? Lushin didn't need to say much. Those police officers also knew that these 2 police officers often lynched, but in their hands, there was no one who couldn't confess. This was what led to the other police officers shaking their heads frequently at these 2 police officers as well. Lushin swept a glance and saw that none of them spoke. Such an atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Mr. Duan, look, said the 2 policemen who were knocked to the ground by Lushin. Of course we're arresting him. Actually daring to openly assault a police officer in the police station, completely disregarding the police. Duan Lin snorted coldly and put a big hat on Lushin's head. Yes, a few more brothers, capture this him, he has some skill. The 2 of us are not good at taking him down, one of the policemen said, hearing that it was Duan Lin who gave the word. Some of them couldn't help but be foolish. Duan Lin was the son of the deputy director. If they could perform well in front of him, they would surely have a chance to get a high promotion. Thinking of this, 7 or 8 policemen stood out and leaned towards the interrogation room. Lushin wasn't too surprised to see the scene. You guys still wanna hold me? Come on, Lushin beckoned and said. 7 or 8 police officers, like wolves and tigers, rushed into the interrogation room, wanting to capture Lushin on the spot, but they all underestimated Lushin's skill. In the face of the sudden attack of the policeman, Lushin kicked the chest of the first policeman without any panic. Immediately after that, the next move surprised the other policeman. Lushin's stance was too fast, so fast that they could not see Lushin's figure. Bang bang bang! Even the well-trained policemen were unable to resist Lushin's punches and kicks. The purple energy mass that quenched Lushin's body was incomparable. These policemen were simply no match for Lushin. The more they saw the situation, the more surprised Hu Bin and Duan Lin, who were watching the battle outside, were. The more Lushin beat up like this, the more they could deepen the conflict between Lushin and the police. Although Hu Bin vaguely felt that something was wrong, he always hoped that Lushin would be planted here, thus solving a big problem for his uncle. The fight in the interrogation room was getting more and more powerful. Lushin was one person against 7 or 8 people without losing the wind, and even had the feeling of crushing. Boom! As the last policeman fell to the ground, Lushin clapped his hands, stood up and looked around. He couldn't help but sit on the chair and look around. A few of the policemen standing outside the interrogation room even pulled out their pistols, fearing that Lushin would attack the police. What's wrong? Are there any other tricks? Mr. Duan? Lushin looked at Duan Lin. Someone, shoot him, shoot him. This kind of murderer is completely lawless. Duan Lin hissed. The few policemen pulled out their pistols and aimed them straight at Lushin. It was at this moment that a car's honk came from outside. Hu Bin and Duan Lin glanced at each other. Who else would come to the police station at this late hour? Just between Hu Bin and Duan Lin's hesitation, a few people quickly ran in from outside. Seeing these people, Hu Bin and Duan Lin were a bit shocked. The leader of the group was Li Jiang, the mayor of Yunhai City, who was followed by his secretary and several other high-ranking leaders of Yunhai City. Ever since Li Jiang had learned that Lu Xun had been taken away, he had taken his secretary and quickly rushed to the police station. During this time, Li Jiang's secretary also notified the few leaders of the police station in question. What are you doing? As soon as Li Jiang entered the police station, he saw numerous police officers carrying pistols. The two of them, Hu Bin and Duan Lin, immediately gasped for air. How could this matter have alarmed Li Jiang? Duan Lin made a wink towards a more familiar policeman beside him, and that policeman immediately leaned over. It's like this, Li Jiang, there's a murderer inside. Since he came to the police station, not only has he resisted interrogation, he's also beaten up many of our police comrades. That policeman immediately added fuel to the fire. These words caused Hu Bin and Duan Lin to nod their heads straight, and beside them, there were also quite a few police officers, who nodded their heads in agreement. Li Jiang gave a suspicious look, then he and his secretary both walked into the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Lu Xun was sitting on the bench with a big grin, until Lu Xun saw Li Jiang walk in. Then he stood up. Li Jiang mayorly, what's going on here? How were you able to assault a police comrade? Li Jiang asked. Although Li Jiang came to help Lu Xun this time, but seeing this scene, Li Jiang couldn't help but feel some anger. This time Lu Xun had gone too far. Even if he wanted to help Lu Xun, he was somewhat powerless to do so. Assaulting a law enforcement officer in front of so many people completely constituted a crime. Li Jiang, don't be in a hurry. I have a recording here. It's not too late to talk about it after you listen to it. With that, Lu Xun started to play the recording. Once this recording was played, those police officers who had bullied Lu Xun, and Duan Lin and the others' faces turned pale for a while. This was the hard truth. No one had expected that Lu Xun would record this matter. Originally, when they saw Li Jiang's appearance, Hu Bin and Duan Lin felt something bad. Until now, they didn't know where the bad was. Where is Duan Lin? Where is Duan Lin? Li Jiang raised his eyes and looked. Duan Lin was standing outside the door trembling. Duan Lin heard Li Jiang shout and slowly walked into the interrogation room. Not daring to look at Li Jiang more than once, Li Jiang was having a belly full of anger. He thought it was Lu Xun's fault. Who knew that Duan Lin had relied on his father's power to do such a thing? Still in the Yunhai city where he thought he was clean. This was completely the opposite of Li Jiang's philosophy. Say it, what's going on here? Li Jiang suppressed the anger in his heart. If he didn't come over today, Li Jiang didn't even believe that something like this would happen under his rule. This kind of thing was too out of Li Jiang's expectation. This, Mayor Li, this is a misunderstanding. It is definitely not what you think. This is this kid faking. Duan Lin immediately defended. But under Lu Xun's evidence, these defenses were somewhat powerless. Director Du, go check if this recording is a forgery. Li Jiang said towards the back. That Du also came with Li Jiang, and seeing this scene, he also gritted his teeth in hatred. Yes, Mayor Li, I will go check the authenticity of this recording. Du immediately stood up and said. Not a moment later, Du walked in, his face a little heavy, and said to Li Jiang, Mayor Li, this recording is all true. Du shook his head, and Duan Lin, who was standing in front of Li Jiang, turned pale all of a sudden. While Du shook his head, this Duan Lin did such a thing. I am afraid that Li Jiang will not let him off easily. Chapter 64, Flip-Flop. Du was secretly glad that his son Du Chong, this time, was finally not involved with Lu Xun and the others. Thinking of that day, when Du Chong almost hit Li Jiang's son, Du had a tingle in his scalp. Fortunately, this time, the one who got involved with Hu Bin was Duan Lin. For this Duan deputy director's son, Du had seen him a few times, and this time, when he got involved with Lu Xun, Du felt a pang of bad luck. When Du finished determining the correctness of that recording, the two of them, Hu Bin and Duan Lin, had their eyelids jumping wildly and felt a pang of trepidation. Perhaps, this time, things were going in the opposite direction of what they had hoped for. Good. Public weapon for private use. The hallowed police station is actually doing this kind of thing for you. Li Jiang laughed back in anger. He hated this kind of public weapon private use thing the most, and he didn't expect it to still happen to his own ministry. Especially this public weapon private use thing was facing Lu Xun, his son's savior. Li Jiang vaguely felt that Lu Xun was very familiar. Besides saving his son, there were still some things that were related to Lu Xun, but Li Jiang could never remember. Isn't he that hero who solved the bank robbery case some days ago? Yeah, I remembered too. I didn't think that Hu Bin would wrongly accuse such a good person. The person with quite a sense of justice immediately whispered. As Li Jiang listened in his ears, he realized why seeing Lu Xun felt familiar. All the major newspapers had interviewed Lu Xun, and at that time, they had seen him on TV. Such a righteous and courageous young man was rare in this day and age. and he didn't expect such a good man to be falsely accused by Hu Bin and the others. The more Li Zhang thought about it, the more angry he became. He immediately turned his head to look at Do you, this matter today. Give me a good investigation. No matter whose head it goes to, give me the investigation. I must return Lucian's innocence. Hearing such angry words from Li Zhang, Do you immediately agreed in succession? Also, thoroughly investigate your public security system. You are serving the people. There will definitely be individual pests in there. Make sure to weed out these pests. Li Zhang said. Do you nodded his head repeatedly in agreement? Squash these two bastards for me. Li Zhang opened his mouth and pointed at Hu Bin and Duan Lin and said, things had come to this. It was obviously unlikely that the two Hu Bin and Duan Lin would want to escape safely. Under Du Yu's strict orders, Hu Bin and Duan Lin were pressed down, but Lucian was released by Du Yu. Anyone could see that Li Zhang's determination this time was extraordinary. Targeting a righteous role model like Lucian was simply a smear on the face of Yunhai City. Lucian, this time the matter of smearing you will definitely clear your name. You don't have to worry about this matter. We will definitely investigate and deal with it severely. Li Zhang opened his mouth and said. Lucian nodded his head and smiled. Thank you, Mayor Li. There is one more thing. My sister has also been escorted here by them. In the interrogation room right next to her. Then bring her out as well. Xiao Yameng had been staying in the interrogation room next to her, timidly waiting for news from Lucian. After such a long time had passed, would Lucian have met with misfortune? Xiao Yameng looked outside the interrogation room with fear and trepidation, and the sound of unlocking rang out from outside the interrogation room. You're Xiao Yameng, right? Follow me out. The policeman said to Xiao Yameng in a pleasant manner. Under the police officer's lead, Xiao Yameng and him walked out. As soon as Li Zhang saw that Xiao Yameng's clothes had traces of being torn, he immediately walked up. Don't be afraid. I'm Li Zhang, the mayor of Yunhai City. What's with the clothes on you? Li Zhang asked amiably. Xiao Yameng bit her lips tightly and looked up. Lucian was standing not far away, smiling at him all the time. At once, Xiao Yameng's tears could not stop flowing. Hu Bin wants to defile my innocence, Xiao Yameng said as she cried. Immediately, Xiao Yameng told Li Zhang the whole story, and the more Li Zhang listened, the more annoyed he became. Originally thought that in this Yunhai city, his rule was quite clear, but did not expect such things to appear one after another. It is Li Zhang some doubt himself. Is there any king's law left? This group of bastard things. Do you? Give me a ruthless investigation. I want to see which group of bastards, endangering our Yunhai city. Li Zhang was like a lion roaring in anger. Under Li Zhang's roar, Do you nodded his head frequently? The sweat on his head could not be stopped. He was well aware of Hu Bin's identity, and as a director, he had to deal with gangs like the Green Dragon Gang and the Five Tigers Gang. Xiao Yameng, put your clothes on first. Lucian walked over to Xiao Yameng's side and draped the jacket he was wearing over Xiao Yameng's body. Lucian, you guys go back first. In this case, I'll send someone to send you guys back first. There's still a little something to deal with here, Li Zhang said with a smile. You're busy, then we'll leave first. Lucian helped Xiao Yameng and went out of the police station. Sitting in the car, Xiao Yameng still had tears at the corners of her eyes and kept sobbing. For every girl, everything she experienced tonight was a nightmare. Under Lucian's relief, the car arrived at the destination as Lucian said. Let's go down first. Lucian pulled Xiao Yameng's hand and entered the house that he entered. Xiao Yali, who heard a movement at the door, walked out from the house and saw the clothes on Xiao Yameng, which had traces of being torn, immediately walked towards Lucian. I say brat, if the girl is unwilling, you can't use this kind of forceful means to conquer the girl. Xiao Yali spoke in a heavier tone and was also a bit cold. After all, Xiao Yali was also in the way of Lucian's good relationship with her. But after this kind of thing happened to a girl, even a girl with a strong mind couldn't stand the outcome of such a thing. Not to mention Xiao Yameng, such a girl who hadn't even gotten out of school yet, was even more unable to accept such a thing. Sister Lily, you can blame me wrongly. At that moment, Lucian told Xiao Yameng all about what happened to her tonight. Xiao Yali turned her head to look at Xiao Yameng, who nodded gently. Xiao Yali's eyes burned with anger as she listened. This is also bullying people too much. There is simply no king's law. But Xiao Yali also knew that with her being a commoner, such an outcome was already the best. Even if Hu Bin was taken in, with the power of the Green Dragon Gang, in a few days, he would be alive and well again. Afterwards, Xiao Yali looked at Lucian with some guilt. I'm sorry, just now it was my impatience that wronged you. Xiao Yali opened her mouth and said, It's alright, Sister Lily. Hurry up and let Xiao Yameng go up and change her clothes. It's not too good. Lucian laughed. Xiao Yali nodded as she listened and led Xiao Yameng towards the upstairs. Chapter 65, The Wind Rises. When Hu Lord received Duyu's call, an angry look appeared on his face. I didn't expect that my nephew Hu Bin still went to provoke Lucian. Just more let Hu Lord didn't expect is. this time is by Li Zhang shot. That is, Hu Lord's. Wanting to save his nephew who been from Li Zhang's hands, is also extremely difficult. Damn it, it seems that we can only wait until the wind passes and then fish him out from it. A cold light surfaced on Hu Lord's face. This Lucian repeatedly badgering him had already caused Hu Lord to have a murderous intent towards him, but who else could clean up someone who couldn't even be cleaned up by the Scarlet Legion? Hu Lord sat on the recliner and thought carefully about this problem. In Hu Lord's opinion, everyone would have a weakness. Lucian was no exception. Even Lucian, who could take out the Scarlet Legion killers, would definitely have a weakness. It was just that this weakness was rarely known by others. Hu Lord, who had closed his eyes and thought for a long time, looked like he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Hu Lord opened his eyes and immediately picked up the phone and called Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, come to my office. After Hu Lord finished speaking, he hung up the phone and made another dedicated call. Prepare to snipe Lucian tonight. The sky was dark. Dark clouds were floating in the sky. A scene of dark clouds pressing down on the city, depressing everyone's heart, as if next, some big event was going to happen. Lucian's heart is pounding, but he doesn't know where this feeling comes from. Over there, Xiao Yaming took off her shoes, sat on the sofa and watched TV with Lucian, while getting high on melon seeds and laughing. Lucian looked at Xiao Yaming with a smile on his face. Since Xiao Yali enlightened Xiao Yaming gradually came out from the shadow of that night and her mood slowly became better. Lucian then let Xiao Yaming frolic around, while he himself returned to the house and sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating that purple energy. On the surface of Lucian's body, there was a layer of purple energy floating around, and from afar, it was quite appalling. Bang! A subtle sound brushed past and annihilated the wall. Lucian steeply looked towards that place. After being tempered by the purple energy, Lucian's five senses became extremely sharp. It was the sound of a gunshot. Lucian, who had heard gunshots continuously over the past few days, immediately remembered the source of that sound. Lucian looked out towards the window, and a sniper, 100 meters away from each other, was holding a sniper rifle aimed at him. Just now, it was the purple energy that had been surrounding Lucian's body, helping him change the trajectory of the bullet that had been shot at him. The sniper 100 meters away froze violently. He didn't expect his shot to actually miss. That shot was clearly aimed at Lucian. How could it miss? But now this sniper didn't have time to think about these questions. Immediately after that, the sniper who was lying on the windowsill, the second shot came one after another. Looking at the flying bullets, Lucian's face showed a contemptuous smile, wanting to kill him with bullets. Obviously this group of people will think things are too simple. Although he didn't know what the sniper's origin was, when the sniper fired the first shot, it meant that Lucian was going to kill him. That second shot's bullet, when it reached Lucian's body, was actually dodged by Lucian. Such a phenomenon that made that sniper astonished. Even though the sniper did not believe in ghosts and monsters, at this moment, he had to look at Lucian as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at the sniper's location, Lucian hurriedly ran towards the outside of the house. Lucian, where are you going? Xiao Yaming shouted. I'm going out to run some errands. You stay well at home. Lucian went out of the house, increased his speed, and kept running towards the house where that sniper was. When reaching the vicinity of that house, Lucian realized that it was a piece of ruins that was ready to be demolished. This ruin was divided into 2 floors. Lucian watched and ran to the second floor and saw that there was still the sniper rifle left on the ground. The sniper has been evacuated from the scene. Just as Lucian was thinking about his next move, there was a gunshot not far from the ruins. Behind the back gun attack, Lucian hid behind a piece of rubble after hearing the gunshot, and the place where that sniper was hiding wasn't far from the area where Lucian was. Along the way, Lucian ran towards the place where the sniper was, constantly dodging the bullets shot by the sniper. What kind of monster was this? How could he not be hit by a single bullet? That sniper was shocked in his heart. His hands were sweating coldly. He was an ace player in the hands of Hu Lord. That is, all of Hu Lord's cronies didn't know about his existence. His marksmanship is 100%, but everything he encountered today has exceeded the sniper's cognition. However, thinking of the task that Hu Lord had given him, he could only think of a way to shoot Lucian. Lucian saw the sniper not far away and immediately ran towards that sniper. He wanted to know who else would send a sniper to shoot him. As Lucian gradually approached the sniper, the bullets in the sniper's hand were almost spent. There was still not a single bullet that hit Lucian's body. When he finally reached the sniper's side, Lucian kicked the pistol in the sniper's hand and grabbed the sniper's neck with his palm. The sniper, who had also trained in close combat, was not as agile as Lucian in close combat. Every move of this sniper was a deadly killer, and if it wasn't for the tempering of the purple energy, Lucian would not be a match for this sniper at all. Boom! Lucian stamped his foot on the sniper's chest, and the sniper flew out backwards, got up from the ground, and looked at Lucian viciously. Say, who the hell are you sent to kill me? Lucian said. At the same time, Lucian tried to run that purple energy to see through that sniper's mind. As expected, that energy changed dramatically and a voice appeared in Lucian's mind. I will definitely not let him know that it was the gang leader, Lord who asked me to come and put a hit on him, so I hope that side will hurry up and finish the mission. You want to know? Then wait for the afterlife. A small knife with a cold flash appeared in the sniper's hand. The knife slashed towards Lucian's chest and abdomen. It's Lord who, isn't it? What's the mission over there? Lucian growled lowly. How did Lucian know about this? The sniper's eyes panicked and his men were half a beat slower, and he was slapped to the ground by Lucian. Humph, trying to kill me? That's impossible. I'll kill myself. In Lucian's mind, the sniper's thoughts rang out again. Lucian's eyes were quick, and he kicked the sniper's arm, and the sniper, who was trying to kill himself with his pocket knife, flew out of his hand. Not good. Lucian saw that sniper pouting something in his mouth and immediately felt bad. After struggling twice, that sniper's head shook and he died, spitting out a trail of ebony blood from his mouth. What mission is he referring to when he said that mission over there? Lucian said as he stroked his chin. Chapter 66, The Missing Xiaoyali Sisters. That terrifying sniper took poison and killed himself. This was something that Lucian had never expected, and now that it had happened, Lucian looked towards the surroundings and found that there was no one else amongst the ruins, so he hurriedly left. When Lucian walked to the front of the room, he found that the house was wide open, and there was no trace of Xiao Meng and Xiao Li inside. There were traces of tearing in the room. Lucian no longer dared to think further and immediately targeted Hu Lords. Since this sniper was sent by Hu Lord, the disappearance of the two Xiaoyali sisters must be related to Hu Lord. Lucian didn't dare to be slow, went out to hitchhike and immediately traveled in the direction of Green Dragon LLC. Xiao Li and Xiao Meng, the two sisters who were captured by Xiao Lu, were escorted directly to Hu Lang's office. Hu Lord looked at the two big beauties, not moved by them at all. His right hand thumped the table. These are the two sisters beside Lucian? Rather pretty. Xiao Lu, bring them to the side parlor and treat them well. Don't forget what I told you. Call Lucian when you're ready. Hu Lord said indifferently. Xiao Lu's expression tightened and he immediately nodded. Got it, Hu Lord. Xiao Lu and the two juniors under him brought the two Xiaoyali sisters down. The two sisters, Xiao Meng and Xiao Li, were kept in a separate conference room next to them. On the top floor of Green Dragon LLC, very few outsiders came up, not to mention the meeting room next to it, so Xiao Lu and the others were not afraid of being discovered. Sister, how did we get brought to such a place? Xiao Meng looked around, standing full of men in black. That man just now, he seems to be the Green Dragon Gang's help Hu Lord. It's over. This time they are definitely targeting Lucian. Xiao Yali was dripping with intelligence. She guessed the core of the problem in a flash. Xiao Yali had heard a lot of legends about Hu Lords. Few of the people that Hu Lords wanted to deal with were able to survive. As soon as she heard her sister talk like this, Xiao Yameng's heart, suddenly, was in turmoil. Sister, what if they deal with Lucian? Seeing how aggressive they are, it's definitely not a good thing. Xiao Yameng said impatiently. This, I don't know. Let's see what happens first. Xiao Yali, who had always been thunderous, was also a bit indecisive. After all, this was the first time Xiao Yali had experienced this kind of thing. Lucian, who hitchhiked to the entrance of the building of the Green Dragon Company Limited, looked at the whole building with an icy face. If Xiao Yali's sisters had any accidents, if anything happens to the Xiao Yali sisters, Lucian won't mind butchering the entire Green Dragon gang. Lucian, who had a murderous face, walked straight to the door of the Green Dragon Limited Company. A security guard wanted to stop Lucian, but was slapped away by Lucian. A staff member, using an intercom, had already notified Hu Lord. Hu Lord's eyes glared. This has not yet called Lucian. How come Lucian came to the door? Could it be that there was a mistake in the middle of doing something? Now there was no longer any time to think about it. Hu Lord directly called Xiao Lu. Quick, follow the plan. Lucian has already arrived downstairs at the company, Hu Lord urged. When Lucian directly stepped into the elevator ride was only able to lead to the second floor. Seeing that the elevator was no longer online, Lucian could only jump off the elevator and walk down the steps towards Hu Lord's office. When Lucian took a step into the second floor, two punks with iron bars in their hands came face to face, and seeing these two punks, Lucian struck extremely fast. He didn't even think of showing mercy. Boom boom. Lucian's two fists directly hit the chest of these two punks, and these two punks flew out backwards, and they were not a match for Lucian at all. Lucian knew that since Lord who had lured himself to this place, he must have set up a lot of ambushes, but Lucian is not afraid. Towards the third floor of the Lucian, found that there is no trace of people staying in the third floor. There is only a light fragrance, that burst of incense, with the effect of slumber. Isle of incense want to stun Lucian, but unexpectedly, Lucian body of the purple energy, devouring this incense. Lucian, who was walking in the aisle, was not affected by the incense at all, so much so that Hu Ling and Xiao Lu, who were monitoring Lu Xun with their cameras, could not help but frown frequently. This time, Hu Lord specially set the trap in the company building. Hu Lord wanted to take Lu Xun down, and one of the most important hurdles was in this third level of the. This kind of ecstasy could easily mesmerize people. Hu Lord's idea was very simple. Lu Xun's body was very powerful. It didn't mean that he was able to immunize himself against this gush of fragrance from the mesmerizing incense. The ace in the hand of the Hu Lord was to lure Lu Xun away and create an opportunity for Xiao Lu. That trump card did not contact himself until now, most likely died in Lu Xun's hands, but the result of the matter was greatly out of his expectation. Lu Xun, who had such a strong body, still came over in the midst of this mesmerizing incense. How is this possible? He actually walked over from the incense unharmed? Lord Hu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This mesmerizing incense is definitely real, Xiao Lu said with conviction. Lu Xun's toughness was already beyond Hu Lord's imagination, but Hu Lord still had the next hand, which was the key to solving things. Xiao Lu, go tie up the Xiao Yali sisters and follow the plan, Hu Lord said indifferently. Yes, Mr. Hu. Xiao Lu retreated. From the third floor, Lu Xun fought his way over, bumping into quite a few of the Green Dragon Gang's gangsters, who were extremely poorly equipped, and none of them were Lu Xun's 1-2 punch. But the more this happened, the heavier Lu Xun's heart became. With Sun Xiniang's introduction to him, Hu Lord was sinister and cunning. He lured himself to this place. It definitely wouldn't be so simple. Stepping onto the highest floor of the Green Dragon Limited Company, the office that belonged to Hu Lord, the door was wide open. Lu Xun walked towards Hu Lord's office step by step. Mr. Hu, long time no see, Lu Xun said with a smile, but he couldn't hide the murderous aura between those words in the slightest. I didn't expect you to make it this far unscathed. I, Hu Lord, did underestimate you. Hu Lords did not hide, in the slightest, his compliments to Lu Xun. Overpraise? Where is the pair of sisters you captured? Lu Xun asked in a loud voice. I should have known that you came for them. It's right next to them, Hu Lord said with a smile. Lead the way. Hu Lord and Lu Xun walked out of the office one by one and headed towards the parlor next to it, and the sight that met Lu Xun's eyes surprised him. The two sisters, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, were tied up high, with half of their bodies exposed outside the window. At the other end of the rope stood Xiao Lu, and several other Green Dragon Gang gangsters. Xiao Lu was holding scissors in his hand, and when he saw Lu Xun come in, he was ready to gesture towards the end of that rope. How about it? See? Hu Lord said with a smirk. Chapter 67 Threatening Lu Xun. Hu Lord had a good grasp of human nature, and ever since Lu Xun had killed his way into the company, it proved that he was a very emotional person. For this kind of person, feelings were their greatest weakness. Hu Lord had been guessing this idea, and at this time, seeing Lu Xun's excited expression, he immediately knew that he had guessed most of it correctly. I captured them. You should know why. I admit that you are good at getting rid of the ace assassins under me, Hu Lord said with a smile. Even so, Hu Lord was still surprised by Lu Xun's strength. That assassin was his own beloved one that he had cultivated for many years. Whether it was his marksmanship or close combat martial arts skills, they all belonged to the top ranks, but he actually still died in Lu Xun's hands. Say it, what will it take to release them? Lu Xun said indifferently. This is the only way to have an attitude to talk business. It's very simple. As long as you join my Green Dragon Gang, and don't do anything against my Green Dragon Gang in the future, it's fine. Hu Lord laughed. Hu Lord played such a simple calculation. Since Lu Xun had such a strong body, plus that day Su Xion's attitude, the Five Tigers gang had already submitted to Lu Xun's men. With Lu Xun, it was like having most of the underground organizations in Yunhai City, leaving a small Fengtian pavilion, which was naturally not in Hu Lord's eyes. It's that simple? Lu Xun frowned and said, of course it's that simple. I don't have any other requirements. As long as you promise I'll put them down. As you can see, as long as I cut this rope short, I'm afraid that if they fall from such a high floor, they won't necessarily survive. Hu Lord said as he looked at Lu Xun. Xiao Lu over there, as if to set off what Hu Lord said, put the scissors in his hand and gestured towards that rope. No, don't. Xiao Yameng was so scared that her face turned pale, and Xiao Yili over there also bit her lip. This rope binding the two people was already shaky, this time, more likely to fall at any time. The cries of the two people made Lu Xun suck in his breath fiercely. This Hu Lord was able to make it to the position of the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. It really wasn't simple. Well, Hu Lord was not in a hurry. He just stood by the side and kept waiting for Lu Xun's reply. The fact that Lu Xun was able to be stronger than the hidden assassin under his own command meant that his strength would definitely rank among the top 3 in Yunhai City. For such an expert to be able to submit to his own men and be able to unify Yunhai City was completely within reach. With Hu Lord's means, he was confident that he would be able to subjugate Lu Xun. Under him during this period of time, and subjugate his heart. What if I use you as a hostage in exchange for the lives of the two of them? Lucian asked in a loud voice. That would be a lose-lose situation at best. I know you have strong hands, but if you were to lay your hands on me, Xiao Lu would just cut the rope short. Both sides cooperate. Why not? Hu Lord laughed. Hu Lord walked out of this step. Also, after careful consideration, he knew very well that Lucian at this time is a double-edged sword. If he mastered it well, he would be able to control the entire Yunhai city, and if he mastered it poorly, he would hurt himself. Lucian silently calculated that distance. The distance between him and Xiao Lu was more than 10 meters. With such a long distance, the speed of an onlooker would never be able to grab that section of the rope before it fell. But Lucian was different. After changing his body with that purple energy, his body's instantaneous explosive power was terrifyingly amazing. This distance, for Lucian, was completely graspable. However, what made Lucian worried was that the Hu Lords still had guns on them, and if they hurt Lucian, with the ability of that purple energy, they would be able to recover the injuries on Lucian's body quickly. However, if they were to harm the Xiaoyali sisters, it would be quite difficult to recover their injuries as soon as possible. How's the consideration? I'm not in a hurry. Saying that, Hu Lord looked at his watch and then at Lucian. To be able to take in a great general like Lucian, spending more time would be worth it for Hu Lords. After half a minute, Lucian then raised his head and looked at the two Xiaoyali sisters. Sister Lily, do you and Xiao Yaming trust me? Lucian opened his mouth and asked. I believe in whatever you do, Xiao Yali said without hesitation. I also believe in you, Lucian. Xiao Yaming chimed in right after her. How about it? Have you considered it? Lord Hu looked up and said. Of course I've considered it, Lucian said with a pair of eyes, staring at Hu Lords. I won't agree to your request. Put them down and I'll spare your life. Hu Lord did not feel surprised by the answer Lucian gave to Hu Lord. A dragon among men like Lucian had a strong sense of self-esteem. How could he easily submit to others? Have you really thought about it? Their lives are in your hands. Don't be impulsive. Lord Hu seemed to be kindly reminding. I'll give you an answer only after I've considered it. Lucian nodded and said. Cut. Hu Lord snapped with a roar. Over there. Xiao Lu stared intently at Lucian's movements, and as Hu Lord shouted to cut the rope, the knife in Xiao Lu's hand cut the rope flush. Ah! The two sisters, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, screamed. They hadn't expected that Lord Hu would really let someone cut their ropes. Lucian's shadow was in midair and gradually disappeared in midair. When Lucian reappeared, one foot was on the table and the other was on the body of a gangster. As that rope fell out, Lucian's right hand had a death grip on the rope that flew out of the window. It was so close. Lucian had just caught his breath when a cracking sound came from behind him. Obviously someone had kicked at him. Lucian pulled the rope upwards quite a bit with his right hand, took the rope with his left hand, and turned his body around. Xiao Lu and the other gangster punched and kicked at Lucian. With this rope as a liability, Lucian's strength was weakened quite a bit. With the rope as a liability, Lucian's strength was weakened. He had to grab the rope and also defend himself against Xiao Lu and the other gangsters' attacks. Lucian was only able to use one of his hands to parry the two men's attacks, which made it even more of a mess. And Lucian was only able to get beaten up. Fortunately, Lucian's body, after being tempered, that flesh is not generally resistant to beatings. A dozen punches down, Lucian's body has a lot of red and swollen places. Forgive me, Lucian is still dead grasp of the rope. Lucian was very clear. He didn't let go and there was still hope that he could pull the two Xiaoyali sisters up. As long as he let go and fell from such a high place, the two Xiaoyali sisters would definitely not survive. Damn! Lucian kicked Xiao Lu out and wanted to find something to tie the rope. Who knew that after looking around, there was still no place that would allow Lucian to tie the rope up. Xiao Lu, wait for a while, I'm calling a few brothers up. Saying that, Hu Lord dialed the phone, and in a short while, in the conference room, 5 more brawny men appeared. Chapter 68, Lucian's Determination. As soon as these 5 big men appeared, Lucian's situation, all of a sudden, became more critical. Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, who were dropped outside by the rope, were shocked into a cold sweat. Hanging upside down outside of a 10-story building was too much for an ordinary person to bear, let alone 2 women. Sister, we survived this? Xiao Yameng murmured and asked. It must have been Lucian who tugged on the rope. Let's find a way to reduce the pressure on Lucian. It must not have been easy for him up there. Xiao Yali looked at the top rather worriedly. But we can't climb up either, Xiao Yameng said anxiously. Xiao Yali could only put her hopes all on Lucian. Lucian looked below. The situation on Xiao Yali's side was considered to be temporarily resolved, and now the most dangerous one was still him. Being surrounded by 7 big men, a normal person would definitely be unable to escape death, but Lucian was different. However, this advantage that Lucian possessed, under the restriction of the rope, it was extremely difficult to make use of it. Lucian, you're thinking about it. In a situation like this, It's simply impossible for you to save the day. As long as you agree to my request, I can immediately help you pull those two women up. Hu Lord was still not dead set on persuading Lucian. Lucian's eyes narrowed and his left and right hands gripped that rope vigorously. No matter what, Lucian couldn't possibly let go of this rope. Seeing that Lucian didn't care about himself, Hu Lord sighed and waved his hand. Finish him off. Those 7 people raised their fists and rushed towards Lucian. The injuries on Lucian's body had recovered quite a bit with the help of that purple energy. However, it was still not as good as when facing these 7 people. Boom! Xiao Lu punched Lucian's waist, and that powerful punch only made Lucian's body sway, and a crunching sound was emitted from his waist. Feeling the tremendous force on his waist, Lucian shook his body. Lucian would not let go of his hand even if he died. He knew how important the 2 lives he held in his hands were to him. The other 6 pugilists also raised their fists and rushed towards Lucian, who was resisting the fight and remained standing in the siege of these 6 pugilists. From time to time, he even made counterattacks. Lucian's right foot kicked the crotch of the big man at the front, causing that big man to let out a pig-killing cry. Lucian didn't pay any attention to the man. Instead, he concentrated on pulling the rope. Lucian stretched out his head to see that Xiao Yali and Xiao Yaming still had some distance to go before they could climb up from the window. Just then, there were 3 brawny men with knives in their hands, cutting towards the rope that Lucian was holding in his hands. They could tell that Lucian cared most about this rope. Roll! Lucian lifted the rope in his right hand. His feet were like the wind, his hands were holding the windowsill, and he kicked the 3 pugilists left and right one after another. Boom boom boom! The 3 pugilists flew out one by one under Lucian's kicks. From afar, Hu Lord grimaced and watched this. Lucian's toughness was still out of his expectation. He didn't expect that with this rope binding him, Lucian's strength was still so powerful. Hurry up and clean up this kid. Leaving it behind will only be a scourge for us, Hu Lord urged. Yes. 7 brawny men rushed towards Lucian, each of their fists smashing towards the vital points of Lucian's body. Lucian, who was pulling the rope, saw a crack appearing on the rope and felt bad. He could only use his body to fight against these pugilists. Whoosh! As that rope crumbled, it was grabbed by Lucian, who took a breath of relief. Almost this rope fell. However, the 7 people who raided from behind, the force in each of their hands was incomparably huge, able to easily kill a person. It was Lucian such, after the purple energy-quenching body of people, received this casserole-sized fists, but also felt a trace of severe pain coming from the body. However, Lucian knew that now was not the time to fight back. The 2 sisters, Xiao Yameng and Xiao Yali, were dragged up so that he would have time to fight back. Those 7 people's siege on Lucian became more and more fierce. Lucian's body was bruised and battered. Even his face had some blood-stained injuries, but he still didn't die. Damn it, I'll definitely double back later. Lucian gritted his teeth and operated the purple energy in that body, recovering the injuries in his body. The more Xiao Lu and the other 7 people fought, the more they were shocked. It was the first time they had seen someone so resistant to being beaten up by Lucian. Sister, come on, almost there. The 2, Xiao Yameng and Xiao Yali, climbed up to the windowsill in unison. When the 2 saw the bruised Lucian, a heartache inexplicably appeared in their hearts. Lucian, be careful of the back. Xiao Yaming screamed as Lucian's strength was drained by 70 to 80%. The brawny man behind him, an elbow came towards Lucian's neck. This elbow hit Lucian's neck. Lucian would most likely be seriously injured. But Lucian didn't care, and pulled the 2 Xiao Yali sisters up from the windowsill. Bang! The big man with a big elbow hammered on Lucian's neck. Lucian shook his body and kicked the big man out with his right foot. Seeing Xiao Yameng and Xiao Yali both climbed in from the windowsill, Lucian then turned back to deal with those pugilists. Without the rope to bind him, Lucian's full strength was displayed. Boom! Lucian's punches were deadly. Each punch struck like a hammer, hitting the bodies of these big men, exploding the anger hidden in Lucian's heart. The 7 big men were simply unbeatable against Lucian, and the speed of Lucian, who was in a state of serious injury, insulting these big men was still incredibly fast. Lucian's right foot swept, a split leg. Will be 2 big men split down to the ground? Left hand burst out unparalleled strength, straight as hammering over 4 people. 6 people lying on the ground groaning. Xiao Lu turned around and leaned towards Hu Lord. At this time Xiao Lu, looking at Lucian, was like an invincible god of war. Lucian's resistance to fighting was simply out of his expectation. Weird. Monster. Xiao Lu was stuttering a bit in his speech. Hu Lord gritted his teeth, pulled out a delicate pistol from his pocket, and said to Lucian, "Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll shoot and kill you." A trail of blood stayed down from Lucian's whole body in all directions. At this time, Lucian, in the eyes of Hu Lord and Xiao Lu, was like a monster. Lucian, don't go over. He has a gun in his hand. Xiao Yali opened her mouth and reminded that Lucian approached Hu Lord and Xiao Lu step by step, The gun in Hu Lord's hand was a little unsteady, shaking and pointing at Lu Shen. He had never seen a person with such an obsession in his heart. Lu Shen was definitely the first. Bang! Hu Lord didn't want to take it off anymore. An arc of light shot out from his pistol. At such a close distance, he was definitely able to shoot Lu Shen. As long as he shot Lu Shen, the rest could be taken care of by Hu Lords. However, the next scene made Hu Lords and Xiao Lu's hearts and minds shake. The bullet did not directly hit Lu Shen, but after reaching Lu Shen's side, with the help of the purple energy, it turned a weird arc and shot towards the wall next to him. Chapter 69, Collecting the Hu Lords. You're a shifter. Hu Lord was shocked for the first time. He didn't realize until now why his men repeatedly died in battle at the hands of Lu Shen. Lu Shen was able to change the trajectory of bullets. Lu Shen was a psychic, and every psychic possessed a power that tens of thousands of people could hardly match. Such an existence was undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and anyone who messed with such an existence would exterminate the gang. This would also be able to explain why Su Xiong would treat Lu Shen with respect. So that's how it turned out. Hu Lord realized that all of a sudden those things that he hadn't figured out, he had figured out. How did nephew Hu Bin get into such a big trouble? Hu Lord secretly sighed, as if he had aged a lot. But things have come to this point. The deep hatred between the Green Dragon Gang and Lu Shen has reached the point of immortality. Hu Lord sighed. He suddenly felt that confronting Lu Shen was simply an unwise decision. This was the first time in his life that Hu Lord had made a decision he regretted, and it would be the last time he would regret it. Seeing Lu Shen's surging killing intent in his eyes, Hu Lord knew that he wouldn't be able to walk out of this meeting room alive today. Put up a fight. Xiao Lu, who saw this scene, was scared to death. Under that oppressive aura, Xiao Lu could only hammer his fist at Lu Shen's chest. Lu Shen backhanded Xiao Lu's fist, grabbed it all down, and stamped his right foot on Xiao Lu's chest. Countless blood spurted out of Xiao Lu's mouth, and a sound of his sternum shattering echoed in the parlor. In order to make a last-ditch effort, Hu Lord raised that gun in his right hand and shot it towards Lu Shen. Lu Shen's back, standing is Xiao Yili sisters. A punch hurt Xiao Lu Shen. The body does not dare to retreat. After all, there are Xiao Yili sisters behind. After all, there are still Xiao Yali sisters behind him. The result of this retreat is that Xiao Yali sisters are seriously injured. The purple energy appeared beside Lu Shen's body at an inopportune time, wanting to help Lu Shen change the trajectory of the bullet. Crap! Lu Shen gritted his teeth and frowned at that bullet. The current him was not yet able to skillfully manipulate this purple energy. The bullets that were normally shot at him were fine. They were able to have their trajectory shifted by the purple energy, but now this purple energy helped Lu Shen to shift the trajectory of the bullet's action, undoubtedly harming Lu Shen. Lu Shen drew out his palm and turned around to lie on top of the two sisters, Xiao Yili and Xiao Yimeng. Puff! That bullet ended up shooting straight into Lu Shen's body, and Lu Shen's body trembled as a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Lu Shen! The two of them, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, only then saw clearly that Lu Shen's body was seriously injured. The two women were in tears. They didn't expect that Lu Shen had spent so much. Hey, Lu Shen! In the end it's still not clear who will die. Lord Hu also saw a small amount of clues. Lu Shen wasn't able to skillfully manipulate that kind of supernatural ability, and that couldn't have been a better thing for Hu Lords. Bang bang bang! The bullets from the Hu Lord's pistol kept shooting at Lu Shen, who used his body to cover the two sisters, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng. Lu Shen, who had been hit by multiple bullets in his body, was focusing his attention on Hu Lang's body, and didn't even notice that the purple energy was helping him recover from the injuries in his body. Lu Shen, don't help us block. You will die if you go on like this, Xiao Yameng said as she bit her lips. I don't know when. Lu Shen's image in Xiao Yameng's mind became so secure. This was true in the KTV, and also in this mysterious Green Dragon Gang. Whenever Xiao Yameng encountered difficulties, Lu Shen would be the first to rush to Xiao Yameng's side. In Xiao Yameng's eyes, she also understands why her sister would like Lu Shen. Such a secure man. She also rose a few points of joy. But right now, things are in a dilemma. Lu Shen is spitting blood and in critical condition. Xiao Yameng will not just sit back and do nothing. Sister, you take Lu Shen and run first. Leave this place to me. Xiao Yameng bit her lips and said, Xiao Meng, quickly go. Sister, the injuries on Lu Shen's body will be lifeless if they are delayed. Before Xiao Yameng could finish, she was interrupted by Lu Shen's finger. I have to finish dealing with him. I won't be able to run. Lu Shen, who had stumbled up from the ground, punched his right fist into Hu Lord's cheek. Caught off guard, Hu Lord's, his face directly red and swollen with a fist mark. His right hand was about to continue shooting Hu Lord's. Click! The joints on his wrist were ruthlessly crushed by Lu Shen. Lu Shen panted and looked at Hu Lord's and Xiao Lu. Ever since he had gotten his powers, he had never been this miserable. Feeling the sharp pain from his wrist, Hu Lord shivered. Boom! Lu Shen punched Hu Lang's chest so hard that Hu Lang flew out backwards and fell on the wall. Unconscious, Xiao Lu was so scared that he also fainted. Lucian saw that both of them were no longer moving and knew that they were both fainted from fear. Lucian one-handedly let Hu Lords and Xiao Lu go to meet the king of Hades. After doing all this, Lucian's taut nerves, which relaxed. Taking advantage of this world, Lucian dialed Sun Xiniang's phone. Xiniang, come to Green Dragon LLC to clean up the mess. After making this call, Lucian then turned around and said to sisters Xiaoyili and Xiaoyameng, go home, don't take me to the hospital. After saying this, Lucian turned his head and passed out. After such a long time of intense fighting, a normal person would not be able to withstand the intensity of such a battle. Lucian was the same, only that Lucian held on for a lot longer than the next person. Once this matter had come to an end, the taut string in Lucian's mind gradually loosened. When Lucian woke up again, the pungent smell of sterilized water was breathed in his nose. To the hospital. This was Lucian's first reaction, and Lucian made an effort to open his eyes. Sister, Lucian is awake. He's awake. Xiao Yameng, who had been watching over Lucian from the side, dialed Xiaoyali's phone and cried tears of joy. There are times when only those who have truly experienced suffering know the preciousness of happiness, and Xiao Yameng, who had escaped from death, had always cherished this experience. Isn't this for you to send me home? Lucian's brain hurt a little. This kind of thing that happened would definitely alarm Wu Yuer, and with her sensitive intuition, it was still a little difficult for herself to fool Wu Yuer. Originally, according to Lucian's intention, it would be best if this matter could be resolved privately, and for this matter, Lucian also had a perfect excuse. Moreover, Lucian's hands still held evidence that the Green Dragon Gang had bribed certain officials in Yunhai City. Once this evidence was handed over to Li Zhang, coupled with the destruction of the Green Dragon Gang, it would definitely set off a huge wave in Yunhai City. However, Lucian's approach was also to ensure that Xiaoyali and Xiaoyameng would not be harmed. Sister said that your injuries are too serious, so she asked me to send you to the hospital. So you lie down properly first, and I'll go buy you some fruits. Xiaoyameng laughed. Chapter 70, Dramatic Changes in the Body. When Xiaoyameng went out to buy fruits, Lucian sat up. He had been unconscious in the hospital for a long time, and the injuries within his body had also recovered from that strange purple energy. The bullet shells within his body were all removed by the doctor's surgery, and it was only a matter of time regarding the healing of the wounds. Lucian tried to control that purple energy. For the control and utilization of this purple energy, Lucian didn't reach the point where he could do whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been seriously injured when he fought against Lord Hu. With this in mind, Lucian began to slowly manipulate the purple energy. What made Lucian a little embarrassed and puzzled was that the purple energy didn't listen to his manipulation. How strange. How should I manipulate this strange energy? Lucian said with a frown. After saying that, his mind turned for a split second, and on the tip of Lucian's right-hand finger, a purple light appeared, which was the thought in Lucian's mind before. Unexpectedly, this purple energy really appeared. Lucian tried to manipulate that purple energy, but realized that it was actually like an arm that could be manipulated. Is it possible that one needs to experience danger before being able to allow to maneuver this purple energy? Lucian frowned. What happened next? What made Lucian even more strange was that purple energy was actually able to listen to his own command and thus change accordingly. This situation caused Lucian to be astonished, and under Lucian's manipulation, this purple energy protected Lucian. With this kind of purple energy, I'll be able to dodge the pistol shots. Lucian skimmed his lips. After maneuvering this purple energy, Lucian suddenly thought of what that Hu Lord said about alterants before he died. The novels about alter energizers, which Hu Lords had also read, were about people who were able to manipulate energy, but about the use of this alter energetic ability, no one had ever taught him about it. It seems like it's still a matter of figuring it out one step at a time. Lucian shook his head and smiled bitterly. While this was happening, Lucian's cell phone rang. It was Sun Xiniang calling. Mr. Lu, where are you now? The Green Dragon Gang executives that are all your handiwork? Sun Xiniang said with some surprise. When Sun Xiniang rushed to the Green Dragon Gang with her men, what appeared in front of Sun Xiniang and her men were corpses lying across the floor. Sun Xiniang was quite decisive, ordering her men to pack up and dispose of all these corpses. It was arranged as if they were being robbed, and the demeanor of such a strike was all taught by Sun Xiniang. But between Li and Hu Ling, Sun Xiniang wants to take revenge. But from now on, it seems that Hu Ling died in the hands of Lucian. If she wanted to continue to take revenge with her own hands, I'm afraid that she didn't have that kind of opportunity anymore. It's my handiwork. You guys should be glad that it was me who helped you clean up these scum of the Green Dragon Gang. Lucian laughed confidently. Ever since he was able to manipulate this purple energy at will, Lucian had become quite confident. Mr. Lu, you don't know that there are still shadows of our countrymen and certain high-ranking people behind this Hu Lord. I'm afraid that it will be a bad thing if you hastily end the Green Dragon Gang like this. Sun Siniang said with difficulty. Although Sun Siniang had made good the scene, people who were careful would definitely find out the clues. It was hard to find out about Phoenix Sky Pavilion's head, but it would be easy to find out about Lucian's head. There's no harm in it. I'll set things right in the next few moments, and you guys don't have to worry about the rest. Lucian laughed. Meanwhile, not far away in the Five Tigers gang, the gang was silent as Su Xiong looked at Lei Zhoutian and the others dead on. The news of the Green Dragon Gang's destruction had reached the ears of Su Xiong and the others. They had also guessed something about the mastermind behind the orchestration of the massacre. Mr. Lu's handiwork is really big, actually really destroyed the Green Dragon Gang. You have to know that the forces behind this Green Dragon Gang are not small. Lei Zhoutian swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, yes, no one expected that Mr. Lu would be so decisive in his actions. But big brother, I heard that Phoenix Sky Pavilion has also interfered into this matter. Lei Zhoutian hesitated for a moment and said, Phoenix Sky Pavilion? Su Xiong closed his eyes and leaned back on the bamboo chair, shaking the stool, not knowing what he was thinking about. In this matter, our Five Tigers gang will no longer intervene. If Mr. Lu has anything, our Five Tigers gang will do our best. Su Xiong sighed and said. Su Xiong still underestimated Lucian's determination to exterminate the Green Dragon Gang. At this time, after the Green Dragon Gang was overthrown, then the territories under the name of the Green Dragon Gang were definitely all assigned under the Phoenix Sky Pavilion. Unexpectedly, the Phoenix Sky Pavilion, which had been hidden, would help Lucian at the critical moment, which led to a large portion of the turf under the Green Dragon Gang becoming the Phoenix Sky Pavilion. If the Five Tigers Gang was one step slower, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to share the spoils. However, the forces behind that Green Dragon Gang? Lei Zhoutian asked. After fighting with the Green Dragon Gang for so long, Lei Zhoutian was also aware that there was a large force standing behind the Green Dragon Gang. This big force was also one of the reasons why the Green Dragon Gang had been standing. Now that Lucian had wiped out the Green Dragon Gang, the force behind it would definitely step in. Our Five Tigers Gang will stay out of their fight for now. Let them go. Those people behind the Green Dragon Gang. It's me who wouldn't dare to mess with them. Su Xiong sighed. Su Xiong was quite jealous of the group of forces behind the Green Dragon Gang, which was why when Su Xiong's Five Tiger Gang's forces gained an advantage, they still didn't dare to make a move to exterminate the Green Dragon Gang. The forces behind the Green Dragon Gang are so big and chilling that even Su Xiong's first class doesn't dare to touch them easily. Now that Lucian had taken the lead, he didn't mind using Lucian to touch the forces behind the Green Dragon Gang. Yes, big brother. Lei Zhoutian nodded his head at the sound and said, well, now that the situation in Yunhai City is getting more and more stalemated, I think this Lucian is a good move. Su Xiong rocked his bamboo chair and muttered. This kind of voice can only be heard by Su Xiong. Lucian with a good is a great good chess. With a bad, the price is like the Green Dragon Gang, the entire Five Tigers Gang's destruction. In the face of this terrible power, Su Xiong can only choose to retreat. His own decades to fight down this foundation. Su Xiong does not want to throw away for no reason. Then this message. Lei Zhoutian looked at Su Xiong and said, no one needs to say anything. Let them play on their own. We will stay out of it. But once someone messes with Mr. Lu, let him kill himself. Mr. Lu is not something we can mess with. Su Xiong said flatly. Yes, Lei Zhoutian had a witticism. This Yunhai City's turf, up to now, was getting worse and worse. Every step one took had to be careful. If one wasn't careful, one could face the possibility of extinction. This kind of extinction, even Su Xiong was not sure that he could carry it off. Well, you go down first. If there is anything, inform me in time. Su Xiong shook his hand and said, yes, big brother. Lei Zhoutian slowly retreated. Alas, this Yunhai City. Su Xiong sighed, lying on the bamboo chair, seemingly asleep, no longer speaking. Chapter 71, Wu Yuer's foxed out. The fact that so many people had died in the Green Dragon Liability Company was naturally something that could not be hidden from Wu Yuer and the others. When Wu Yuer arrived at the top floor of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company in a flurry of wind and fire, she was shocked when she found a field of corpses. After working in Yunhai City for so long, Wu Yuer naturally knew what the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company was. As the apparent base of the Green Dragon Gang, those who were able to bloodbath the Green Dragon Gang would definitely not be simple characters, and Wu Yuer instantly targeted the Phoenix Sky Pavilion and the Five Tigers Gang. However, these two gangs also had Wu Yuer's insiders. These two gangs did not have any casualties at all. Who was the person who struck without a trace and exterminated the Green Dragon Gang? There are traces of bullets? Wu Yuer frowned. Wu Yuer realized that there were traces of bullets on the ground, as well as blood stains. And after the people from the identification section verified that it wasn't the blood of Lord Hu and the other members of the Green Dragon Gang, it also meant that it was the bloodstains left behind by that person who had destroyed the Green Dragon Gang. Go check and see which hospital doctors have taken over patients who have received gunshot wounds today, Wu Yuer said as she ordered down. These people under Wu Yuer's command, wanting to find out who had suffered a gunshot wound was really not a difficult task. Half a day later, one of Wu Yuer's subordinates found Wu Yuer in Yunhai City. There is indeed a patient who suffered a gunshot wound. His name is Lu Xun, this subordinate said. Lu Xun? Hearing this name, Wu Yuer slightly froze, not realizing that this matter had a great relationship with Lu Xun. Thinking of that man who could appraise treasures, Wu Yuer sighed quietly. Could it be that this matter was done by Lu Xun alone? Then Lu Xun's strength would be a little scary, but there was only one person's blood at the scene. I'll go take a look, Wu Yuer spoke. After saying that, Wu Yuer went out of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, got straight into a police car, and traveled towards the hospitals. Inside the hospital, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng, both of them, looked at Lu Xun with delight. This time escaping from death also let the two of them have great feelings. If it wasn't for Lu Xun, if they wanted to escape from the hands of the Green Dragon Gang, it would be absolutely impossible. Lu Xun, you're so brave this time. I like boys like you. How about you be my boyfriend? Xiao Yameng laughed cheekily. Little ninny, how old are you? You think of falling in love. No falling in love now. Xiao Yali knocked Xiao Yameng and said, Sister, no matter how I say it, I'm also a college student now. Sister, how can you stop me from falling in love? Xiao Yameng pouted and said, the boys in the school, Xiao Yameng didn't like them at all. When they saw Xiao Yameng, they all had a coy look. They were simply too far from Xiao Yameng's ideal goal. After this incident, Xiao Yameng realized that she deeply liked Lu Xun in her heart, and this kind of liking was a feeling that Xiao Yameng usually never had, especially when Lu Xun blocked in front of Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng. That kind of scene was living like the Prince Charming in Xiao Yameng's dream. Sister, you're so protective of Lu Xun. It's not that you like her. Xiao Yameng teased Xiao Yali and said. A few words made Xiao Yali's face turn red, and Xiao Yali was also clear about her situation with Lu Xun. Although she liked Lu Xun very much in her heart, due to her divorced status, it was impossible for her to be with Lu Xun. What are you babbling about? Be careful that I don't tear your mouth apart. Xiao Yali made a gesture and hit Xiao Yameng with one hand. Ha ha, sister, I really got it. Look at your face is red. Xiao Yameng covered her mouth and laughed. Frightened, Xiao Yali hurriedly touched her face, but realized that it wasn't at all like what Xiao Yameng said. Xiao Yali then realized that Xiao Yameng had caught herself. Little ninny, dare to tease me. I think you're just being a death wish. The two women were in front of Lu Xun's hospital bed, messing around. It was at this time that a burst of neat footsteps came from outside. Lu Xun lamented. She finally found her way up here. Knock knock knock. After knocking on the door, Wu Yuer came alone and found Lu Xun. Seeing Wu Yuer come to find Lu Xun, Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng looked at each other. They naturally knew the reason why Wu Yuer came to find Lu Xun. Ugh, you guys go out first. Lu Xun waved his hand and said. But, Lu Xun, that really doesn't matter to you. Xiao Yameng said. Go out. Lu Xun will take care of it. Xiao Yali looked at Lu Xun and then at her sister. Under Xiao Yali's persuasion, Xiao Yali then led Xiao Yameng out of the entrance of the ward. I didn't expect you to find it after all. Lu Xun lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Lu Xun thought that he would be found by Wu Yuer. He just didn't expect Wu Yuer to come so fast. The fact that Wu Yuer was able to find Lu Xun also meant that things had been discovered by Wu Yuer. Although there was Phoenix Heavenly Pavilion to make amends, there were some things that could no longer be erased, such as his own blood that flowed on the ground. The commotion you made was really big as well. I didn't expect you to wipe out the entire Green Dragon Gang in one shot. Wu Yuer sighed. For this man in front of her, the hostility in Wu Yuer's heart subsided quite a bit, especially after that time when she was kidnapped by the bank kidnappers. It was Lu Xun who stepped forward and saved her. Wu Yuer wasn't the type of person who knew that she wouldn't repay her kindness, only that this time, the commotion was too big, and some of the people were on good terms with the people above her. I know. Unfortunately, the Green Dragon Gang and the others have already touched my bottom line, and I can't let them go on with their nonsense. Lu Xun laughed. Lu Xun always had a bottom line in his heart. Outside of this bottom line, he could talk his way out of it, as long as once he touched his bottom line. As long as his bottom line was touched, he could not tolerate it, not to mention the Heavenly King, or the Jade Emperor. As it happened, Xiao Yali was one of the bottom lines in his heart. If I were to choose to make a choice again, I would still choose to do the same thing. Lu Xun looked at Wu Yuer and said, this time, the impact of your matter is too great. You can't hide it even if you want to, and I can't help you anymore. Wu Yuer shook her head and said, it was just that Lu Xun became more and more mysterious in Wu Yuer's eyes, and after doing the scene restoration, Wu Yuer was even a bit panicked about the strength that Lu Xun had shown. That kind of strength, which had far exceeded the quality of a normal human body, was that the most capable soldier king she had ever seen was not necessarily Lucian's opponent. There's no harm. I'll solve this matter by myself. Just watch what to do. I won't make it difficult for you, Lucian said spontaneously. The confidence that Lucian showed. Also Wu Yuer was stunned. Could it be that this kid is so not afraid of death? Forget it, I can't persuade you. I can help you delay for 2 days at the latest. After 2 days, someone will come to arrest you, Wu Yuel said. Thanks a lot. After Lucian finished speaking, he collapsed over and continued to sleep. Wu Yuer shook her head helplessly and left the ward. Chapter 72, the matter has become a big deal. As expected, as Wu Yuer said, this matter could not be hidden at all. And within a few days, the entire upper echelons of Yunhai City had heard about this matter. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Do you gloomy face? Sitting in the office, cannot see whether it is happy or angry? Green Dragon Gang was destroyed things. He has heard. What makes you more angry is that, once the Green Dragon Gang is destroyed, he is not so good financially. Normally, the money that the Green Dragon Gang pays him is not a few. It is good that the Green Dragon Gang has been extinguished, and those incriminating evidence of his bribery will disappear forever. Thinking of this, do you took a long sigh of relief? No one wants to have a handle that falls in the hands of others. Do you is the same? He does not want his evidence of bribery to fall in the hands of others. At this moment, the destruction of the Green Dragon Gang has also caused quite a storm in the upper class. Over the years that the Green Dragon Gang had been in Yunhai City, there were quite a few grasshoppers related to the Green Dragon Gang tied up in one boat, and these grasshoppers' income from bribes would be drastically reduced with the destruction of the Green Dragon Gang. But the question that follows is who will be the one who wipes out the Green Dragon Gang? Lucian, a name that was more familiar to people, appeared in the eyes of many Yunhai City executives, since his blood was found at the scene, as well as the gunshot wound on his body. It must be him. Do you said as he looked at the blood report in his hand? In Li Zhang's office. Such a murder, naturally, could not be hidden from Li Zhang's eyes, and when Li Zhang realized that the murder was committed by Lucian, he frowned and pondered. The underground forces of the Green Dragon Gang were able to compete with the Five Tigers Gang in Phoenix Heavenly Pavilion, so they were naturally extremely strong forces. Such a strong force, in just half a day's time, fell apart in Lucian's hands? From Li Zhang's perspective, he didn't blame Lucian. As the mayor, he wanted to try his best to cure Yunhai City. In Li Zhang's eyes, this Qinglong Gang is the Yunhai City tumor general existence. This kind of existence was Lucian eliminated. It was also extremely convenient for Li Zhang to govern Yunhai City in the future. There are many policies that cannot be implemented in the lower levels of Yunhai City because of the existence of these gang tumors. But Lucian made this matter too big. Li Zhang couldn't move the Green Dragon Gang. There is another important reason. That is, there is a big person behind the Green Dragon Gang. Lucian, you've given me a problem. Li Zhang rubbed his temples and laughed. That smile had a bit of bitterness in it. 2 days later in the early morning, not surprisingly, Wu Yuer, led by Du Yu, led a few police officers, came to the hospital where Lucian was. You are Lucian, right? I am the director Du Yu. You killed 7 personnel of the Green Dragon Responsibility Limited Company. You are now under arrest according to the law. With a wave of Du Yu's right hand, several policemen behind him came over and cuffed Lucian's hands. Take away. Lucian along with Du Yu rode in the police car and arrived in the police station. In the police station, a jail cell had long been arranged for Lucian. Go in. 2 policemen pushed and shoved Lucian into the jail cell. Here we go again. Lucian let out a bitter smile. Then he sat quietly in the jail cell and did not hurry. That Du Yu also didn't dare to make any move. After the last incident, he guessed that Lucian must have some kind of special relationship with Li Zhang. With this kind of relationship Lucian, perhaps one day Li Zhang will be able to fish him out. These characters of the Green Dragon Gang were all gangsters and had some lives under their hands. It was only under Du Yu's suppression that these news did not get out. If one were to investigate these attentively, they would definitely be able to find certain clues. Lucian, who entered the prison, was not in a hurry. He was still running the purple energy. It was just that Lucian hid the purple energy inside his body and didn't let other people see it. After all, it was too amazing. Lucian opened his eyes, and the purple energy was too amazing to be seen by others. Lucian opened his eyes. That purple energy helped himself to recover his injuries as quickly as possible. This kind of day, on the other hand, passed calmly for 5 long days. During these 5 days, that purple energy helped Lucian to completely recover his body's injuries. Until 5 days later, Li Zhang hurriedly visited with his secretary. Lucian, you've made a big mess this time. Li Zhang was the first to say when he saw Lucian. This time, Li Zhang came in plain clothes with his secretary. Mayor Li, you don't know the cause of this matter. Saying that, Lucian told Li Zhang the beginning and end of this matter. When Li Zhang finished listening, He frowned fiercely and looked at Lucian. Is this thing you said true? Li Zhang categorically didn't believe that in Yunhai City, which was under his own jurisdiction, there was still such a thing as killing people recklessly. Without Lucian saying more, Li Zhang also knew what would happen to the Xiaoyali sisters when Hu Lord ordered to cut that rope short. Of course it's true. How dare I lie to you about this matter? Lucian said as he stared at Li Zhang's pair of eyes. With Li Zhang's experience of being an official for half a lifetime, from Lucian's pair of eyes, he could tell that Lucian wasn't lying. Besides, Lucian had no need to lie to himself. Li Zhang let out a long sigh. During the years of my tenure, many policies could not be implemented effectively. I know that many of them were due to the Green Dragon Gang, and many others were due to the collusion between the officials and the Green Dragon Gang. As long as you can have ironclad proof that someone has colluded with the Green Dragon Gang, I will be able to help you get off the hook. Many people have colluded with the Green Dragon Gang over the years. Lucian helping himself to get rid of the Green Dragon Gang was also considered getting rid of a stumbling block on the road. Speaking of this, Lucian immediately thought of the evidence in his cell phone that Sun Xiniang had sent to his Green Dragon. These were evidence of the Green Dragon Gang bribing officials in Yunhai City. I have the Green Dragon Gang's bribery records here. Saying that, Lucian took out the evidence from his cell phone. There were some data records of bribes and some evidence of video screen recordings. Li Zhang looked at these video screen recordings and nodded, turning to say, alright, with these evidences, I can help you get off the hook, but you kid is also powerful. To be able to get all of this evidence, all of it. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Li Zhang's mouth. With his old cunning, how could he not know that Lucian was the source of all this evidence? In the future, when you go out, I hope that you will be able to control the Five Tigers gang in Phoenix Heavenly Pavilion. I don't want any other similar things to occur. Li Zhang, who stood up and was ready to leave, suddenly patted Lucian's shoulder and said, thanks to you, for helping me get rid of these stumbling blocks. I also thank you for the people of Yunhai City. After saying that, Li Zhang bowed towards Lucian. This is for the people of Yunhai City. Thank you. Lucian was slightly stunned. This Li Zhang was really a public servant for the people. When Li Zhang finished saying this, he left towards the door. Lucian quietly sat in the prison cell. He knew that all he did now was to just wait. Chapter 73, A Great Uproar. The news that Hu Lord had been killed was told to Hu Bin by Du Chong. When Hu Bin knew the news, a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, realizing that his uncle was the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. How could he die at the hands of Lucian? This can't be possible. Lucian's strength and powerful, but also will not be the opponent of the Green Dragon Gang. Looking at Du Chong in front of him, Hu Bin shook his head and said, this news has been spread in the upper echelons of Yunhai City. Believe it or not, Du Chong said with a cold smile. After the destruction of the Green Dragon Gang, Hu Bin's value in Du Chang's eyes had also dropped drastically. If it wasn't for Du Chang's father, Du Yu, signaling for Du Chong to tell this news to Hu Bin. Since then, Du Chong didn't even really want to take care of Hu Bin. This can't be. Hu Bin could never believe that this news was correct. He still wanted his uncle to fish him out. Who knew that his uncle would die, or died at the hands of Lucian? Hu Bin drooped a head and sat in the prison cell. Since Li Zhang had left, he had also asked Lucian to pass on a material to him, which was the information that many officials in the upper echelons of Yunhai City had taken bribes. In order to prevent the material from leaking, only Lucian and Li Zhang's cell phones kept this material. With the destruction of the Green Dragon Gang, Yunhai City, which had been silent for tens of days, suddenly ushered in a big action. Many of the top officials in Yunhai City smelled something different from Li Zhang's big move. The first to bear the brunt is some of the officials who are in key positions and have been bribed to show their faces in that information. Li Zhang to Thunderous means after the application, began to clean up these hidden in the city of Yunhai pests. This time the action is by the always thunderous Discipline Inspection Committee Secretary Li personally led the team, heard the news of some officials, want to escape, all by Li Zhang to catch back. Worried Do You sitting at home, he did not expect this hand. Damn Hu Lords, can't leave people in peace even after death. Do you cursed? Do you only hope that in that information? There was no dealings between himself and the Green Dragon Gang when they were bribed. Otherwise once he was tainted with it, he would be arrested by Li Zhang with a thunderbolt. Such a storm continued to ferment in Yunhai City for half a month long. There are some officials who have received bribes, hard-biting teeth do not want to admit, but when they saw that one video, the whole person was paralyzed. At the same time, about Lucian's identity, Li Zhang also began to do enough work. Coupled with Lucian's hands have a lot of people embezzlement video. Lucian was able to switch between identities at once, transforming from a murderer to a heroic figure who eliminated harm on behalf of the public. In addition to the previous bank kidnapping case, Lucian's timely action to help the police to solve the case, but also led a lot of sense of justice of the public for Lucian to redress the grievances. The Green Dragon Gang has been doing wrong for so many years, and has long made many people feel resentful towards it. But due to the huge power of the Green Dragon Gang, no one dares to say anything. Xiaoyali and Xiao Yameng, two people, in order to Lucian's things, is simply run out of legs. They even asked many citizens to write letters of blood, requesting that Lucian be released and no longer be held accountable. This was the first time that such a thing had occurred in Yunhai City. When Li Jiang saw the blood letters written by many citizens in his office, he pondered for a moment and immediately summoned the remaining incorruptible cadres in Yunhai City and started discussing Lucian's problem. When Li Jiang pointed out that the information regarding the corruption and bribery of these officials was all provided by Lucian, all of them actually unanimously agreed to mitigate the crime for Lucian. Just like this, Lucian, who was squatting in the prison, was inexplicably released. "This is out? I still want to stay a few more days," Lucian said as he looked at the prison cell behind him. After saying that, Lucian walked straight towards the direction of the house, and when Lucian arrived home, the two girls, Xiao Yameng and Xiao Yali, were sitting on the sofa in fear. "Do you think Lucian will be sentenced?" Xiao Yameng nervously asked her sister. "I don't think it will be. After all, so many people have written in blood together." The words were like this, but it was also the first time Xiao Yali had encountered this situation. Knock knock knock. A familiar knock on the door sounded outside. Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng both looked at each other. A smirk surfaced on their faces. "I'm back." Lucian dragged his tired body and walked into the room, sitting on his butt on the sofa. He, you two saw me coming back. Why don't you welcome me for a bit too?" "Humph, who welcomed you?" "My sister and I thought you were going to live in there for a few years." Xiao Yameng skimmed her lips and said, He, then I can leave. Find a place to live for a few years, and then come back to you guys." Lucian raised his body and pretended to go out. He was pulled by Xiao Yameng. "How dare you? My sister and I spent so much effort to save you." Alright, I know. I will definitely not let you and your sister down." Saying that, Lucian's right-hand fingers gently scraped Xiao Yameng's nose. Xiao Yali was busy cooking while Xiao Yameng and Lucian chatted while watching TV. On the dinner table, Xiao Yali had specially made 5 big dishes to celebrate Lucian's return. "Wow, sister, you've made all the dishes that you would have kept in your box." Xiao Yameng sucked in her breath and asked greedily. "That's not to celebrate our Lucian Gongzi's success in coming out. By the way, here's a bottle of red wine." Xiao Yali opened the bottle of red wine and poured it to Xiao Yameng and Lucian respectively. In the meantime, a cup of red wine went down. Xiao Yali and Xiao Yameng's two faces all appeared different degrees of redness. "Sister, you and Lucian can be fine tonight. Can accompany me out for a turn?" Xiao Yameng looked at Xiao Yali and Lucian and said, "You and Lucian go ahead. I'm a bit tired and want to rest and relax at home." Xiao Yali said. For some reason, Xiao Yali was both a little happy and a little lost when she saw her sister Xiao Yameng and Lucian together. However, in Xiao Yali's mind, she would only be happy if she could see her sister Xiao Yameng and Lucian happy. Okay, let's eat and go." It had to be said that Xiao Yali's cooking was delicious, completely like it came from a 5-star chef's handiwork, and this kind of handiwork made Lucian praise it as well. These 5 dishes were instantly eaten up by the 3 people, in an instant with the speed of a windstorm. Burp, yummy, sister, you should make more next time. It's so delicious. Look at you, eating like a little pig. You still don't mind too much. Be careful that your boyfriend won't want you in the future. Lucian snickered. Humph, I don't have a boyfriend right now. Just said. Xiao Yameng hiccuped again. I really can't. I'll rely on you. After saying that, Xiao Yameng leaned towards Lucian. Sister, we're going out. Good. Remember to come back early. Xiao Yali laughed. Chapter 74 Former Girlfriend. The two of them walked on the streets of Yunhai City. In July and August, even the air was scorched. Occasionally a hot breeze blew across their cheeks. Feeling that gust of hot wind, Xiao Yameng's heart was not calm. As an adolescent girl, she had the fluttering that adolescent girls have. Especially the scene where Lucian flew in front of her that day and helped her block the bullet was still fresh in her mind. That impulse had been hidden in Xiao Yameng's heart, but Xiao Yameng didn't know how to say it. Let's go over to the Heavenly Sea Springs and take a look around. The scenery over there is nice, Lucian said. The Outer Heaven Sea Spring was a famous attraction in Yunhai City. The spraying spring water spread out like waves, and being in the center of that spring water, it was like flying fairies outside the sky. The end was incomparably good looking. Lucian and Xiao Yameng, who were standing at the side of the Outer Heaven Sea Spring, were silent. After all, it was Xiao Yameng who spoke first. Lucian, I like you. Can you accept me? Xiao Yaming gathered her courage and said. In the face of Xiao Yaming's such blunt words, Lucian just couldn't pretend to be stupid even if he was playing dumb. Xiao Yaming, I'm not right for you. I haven't wanted to fall in love recently. Lucian smiled bitterly. Ever since his ex-girlfriend Zhang Rushi betrayed him, he hadn't had too many thoughts on relationships. Taking care of Xiao Yaming in such a way was also because of Xiao Yali. Lucian had this approach. Who knew that Xiao Yaming would have such a different idea? I know you don't like me, but I will wait for you, all the time. Xiao Yaming said stubbornly. This was from a girl's most innocent thoughts, and after those words were said, Xiao Yaming blushed a little. Alas, I once also thought that everyone's feelings would last forever. But, Lucian shook his head. He saw the shadow of himself at that time from Xiao Yaming's body. At that time, his own self was so eager for innocent feelings, but reality tore away all his fantasies. In the face of Lucian's not-so-obvious rejection, Xiao Yaming was somewhat interested. This stagnant and awkward atmosphere around the two of them made the two of them spend an hour and a half making a full circle around the heavenly outer sea spring. Let's go. Let's go to the commercial street to eat something. Lucian broke the awkward atmosphere. Although Xiao Yaming was a bit lost, the relationship between the two people was not so bad that it would get too stiff. The commercial street was not far away from the heavenly sea springs, and for a city like Yunhai City where eating and drinking were integrated, Lucian still preferred it. Finding two spare seats, Lucian and Xiao Yaming sat down. After ordering the food, in order to prevent that awkward atmosphere from reappearing, Lucian chatted with Xiao Yaming about college. Lucian hadn't graduated for a long time, so he had a lot of common language with Xiao Yaming. The two of them chatted more and more happily, and the awkward atmosphere slowly disappeared. It was at this time that a scuffle came from the distance. Lucian and Xiao Yaming followed the sound and looked, and a lot of people gathered in front of the door of a KTV. It's her. Lucian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he steeply saw the familiar woman not far away. Lucian's expression was a little complicated. Then it returned to normal. Once upon a time, he thought that this woman was his everything. However, the fact slowly let himself recognize this woman. It also ruined Lucian's fantasies about her. And at this point today, Lucian's heart thought it would be completely relieved. But when Lucian once again saw the woman, the heart again surfaced indefinable feelings. It looked like she had encountered no small difficulties. Lucian let out a long sigh, still having some difficulty letting go. Xiao Yaming, as a woman, naturally had a woman's unique sharp intuition. Could she be that ex-girlfriend of Lucian? The two of them, Lucian and Xiao Yaming, walked towards the place where the disturbance occurred. Zhang Ao felt some back. In this KTV consumption time is not short, but this time, the people in the field seems to have changed their appearance. The opposite side of the four yellow-haired punks, looking at Zhang Rushi, want to let Zhang Rushi to accompany the wine. Zhang Ao which will agree to this kind of thing. About face problems, the four yellow-haired punks also quit, immediately disliked Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao in this KTV is also a regular customer. He knew that this was the Green Dragon Gang's venue, but the people in this venue didn't even pay attention to him, and it was only at this moment that Zhang Ao felt that things were serious. I'm telling you, if you dare to touch me, I'll make you disappear in Yunhai City tomorrow. Zhang Ao shouted. Our brothers, we all follow Brother Blade. I want to see how you make us disappear, one of the gangsters said. Ever since the Green Dragon Gang was destroyed by Lucian, those underground venues of the Green Dragon Gang in Yunhai City became unowned. It just so happened that the surrounding area was under the control of Brother Knife, who had grabbed this piece of land in order to expand his territory. Zhang Ao frowned. Who was Brother Knife? He was close to the Green Dragon Gang and didn't know that there was such a figure in the Green Dragon Gang. Zhang Ao, who had just returned from the field, didn't even know about the Green Dragon Gang being wiped out. Brothers, give me a fight. There's Brother Blade to cover us. A yellow-haired punk in the lead waved his right hand, and three juniors rushed over, just to beat Zhang Ao up. The yellow-haired punk in the lead didn't care about Zhang Ao, walked over and touched Zhang Rushi's arm. This skin maintenance is good is quite smooth and tender. Go, with the master back to drink 2 cups of wine, said. This yellow hair right hand pulled Zhang Rushi's hand, is toward the KTV inside to go, beside a lot of people watching this scene, but no one dared to help. They can see that these a few yellow hair punks are not to be messed with. Good, 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 people you take away, you let me go. Zhang Ao, who couldn't hold back from being beaten, could only open his mouth to beg for mercy. For the sake of a woman, letting himself be beaten black and blue, it wasn't worth it at all. Zhang Rushi's eyes widened. A pair of pupils looked at Zhang Ao with disbelief. She didn't expect Zhang Ao to just let her go. Hear that? Your man doesn't even want you anymore. Come with me. Yellow hair lasciviously smiled and pulled Zhang Rushi. A drag. Now put her down and roll. I'll still be able to spare your life. A voice rang out behind that yellow-haired punk. Zhang Rushi heard that voice, slightly familiar. then incredibly turned to look. Lucian stood behind himself. For a moment, Zhang Rushi had mixed feelings. She realized that on that day, what she had lost. What are you? You dare to come and stop me from picking up girls? Kid, while the big man is happy, get lost. Saying that, the yellow-haired punk pulled Lucian and walked towards the inside of the KTV. Scram! Lucian let out a low shout, and his right foot directly kicked that yellow-haired punk out. That yellow-haired punk was directly kicked 3 meters away by Lucian. Good, if I don't cripple you today, Grandpa won't be called Huang Sanmao. That yellow-haired punk gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 75, The Remorseful Zhang Rushi. Lucian stood beside Huang Sanmao and watched that Huang Sanmao slowly climb up from the ground. Little brat, you're looking for death, aren't you? Brothers, give me a chance to clean up this ungrateful guy first. Huang Sanmao was infuriated. The remaining 3 people immediately stopped fighting Zhang Ao and turned their heads up to charge towards Lucian. These 3 punks wouldn't last a single move in Lucian's hands. Bang bang bang. As soon as Lucian made a move, the 3 yellow-haired punks were immediately knocked to the ground. And the yellow trichotomy, seeing that things were not going well, wanted to escape, but was caught in Lucian's hand like a chicken. I heard that you want to clean me up? Lucian narrowed his eyes at that Huang Sanmao. I'm telling you, put me down quickly. I'm a member of the 5 Tigers gang. The 5 Tigers gang won't be able to spare you if you're like this, as well as that dead fat guy. Huang Sanmao pointed at Zhang Ao and said. Zhang Ao was a little angry, actually dared to say that he was a dead fat man, but Zhang Ao didn't dare to refute, only had to crouch his head and let that Huang Sanmao to be powerful. Although Zhang Ao knew about the 3 major underground forces in this Yunhai city, he didn't have the ability to mess with them. The status on him was not worth mentioning in front of these 3 underground forces. Oh, I'd like to see who you can get here. Lucian threw that Huang Sanmao out like a piece of trash. Huang Sanmao immediately climbed up from the ground and dialed a phone number. Brother Blade, this is Sanmao. Yes, someone is bullying our 5 Tiger gang. Huang Sanmao immediately complained to the person on the other end of the phone. Brother Knife became furious when he heard this. Brother Knife, who was still shuffling his feet, immediately said, don't be in a hurry. I'll be right there. Grandma, let's see who dares to mess with our 5 Tigers gang. Huang Sanmao looked at Lucian with his head held high. He wanted to let Lucian know how to die. Brat, just wait. When our Blade brother comes, he will definitely let you leave lying down. Huang Sanmao shouted. Xiao Yimeng stood by the side and looked at Lucian rather anxiously. She was quite worried about Lucian's safety, but looking at that Lucian stood there with confidence. Xiao Yimeng also gradually fixed her mind. In less than 15 minutes, Brother Knife clattered with more than 24 people and surrounded the entire area. There were timid and fearful people who immediately stayed away from the area. Brother Knife looked at Huang Sanmao and asked, Sanmao, who is causing trouble in my Brother Knife's territory? It's him, Brother Knife. He's a kid who doesn't know how to die and has to provoke our 5 Tiger gang. Huang Sanmao pointed at Lucian and said. When Brother Blade first glanced at Lucian, he felt quite familiar, and after a fierce and careful thought, he suddenly realized who Lucian was. The pain of the broken fingers still made Brother Knife a little scared, not realizing that Huang Sanmao, this kid, even dared to mess with Lucian. The gangmaster had issued an order that he must stay away from Lucian. How did this kid Huang Sanmao provoke Lucian? Blade, look. Seeing the hesitant Blade, Huang Sanmao was not calm anymore. What the crowd did not expect was that Brother Knife's hand rose and fell, and slapped Huang Sanmao's face. Brother Knife, what are you doing? Huang Sanmao was dazed by the blow. Damn, Huang Sanmao, don't drag me along if you want to die. Mr. Lu is an honored guest that the gangmaster has specially ordered. Brother Blade lectured up. Lucian still stood there indifferently, watching the scene. The name Lucian, with Huang Sanmao's status, it was naturally impossible to come into contact with, but the one who could make Brother Knife so obedient was definitely a big shot. Huang Sanmao was able to deeply trust Brother Knife, and also had his eyesight. The next moment, what was astonishing was that Huang Sanmao, looking at Lucian in fear and trepidation, drew up his own mouth. Mr. Lu, you see, Knife brother held his breath looking at Lucian. This Huang Sanmao is his beloved. However, after messing with Mr. Lu, everything was up to Mr. Lu. Let's go around him this time, but wait until he finishes palming 30 times before you leave. Lucian waved his hand and said, yes, Mr. Lu. Brother Blade nodded and turned to look at Huang Sanmao. This time, count your life as lucky. Mr. Lu will not pursue the matter. Palm your mouth 30 times on your own before you leave. Huang Sanmao was like an amnesty and continued to madly slap his own mouth. This all see Zhang Ao and Zhang Rushi are a little shocked. Huang Sanmao, he is not clear. This Knife brother is famous. Zhang Ao had once called on Brother Knife, but with Zhang Ao's status, Brother Knife didn't even want to look at him. However, Brother Knife was obedient to Lu Xun, who was more than 10 years younger than himself. This made Jiang Ao somewhat unacceptable, and Zhang Rushi was even more so. A few months ago, Lu Xun was a poor student. In these few months, what had happened to Lu Xun's body? Zhang Rushi suddenly realized that she didn't know this boy who had been with her for a long time that well. Only now, did Zhang Rushi have the chance to continue to understand Lu Xun? Alright, get lost. After Huang Sanmao finished slapping his mouth 30 times, Lu Xun opened his mouth and said, yes. Huang Sanmao rolled and crawled with his 3 punks and quickly left, not even daring to stay in the same place for fear that Lu Xun would change his mind. Only after seeing Huang Sanmao leave did Brother Knife let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, there's nothing more for you to do. You go too, Lu Xun said. Only then did Brother Knife turn around and retire when he heard Lu Xun give the word. Zhang Rushi's eyes were flashing with essence, not knowing what he was thinking, until finally, it was Zhang Rushi who walked over and gently said to Lu Xun, Lu Xun, I was wrong at that time. I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? What's the harm in forgiving or not? Things have been over for so long. What should be over between the two of us has long been over, Lu Xun said with a smile. Having said that, when Lu Xun finished saying these words, he suddenly felt his body lighten up, and there was no more of the kind of attachment he had before. Perhaps, letting go was the best choice for Lu Xun. Can we still continue? Zhang Rushi asked, biting her lips. That pitiful look almost made Lu Xun's heart soften. Humph, shameless, I'm his girlfriend, please don't steal my boyfriend from me. At this time, Xiao Yameng, who was next to him, took hold of Lu Xun's arm at once and said, Xiao Yameng's words were like a pot of cold water that poured on Lu Xun's heart. Yes, if he didn't have this kind of value, would Zhang Rushi still act so pathetically towards himself? Jiang Ao over there, however, did not do it. This was disguised in front of the crowd, giving him a green hat. Zhang Rushi, when I raised you, why don't you say this? Seeing that Lao Zi was beaten up, you went back to that man's embrace? Jiang Ao said viciously. Jiang Ao, I never loved you. All I love is your money. In fact, what I love in my heart is Lu Xun. Zhang Rushi said with strong words. Lu Xun shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't even use that purple energy to read the true thoughts in Zhang Rushi's heart. Xiao Yameng, let's go home. I'm a bit tired, Lu Xun said with a sigh. Chapter 76, People from Beijing. Days like this in Yunhai City did not last for a few days of peace, and with a black Audi pulling into Qinglong Limited Liability Company, these days of peace were declared broken. Where is Hu Lord? How come you're not answering the phone? A tall, jade-like, handsome man walked down from the car. This man's eyebrows were clear, as if he was an immortal that came out from an ancient painting, only that there was a powerful aura around him at times, making people oppressively breathless. On his hand was a trigger finger made of precious jade. Looking at the Silent Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, that man frowned. Ever since the top executives of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company had died and fled, some of the black accounts within the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company had also been raked out by Li Zhang. The unrelated people working in the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company were also all demobilized by Li Zhang. Today is the time to go to work. How come no one comes to work in this Hu Lord's company? That young man said after making a round. The relationship between Hu Lord and that young man was very shallow. That is, if Hu Lord closed down Qinglong LLC, he would also say something to him. Leaving so quietly made that young man feel a hint of something unusual. Mr. Xin, the director here in Yunhai City seems to be Du Yu. Let's go find Du Yu first. A low old man's voice came out from the car. That's fine. I'd like to see what Hu Lords are up to. They don't even answer my calls anymore, the young man said with some anger. Du Yu was in fear for his life for so many days. After seeing that the storm that was brought by Hu Lords slowly disappeared and didn't affect his future, his heart was secretly happy for a while. He also received a lot of bribes from the Hu Lords, and was pleased that there was no such evidence left inside the information. However, Du Yu knew who was standing behind this Hu Lord? While Du Yu was thinking, the phone rang. The caller location of the phone was a number in the capital. Could it be that he is here? Du Yu did not dare to be slow. At this juncture, such an unfamiliar capital city number, most likely by the person standing behind Hu Lord. Thinking of this, Du Yu immediately picked up the phone. Hello, is this Director Du? I am Xin Wuyo. Yes, I am now under your office building. Okay, I will wait. After hanging up the phone, Du Yu let out a long sigh. Du Yu did not expect that the Xin family would directly send Xin Wuyo to intervene. The future prospects of this Yunhai city, but some of them made him unable to see. At the thought of this, he did not dare to be slow. Immediately went downstairs. Saw not far from a piece of Beijing license plate Audi. Du Yu walked over. It's Mr. Xin. Come on, let's go up and sit down. Under Du Yu's forceful invitation, that Duke Xin and an old man walked down from the black Audi. Then, I'll take care of Director Du. Xin Wuyo nodded his head rather politely and said. When they reached the parlor, do you found a secluded place and let Xin Wuyo and the old man do it first, while do you sat aside not far away? Director Do. This time I came to ask, where are all the personnel in the Green Dragon LLC? Xin Wuyo asked with a smile. This was crucial to the Xin family, and the status of the Green Dragon Gang was crucial. The Green Dragon Gang was completely equivalent to the existence of the Xin family subfamily in Yunhai City, and such an existence had disappeared without a word. To the Xin family, it was simply an insult. Alas, speaking of this Green Dragon Gang, he was extinguished. Immediately after that, Du spoke roughly about the demise of the Green Dragon Gang, which had quite a bit of reasoning, but was similar to the truth. When Du finished speaking, Xin Wuyo nodded. I see, then I know. Okay, thanks to Director Du, then I won't bother Director Du anymore. Xin Wuyo laughed. Mr. Xin, take your time, I won't see you off. If you need anything, just tell me, Du said smilingly. Only after Du watched Xin Wuyo and the old man leave, did he take a breath? Du also has a rough understanding of the forces in the capital. This Xin Wuyo is a direct disciple of the four great families, the Xin family, and is also a famous person in the younger generation of the Xin family, being ruthless and scheming. Once a lot of the situation of the Xin family was decided by this male. In the Xin family, it was the existence of the next heir. Just don't know. This time Xin Wuyo came to Yunhai City. What is he going to do? Could it be to overthrow the other two major underground forces? The four great families in the capital are calling the wind and rain general existence. This kind of existence is placed in the local. More than him, a small director can be compared to the existence. For Xin Wuyo's purpose of coming to Yunhai City this time, you can also guess a few points? But the power of the Xin family is too great, far beyond what he, a small Du, can know. As long as what Xin Wuyo did was not too out of the ordinary, Du could completely turn a blind eye and treat it as invisible. Alas, I didn't expect Xin Wuyo to come to Yunhai City. It seems that the storm before was just an appetizer. Du shakes his head with a bitter smile. After decades of storms in the officialdom, Du was also able to smell a dangerous air from there, and this dangerous air gave Du a feeling of retreat. Xin Wuyo and that old man went out of the gate of the police station and walked towards the Audi. Young master, I didn't expect the Green Dragon Gang to be overthrown. You see, that old man said hesitantly. Overwhelmed. District to Qinglong Gang only. At first this Hu Lord is also only my father's side of a runner only. It's just a matter of unifying the underground forces in Yunhai City. It's not that difficult. What's the difference between one less Green Dragon Gang and one more? That Xin Wuyo said with a smile. The old man nodded his head. He knew that what Xin Wuyo said was not false. With Xin Wuyo's skillful hand, coupled with the Xin family's strong financial strength, overnight, to form another Green Dragon Gang, it was not even very difficult. The purpose of Xin Wuyo coming to Yunhai City this time, the old man couldn't be clearer. Since someone wants to play, then this Gongzi will play with him. According to Du, the kid who overthrew the Green Dragon Gang is named Lucian, right? Xin Wuyo spoke. Yes, Your Excellency. That old man nodded his head in a hurry. Elder Xin. It's not simple for this kid to be able to overthrow the Green Dragon Gang, since this eunuch promised the elders of the clan that the succession conditions would be to recover the underground forces of this Yunhai City. I will definitely do it, and by the way, I will play with this kid again. The rest of the things you go to prepare. Remember, this matter, let the whole Yunhai City know. I want to see their reaction. The location will be inside that Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. Xin Wuyo faintly smiled. Yes, Your Excellency. The old man surnamed Xin nodded and said, let's go. Drive the car to the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. Xin Wuyo spoke. Chapter 77 Re-establishing the Green Dragon Gang. The Green Dragon Gang was once again opened. Since the opening of the gang, Xin Wuyo widely distributed name posters, and at the head of Li Zhang's office desk, a name post was placed. This name post was ostensibly the opening of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, but in reality, it was the reorganization of the Green Dragon Gang. Li Zhang was very clear about the importance of this matter. Not only that, Li Zhang also knew where Xin Wuyo came from the four great families of the capital, the direct disciple of the Xin family. Before this, Xin Wuyo had already greeted Li Zhang, and due to the terrifying power of the Xin family, Li Zhang could only agree. Li Zhang had wanted to reform Yunhai City drastically. Who knew that there would be such a variable as Xin Wuyo? When Xin Wuyo appeared, Li Zhang knew that his plan would be put on hold again. Before the Green Dragon Gang was destroyed, Li Zhang did not even think that Xin Wuyo could be involved with the Green Dragon Gang. In Li Zhang's opinion, these were two forces that were completely unrelated. Now, after Xin Wuyo had greeted him, He could only tolerate Xin Wuyo for a few minutes. The changes in Yunhai City. With the appearance of Xin Wuyo, even Li Zhang had a feeling that he could not control. Inside the house, Xiao Yameng watched the TV in boredom. After coming back from yesterday, there was inexplicably more of a disconnect between Xiao Yameng and Lu Shun. A disconnect that Xiao Yameng and Lu Shun unspoken. Even for dinner, the two of them did open eating. Xiao Yameng ate in the living room, Lu Shun at the dinner table. The Green Dragon LLC changed owners, Xiao Yameng said in surprise. After experiencing that incident in Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, Xiao Yameng also learned from her sister Xiaoyali and Lu Shun's mouth what kind of place Green Dragon Limited Liability Company was. Lu Shun frowned. How could the Green Dragon Gang be re-established when its leader and main members were all exterminated? Looking at the unfamiliar Xin Wuyo standing on the stage, Lu Shun had a not-so-good feeling. If it's built, it's built. It's not like the Hu Lords have come back from the dead. Keep eating. Lu Shun said this, but from time to time, he placed his gaze on Xin Wuyo's body. This Xin Wuyo came from a mysterious background and was able to build it up once again in the Green Dragon LLC. Lu Shun also understood what this meant. This matter represented that Li Zhang definitely knew about it, and even acquiesced to it. Lu Shun, who had hurriedly finished his meal, immediately called Su Xiong on the phone. When the phone was just connected, Su Xiong immediately said, Lu Shun, I know what you're looking for. It's about Xin Wuyo's matter, right? Yes, Su Gangmaster, what exactly is this Xin Wuyo's identity? And can still set up the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company again. Su Xiong sighed. This Xin Wuyo's origin is exceptionally big. He came from the Xin family in the capital. You may not know that this Xin family has a great relationship with the Green Dragon Gang. Xin Wuyo is ruthless and scheming. I advise you to go out and hide for a while. The Qinglong Gang has a great relationship with the Xin family. I see. If you destroy the Qinglong Gang, he will definitely find you. No need. Thank you Master Su for your kind words. If this Xin Wuyo is looking for me, I will still be able to play with him. Saying that, Lu Shun hung up Su Xiong's phone. Lu Shun looked at the sky outside. Today's sky seemed to be more gloomy than the previous days, as if it was going to rain at any time. Knock knock knock. Right at this moment, Lu Shun heard someone knocking on the door outside. And over there, Xiao Yameng jumped off the sofa and walked towards the door. After opening the door, there was an unfamiliar man standing outside. The man had a smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yameng. This is a letter that our male son asked me to bring, specifically to Mr. Lu Shun Lu, but not to you. The man said with a smile when he saw Xiao Yameng. Lu Shun, it's for you. Xiao Yameng turned her head and said. Lu Shun walked up and looked at the strange man and said, may I ask if you are? I'm Xin Trace, subordinate of Prince Xin Flawless. He has a letter for me to pass on to you. Saying that, Xin Trace turned the copy of the letter in his hand and handed it over to Lu Shun. Alright, my mission is complete. Farewell. Xin Trace turned around and left. Lu Shun took the copy of the letter and walked into the room. Next to him, Xiao Yameng looked at Lu Shun and said madly, Lu Shun, I want to see, what did he write to you? I didn't expect that you actually know Xin Wuyo. Lu Shun grabbed Xiao Yameng with one hand and threw her on the sofa. I don't know him. As for why he came to me, you should go and ask him, not should come and ask me. Saying that, Lu Shun walked into the room and opened the letter. In this era, there were still people sending letters to contact each other. It was a bit backward, but Lu Shun didn't underestimate Xin Wuyo because of this. Lu Shun read the letter carefully, and he couldn't tell what kind of look was on his face. Inviting me to a banquet. I'm afraid that there are no good people and no good banquets. Lu Shun shook his head and said. The letter Xin Wuyo wrote to Lu Shun was very simple, inviting him and the three of them, Su Xiong of the Five Tigers Gang and Sun Xiniang of the Phoenix Sky Pavilion, to go to the Green Dragon Gang to attend a banquet together. From this letter, Lu Shun even read out a hint of other meanings. Hongmen Banquet. Did Xin Wuyo, such a great disciple from the capital, have his eyes on this place? Lu Shun is not speculating. As long as he goes, he will know. The time to go. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Need to first arrive at the Qinglong Limited Liability Company. After Lu Shun cleaned up a bit, behind Xiao Yameng ran to the side of Lu Shun and said, Lu Shun, you're going out again? This auntie is going with you. Better stay at home with your sister. I have something important to do this time. Lu Shun said as he bounced Xiao Yameng's forehead. Then you must be careful. That person must have nothing to do with the Green Dragon Gang. If you destroy the Green Dragon Gang, he might jeopardize your life. Xiao Yameng said worriedly. Of course I will be worried. Well, at least there is a big beauty like you at home. I will leave first. Lu Shun laughed. After leaving the house, Lu Shun hitchhiked to the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. The place where the banquet was held was still on the top floor of the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company. When Lucian arrived at the Green Dragon Limited Liability Company, he found that the two of them, Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang, were already standing at the same place. Lucian, I didn't expect you to come as well. Be careful. I'm afraid this time will be a Hongmen banquet, Su Xiong said in a low voice. No matter, I've come all the way. I'd like to see what they can do. Lucian laughed in a low voice. Under the leadership of Xin Trace, Lucian, Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang arrived at the top floor of Yunhai City. On the top floor, Xin Wuyo stood with her arms folded in front of the door and window, and was looking down at Yunhai City. Hearing the movement behind him, Xin Wuyo turned around. All of you are big names in Yunhai City, and it's an honor for me, Xin Wuyo, to be able to have the pleasure of inviting the three of you. Xin Wuyo laughed. Go go go, do it inside. Inside the parlor, Xin Wuyo had long ago sent someone to clean up everything. Chapter 78, Crisis by Step. At Xin Wuyo's invitation, the three of them walked to the parlor and sat down. I've set the dining table on the 12th floor of the Golden Splendor, which is also in line with your status. Xin Wuyo laughed. You didn't call us here just to eat, did you? Sun Xiniang said. From the time Sun Xiniang received the invitation, she had suspected Xin Wuyo's intentions, and at the level of Xin Wuyo, Sun Xiniang, every step had a deep intention. When Sun Xiniang learned that Lucian and Su Xiong had also been invited by Xin Wuyo, that was when she made up her mind to attend Xin Wuyo's invitation. Now with Xin Wuyo's arrival, the future of Yunhai City was once again confusing. Although Xin Wuyo hadn't expressed anything, everyone knew about Xin Wuyo's wolfish ambitions. In the abandoned Xinglong Gang, then build Xinglong Gang, its intention is self-evident. However, due to the power of the Xin family behind Xin Wuyo, they could only reluctantly accept Xin Wuyo's invitation. It's not too early. Let's go. Let's go to Infinity for dinner. Xin Wuyo smiled and stood up. Only Lucian had a smile on his face and had no problem with it. After leaving the gate of Green Dragon LLC, Lucian hitched a ride in Su Xiong's car. Mr. Lu, this Xin Wuyo came. It shouldn't just be to dine with us, Su Xiong said hesitantly. There were some words that Su Xiong could not say to Xin Wuyo, Sun Xiniang and the others face to face, so he could only ask Lucian in secret. Lucian became more and more mysterious in Su Xiong's mind. Dinner? I'm only afraid that Xiang Gong is dancing with his sword, and the time for the showdown is almost here. Lucian laughed. Showdown? You said that he wants to take down the entire underground forces of Yunhai City with his own strength? Su Xiong steeply froze. Lucian nodded. The words did not continue, but Su Xiong has been driving. Thoughts do not know what to think. To be able to achieve this level of Su Xiong, the mind is an essential thing. In an instant, Su Xiong thought of many kinds of possibilities. Could it be that he wants to get rid of us, and then directly replace the two major gangs? Su Xiong muttered. That's not possible. With the temperament of those people from my nine heavens, there's no way they would submit to Xin Wuyo. Su Xiong shook his head, never being able to think of a reason. But when he thought of Lucian's calm tone, Su Xiong was a little uncertain. It was categorically impossible for Lucian to deceive himself. So where was the key to this matter? There is a mole. Moreover, there is more than one mole, Lucian said with a smile. Impossible, Mr. Lu, you've got it wrong. It's absolutely impossible for there to be a mole among the close friends under me. Su Xiong shook his head and said. However, when he thought of Lucian's marvelous ability, Su Xiong was a bit undecided. After all, Lucian wouldn't say such unsure things. For the rest of the time, neither Lucian nor Su Xiong did much talking until the car entered the parking lot of Infinity. Let's go, gang leader Su. The 12th floor of Infinity is a lot of fun today. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Lucian's mouth. The 12th floor of Infinity Brilliance was able to take in all the scenery of Yunhai City at a glance. Plus the layout of this place was luxurious to the extreme. When Su Xiong and Lucian walked into the 12th floor one after the other, Sun Xiniang and Xin Wuyo, both of them, were already seated in place. Lucian, Mr. Su, you guys are here? Come sit down and serve the wine. Xin Wuyo greeted up. Immediately, there were two young and beautiful waitresses, walked in, opened two bottles of red wine. The wine smelled. That pure red wine fragrance filled the air. 82-year-old Lafite, mellow color and aroma. At the end, it's a good bottle of wine. Duke Xin has put down a lot of money, Sun Xiniang said with a smile, entertaining honorable guests. Naturally we should use the best red wine. Come on people, pour the wine. Two young and beautiful waitresses walked to Lucian and the others and poured wine for them one by one. Good wine, even Lucian said in praise. Since everyone is concerned about the purpose of my Xin Wuyo's visit, I'll be blunt. This time I came to Yunhai City to integrate the underground forces in Yunhai City, Xin Wuyo said with a smile, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. although Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong, the two of them, were prepared beforehand. When Xian Woyo brought it up so carelessly, the two of their faces became a little embarrassed. Don't be in a hurry, there is never an eternal enemy, nor an eternal friend. As long as the two of you agree, I will immediately let the two of you dominate this Yunhai city. I will never interfere. The two gangs are two people who have fought so hard for so many years, only to build up the foundation. How could they be so willing to give up their hands? As for the meal that will be served later, naturally, only those who agree will be able to enjoy it. Xian Woyo turned back to look around and said, deceiving people too much. You are simply. Sun Xiniang, who had just spoken, suddenly realized that her whole body had no strength at all, and collapsed limply onto the table, and so did Su Xiong. Can only look at Xian Woyo. For this scene, Xian Woyo did not feel surprised. Soft bone fragrance. This poison is not easy to bear off. Time a little longer. This poison, even if dispelled, will remain in your body, Xian Woyo said. As for you guys not agreeing, don't worry. In all your gangs, there will be people who will agree to my request. I'll see if it's you guys who will agree first, or if heads will fall to the ground first. As Xian Woyo spoke, she looked up. How come you're not poisoned? Lu Xun, over there, was still sitting on a chair, drinking red wine, without any sign of his body going limp, which made Xian Woyo quite surprised. Just a mere whatever soft bone fragrance. Still want to stop me? You'd better wash your hands of it. Saying that, Lu Xun drank the red wine in his cup in one go. Xian Woyo narrowed her eyes and sized up Lu Xun, and the old man behind her stared at him dead on in case there were any surprises. Young master, that old man said softly. No harm done. The one who was able to destroy the Green Dragon Gang is really not easy to deal with. Don't worry about him. Let's take a look at our gang leader Su and Pavilion Master Sun first. Xian Woyo instantly calmed down and placed her gaze on Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang. The two of them, Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang, only felt a loss of strength. Their sanity was not yet blurred. This Xian Woyo did it really directly. Well, have you guys thought about it? Are you guys going to cooperate with me? Or are your men going to cooperate with me? Xian Woyo looked at Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang and said, let me cooperate with you? Bull asterisk. I won't cooperate with you even if I die. Su Xiong spat and said, old me won't agree to your request either. Kill me if you want to. I really didn't expect you to use such despicable means. Sun Xiniang grunted and said, the most despicable is also the simplest means. What about you, Mr. Lu? How's the consideration going? Xian Woyo suddenly looked up and asked. Chapter 79. Xian Woyo's pulling together. For Lu Xun's change, Xian Woyo looked at it with her eyes, and Xian Woyo was somewhat secretly not surprised. This cartilage fragrance was quite a powerful potion, able to make the power in other people's bodies lose all of it. However, when he thought that Lu Xun was able to destroy the Green Dragon Gang, Xian Wuxio was immediately relieved, and this Lu Xun must have his superiority. Standing behind Xian Wuyo, Xian Lao, a pair of eyes stared at Lu Xun, only waiting for Xian Wuyo to give an order to take down Lu Xun. Me? I don't have anything to think about. The flavor of this red wine is still quite good, Lu Xun said, picked up the wine cup from the table and continued to drink alone. Since you like red wine so much, Mr. Lu, I still have quite a few private collections, Xian Wuyo said immediately. No need, I don't have that interest. Lu Xun shook his head and said. Xian Wuyo's face could not be seen to be different, and he turned to look at the two of them, Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong. Pavilion Master Sun, Gang Master Su, how have you two considered it? Is it to cooperate with me? Xian Wuyo said as she looked at both Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong. The two of them, Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong, were still looking at Xian Wuyo with some reluctance. They were not convinced at all after being taken down like this by Xian Wuyo. It looks like you guys are still unconvinced? Alas, then forget it, kill you all, and I will take charge of Phoenix Sky Pavilion and 5 Tigers Gang in my own hands. Elder Xian Wuyo waved his right hand. The old man behind him, dressed in black robes, gently answered and grabbed Sun Xiniang with one palm and Su Xiong with the other. The two claws went ferociously between them, grabbing at the two men's throats. The claw winds were harsh, as if they wanted to directly grab the two men to death. Next to Lu Xun, who had been sitting quietly, his right hand slammed the wine cup in his hand out, smashing it on Xian Lao's hand, causing Xian Lao to retreat. Xian Lao turned his eyes to look at Xian Wuyo, but seeing that Xian Wuyo didn't say anything, he directly slapped at Lu Xun between his next palm. Boom! Palms facing each other, Lu Xun slapped Elder Xian back 4 steps with one palm, but he himself was still standing in front of the wine table, not moving a muscle. Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong were secretly happy in their hearts. From this aspect of the initial fight, it was obvious that Lu Xun had the upper hand. As long as Lu Xun intervened, they definitely had a chance of surviving tonight. With this in mind, Su Xiong immediately said, Mr. Lu, as long as you save me out tonight, this 5-tiger gang of mine will be at your disposal. The same goes for my Phoenix Sky Pavilion. I will definitely respect Mr. Lu as my master. Sun Xiniang also spoke up at the right time from the side. Xin Wuyo slightly frowned. His eyesight was naturally not bad. From that slap of Lu Xun, he could tell that Lu Xun was far stronger than Xin Lao. What kind of existence is Xin Lao? Xin Wuxiu was clear about it, but that was the top 3 experts of the Xin family. Except for his brother Xin Yuan's terrifying strength, no one else was a match for Xin Lao. As soon as he thought of this, Xin Wuxiu had the idea of wanting to take in Lu Xun as one of his own men more and more. After Lu Yuan heard what Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong said, he didn't get excited. Instead, he glanced at Xin Wuyo. Good stance. I, Xin Wuyo, have rarely seen a martial artist with such an overpowering stance as Mr. Lu. I just don't know your excellency. Are you willing to come and serve in my Xin family? Xin Wuyo proceeded to pull the strings. At this time, in Xin Wuyo's eyes, Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang's value was not as big as Lu Xun's, so as long as Lu Xun was drawn in, everything was fine. I will agree to whatever request Mr. Lu makes. Xin Wuyo followed up with a smile. Seeing Xin Wuyo promising such an expensive condition, Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong both then looked at each other, their hearts a little heavy, afraid that Lu Xun would agree to Xin Wuyo's request. This is fine, then I really do have some requirements. Lu Xun nodded and said, what kind of request? Mr. Lu, feel free to raise it. Xin Wuyo will definitely do what she can. Xin Wuyo said, I want your head. What do you think? Lu Xun looked at Xin Wuyo with a smile. Xin Wuyo's face immediately became quite ugly. Wanting his head? This was completely playing a trick on him. Xin Wuyo hated it so much that he gritted his teeth a little. Mr. Lu, this is playing a trick on me, right? Neither sincere nor so to trick me. The smile on Xin Wuyo's face stiffened a little. I'm not teasing you, I'm telling the truth. Look at it. You can't even agree to it. And you said it with such conviction before. Lu Xun said and shook his head, seemingly sighing quite a bit. The two of them, Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang, how could they not hear the teasing meaning in that language? And if it wasn't for the fact that they were in the way of being poisoned, they almost laughed out loud. Humph. Mr. Lu, then go away. I, Xin Wuyo, am not in conflict with you. Xin Wuyo said out loud. With Xin Wuyo's current strength, he was unable to take down Lu Xun. He could see that Lu Xun was a tough opponent, but the key target today was not on Lu Xun. But today, the key target is not on Lu Xun, but on Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong. When these two people are taken down, the underground forces in Yunhai City will be equal to the basic pacification. At that time, in order to slowly fix Lu Xun, Xin Wuyo did not believe that he could not stop Lu Xun. It so happens that I don't have much to do today, and I don't really want to go. Is it possible that Mr. Xin can't even afford a meal? Lu Xun laughed. Mr. Lu is so elegant. After I finish this matter, I will definitely invite Mr. Lu for a good feast. Xin Wuyo said, turning his head to look at Elder Xin and nodded towards him. Xin Lao immediately understood what Xin Wuyo meant and walked towards Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang in large strides. Slow down. These two are my friends, and I certainly won't see them fall into your hands. Lu Xun shook the wine cup in his hand and said, could it be that Mr. Lu also has his eyes on this underground force in Yunhai City? As long as Mr. Lu submits to me, all the underground forces in this Yunhai City will be under Mr. Lu's control. Xin Wuyo laughed. It's not that troublesome. If I want this piece of power, I could have taken its place a long time ago. Besides, they are my friends. Lu Xun picked up another cup, poured some red wine and sipped the red wine and said, spare a thought for the mudman. Xin Wuyo was only wary of Lu Xun when she saw how strong he was. Now that Lu Xun was so arrogant and didn't give him face, it completely made Xin Wuyo unable to get off the stage. Elder Xin, he said as Xin Wuyo looked at Lu Xun. Elder Xin lowered his head and faintly shook his head. Seeing Elder Xin with this look, Xin Wuyo immediately understood the meaning. Humph, don't let this eunuch run into you next time. Xin Wuxia angrily shouted. It was not easy for a plan to directly pacify the underground forces in Yunhai City to be destroyed by Lu Xun just like this. Seeing that Xin Lao meant that his strength was far from being able to defeat Lu Xun, he could only let Lu Xun leave, and he was afraid that it would be worthless if he broke out the following conflict with Lu Xun again. Xin Wuyo's mind immediately helped Xin Wuyo make the wisest choice. Good wine, good wine. Thanks for your hospitality, Mr. Xin. Then I'll take my friend and leave first. Lu Xun said. Picking up Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang said. Chapter 80 The Turbulent Yunhai City. It was the first time that Xian Wuyo had lost so badly, and when he saw Lucian take Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang away, Xian Wuyo hated him with a passion, but he had no way to keep Lucian behind. Lucian's strength didn't even have a way to deal with Elder Xian. Could it be that only his brother could deal with Lucian? Gongzi, look, Xian Lao was beside him and wanted to say something. No harm, we still have a backhand. Just did not expect more. Lucian, such a variable, able to destroy the Green Dragon Gang, really is not easy. Generation. Are all the things I instructed you ready? Xian Wuyo said indifferently. Back to my lord. Everything is ready, but this Lucian variable tonight? Xian Lao asked. The Lucian who came out of nowhere, took away both Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong. Lucian did this, the plan of the Gongzi. There should be not a small variable. Xian Wuyo stood up and walked to the window, taking in the night view of Yunhai City. No matter, Yunhai City is ultimately a small place. How could it fall into my eyes? Just a few deaths. The lives of these mole crickets aren't worth mentioning anyway. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Xian Wuyo's mouth. Elder Xian stood quietly behind Xian Wuyo. His face did not reveal any other unusual expressions. He knew that what Xian Wuyo said was true. In the capital, the Xian family of the four great families was one of the representative families with monstrous power. To want to succeed as the heir of such a great family, the ruthlessness of one's heart must be even more terrifying than normal people. Yes, Your Excellency. Elder Xian nodded and said. Lucian, who had come out of infinity, hoofed it to help Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong into the car. The purple energy surged from Lucian's hands, into Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong's bodies, quickly devouring all of the cartilage incense in Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong's bodies. Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong didn't see the purple energy traveling in Lucian's hands. Only after they felt in their bodies, the cartilage bone fragrance completely disappeared. Did they get up to pay their thanks? Many thanks to Mr. Lu for saving my life, Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang said in unison. No harm done. Tonight you guys definitely need to be careful about the abnormalities in the gang. Xian Wuyo is ruthless and his backhandedness doesn't just stop here, Lucian said softly. There were some things that Lucian was not in a position to say much about. He could only remind Sun Xiniang and Su Xiong to be more careful. After all, Lucian's relationship with them had not reached that point. Thank you Mr. Lu for saving my life. Things are urgent. Then I will withdraw first, Sun Xiniang said. Go. Su Xiong saw the departing Sun Xiniang and then looked at Lucian. The anxiousness in his heart kept surfacing. Mr. Lu, let me send you home. Under Su Xiong's forceful invitation, Su Xiong drove the car, took Lucian, and slowly drove to the place. Lucian said. Mr. Lu, what did you mean by what you just said? Su Xiong thought about it and still asked. The more this happened, the more mysterious Lucian became in Su Xiong's eyes. No matter what time it was, Lucian always looked as if he was a Taishan collapsing in front of him without changing his face. Even when he saw Xian Wuyo, it was the same. What Lucian said, Su Xiong took it to heart. Not to mention that this Xian Wuyo was known to be ruthless, able to invite them to infinity and then strike. If it wasn't for Lucian, I'm afraid they would all be dead already. Gangmaster Su, do you smell anything tonight? Lucian said with his eyes closed. Su Xiong paused for half a second and suddenly thought of what Lucian had said to him before he came. Could it be that there is a traitor in my Five Tigers gang tonight? Su Xiong had a meticulous mind and thought of it all. Lucian then slowly nodded his head, looking at the night scene of Yunhai City outside. Lucian slightly sighed. At the thought of this, Su Xiong was scared into a cold sweat. What this Lucian said was not without reason. Thinking about it carefully, if Xian Wuyo succeeded tonight, then he would mobilize the traitors inside the gang and take control of the entire Five Tigers gang. All of this, all to do watertight, such as if not Lucian with them, for fear that has long let Xian Wuyo treacherous plan to succeed. Thank you Mr. Lu for reminding me, but I'm a traitor within this gang. Su Xiong drove while looking at Lucian with a pair of eyes. For what Lucian said, Su Xiong believed a few points, and a few points not quite believe. Able to start the Five Tigers gang rebellion, and control the Five Tigers gang. Just those few in the Five Tigers gang high-level power of the Patriarch. For these few patriarchs who were in power in the Five Tiger gang, Su Xiong had always believed in their loyalty. Su Gangmaster, be careful is all. My family has arrived. The entire Yunhai City is not too calm tonight. Lucian raised a smile and said. Su Xiong's mood sank as he looked towards Lucian, and he also heard a pervasive aura of blood from Lucian's mouth. It seemed that tonight was really not too quiet. Su Xiong shook his head and drove his car towards the Five Tiger gang. When he arrived home, Lucian opened the door and found Xiaoyali and Xiaomeng sitting in front of the TV watching it. It was almost 12 o'clock, and normally at this point, both women would have already fallen asleep in bed. Lucian, this kid finally came back. I thought you won't come back tonight. There is rice in the pot. You didn't have enough to eat hot to eat some, Xiaoyali said rather concerned. Okay, Sister Lily. Lucian walked towards the kitchen and warmed up the rice in the pot. After drinking most of the bottle of red wine in the afternoon and not eating anything, Lucian had long held his hungry stomach down. Faced with the meal cooked by Xiaoyali, Lucian ate it cleanly in 3 bites. Sister Lily, you guys should sleep early tonight as well. Lucian went upstairs after finishing his meal and all cleaned up. Back in the house, Lucian didn't sleep but chose to run and touch that purple energy. Tonight was going to be the most turbulent day in Yunhai City in decades. Perhaps Su Xiong and Sun Xiniang would call in later when they couldn't control the situation. After the last injury, the purple energy in Lucian's body was able to be easily controlled by him. This time that cartilage incense was all that was destroyed by the purple energy within Lucian's body. And after destroying the cartilage incense, that purple energy became even more majestic. He was even able to see a path of purple energy within his dantian. In the face of these purple energies, Lucian was able to control them as he wished, and even when facing bullets, he was able to make it change direction freely. However, Lucian still had a feeling in his heart that this purple energy was definitely more than that. It would be more powerful than he had ever imagined. But Lucian never knew how to successfully utilize this purple energy. After the 3 weeks of Gong Line, Lucian's cell phone did ring, and to Lucian's surprise, the first one to call was not Su Xiong, but Sun Xiniang. The environment that Sun Xiniang called from over there was extremely noisy, and there was also a slight sound of killing and shouting. Lucian, come to Phoenix Sky Pavilion to save us. We can't hold on much longer.